Yo, you know how we do? Come on. Oh, God. You telling me, mate? Yeah, you block me up in the bitch. Hey, one sec here. I can also. Yo. You hear me, yeah? Yeah. So, oh, God. What's popping, man? Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure if it's working on my head. Fucking bastard. Yo. One sec, you, man. All right. 2-6, yeah? Give me 2-6. Shit keeps. Yo. All right. Yeah, man. We're back in the building still. Wow. Gee, you know how we do up in this biatch street blockery. No mockery. Yeah. What's going on? What's popping? We saying we're trying to attract the high quality guest over to the block, man. So we can get them big boy debates popping off, you hear me? Isn't it? On those 8. You saying got one up in there early, yeah? Come on.
Yeah, what's
Kiss
up,
off your
man?
door like Mr. Farrelly. What's
Not,
popping?
not, what's good, man? How's your morning been?
You alright, man? Clean, you get me? Clean to the bone like skeleton. You get me?
Yeah, that's a good question, though, man. That's a good
Yeah.
to discuss.
How do
Me
we attract high quality guests to the block?
Yeah, like
People want to just.
I think you need to
The laugh
sometimes.
and joke things alright now and then, innit, man? But,
Yeah, now and then. You know what? It's the quality of jokes as well, isn't it?
yeah.
I know who to tell what kind of jokes to. You know, I notice a lot of jokes are done at others' expense, and there's a lot funnier jokes than them kind of jokes, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
thing is,
man.
it's a
Fun.
quality of discussion, isn't it?
Yeah. It's hard, isn't it, man? It's obviously differently. If man's on the panel through the day, and you've got certain people you can call up to say jump on or rah, this, that,
Yeah.
and the other, then it's calm. But when it's like an open panel, literally just hoping that fucking most of the sensible people took the thing and
You need
you hear
a
me?
sensible person on the panel to at least try and regulate madness that goes on in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need at least two sensible people on the panel, and that can help sway it to become more of a
Right, boss.
youthful conversation, if you will. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah,
maybe
man. It's a mad thing still. Anyway, man. So what going though, man?
nothing, bro. You know, I hear Corona. Well, I don't even hear Corona no more. You know what I mean? Don't know
Uh-huh.
what happened.
You should just stay clean in it, man. You hear me?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I hear you still. So what?
Even
What do you think, in your opinion, is the best way? Blood clot. You lick down the whole shop, cuz. Yeah. So, what do you think is the best way for G Block to attract the best guests on the panel? How do we do that?
Well, like I said, one of the main things is to, like, when there's just bullshit going on, you need to cut that out, man. You can't tolerate. Like, look, if everyone on the panel is willing to talk bullshit to each other, like, so be it, innit? But sometimes that's not what, like, when a serious topic is being discussed and someone tries to disrupt the flow of something productive, I feel like that needs to be stopped. And I don't know if you can put like moderators from your end to do that on the actual panel, because unless you actually come and you boot man, sometimes you got a boot man's fam.
Mm.
Sometimes need a boot, bro. You know what I mean? But it's hard, like, true say, because it's an open panel, and you get me. I know that you've got the freedom of speech element, and let bare man say whatever they want. Everything is what is it? You're allowed to say what you like, but it's not necessarily condoned, is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like all opinions are welcome but not endorsed, bro. You get me? So, but again, that doesn't
So
mean that you just can jump on and just start fucking dissing this one's mum, slapping that one's dad on it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what I'm saying. I feel people take liberties, bro. They're like, you know what? I can say whatever I like, so I'm gonna say the maddest shit. Like, come on,
it's a
man.
dumb shit.
Yeah,
Dumb.
bro.
But that's
Like,
dumb though, man.
it's inevitable anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
man. That's dumb still,
I
man.
don't think there's a way of preventing it, but there is like a slowly decrease it in a way. I think anyway. I think you can slowly decrease the. Well, you can find who's inviting these kind of elements in it,
Mm.
and the destructive people. You can tell them if you keep telling them and they keep going on an idiot thing, then you just gotta be like, listen, I just can't let you in the show no more, because of this. I need to clarify why. They carry on. Like, yeah, let them want to give them like a couple month ban or something, or a couple week ban.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we might have to get obviously we try to make it as relaxed as possible and then tighten up the rules as and when you see like or we feel like violations are coming. You get me? So
Yeah.
like I
You
said,
know
if
what? If you had like in your video description, if you had like a bullet list, so people can actually see what it is that is acceptable, what it is that's not acceptable. Like for example, if you were to write things like don't come on to personally insult someone, just some people just come on just to say some mad shit to just one person on the panel. No point, no
yeah,
nothing. Everyone's in a heated debate about some sick thing, yeah. And one person comes on just to be like, "Oh, this bro's an idiot," and just cut. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it should be like, nah, allow it, bro. There's
but
no
that's
point.
emotional, man. Then, man, they need to stop moving in this emotional
Yeah,
thing, yeah.
bro.
Because
Yeah.
sometimes, like I'm saying, I've already seen the setup for it, yeah, where someone will jump on, yeah, say something, obviously something offensive, yeah. Well, going to something offensive, yeah.
Yeah,
But
big up.
we'll use words that are not like swear words or whatever, yeah. So someone will jump on and be deliberately offensive, but not
Yeah.
use offensive words, yeah.
Yeah.
So and then someone else will jump on and just start dissing them instead. And I'm saying, right, obviously my man's done it slick, yeah.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, 1 second.
Which is what you see. If you notice, they done, yeah? Can you hear me, G?
Yeah.
We got day done yesterday on the Maku team, bruv. Come on.
Big up, man. Big up, man.
Yeah, if
I
you
Little freestyle.
I felt I had to represent it.
Yeah. Freestyle was hard, G.
Oh no, yeah, you went in as well, bro. No lie.
dropping bars, yeah, dropping bars. I came a bit late, man. I came a bit late. I was in there early, and then I had to do something.
Listen, I got
I-
more
I
bars
had a
than
couple.
railings.
I heard some fire, nigga. I shouldn't say that word. So look, I think I believe I believe that a lot of people come on and they try and get people riled up. So I've noticed there's a lot of people do that. I feel like they're just like proper. That's a proper troll. That's a professional troll.
Yeah.
Someone who doesn't have to necessarily say anything that degrading or, you know, explicit, but yet they're still having the same effect. You know, you see all these like these people like Ralph doing that shit, man. I don't rate that at all.
Yeah, but Ralph, yep.
That purposely, like he comes in, he wants that vibe to kind of like be the vibe.
Yeah, I can. You know what? I think with the fact that Veli still got Cash App or what do you call it? Pay. What's his thing? Super Chat shows that obviously he's kept within the guidelines of what's acceptable from YouTube. So whatever he's doing, I don't think we have to change it that much. I just feel like that if people are going to get chastised, let everybody say what they're going to say in it. Let everybody speak. Let everybody have a go at each other. If one person doing it, you got to let everybody do it.
Mm. Yeah, that's true, man. But that's what I'm
What
saying.
you say?
I should not let anyone do it at all. I mean, we could be a bit more productive that way. Like something on G Block. Like I remember when I first started coming on, it was like actual people bringing actual points, listening and actually replying to the said points with their ideas of it, for example. And it went on to just becoming an emotional ring of emotions. Like
That's fine, you know, they done. But you see, like yesterday, yeah, you had one guy who just come up and he goes, "Yeah, I like trolling. I admit I'm a troller." That's like you can't compete with that, bruv. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
yeah,
And what conversation are you meant to have with a troll?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I keep getting dropped out and cut off and shit.
To have control over
Yo,
themselves.
Dale, I was gonna say, bro, you're coming through a little bit quiet.
Yeah. Because this phone, let me switch it because the other things.
For the people for the people that in town that want to know exactly what Day done is saying, because you guys intriguing brother. I think it's esoteric. You got kind of sometimes you got some esoteric views. I like some of this out of this cosmic realm.
Alien.
That's what I like about when sometimes you can stay down, you just feel like these guys have literally been on the ball for about 2 days. But it's good, man. I like esoteric, man, isn't it? Like, it's cool, man. I think James mentioned, he said the old bit esoteric, Nick. So I think that's yeah. It's a major good thing, but I don't think that's a bad thing for someone to be, you know, a bit crazy with their thought pattern, like vivid.
Man.
So yo, hold on. All the man them on the panel, yeah. Anyone? I think they gave his answer already, innit? But I had to drop off, yeah. Like, what's the question of the day is how do we attract high quality guests to G Block? Yeah. So, each one of you sort of try to give what's the best way to attract high quality guests to the block.
Well, personally, this is what I'll say instantly.
What do you mean? What do you mean by high quality guests?
People that bring something to the fucking table.
Right,
so knows what they're talking about.
Mo, one sec, bro. I was just gonna say this, yeah. If you used to change it to something like, you know, the London Speakers Corner forum, online forum, there's gonna be. I think G Block's a bit of a niche.
Yes, brother. You good, yeah?
You know what I mean? It's a bit of a niche sort of words. So it's like not a lot of like prime ministers are going to want to go to somewhere to have a debate online called the G Block, but they will possibly go to somewhere like London Speakers Corner, Online Forum. I don't know, mate. If you want to change
I don't know about that, sure.
if you want to change,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
it's a bit thugged out, isn't it? It's a bit thugged out. You know what I mean? Some people
I
like
don't
when
know,
it
man.
comes.
Like to Greg, like
Yeah.
I think everyone brings something to the table. I think at the right time. I think there's certain things that I won't necessarily open my mouth about because I don't really know too much about. Do you know what I mean? And there may be sometimes I might think, oh, okay, do you know what? I'll try and get to know what he's talking about just for the sake of talking about something. But really, the way I see it is, it's just these new people that, all right, cool, they pop up here. Cool, I would say, yeah, give them a chance. But then you could just tell, bro, that they're killing the vibe. Like, it's going nowhere. It's like a pointless thing. It's not even a debate. It's just like a.
Let me
You know
let me
what I
add
mean?
something that's important as well, bro. One more thing. You said I think a lot of people come here when you come here with new information, fresh information, as opposed to speaking about somebody else and their negative traits. I think it's way more captivating for an audience to actually hear new information about not a person. Does that make sense? All that bitchiness shit.
Yeah.
It's good for
Yeah,
some
yeah.
time, but not for majority of the time. So I think information for people that have got like scholars, you know what I mean? Fresh, these guys are on the trail of finding like Sumeria, like Atlantis or whatever, something to, you know, just an
New
example,
discoveries,
just new
for
information,
example.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Not someone who's basically just firing at some other dude on the hangouts for their personality. Yeah.
Hey, Timeless is funny, man. Tell the guests you require a mental health assessment and drug test.
I agree with that. He said that.
Timeless.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Hey.
man, Veli, you need to hire a team. You know what I mean?
What's that?
You need to hire some experts to vet anyone who wants to come onto your panel and make sure they're of a certain whatever set requirement. You know what I mean?
Seriously, I might have to start taking CVs, yeah?
Yeah, bro.
And looking at man's grades and that, because if you ain't got at least 5 A to C, then you don't click the link. Yeah? At least 5 A to C, don't click the link. Pick up yourself, man, Brother Jacob.
What's going on, brothers?
Popping, man.
On the panel.
What's good, man?
Yeah,
I ain't
man.
seen you in
So,
time.
Yeah, man. I rarely come up here now because of the title show. What the title is about today. You get it. Yeah. I think, just to answer the question real fast, you know, I'm all for people, you know, getting it in and sometimes, but I think the thing that truly needs to get fixed up here is panel decorum. You can act an ass all you want to, but I think you gotta let that other person get his point out. Especially when he posts topics that's dealing with like race or social or black this, black that. Whether you disagree with it or not, you gotta let that person, you know, get his points across. I've
noticed that. Brother Jacob, that some man don't want to hear opposing views that they don't agree with. They just want to jump on, cut the other person off, but expect them to listen to what they're saying, and that don't work, bro. You can't do that, bro.
Exactly.
So I have to admit, Wendy and Jukes have definitely been beating people up on and cutting people up on G Block. They're literally bullying G Block, bro.
What? Shut up, man.
What? Wendy. They got loads of sound time though, airtime. I have to admit they got no airtime.
Yeah, man. Everybody got different personalities, and I'm all for everybody turning up and doing what they do, but just let that person rock for a second. Let him say his thing, and then come back. Blah blah blah. But like I said, I've noticed if it's something about a Tommy Robinson or whoever that guy is, and a black and white issue, everybody's going to just stomp on each other, and you really can't, you know, get the gist of that conversation or that point that person is trying to put out. Because, for instance, Jupiter, for instance, if you say anything black or anything Syrah, she's going to cut you every 5 seconds. And then it's going to cause that other person to, you know, turn up, and then we done lost it at that point. You know?
Yeah.
I think you need to watch out for people who are a bit impulsive. You know, I think it's the impulsive ones or the people that can't, like we say in emotions, that can't control their emotions. They get too heated and whatever. You know, some people can chill for a second and breathe and recollect themselves and come back and be like, yeah, carry on, chill, have some patience. You know, like everyone wants to talk. Everyone thinks no one wants to talk except them, man. Everyone wants to talk.
Do you think, Dedan, that affects the overall enjoyability of the stream when people go to that extent where their impulsive outbursts will obviously bring viewers, but it will destroy the build? Do you think?
You know
I feel like it helps. It helps in some.
When there's beef. Yo. Yeah, sorry, man. It cut me off still, yeah? I just got a phone call. But man said, Jupiter and Wendy are bullying Jupiter. That's not happening at all, bruv. It's just that. Man, some prep brothers are fucking jumping off the paddle where Jupiter and Wendy jump on.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Yeah, because you can't compete against stupidity.
A lot of people do that, innit? I've seen it, but they were trying to do it to Lions Den as well, but don't forget, and you know, they was trying to bully everybody in there as well.
No, bro, it's not a bullying thing, bro.
Well, not bullying.
Listen, though, yeah. But I can't tell people that I disagree with to jump on, yeah, because this is what I was kept on saying again yesterday. That boom. I want people that I don't agree with or whose points I don't agree with to jump on, so it makes the conversation worth having. So there's hopefully, yeah, there's going to be people on one side and then some people on the opposite side, and then that's how the back and forth will go. You get me?
I think Khan's enough one to dominate, but that's what Khan's known for anyway. But yeah, I think you're right, G. I think would you reckon an egg timer 1 minute thing would be good, because then that like no one would have the opportunity to cut someone else to making a point.
Yeah, that could work when it's say it's getting like a bit hectic or whatever, and no one's listening to each other. Then boom, we're gonna have to say like someone might have to jump on like with authority, one of them random or one of the regulars to say, yo, alright, boom, you're gonna have to go 1 minute after 1 minute, because yeah, even the arguing, getting passionate in the thing will be that's okay, it's cool, yeah. But it's the not letting each other speak. That's where it gets to the It starts getting dumb. You get me?
I think ladies like to dominate conversations. I have to admit. I think generally. You know what I mean? I'm not being sick. I'm not. Don't have me as I'm not.
Hey, Jupiter, yeah. I don't know if you heard yesterday, yeah, but I did give you, Wendy, and Angel Moon a nickname still. the KKK. Yeah,
JK, what? Yeah. JK, stop the chat in the chat. Come up on the panel, JK. JK, come up on the panel, JK.
But anyway, yeah.
You can cause the Golden Girls or fucking Tommy's Angels or something like that. But
you are the Golden Girls, mate. Thank you for being a friend.
So wait, hold on. Angel Moon and Wendy was okay with the KKK. You say you're not accepting the KKK.
You get that off my ear.
Karen. What's that? The three Karens?
Yeah. Yeah, man. But like I was saying though, on a real though, differently. I am asking for people who disagree with each other, who have opposing views, to jump on the panel, to make it a thing of when it's a conversation, we're hearing like opposing views in it, like, because even if it's like one side and it's all people that I disagree on the panel, or all people that I just agree with on the panel, it's like it's a bit stale, isn't it? you know what I'm saying? And we just start fucking patting each other's back after a little while. But then when there's people that both people or both sides disagree with, makes the conversation interesting, isn't it? It fucking makes points. And
no, I agree with that. Look, Velly, you know that I'm quite capable of even running the show all by myself, right? If I wanted to, right?
Yeah. All right.
Right, you know that I am, and I can engage with people.
Hey,
I
bro,
can. I run for a long time on my own. But if people are going to come on and just jump on and start screaming and shouting and insulting, I will give it back. That's what needs to stop. People need to stop just jumping on to insult. So even if they disagree with me or they don't like what I say, come on and say it constructively, and I'll have a conversation. I'll even ask questions. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm interested in their point of view as my own.
Big up, Dupes. Dupes, I reckon you should start a channel called Collar Speakers. Collar Speak 'em.
I've already got a guest speaker tonight at 7.
Who's that? Oh, well, you had Jade on not so long ago, innit?
Yeah.
Who's on there now?
His name is Odell, and he talks about he's talking about the age of Aquarius and what the planets are and symbology and all that kind of stuff tonight.
Yeah, I like that stuff, man. I'm Aquarius. I've read a bit of that stuff there, man.
Everybody is welcome at 7 o'clock, and after he's finished talking, you can come on and ask him stuff. So always welcome at 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation.
But I know you're right. I think it's a good balance. I find that people like these El Rondors and these sort of people from have got an opinion, and it's pretty much supporting the right, you could say. I think without them people, like say for example, to coming in other hangouts, don't really want to name all the hangouts on your fucking platform, but it makes them, it spices them up, bruv. You know what I mean? Even if you're friends, even if you have a disagreement, I don't think it's gonna be as entertaining because it just doesn't seem like it's organic.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I put Veli's stream up. I can't remember what show we were talking about on my Facebook. Yeah, I was like, yeah, jump on, have your opinion. Yeah, I swear to God, within 20 minutes, whatever the title of the show was about was shut down, and I had people messaging me going like, where is this? Like, what country is this? Like, who? Like,
wait.
Can I just? So I think like maybe Veli might have to put up like little subtitles at the beginning and maybe during the show just to basically explain that like what's going on, like if it's a free panel, and explain that it's not to offend or anything like that, but this is people's point of views, and that obviously he's got nothing to do or doesn't take sides in the views or whatever, blah blah blah. Do you know what I mean? Like I think a little update so that people can understand it more, because certain people might be coming here thinking, whoa, this is like Planet of the Apes.
Everybody's got to have their say, mate. I tell you,
but this is why I keep trying to say, this is why I keep trying to say, that when the people are shouting over each other and no one's letting each other speak, if someone new comes in and just starts listening, they're just gonna click off straight away, innit? Because it's just gonna sound bad. But even if the people are arguing, but they're speaking one at a time, if someone new comes in, they might stay on, innit? Because they can actually hear what the two people are talking about. They want to catch up on the argument and shit.
Yeah.
Yo, Valley, I'm glad you said that. A couple of days ago, I had a homeboy of mine. I said, man, I want you to check out, the brother on the other side. They be having some nice discussions. I gave him your platform and everything. And that dude called me about 3 hours later. He was like, man, what the fuck you sent me to? He said, it's 2 white women up there just fussing at everybody. I said, shit. I knew who he was talking about, too. I said, bro, my bad. I said, usually they do have some great conversations. He said, man, I listened for about 5 or 10 minutes, and it's just 2 white women up there just going back and forth. I can't hear shit. And I was like, damn, my bad.
Small print. The small print. That's what I think. You might need a little
That's
every
the
2
thing
hours, a
about-
little small
You gotta
print.
remember as well, yeah, it's like a fucking 12-hour show, yeah, as well, yeah. So, especially if someone clicks on for 5 minutes, yeah, they might click on a piece where fucking one person's on the panel just holding it up for man. You get me? Just doing whatever to fucking keep the little show keep running or whatnot. So yeah, it's a little bit sticky sometimes still. But more times when there's like a panel full like this and people were able to say one piece and then someone else goes back on the next piece. Yeah, man, that should attract more
Maybe
high
you should
quality
do.
guests and even people that want to jump on the panel and have their say in it. Because really and truly, you want to get some new faces and new people to come through as well in it with different points. And you know what I'm saying? That you know, everyone don't think the exact same. So
Maybe your avatar. You should have it on your avatar, really, like permanently, like a guideline, like what to like to expect to get me.
yeah.
You see, like what you
I'm
were
have to do a
saying,
little,
King.
Nah,
See what King
I'm
Gold
gonna
was
have to
saying
do a what's it
about.
called video.
Yeah,
Sorry, cuz I'm gonna have to do a little you know, like a fucking channel video. Because you know, channel trailer, that's what they call it, innit? Like a little trailer.
Yeah, definitely.
Blah, blah,
Definitely.
blah,
Intro.
blah,
Have
blah,
a
blah.
intro.
Or fucking
Or disclaimer. Intro with a disclaimer of some sort.
yeah, man. Shit,
Yeah,
oi,
like you were
listen,
saying,
what I have
King
to do
Gold.
though,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's different degrees
Well,
of conversations that happen in it,
Definitely.
and there is a market. There is an audience that do want the hype, and there is an audience that do want. Like, you know, there's different kind of conversations and there's different audience.
Yeah.
I like what
Definitely,
Veli did. He made the Veli Me Cow show, the Friday show, for people who specifically enjoy that. You know what I mean? But sometimes it gets mixed in with everything else,
over.
man. There's not too much control you
Yeah,
could
man.
do.
And that's what
Veli-
man's trying to I'll just say you can go next year. But that's what man's trying to get away from, yeah, is where the you know where it's fucking everyone's letting their hair down on Monday. You get me? Like fuck that, man. You can save it up for Friday, man. You get me? And on the Monday to Thursday and on Saturdays just have the normal back and forth conversations. Like yeah, Jupiter, you wanted to say something?
What is it that you want to get from the channel? What is it you envisage?
Try to get basically the people
Try to get
who have
pussy.
conversations with people who have conversations on the opposing sides, right? But people that are like people that have opposing conversations or whatever, just like basically to try and learn some shit as well, innit? Because sometimes there's a subject talking here where like I don't know nothing about what the people are talking about. I'm literally learning about the things from both sides, innit? So yeah, that's really it.
yeah.
Yo, my bad, Billy. I don't mean to cuss.
Bo,
Man, like Mo the Crow.
Yo,
Yeah,
what's
that's
up,
another
man?
thing you should do. People should let Mo the Crow speak more. I think he's a high quality panelist, man.
No, I thought the title was funny. You know what I mean? I don't know why. Bro.
Yeah, because basically what it was, yeah, is that you say since Real shut down his channel, yeah, it's just the conversation over here took a little bit of a slide downwards, isn't it? Yeah, we want to take the.
Yeah, it will do because that's the
it has,
reason
Yeah,
the channel fat.
I want to take the.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to make the. All right, we're gonna fucking cut the loss there, and then we're gonna start raising the conversation back up to where it was when we first started up the channel. You
Like
get me?
when
Yeah, that's nice.
Monseni and Big and Nine Ether were pretty much hosting it, innit? I think that's when it was pretty good. And
No, but it
you
was
had
debates though. There was opposing
Rob.
sides. That was good. You started off with atheist religion thing.
yeah, there was
Yeah,
Rob. There was Rob.
I started off basically, yeah, how it started. Yeah,
Why Rob left? Rob was pretty
Yeah.
good over.
Yeah, I know, man.
Yeah, because
I'm
he
not
was a
gonna lie,
debate about Islam, innit? So fine, yeah, no, it's not.
he was a whole
Not really
big
on it
chunk
still.
of that dynamic, man.
But yeah, anyway, yeah. So it started off, yeah, when obviously man used to be on Rass's show all the time, innit? And then was on the show one time, and man was just saying like something like, well, obviously, because religious people have morals in it, man, and atheist people don't have no morals or whatever. And then, yeah, like, right, it's like,
Wait, what?
there, you get me? It's like, well, I was
Wait, what did you say?
religious
Billy?
people have morals, and atheist people don't have no morals or whatever. Yeah. And then I would say, I think I said something like, religious people literally follow the religion because they want to go to heaven. You get me? But really, I was supposed to say religious people follow the religion because they're scared of going to hell. Yeah.
Yes.
And then yeah, boy, that went into like a 10-hour debate. Yeah. And then it was just right.
Oh, I see what you mean, and it went on for far too long.
Yeah. Like I've been doing questions of the day over here with different topics in it, like saying about right if religious people have morals and blah blah blah, and then now we're around here, innit, man, just doing sort of questions on sort of topics of
Why don't you ask in your description for people to leave topic requests in the comment section?
I used to do that at the start, yeah. Yo, suggest for question of the day. You leave suggestions for question of the day, but no one wasn't really putting any suggestions or anything. I used to leave my email and just like leave a comment under the video or something, you know, like just suggest anything. A couple of people do, like LB leaves suggestions for questions of the day, and obviously the man that obviously when they shoot on the phone or whatever, they'll give suggestions. Like Ultra gives.
Yeah.
I mean,
See, your channel's pretty good because it's got a core substance of people that can speak well. There's a core substance.
No, his channel is good.
That's where you're lucky. I've got a core substance.
The reason why his channel is good is because he doesn't like for example, he gives everyone a chance. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, no, that doesn't always work. We'll let everybody on, and
Not really.
with nutcases taking over.
No, Billy gives
You
everyone
know
a
what I
chance.
think? I think sometimes, you know, his panel is good because of the diversity. I agree with Jupiter on that point, but sometimes I feel like we take advantage of his freestyle setup where he lets everybody kind of, you know, say what they say. But I believe some of the panelists take it too far, like because you go on other shows where they have strict adherence to X, Y, and Z.
Personal.
Yeah, that's what you know. What it is, yeah, is differently from next week. Yeah, people are just gonna have to start going in the back then as well. It's that.
Nah, man, I don't think so, though, bro. I don't think you have to change anything.
Yeah, because like I keep trying to say, obviously, I want everyone to have their say on both sides or whatever. Yeah, so we can make the conversation worth having, innit? I don't want it to just turn into like how real his channel is. It just turns into a shit show. Like, right, man, them get up in the morning and then argue for the whole 12 hours of the day. You get me?
You know,
but not even about. Oh wait, man, ain't arguing about a point of something that we can change in our life to improve on. I think man, just arguing over stupid, personal, trivial shit. Like, you said so and so to this on this channel, or you said so and so at this last week in Speaker's Corner. You said you phoned my mate and my mate told me so and so, and it's like it's dumb shit.
You know what encourages them though, Bill, is that the viewers start flowing in, so they think they're doing something good. I feel like, honestly, but I don't know how some people are how everybody's so hooked on to people just not even saying much intelligent shit, just back and forth. I don't know how you can lock into that, bro.
Yo,
I look out from that, but I just see the numbers fly up, bro. I don't know. People just like seeing retarded arguments.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, isn't it? Some audiences for this and some audiences for that. So depending on who really wants to really aim it towards, gear it towards, you know what I mean, you can tweak it a bit.
It's 4:00 in the
Well,
morning.
panel, I got to go. I just dropped by for a second. Y'all hold it down. We'll be
You got
listening
yourself
off
got a
and on.
Jacob,
Peace,
man.
man.
Keep it up. Keep it up. All
You
right.
got yourself
Peace.
got a Jacob, man. Yeah, man. But like, I tell you what I do love though, yeah, is when the some people try to make little slick comments in the chat, yeah, about what they're doing on the channel or in the thing of, yeah, and it's like. Grab your dick. Like, wow,
Listen,
you've been
man.
ruined about 1,000,000 times around there. You get me? I've noticed that a few people that's been budded up or brought up on the panel or whatever, and now like literally won't even jump on the panel again. You know what I mean?
Like Ali.
You know what I mean? Man won't even jump on the panel again no more. Nah, Ali, yeah.
Nah, that guy's
Might as well
not
accept
allowed
him
to
on the
jump
panel
on.
anyway, man. Yeah, he was not accepted him on the panel anyway, man. Yeah, he was talking to a fully grown adult, yeah, someone that's old enough to be his dad, like a fucking boy, bro.
I used to jump
Yeah,
on in your
we got
dead
no
spots
respect.
in the morning. Like when it kind of got dead,
Yeah.
I would kind of keep
Yeah, I
myself
like
up
that. Hey, where's that unorthodox more, man? Yeah, you know that Muslim brother.
there.
Oh,
You be on all
Oh, your
American
Hey,
brother
channels.
Bernie
Bernard
Bay,
American
Bay.
one.
listen,
American one.
Bernie Bay,
Like,
yeah,
where's he
I gotta
been,
say, yeah,
man?
That was
Bernie
a
Bay, yeah,
huge.
he's boycotting, man. You hear me? I can't lie, he's boycotting.
Like, what did
Is
you
it?
do, bro? Why is
He's
he
boycotting. Now, do you know
boycotting?
what? Yeah, he was making a like sort of threat thing. I'm like, bro, you ain't got to make a threat or nothing. You know, I'll let everyone have their say. Everyone's got a space in the channel or so and so. But don't make no threats like, right? Don't put me in the back or something. Or I won't come back or don't do whatever or I won't come back because obviously we're just gonna say, alright, fuck it then. I'll just put you in the back then. Because I can't hold man to hostage and shit.
Yo,
You get me?
yo, Veli.
Yeah,
Someone
it's
called
slow,
me
bro.
slow. Someone
Man,
called
that
me
Bernard
slow.
Bay. What? I don't believe that though. You tell me Bernie Bay made
Nah, he
threats
was.
to
Yeah,
you.
but that was one of
No,
my favorite Americans, man.
we was talking, yeah. And I was trying to get a point across here, and I was like, hold on a sec, yeah, because he used to do this thing where he can hear you speaking, yeah, but he would just carry on talking over you, innit, like until the end of his thing, and then no one will hear anything that anyone said, innit, because you're saying, I ain't finished talking yet, he would just carry on talking, yeah. So I was like, bro, stop doing that, or a man's just gonna mute you, innit, yeah, when you're talking, because it's like,
Yeah, I don't think he
making no
tolerates
point.
being cut off, man.
Yeah, no, he
You get me?
talks through you.
And then
When I smoke,
boy,
Was it
Like,
the
like,
same
right,
person?
saying
put me in
what
the
he's
back again.
saying, and you're talking, he will carry on until he's done. No
Who
matter
we
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
what I said.
everyone on
Unorthodox
the.
more, yeah?
And he said, yo, this is what he said.
I
Is that,
smoke
yo,
some good shit,
if you
bro.
put me in the back again, yeah, I won't come back to your channel. Yeah, I'm like, I'll put you in the back.
Yeah, I got.
You get me? Because like,
No, but you know what? I did always feel like no one used to let him ever finish anything he wanted to say, bro.
No, he was.
Like,
But
it
he was
was
getting back
deep,
on it,
bro.
man.
nah, I did say let him fucking speak when he was speaking, yeah, but he didn't used to come in when the person has finished talking. He'll come in the middle of someone's sentence and then do a whole fucking 2-minute rant about what he's saying, and while the other
Right.
person saying, "Well, but I ain't finished talking yet. And no one's
He
fucking,
spiced it up though.
no one in the chat actually hears what anyone's saying. So yeah, people laugh and shit for that like little 5 minutes here, but in reality, there's nothing fucking. None of the two people.
You
in the
witness
comments have
was
actually
a high quality
Yeah,
guest,
Whitney.
man.
That was someone else I was going to mention as well, but I think he kind of migrated.
I think, yeah, you know what? If I was witness, I would.
Yeah, they done. You know who's a high quality guest?
Who's that?
Turok.
I love it, bro.
But I've got to turn my volume up every time he comes on, and then when someone else speaks, it's like someone screaming through my my laptop. So I've got to turn it down again.
Spreader leaves his laptop on one side of the room, yeah, goes in the other room to look fucking minty and shit, and tries to still speaking.
No, Turok is cool too, bro. He's
yeah, but you know what? Yeah, I don't know what happened to Witness, man. Yeah, he was doing well, starting to fly.
Nah, do you know what happened, Bob? I'll tell you what happened with Witness.
I think it was the spirit thing and the thing, Bob, and then boy.
I'll tell you what happened to Witness. What happened what happened is he came on,
downhill.
and then when the spiritualists were talking about spirituality, he came on and he caught the backdraft, didn't it? Because he was only the only Christian, and then everybody said, like, literally just giving him, I don't know, just backhands, like digital backhands, bro, to say talking about Christianity. And
Witness.
yeah,
You talking about
he
Walter Witness?
He's not a Christian though. Still,
you witness.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Spirits and the ghost thing.
He's not. I don't think he's Christian, bro.
Oh, because when I noticed he got a bit annoyed, or they were trying to critique him or question him when we were speaking about spirituality. Because I noticed he was kind of like almost back in
it wasn't spirituality. It was about having a soul and all them sort of shit. You get me? And,
okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
I wish I was there,
scientific.
Yeah, someone disrespected him on
Find
that
out
day,
what it
man. I thought it was a bit undeserving because.
Yeah, I wouldn't have let that slip.
Hey,
as well,
Valley,
man.
you do have to agree though. Some people just do numbers for you, and that's good. I like it. Like the Rodgers of the world, the Turok, sometimes the James Jones. They do numbers because they can be silly but still be on par with the conversation. You get what I'm saying?
No, not from me, bro. When I see
even
Turok,
Elrond,
No, Raj is on a whole different level.
No,
yeah,
I'm
he
out.
is, but I'm saying he
The Roginator.
Yo, is he really straight? Nah, Raj is not straight,
bro. To me, Roger's a bit schizo, man. Sometimes
Yeah,
he's
it's like
on,
watching
like he's
Clash of the
cool.
Clans.
Sometimes he's just switching. I don't know, bro.
Nah, it's like watching Clash of the Clowns. I rather watch Barney the dinosaur. Just put on your YouTube
Yeah, but
Barney
that's
the
what I'm saying.
dinosaur.
It's that you see what Gordon Jacobs saying though. Yeah, he can hold it up on his ones though. So obviously that's a quality that everyone hasn't got.
Nah,
You're right, though. You're right.
Nah, bro. The dude can get married and shit, and he chooses not to. It's like, yeah, get out of here, bro. Nah.
You're getting personal. You see, this is the problem.
So wait, just
If
before
you
we
don't
start,
like someone, you should respect them.
yeah, Dupes, I was going to say this, right?
No, it's not even that. Yo, Jupiter. Hold up, Jupiter. You shouldn't even be talking in the first place.
I was going to say this, right? I think, like, I give you an example, yeah? I just recently got following this guy who breaks down different languages, right? I think people know about him actually from, I think Shakarara recommended him things, Ansar something.
No, wait, hold up. If Raj is hustling, he's hustling, and I got nothing against him, bro. Fuck that.
Ansar, like someone like Ansar who's breaking down like really like well-known languages, but he's breaking it down like very sort of very, very advanced, like at advanced level. He would have like 30 viewers, but then you get like, I go onto Raj's channel, I think one time, and he had like 120 viewers, and guess who he's reviewing? Khan. And we fucking Khan's on here every day, so I was like, rah, there's a review about Khan, and it's got 130 views, and I'm like, nah. And you got this guy breaking down the Medunetta and, you know, the Sumerian languages and all that, and talking about Atlantis, and he's got like 30 viewers. So it just shows me if you've got real hardcore stuff, people's brains just sometimes don't want to hear that. They just want to hear F-U-C-K, see a couple bit of laugh. It's like it's like a comedy. But when someone has to engage your brain and then think, all right, that means that and this means that.
Yeah,
That means
if you make it like a classroom, they're not going to want to come on.
it's going to be difficult. You're going to have a niche group of people. And even then it'd be hard because it's like learning stuff that you're going to have to really try and focus and critically think about. But when you've got this argument free flowing, maybe I might just start up a little bants and argument channel, and I guarantee I'll suck all the customers.
Oh God,
it's sad, isn't it? It's fucking, imagine that you come on.
Listen,
actually, that's a good idea. But if you're going to do that, you have to moderate completely. Because otherwise you'll end up with reels.
Yeah, ultimately it's encouraging bad behavior, isn't it?
If you've got patience to moderate and banter, then it's a good idea to start a channel up like that.
Mate, that's that. I don't know, but maybe that I prefer just the 2 or 3 people that are genuinely gonna. Like, I'd rather sit there with Turok because what he knows is what I know about migration.
Yeah, Turok's smart.
I'd rather
Yeah.
sit down with someone like Turok and just me and him, and then work and try and sort of build on it. We've got exactly the same likes, and just building it as opposed
Like
to
what do you and Turok like?
Me and Turok know about African slavery, migration, and what African people have where they've migrated to, and
Go.
it's funny that we came
Sorry,
on and we used it. Go on.
Sorry, Go.
Okay.
Didn't you say to Turok the other day, Turok, you sound like you got one toot in the front of your head?
Yeah, but we always joke. we always joke though. We always joke about it. We play games like that. No one's trying. Nah, we just like
One toot to the front of your head.
Big up Turok.
He's
He's got some real he retains his knowledge, though.
Yeah, the last of the Carafoo, yeah. He don't like it when I say that, you know. You don't like it when I say that.
Yeah, but what is that?
Jolly Thumb Screw. I'd love to discuss that with you, Jolly Thumb Screw.
You know, I don't like not looking in the chat, you know, because I like talking to these people in the chat.
I know I don't usually look at the chat, but
people
this
call
time
me.
I'll
Big up everybody.
Morning.
Yo, big up, man. Who's?
People call me stupid.
Oh yeah, it's Walter, man. What's good?
People ask, "What am I smoking?"
I just want to say I want to thank Village Channel for yesterday for putting Freddie as one of the people that disturbed the panel the most, because he was calling me like a fly on crap because I came in and just started talking. And, yeah, Freddie. So it's nice to see that.
Yo, Walter.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that, Billy.
Yo, Walter, why don't you come up and say, "Hey,
good afternoon.
Everyone? How are you guys doing?" You know, why you gotta go straight to religion and stuff, bro? Like,
again.
Well, what was important to me? I think what I got out of the channel the other day. I'm just going to say this, and when I heard Scientific Method and James Jones literally destroy and condense the reasons why the Earth isn't flat, was just like what I came here for, really, like on these things. Just like people that have done the research, know about the arguments, know about all of the holes, and they just attack it and give you information what you would have to find out in 3 years. They give it to you in one sentence. That's what we're looking for, really. That's what I like in it, personally. So I think that would be the best example of what I would like to see on your show if you just want feedback, Phil. So that's why I said to you, I always said, bring back Rob, bring back Scientific, bring back
I'm to Rob, man.
James, but all of them at the same time.
When we start doing shows about Islam again,
When we just put Rob and Scientific Method in the same category.
But wait,
they're on the panel together.
When we start doing shows about Islam again, yeah, and Rob jumps on and he's bad enough.
You're doing a fine job.
I
Just want to say you're doing a fine job with the show.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Damn,
yo,
Belly.
It's a long show, so sometimes you get crazy. Sometimes you get all kinds of people. That's what we want. We want a variety of topics throughout the day.
No, can you hear me?
Space.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
We can hear you when Walter shuts up. We can hear you.
Yeah, so I can't remember what I was saying, man. About fucking. Yeah, whatever, man.
Something about Rob or something.
The kids were moaning about. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. So when
yeah.
Rob, if we do a show about Islam and Rob comes back and he's beating everyone up and he's badding up Islam, yeah, and he's fucking up the place, yeah. Everyone's like, "Oh, miss Rob, I miss Rob." Everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, fuck Rob, I hate Rob."
I think there are people that genuinely hate Rob.
Rob's your boss. Rob's your dad. Rob's your dad. Rob.
It's just a Robo Rob team, man.
I got
Robo Rob, exterminate. Robo Rob, exterminate.
You can't diminish that.
Listen,
I got a right to hate Rob.
Yo, hold up.
So do I. I don't hate him. I just some things he does is a bit.
Can't diminish that.
They don't want to say. Yo, Billy, Rob is sketch, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, huh? They don't.
There's something funny about that guy. Man. I don't know what it is though. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. Like,
Rob is Rob,
I
isn't it?
don't know why you lot
No,
are fronting.
he's cool. He's cool. You get what I mean? But like,
what do you mean fronting?
You lot don't
What
want
do you mean
Rob to
fronting?
come back, man. You
What
lot
do you
don't
mean
want
fronting?
Rob to come back, man, because Rob starts fucking chefing up the set. Bare people
What do you
start
mean? Rob
listening,
chefed up
body
himself
parts,
when we spoke, bruv. And I was
body
thinking, what's
parts
wrong?
and all that.
Bro, first time we spoke, I
Yeah,
thought
me.
Rob was okay. But second time we spoke, I thought Rob was tapped, bruv. You know what I mean?
What?
And then the third
Poor-
time we spoke about
poor
that
old
tapness that happened, he became more tapped. And I was like, what
Yeah.
going on with this guy, bro?
Very intelligent.
You know what I mean?
What?
Mm.
What are you talking about, man? He's out of
Wait,
crazy, man.
Bruv, you're acting like you
Be
weren't there,
careful what you wish
fam.
for, anyway, man. Be careful
Hey,
what you wish
listen,
for.
Rob, yeah? Rob gave you, man, the
when
biggest
Rob's
L's
back in
of
the
G
building,
Block still.
Yeah,
Yo,
it's
Rob,
true.
Rob is
When-
what gave
when
G
Rob
Block
comes
one of
back
his
in, yeah?
biggest L's, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Rob ain't caught an L on the block, man. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Oh, mate.
Rob
Yo,
and
yo,
Buppy.
Oh,
I want to ask you guys about
Did you just say Rob ain't caught no L on the block,
Rob ain't
fam?
caught an L on the block, bro.
I'm
He's
gonna
dumb.
start.
Get out
I'm
of
gonna,
here, man.
I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what you can do, yeah.
Rob ain't caught no L on
yeah,
the block.
Rob ain't caught no L.
Like
in Igbo,
Hey, yo, antidotal evidence, big up. Hey, fam, what about Sada Black Select, fam?
No, yo, listen, yeah.
Like, how come man's forget Sada Black Select?
I want you lot to listen, okay?
Yo,
okay, all right. Let's check it out.
Hey,
all
wait,
right?
let me big up God of Jacob, yeah? Big up God of Jacob on the super chat, man. Big up yourself, my brother.
Nah,
man.
big
Thanks
up,
for
man.
that, yeah?
Listen, yeah. Listen, I'm sad, right? Yeah. Listen, yeah. I'm sad, right? And then
why are you saying listen, yeah? Why are you saying that?
I was speaking like you guys.
You're, do you remember when some religious started flipping out, going, why does Melanated speak like you lot? Remember? Was it him? It was him, innit?
Yeah. That went into a 10-hour debate. That went into a whole day debate, you know?
They should have just go with the program too, like, you get me?
Well, hold up. Yeah, I'm sad, right? And then we have Jupiter over here. It's like the whole different, like, opposite of me. Like, her whole life is like the opposite of me. You feel me?
I think that with these quality people that really put in the title, my answer to the question, I should say, is a lot of them, yeah, they're in echo chambers. Like they're gone off in groups, yeah, where they found these like-minded people and they discuss the points they want to discuss. You know what I mean? And they will lick each other's bumholes. Like, I don't know why, but it seems that these higher quality kind of panelists can't tolerate certain things. Like, for example, coming on and having to face people who basically disregard all the work that they've put in and just repeat the same argument. You can't seem to get through to certain people, innit? Is that they're singing off their hymn sheet. They're here to kind of like do this repetitiveness to get their point across. And then I've even heard some of them saying things like, yeah, but I'm doing that to get through to a certain demographic, to a certain group of people. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I've heard them doing it. So obviously they're doing it on purpose. And that kind of like stops it from being about a debate. And then it becomes like a shouting match sort of thing where someone will come on the mic and they'll just chat for half an hour and they'll say the same shit they always say. No matter what arguments has been on for weeks and weeks, we've like refuted them, or everyone's putting all this effort digging out fucking evidences to shut them up. Then you'll get certain people who've got these political entrenched positions, just basically doing party political broadcasts.
Yeah,
And I
it's
think
like,
that
bro,
does
you've spoken
chase off
about this
certain
with 50
people.
people.
We
50
can't
people
get
are
that.
giving you a different answer, and you're still asking that you don't know, like, you get
Stop
me?
this bullshit, man.
Yo, but they done. I don't want to
talking shit, man.
They done.
Before I'll
They
WhatsApp
done.
Rob and make him come round there and bad up all you, man. Stop it, man.
No, they done. I don't want to go off
You're
topic.
talking to the chat.
This is
No one
important.
ain't bothered about Rob.
Yo. I don't want to get off of this topic right here. The one I just talked about, and the one that Khan is talking about right now, because that's very important. Because if we're all on the same page, we all can understand each other. Feel me?
I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood you, but I thought that's what he was talking about.
No, but Khan, I'm talking about what Khan is saying is right.
Yeah,
No,
but
I thought that's what Khan was talking about, man.
Khan represents that himself. I'm just going to read a comment from the
No, I
side chat.
think I've changed. I think I've changed a
Said,
lot.
yeah, but you have
I think I've
regulars
learnt a lot.
treat your channel like their own, and you've got panelists that make points, but regulars chase them away shouting racist or Islamophobic, making an echo chamber. And that's exactly...
Being a regular don't get you no next status, though.
No, but they treat it like it's their own, and that's the problem. You need
What
to
about
take
people who got their own channel and then come on here still treating it like it's their own? What about that?
Yes, everybody needs to stop treating it like it's their own. Respect Veli. When Veli's
apart from the people who it does actually belong to, apart from those people, right?
Sorry?
Apart from the people that it is actually their own.
Wait. Hold on. Public service announcement. Big up, man, like everything is everything on the super chat. Oh, shit. Black Power. All right, carry on.
Yeah, while you're hustling, I'm hustling too, bro. I'm looking for some shit right now.
Jupiter, do you get what I mean? Like, it's not set up to be equal. Like, you get your equal say, yeah, you can come on and refute anything you want. But that's not the point.
What do you mean it's not set up to be equal?
Like, it's not set up to be equal. Certain people are here just to refute the house. Do you get me? The G
Right,
block.
So you're saying some people are
Like, I'm not G block, am I? But I spend a lot of time here, innit?
Hold on, I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Don't talk over me, please. So are you saying that some people are here just to argue with whatever point anyone makes?
No, what I'm saying is there's like, you think about it, there's the house, yeah?
Right.
And then there's the rest. You're saying people shouldn't come on here and treat it like it's their own. But I'm saying for some people, it is their own. It is set up for it to be for them.
Okay, such as
black people.
What do you mean? This is not a black channel.
People. Who told you that?
Veli has said before.
No, he's never said that. The only person who's ever said that is Jedi.
Said what?
What do you mean?
Is this a black channel?
My channel ain't a black channel.
Who said what? I've never said.
Did you hear me?
Just a purely black channel, though.
No. I've not said it's a purely black channel. I'm not saying that.
I've never said it's a black channel.
I'm not saying it's a purely black channel.
Hold on a sec. I've just said.
He's had purely into it.
Wait. Hold on. I just told everyone, and every fucking time I jump on, keep saying, yo, every time I want people that I disagree with to jump on the panel to make the conversation worth having.
Of course. I've just said that. I don't know if you heard me say that.
Yeah, so that don't mean that it's like I only want black people to jump on. I only want white
No,
people
I'm not
to
saying.
jump on.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
Agree on and disagree to jump on.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. But anyway, whatever. I tried, didn't it?
I don't know. Tell me what you
I get what you mean, bro. Oh man.
I don't want everyone to jump on the shit because, like I'm saying, I want to have conversations, yeah, where there's people that agree and people that disagree. Yeah, if it's a black conversation, yeah, then
you are in trouble.
Huh?
Hold on.
So I would want black people to jump on both sides and whatever and give their points or whatnot. You get me? But like, right, if it's the thing of fucking. Man's trying to hold a conversation where there's people on one side and then people on the opposite side. So at that time, yeah, there should be some different fucking types of people on the panel. Get me? Like,
yeah, and I'm one of them. I'm one of them, innit?
Listen, yeah. Well, okay. Today, right, I saw this girl today, right? And she was 24, right? She's like 1 year younger than me. And she looked, oh my God, I swear, man. But her friend was a weirdo. No, but her friend's cool, but she looks like she smokes weed. And that's why, you get what I mean? I was like, I don't like girls that smoke. But the thing that I was attracted to this girl. The reason why I was attracted to this girl because she was innocent. She was more innocent than me. You feel me? So I can understand her. She understands me. Do you feel me? Like I can teach her and tell her, oh, what's this and that, and she would understand. But for Jupiter, she would never understand. You feel me? Like Jupiter, you're just like fucked up.
Okay, thank you. Listen, I didn't come here for a
He's an idiot, isn't he? He's a fucking idiot.
attack, and you don't seem to understand that the personal attacks is what is ruining the show. So unless you can mature a little bit, mate, I think you best keep your mouth closed.
No, listen, yeah.
You just said, what you just said added absolutely nothing to anybody's brain cells. It didn't improve the world, and it didn't bring any solutions for any problems, and it isn't even a topic.
You know what I've learned? I've learned that even if you say anything, even if you're like right, 100% correct, they would still not understand, and they would never want to understand. You know what I mean? Like you can't, you can't show someone that's blind.
That's the only thing that you said that's true.
You can't show someone who's blind something for them to see. You just can't.
So what I would have said, what are you not talking about now? Because
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out as well. I can't.
I'm
Yeah,
still
I've lost the thread myself. I've lost it.
What I'm trying to say is Jupiter is basically blind, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
Jupiter is what?
She's like blind. She's like
wine.
I don't think she sees it as blind. I think she sees it. She's standing her ground on things that she believes in. What's blind got to do with it?
No, but why? What makes you say she's blind, innit? Of what? First off, blind from what? Blind from seeing what?
yeah, she's like last time she was like talking shit with Wendy. I forgot what it was, and she was saying some fucked up shit. Oh yeah, she was talking about Black Lives Matter, I think last time. She said some fucked up shit. She said some fucked up shit, bro. Like what the fuck? Her and Wendy, yo, you lot are weird.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Jupiter and Wendy, that combo, like fucked up conversations come out of that combo still. What, Jupiter, you know Wendy, are you lot friends? Like you actually know each other?
What do you mean in real life?
Yeah.
Nah, obviously not.
You know what, Jupiter and Wendy sound so much alike, like, you know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like Jupiter, like when Wendy's speaking, sometimes I think it's Jupiter and vice versa.
Shut up, you're winding her up now.
I'm just not used to their voices, innit? Like, you know what I mean?
There's a show, you know.
Nah.
He does that slash rolling still.
Nah, bro, they got like a similar, the way they speak is similar, no?
To lift up the caliber and status of this channel, you can't help yourself but drop to the toilet, can you? Should we all have a conversation about Khan and see how long he stays on the show? Because he wouldn't. He'll do what he done yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
Have a conversation about no.
What do you mean? Like, get James Jones on if you want.
Have a conversation about
Man's been roasting me for about a week now.
You see,
there's not much to say about me, man. You can have a conversation about me. I'm not gonna cry.
Wait, but hold on though. So you're saying that basically, yeah, people want to talk about other people, but they don't like it when it's them being put on the talking block. Is that what you're saying, Jupiter?
yeah, exactly what I'm saying. And
So,
the thing is,
so about the week that Raj devoted to me as well. I ain't moaned about that.
I don't mind really because I'm pretty tough-skinned, right? I don't mind. And but the fact of the matter is, if I was to turn it on them, they'd turn into snowflakes and then start crying to you.
No, talk about me all day, man. As long as I'm here.
The only reason you don't do that. No. The only reason you don't do that is because you got an agenda.
Let her finish, man.
Oh, what's her agenda? Yo, Khan, what's her agenda? Tell me, because I want to know.
Let her finish, and then you're gonna be uninterrupted. Everyone knows you're gonna do.
Right. Before I came on, there were 3 people on here, and they were saying that I ruined the show because I bully people. Yeah.
You said that. I missed that bit.
And the first thing that happens is they want to talk about me and dig me out. But the minute I start defend myself and go on the attack is when they then go to you crying that I come on to disrupt the show and bully them.
No, that's never happened.
It is what happened.
Oh,
Who said
Jupiter. Oh, I remember now, Jupiter. Oh, I know you. You're
Who's she talking about? Who are you talking about, Jupiter?
you're a Tommy Robinson supporter.
Yeah, and
Oh, Mo,
No,
man.
she's
Hey,
a
bro,
Tommy Robinson
you're
fan.
making my
She's a
statement,
fan.
yeah. Like, you're making me an unreliable resource now, Mo.
What?
Like, you know what I mean? I said something about you, and now you're making me look bad, fam. Come on, bro.
Wait, no,
I said you're one of the higher quality panel members.
Vouch for him.
I'll take that back for now, innit? Let me.
The funniest thing I've ever
Hold that
heard in
down
all
for a
my
bit.
time, yeah, about to do with Tommy Robinson is when someone said Tommy Robinson hates Islam, and then Dave started going mad about defending Tommy Robinson about how he don't hate Islam. That was like the biggest joke I've ever heard. The guy's made a career out of hating Islam.
That was Ralph versus
Defending
Dave.
your life.
That was
I'm
Ralph
not gonna
versus
lie,
Dave.
bro.
Sorry, Val. What?
That was Ralph versus Dave.
Ralph
That was,
versus Dave.
that was Ralph.
Wait, yo, Daydon, do you like Tommy Robinson?
Oh, I
Green
love
words
Tommy
versus 37
Robinson,
word.
man.
What's the
I
37
love
word?
Tommy Robinson.
I tell you, I don't even know who the fuck he is, bro. I live in America.
I love the guy, man.
What do you mean? He probably spends most of his time in America now.
It's comments
Yeah.
have come up. Khan said I support Mark Collett. Do I, Khan?
Yeah, that was a mistake. I meant to say Tommy Robinson. I accidentally said Mark Collette, but then I changed it to Tommy Robinson. But obviously, they don't want to hear that part.
Okay,
I
because I
accidentally said Mark Collette. I said the wrong name.
lie.
I know. At the present moment, you don't. But there was a time where you was a ethno nat, no? So you can't be against Mark Collette and then you was an ethno nat.
Not really, no. If you go back to my videos at the corner, I've not changed position. But what I have done is at times when I was investigating other people's views and that, yeah, and to wind up Respect, I tell Respect I was left that once, yeah, just to wind them up, yeah. I believe that Respect was pushing people further right, and he was listening, and that he was in trouble. That's my belief. I'm not, but I don't want to get onto Respect.
Hey,
I don't want to talk about other people.
one sec here, before you go in here, before you go back in here, I want to ask everyone in the chat here, because I was gonna try and get some fucking t-shirts designed up as well. Would people be interested in getting some t-shirts or anything like that, like hats or cups or anything like that? Is it worth doing anything like that?
If they're sick,
So,
yeah, and some unique
get
neck
some ill designs
designs
though,
and
still.
shit, yeah.
I get some ill designs still, man. Obviously.
No, there must be money in it, man. I've seen kids with like small TikTok channels that sell merch. There must be some money in it.
Those TikTok channels, bro, those guys are smart.
Yeah, because obviously, you know, like a couple of people have different sayings. You get me? Like ultras, let that sink in, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like, please. Even Mo, that's weird, bro. You know what I mean? It's bad.
Bro, I'm trying to get this girl, bro, and I'm up. It's like 4:00 in the morning. I can't.
Because it's the same girl you were talking about yesterday.
No, this is a different girl, bro. I'm trying to get a different girl.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
to me you spend your time thinking too much about women.
Because I like women. Do you like women, Jupiter?
No.
What about Wendy? You don't like Wendy?
That's not really a bad thing, though. He spends a lot of time interested in women.
Yeah, I know,
Like
but
rapey or nothing.
But Veli, come on, bro. I need to like you know, I need to like connect with other women before I get married. You feel me?
Mo comes on and talks about his sex life every day. Talks about this girl or that girl or one girl that he met in the night.
This is like my second time talking to you. Like
what
the fuck? I haven't been on here for like a day. Last time I've been on here was like 2 days ago.
You know what's funny? When when Raj was dissing Skits for trying to get to Amy, he's trying to get through to Amy. He's like exposing it. Look, he sent her a love heart. Who does that? Why are you sending someone a love heart in Hangouts? Well, I don't know if Raj knows here, but there's people that draw girls from Hangouts. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, well,
there's a few girls in Hangouts that, like, you know, if you're the right man, you could get through to. Like, they're available. Yeah.
Wow.
Are they of any value, or are they like?
Of course they won't.
But the way Raj was saying it, like, why is Skits trying to get to Amy? Why is he trying to like get through to her? Why? Like, what do you mean why, Raj?
Well, you don't think it's a bit
What do you
silly?
mean why?
Birds and the bees, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, it's like it's obvious, isn't it?
Right,
Like, do we need to explain?
But some bloke, but the fella lives abroad and he's trying to pick up a girl in Britain. Yeah, that makes sense.
But one minute. A lot of these abroad people come over. Like, they even turn up at Speaker's Corner.
Yeah.
No,
like Holland ain't that far. Holland ain't that far. Like, all them countries, like, they've got easy access, innit? Germany,
People do turn up
Holland.
at Speaker's Corner though, still.
I'm gonna go to the park and find me a.
People got to my brother. People got to respect Jed.
If you want to go to the park,
others.
You won't find a woman in the park. To be honest,
What was really saying? People go up to you.
Wait, hold up, yo. How do you know, Jupiter? How do you know I won't find an Arab girl in the park? Hyde Park. What is it called? Hyde Park. Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde. Yeah. Like Jekyll and Hyde.
H-Y-D-E, Hyde. Yeah.
Like Jekyll and Hyde.
You won't find one, but if you go wandering around the park, you might.
What? Women?
It's a big park.
I've never been there. I can't say, but from what I've seen, there's a lot of Muslim women up there. So
there are women in Hyde
percentage
Park.
of them have got to be Arab, innit?
Okay, so wait, Han, how much miles do you live from the park?
Me?
Like, you guys go by kilo.
If I jumped in the whip, you mean? Like, how long would it take me to get to the park?
Have you never been to the park, Khan?
Nah, I'm planning on going though.
Oh, they all say that.
But I'm not going to get involved. I'm just going to like to meet people, innit? People that I've become friends with over this whole thing. Like, Veli, innit? I wouldn't mind coming down and like seeing Veli, having a cup of tea.
What, you coming tomorrow, Khan?
No big deal, you get me?
Yo, Khan. You coming tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow. I've got the kids, man. Summer holidays, innit?
Oh, yeah. Still out here.
They even moan that I come on Hangouts, man. They even moan that that I'm on here. Oh, Dad, I got a Titanic model you're not helping me with. Like, get the glue, man. Start gluing the bits together. Like, call me for the hard bits. No. Like, they expect me to sit there building this Titanic. I don't give a shit about the Titanic. I want me to sit there building it, or like fucking Lego helicopters. Like, why am I building it? I bought it for you to build, innit?
When that kid's older, yeah, he will have the memory of his dad sitting there.
Oh,
When you're,
now you sound like my mum. He's gonna hold it against you. You didn't build this Lego model for him.
No, I didn't say he'll hold it against you. When you're gone, your child will remember that his father sat there and helped do a boat, and he'll go upstairs and he'll look at the boat that you made together, or the fucking whatever it is you're building, and he'll remember the time that you sat there laughing and joking with him building the actual.
Yeah, bro, that's some serious shit. Yo, I will remember that, Khan. I'll get pissed, bro. Like, I remember shit. My dad, I only seen my dad. Last time I saw my dad when I was 5. And last time I talked to him was like a year ago on the phone. I'm like, fuck that. I don't like talking to him. Feel me?
Yeah, it's true what they're telling you, Khan, man. But I hear you. Sometimes life, you get me. But these men seem like engineers, man.
For them to not be sitting here getting guilt tripped over fucking Lego.
No, I'm saying they sound like future engineers from the sound of it, man. They're into planes and boats and things like that. You should steer them towards that.
Yeah, you should.
Get them a bike. Tell them, fix this.
I don't do no steering, innit? I let them do what they want to do, innit? I support them in everything they want to do. Like, they're saying, I want to buy this fucking Lego model and build a helicopter. I'm like, all right, I'll buy it for you. But then when I have to buy it and build it,
like, see how man is interested in this kind of stuff. Like, push them further on what they're interested in.
Oh, they done.
Let them
on my bridge, and I buy you a thingy puzzle.
Something, right?
You're gonna buy me a puzzle.
Let's have
you know what? You know what?
Do I have to buy you a jigsaw puzzle and give it to you so you can
Yo.
entertain yourself,
Yo,
or do I have to
Carl.
complete the puzzle and then give it to you?
No.
Now you have to complete it with me.
Children,
Shut up.
make the most.
So,
Make the most of when your children ask you to do stuff, because there'll come a day where they won't want you to be involved.
Never that. That will never happen.
And you're gonna go to him and say, "Hey boy, come do this with me," and he's gonna be like, "No, that's long. I'm on G Block."
Time, I will ask you that same question, because I tell you, every child grows into an adult. So there's
Obviously,
always
that's what we want them to do.
that the child moves on and progresses. You only have them as a proper child for a small while, and if you can't be bothered, that's your opinion. That's up to you.
I never said I can't be bothered. I'm saying that I shouldn't have to be building your model for you that I bought for you to entertain yourself with.
yo, Con, how old's your kids, Con?
One of them's 10 and one of them's 12.
Oh, they're young, bro.
Yeah, I know. I spend a lot of time with them doing other stuff. But I ain't gonna build your model for you, innit?
Oh, so you
No
do
point,
spend
man.
time with your kids at least.
No,
Obviously.
yeah, Con. Your kids are gonna grow up. Your kids are gonna grow up really fast, man.
Don't worry, bro. I've got photographic evidence. I've got photographs of everything they've ever done. You get me? I've got about 3 mobile phones full of photos.
You need to fill up that
Photographic
memoratic
evidence
evidence.
without saying nothing, innit?
Do you know what I've done to my
Memory
kids once?
evidence, man.
Just to baffle them, like just to baff the fuck out of them. Yeah, this was like about 3 years ago. I took them to Toys R Us, yeah, and I gave them each £100, and I was like, buy whatever you want. Because normally we're going around and they're like, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that, yeah. But when it's their own money and you give them the £100 in their hand, trust me, they become a little bit more discerning about the shit they want.
You're sick, you're sick.
And then I
bro,
start
you're
winding them
sick.
up. I'm like, why don't you get that? And he's looking at it, and he's looking at me, he's like, nah. I'm like, why don't you get that? Nah. You want to pocket the money, innit? Back pocket.
I wish, yo, I did that.
But it took us hours to get out of there for them to spend. I was like, we're not leaving until you all spend your money, innit?
Yeah.
We were there for like hours.
Yeah,
and I
that's
just done
it,
it to fuck with them, innit? Like, so they could have that memory, innit? That day that happened.
No,
Yeah,
that's a
so-
sick
Gotta
memory.
save your money,
I would
man.
remember that if that happened.
Yo, I'm
That's a
surprised
story.
you guys have Chuck E.
Stay with
Cheese
them?
from the UK.
Nah, we ain't got no Chuck E. Cheese, man.
Yeah, that's what he said. He took him to Chuck.
That's an American thing,
Toys
man.
R Us, man. We went Toys R Us.
Oh yeah, my bad, my
Toys
bad, my bad.
Is he gonna spend £100 in Chuck E. Cheese, man?
This is funny.
Yeah, I hear about Chuck E. Cheese. Apparently, it's the place, isn't it? But
Bro, I used to go there.
It's like saying you got a Walmart in UK, man. Nah, man.
There used to be a rap.
Walmart ain't Walmart like Woolworths. I swear Walmart's like Woolworths.
Yo, the Chuck E.
Like
Cheese.
Asda.
yeah, like
The
Woolworths.
Woolworths and Walmart ain't the same, man.
Yo, they dot.
Walmart's Asda.
Yo, the Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, like Asda.
logo.
Oh, now
What,
often
say
do
that
you take
again?
to the ice cream parlor? Because you love ice cream, didn't you? How many times you took them now?
But that's the thing about people that are Colin's probably best mates with the man down at the pie shop. No, mate. They deliver, innit? Don't go there. Same as ice cream.
Oh, you don't take them to. You don't take. Wow.
What ice cream parlor? What are you talking about?
There's proper shops on the ice. What's it called? Is it Casper's?
Häagen-Dazs in Edgware Road.
What do they sell, like artisan ice cream or something?
Piccadilly Circus, sorry.
You take your kids in, you let them pick what they want, what ice cream they want, and they do all special afters with it, and they put like special sauce on it and everything. It's really nice.
I've got a fucking fridge full of ice cream. Like, why do I need to take them to the ice cream parlor? They can go down and open the fridge and get ice cream if they want.
You know what, yeah? I'll tell you something a Welsh man told me.
Of the fridge is just strictly lollies and ice cream.
Yo, they done.
Hey,
You know what?
Khan, I'll tell you something a Welsh man told me. You want to go to Joe's Ice Cream? It's the best ice cream in the world.
That grooming, man. Why is he saying that to you?
Joe's Ice
Man's
Cream,
trying to
bro.
pass you
It
ice
was
cream.
actually pretty good. Joe's Ice Cream, it was one of the sickest ice creams I had.
You know what cracked me up?
Not the best
I'm
in the
looking on
world.
thinking that Uber Eats, yeah. I'm like, huh? Jude's Ice Cream got their own thing. Look on
Joe's,
there. One
Joe's.
tub of ice cream is about like £10. I'm like, you lot are piss takers.
Nah, it's a Welsh thing, man. I don't know if it's just in Swansea or if it's all around Wales. But it's called Joe's Ice Cream. If you go Wales, try that, man. It's pretty good.
Yo, I want an ice cream cone.
Only time I take my kids to the ice cream van is Walton. Outside the pier, there's an ice cream van. That's the only ice cream van they really go. So they're spoilt now, innit? Like, they won't eat shit ice cream. Like,
I want an
has
ice
to be
cream
Walton or even Frinton, but they won't eat other ice cream.
I want ice
Like
cream
from an ice cream van. I mean,
from McDonald's dipped in chocolate.
Now, if you took them to an ice cream parlor, they would eat it.
hey, they get ice cream, man. Like if you go Pizza Hut for a sit-down meal, yeah, they got the ice cream factory where the kids can like, literally, they got their own ice cream van to themselves. It's like the machine, and you can pull it, and like the ice cream comes down. They got all the toppings and all that. Like they get that at Pizza Hut anyway. When we're gonna go to an ice cream shop for that? Have you seen ice cream factory at Pizza Hut?
I've never seen something like this in the UK. Like what the
ice
youth
cream
gets to
factory?
get his cone and fill it up himself.
Yeah, of course.
No way. Yo.
Where was that?
Wait,
Where was the last
I've
place we
already
went?
seen this
Oh
abroad.
yeah,
I believe
Thingy,
the
you
UK
know,
have anything like that.
even Thingy does that. Harvester, build your own sundae. They do that there as well.
What is it, like them 99 flake things, or is it different kind of ice cream?
The one in Pizza Hut is a machine, innit? Like the ice cream van's got where you pull it and it all comes down like a thing, innit? Like a constant flow of ice cream, and you make a little like like a 99 or whatever. But in Harvester,
No, I'm
it's not
saying
like
like,
that.
see the texture, the consistency. Is it proper like the original 99 thing?
Yeah, of course. But the best one's that thing. When you get ice cream and waffles at Tinseltown. Yeah, they love that one with the waffle as well.
Yo,
Do you remember when McDonald's used to do thingy apple pie with the ice cream together in one plate?
That
You remember
sounds
that?
good.
They
Oh,
stopped doing that, man. They stopped
McDonald's
doing that.
apple pie. Damn.
Yeah, but with ice cream though, thing, Mo. Like,
Wait,
they
they
sell it.
used to actually put the apple pie in the ice cream.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
together.
Oh,
No.
man.
They used to do that. Now
That's
I suppose you just got to buy a thing, a McFlurry, and stick a couple
Yeah,
of pies
I
in it
used to do
yourself.
that manually. I never knew they like, actually gave that as an option.
Yeah, they used to.
Yo, that's mad.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yo,
Mark is
Wisdom,
the
what you
joker.
saying,
Mark
man?
Mark had thought that he invented dipping his chips into the ice cream. Have you ever done that? When you get chips and you dip it into the ice cream and eat it. Yeah, he actually thought he invented it. I was like, bro, we've been doing that for years,
your
man.
chip in the
Shut up.
ice cream, Wisdom.
Yeah, that's what he thought.
Have you dipped your chip in the ice cream?
What are you on about, bro? Bro, I've not had any ice cream today, man.
Did you have any chocolate
No,
ice cream? Chocolate's the
I
best.
just told you, bro, man, I doesn't have no ice cream, man.
Alright, sorry, bro. Shit. Right. I was just asking. Sorry, bro.
Oh,
Sorry.
man. Oh. Yeah.
New evidence coming again today, though.
Our kids are
What?
spoiled. Let's not get it twisted.
Oh, yeah.
Don't wanna spoil it.
Listen, yeah. It's 4:00 in the morning. I was just gonna get on here.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, why are you flipping awake then, bruv?
Crow, have you run out of weed or something? Because you're sounding quite like
No,
sober.
man, no. I have a lot. I have so much.
You're taking a break for today.
But listen,
letting the brain cells rejuvenate.
This dude should be wilding asleep right now, man.
Listen.
Yeah, he seems real sleepy still.
I have indica and sativa, okay, and I have hybrids, and I have like fucking like 10 different strains and joints, bro. Single
You got some
joints
Bubba Kush.
that I bought from the dispensary. So
I'm not gonna lie, when I was 25, I was doing the same
5
thing you're doing
a.m.
now,
Yeah.
so I can't really
Grab some
can't diss you for that.
indica and KO, bro.
Hey, yo, I'm trying to sleep. So what should I do?
Just get some indica.
I want a downer. I want a
Shut your
downer.
mouth and close your eyes. That's a good start.
No, I'm giving you the medicine.
What's the
Get
problem,
the indica, some cushy sort of indica, and that'll K you out, bro.
What's hybrid?
A hybrid will get you. It might get you a bit energetic, man. I'll stick to the indica.
Yeah, I'm trying to rest, a little bit, and then go outside when the sun is out, and then what I'm saying. It's 4:43 right now, so I'll show you.
Grab it in, knock out, wake up, bun a sativa, maybe mix a bit of hybrid with it if you do that mixing thing, and you get me good to go.
Yeah, I'll show you when I go outside. I'll make the laptop charge a little bit. In like 20 minutes, I'll go outside.
All right, cool.
Sounds like you need a new laptop, bro.
What, have you slept?
No, I haven't slept, bro. I've been up all night. But I woke up. I slept I took a nap like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You feel me?
All right.
So like, and then I woke up and then I was like, yo, I didn't get stoked. But nah, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Certain man don't
I'm
sleep,
looking.
bro.
I'm actually like looking for something on my phone, bro.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking
The message
for
Kel sent you.
No, I'm looking for another car now.
Were you buying a car, yeah?
Yeah, bro. I buy like fucking cars from like the auction and I like resell it.
It is hilarious. Mo, you're looking for everything, but you're spending all your time online. You're not going to find anything here.
Hey, in America, cars are cheap though, man. Like I heard you could buy a fully functional car for like $10.
Nah, bro. Come on. Nah. Yeah, I'm buying a car that's hit and I fix it like with my friends and shit, and I resell it and make profit.
Well, how much did you buy it for though?
I'll buy it for like 1,200. Sell for like 4,500. Give me.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Like fix it up for like a couple $100 and sell it. It's hustling.
Sick. It's business, man.
Yeah, it's all right. It's just I'm trying to save money, bro, so I can like do something else,
Or what? Get more green, yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to like buy some like crypto and like trade that
Do
shit.
you not work in a body shop
It's
then?
good to save money, still.
No, I don't work at a body shop. Hell no.
But you
Where
just
do
do
you
your
work
work
as?
yourself.
No, I take it to a body shop.
Right. So what do you fix on the car?
Me, I fix like nothing really. I have my brother do the engine stuff. Like
That's a good business. You got a brother that does shit for you, and then you make money off it.
Nah, it's not like
that's a good model.
Nah, it's not like that.
That's a good model.
It's like
Slave
man
labor.
doesn't-
That's what it's like.
It's like man doesn't do anything and you get money because his brother does all the work for him. So
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, you guys wish.
Oh, bro. Why
Nah,
you
them money, man.
saving your brother out like that, man?
No, it's not like that. Trust me, I'm not like that. You know I'm not like that.
Do you pay him?
Yo, I'm not like that. You know I'm not like
Nah,
that.
do you pay him?
I'm not like that.
Do you
Listen,
Do you pay him?
Do you
Nah,
pay
I'm not
him?
like
No,
that.
I'm not like that. I'm not like that.
you know what I'm talking about.
Do you
he
pay
keeps
your
all his
brother, bro?
money.
You give him a
You
cut.
know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? He keep all his money for himself, man. He don't have no money, so he keep all his money for himself. He don't even pay for his family, man.
For his
Hey,
bitches.
wisdom.
That's why he needs money for his bitches.
Wisdom. I bet you I gave more money to my brother than you've ever gave money to anyone.
Fam, listen, I give a lot of money to people, fam. You don't even know. You don't even know. Hey, yo, listen.
It's true he
How
don't
about
know,
this?
but he bet.
One second,
He
one
bet
second, yeah.
hard.
One second. Oh, hold on, yeah. 1 second. This guy, bro, saying he give more money to his brother, right, than more than me. Alright, I'm gonna tell you something now. Go to Claire Diva's channel and ask her how much I gave her money for, and then come back to me. Yeah, come back to me after that because you be talking a lot of crap. Yeah, I give her £200 fam. Go to her channel and ask her. Next time she go live,
Yeah, Mo ain't
go
give
to her and
no
ask
channel
her.
no £200.
I'm not gonna go to their channel, bro.
Mo, you ain't
Yeah,
give
so
no
then you're
channel
shook then.
£200.
Huh? What's up,
You ain't
Cole?
never given no channel £200.
Nah, bro. I gave my brother £9,000.
Why would you give Clyde Eva 200 quid?
I gave my brother. Yo, Khan. One time I gave my brother 9K.
You don't
Who
wanna
the hell
know.
is that, man?
Mashallah.
I do want to know because apparently you can't stand the woman, so I find that interesting.
This was before, man. This was before. What you on about? It's not now. This
How
was
did some
before.
random woman get £200 out of you on the internet? What did she do?
She walks
Don't
around
worry, man.
and you'd like her.
Oh, okay.
If she came on the panel live, then yeah.
She's tapping man for £200. She ain't my type of chick.
Nah, Con, you never seen her before, so that's all I'm gonna say.
I'll leave that one for Shahid to do.
So you saw her and you decided, I need to give this person £200.
No, it's deeper than that, man. No, it's
What?
deeper, bro.
Who's what does she do? Like, did you
According
learn
to you,
anything off
Wisdom,
her? What?
according to you, she's on drugs and everything. So why would
She
you
smokes weed on the live stream. I'm not lying about that. She smokes weed on the live stream.
Some people don't think of weed as drugs, though.
So why would you give her 200 quid for her to smoke loads of drugs and do
No.
drugs?
Listen. It's deep, yeah. This happened 2 years ago. She was live even 2 years ago. You get me? So, listen, I don't need to explain no private business, no nothing like that, fam. You know what I'm saying?
You're the one who told
Yeah.
us all. Nobody would have known if you didn't come on here and say I gave her 200 quid.
Hold on. This guy, Mo the Crew,
What's new,
asked the
guys?
question. He asked the question, so I answered the question. I wouldn't have answered the question if he answered if he asked
All right,
me the question.
listen. What? I'm gonna change the subject now. Yeah?
Yo, wisdom.
Mo. Well, hold on, Mo. You're my witness.
Watch
Yeah?
out, wisdom.
Now that we got Day done here, we need to ask him something.
What's up?
On
What's
that
up?
video, yeah, what noise does the crow make? Yeah, I swear down, yeah, this man scammed us because
I
he just
didn't.
played the recording of a crow.
No, yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I did it.
Yo, you're a liar, Daydon.
Look, straight up, bro. I'll do it, man. You tell me now I'll play the recording as well.
Oh my god, I'm so shocked right now.
Why, bro?
I'm just actually speechless.
You look, I scammed you, innit?
Yo, dude.
Yeah.
Do it again, bro.
Because you know in the video it's me reacting to you making that noise, innit? And I'm thinking, nah, people must be laughing at me like, yeah, this old fool got roped in and like they scammed him. And the way Veli was laughing as well, I was like, nah, they're all in on it.
You must
remember
that old paranoia from the weed days came back to me. I was like, I ain't been smoking for a while.
Yeah, Reanimator Veli was baiting us in, like, you get me? I said, yeah. I was gonna do it anyway, innit? I said, yeah, so a little bit of content for the Reanimator, you get me?
Yeah.
Who remembers that boy on the Indian reservation that got accused of being racist because they put out propaganda video, and then when they showed the real video, he wasn't racist? He's just been given $250 million.
Wow.
Whoa. So
That's a
break
good
that
sum.
down for me again. What do I have to do?
Yeah.
Oh, you just
But
have
do
to be accused of being a racist when you're not a racist, and then you
So how come
sue.
you ain't getting no money for that then?
Well, I haven't sued anyone. None of you broadcasters have got anything worth taking. Have you? I'm waiting for one of you lot to get in touch with one of these big channels and for them to fucking try and really denounce me, and then I can do it.
Wisdom got £200 up for grab. Mo the Crow. Wait,
Yeah,
who's...
you want me to dance in my underwear for that? I ain't doing that.
No. I never said that. No, I never said that.
He just brought that in. What did she do? I still didn't get it. Did you learn something from her?
No.
Did you just see her and decide?
Listen. What I'm gonna say is, yeah.
Right.
Listen.
Wisdom.
I'm gonna answer the question, man. Let me answer. Right?
Yo, wisdom, watch out.
Listen. All I'm gonna say is, right, she done me a favor. Yeah. She sent me some stuff over. Yeah. And in return, man send a couple of money over to it. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay, say no more. I hear you. Yeah.
Yo, they done. I was thinking, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking I probably even smoked the shit. The sativa. What is it? What was the one that's an upper or downer?
You want the one that will put you to sleep. That's the indica.
And damn, bro, I was smoking sativa and I thought it was indica. Fuck, that's one. Man. yo, that's a trip, bro. Like, dude.
Hey, just enjoy it, man. Whatever it is, man, enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Yo, I didn't even know, bro. When I was younger, I knew I was feeling weird. You feel me? Like if someone gave me a different type of weed. You know what I mean?
What, like you got something you didn't know what it was? So I'm next to you.
No, like
was it pre-rolled?
Back in high school, you know what I mean? Like back in high school. See, when I was, how old are you, Daydon?
I am undisclosed years old.
No, I'm saying like I'm 25, bro. Like
I know, but I wouldn't say it on a panel. What do you do, by the way, Mo? Is that what you do? You sell and buy cars and that, or do you have like a 9 to 5?
I used to live in LA. I used to sell flooring in LA. And then I moved. I used to live in New York. I used to live in Ohio. I used to live in fucking. Now I'm in Washington State and shit. But I'm 25, bro. I'm still young, you know.
Oh, you live where you live near Uncle Shugs though.
Say what? Yo, is this guy Arab or what? What is he? Where's this guy's Muslim, man?
Who Uncle Shug is?
Who this wisdom guy?
This guy, he's Muslim.
No, I'm half Indian, half African, man. I'm half black,
Indian,
man.
African.
No, I'm just saying, like, I can tell the way you talk. The way you talk, I can tell you're
I'm
from
not Arab
Muslim
though. You can't call me an Arab. I'm not Arab.
I'm Arab.
I can't tell if you're Arab.
Okay.
Okay, boy 12 has been arrested at gunpoint and handcuffed by bungling police after they mistook his toy pistol for a real weapon. He's gonna get.
My days again. What is this recent?
Yeah, in Camden, he'll get a payout.
This always keeps happening, man. Like feds, jokers, man. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure my kid rolls around with a fake strap. if you're telling me you'll get a payout, yeah, I'll have all of them roll around with a fake strap. Yo, guys, spread out throughout the city and just act like you're shooting people. Play with these guns. You know what I mean?
No, I never been to Buckeye Donuts. Where's that at? Someone on the comment said, "Hello, the Crow. Have you ever been to Buckeye Donuts?" I've never been there.
What are these about saying, man? Is that Skits?
Yo, Daydon. So last time I heard that you have a degree. I don't have a degree, bro. I dropped out. I dropped out because I got into trouble and shit in the street.
Yeah,
Bro, don't worry about a degree, man. It don't mean shit.
I was gonna go to school, but then I got high.
Yeah, what were you saying? They don't. I know.
I know. I'm saying, don't worry about a degree. It don't mean shit, man.
Yeah. I know it don't mean shit, bro.
You can learn whatever you like, right?
You don't even need a qualification to get a job, man.
That's
You don't need
a
He's already got a job. He seems like he's a resourceful guy. I don't feel like he needs to work for someone else, unless I'm wrong, right, Mo? Like, obviously, you know.
I don't work.
Why are you defending him if you don't even know? You had to say, "Am I right?"
Because the guy blatantly just said he's out here buying cars, fixing them up, and selling them for a profit. And Shahid's telling me that he needs a degree to get a job, and I'm telling
I never said
Shahid
that. I said you don't need it.
Oh, you don't need it to get a job.
Yeah, you don't need it. I never said you need a degree.
Unless you're getting, unless you're getting a degree, in one of the sciences or something that's specifically vocational, I wouldn't bother with the Mickey Mouse degrees. I'd go and get apprenticeships.
Yo,
apprenticeship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just go straight into the trade as self-employed and learn from the bottom up.
I'm
Yeah,
trying,
you could do that
I'm
as
trying to
well.
get a place, bro. I'm trying to get my own house. I'm trying to get real estate. Eventually.
Yeah,
you know?
property. What to rent out and that?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get a duplex.
Yeah, that's the way, bro.
Yeah. So, because once you get the real estate money, that's where the money is at.
You could get cheap houses in America as well, innit? Depending
Yeah.
where you go.
Yeah, you guys can get cheap probably condos over there. You guys probably have condos in the UK are cheap.
The UK maybe, but not London, man. Like I know in certain places in America, you could get a house for like some joke money, man. Like there's ghost towns as well. Like you lot actually got ghost towns, bro.
Yeah,
My cousin was telling me these ghost towns around in you lot's ends. They are literally like I thought these places didn't exist, man. Fully ghost.
Why is
Houses
the chat
and
saying,
everything.
why is it saying that Shahid's mixed race? He's not mixed race. I've seen him on camera.
He just said that he's Indian and Shahid, say that again.
What races are you?
Half African, half Indian.
Half African, half Indian. Where in Africa, bro?
Malawi.
Okay. So,
Who's African then? Where from in Africa?
My dad's side.
Okay, yeah, where's he from?
Malawi, like I said.
You don't look black at all.
no, he looks like you know when you see people from Trinidad or something, like if he told me he was from Trinidad, I'll believe him, innit? But I would have assumed he would be Indian. He looks a bit more Indian.
I don't know. When I saw him on the thing, I would have just assumed that he was Pakistani or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Man. Yo, they done it. I think it's cooler here than in the UK.
In America?
Yeah, I never been to the UK. I've been to a lot of places, bro, but I never been to the UK.
Yeah, you're not missing anything, trust me. Like Big Ben, do you want to come look at a clock? Like that's in London. What else is there? Anyone? No? Oh yeah, just Big Ben then.
My buddy went to school in Scotland.
Stonehenge. You can see Stonehenge. A lot of people come to see that.
Oh, what to come to Britain? What would you come to Britain to see? Buckingham Palace, the castles.
But no, they done. My buddy went to school over there. He liked Scotland.
All the cathedrals.
He went to school in Scotland.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a mosque you'd want to go and see. Regent's Park Mosque. Yeah.
Regent's Park is a pretty nice park, you know. There's two sides to it, innit? But yeah, Regent's Park is a good park, man. Yeah, that's something like a lot of people come to London just to check out the parks. Seems like countries don't have parks or something.
People come to London to check out the parks.
Yeah, people literally come London, like they go, oh, we don't have parks. Like, look, this is a park. Like getting gassed about a park. I'm like, okay, there's a park in it.
Yo, they done. I know. I heard. All right, so like some people go to the UK, and like they're fucking rich, bro. Like especially from the Middle East. Like I'm from the Middle East, you know.
Yeah.
And some people like ship their cars from the Middle East to the UK, and it costs like $50,000 to ship your car.
Shit.
Or something like that, because it's like a supercar. They ship their supercars over there, and they drive them around.
Yeah, I've seen these ones, man. A lot of Kuwaitis do that. People from Kuwait.
That's where my mom's from.
Emirates, UAE, places like that, man. Them man proper on that thing.
Yo, I've been to Kuwait, bro. That's where my family's from.
Yo, that's some money ends, isn't it?
Yeah, bro, it's crazy. I want to show you guys when I go there again.
Would you like
Sick.
to live in Kuwait?
Huh?
Would you like to live there if you could?
Nah, it's too expensive. I would like to live there, but it's too expensive. Like a house is a villa over there. It's not even a house. I don't know if you guys' houses. It's like all made out of bricks, stone. It's expensive.
Like Kuwait is hot, innit?
Yeah, it's hot as fuck too.
Like next level hot, innit? Is it like I know one of these countries? Yeah, my guy was telling me, yo, it might have been Dubai or something. He's telling me, yo, I went to Dubai. Yeah, like it might have been Kuwait or Dubai. He's saying I went to even the ATMs got air conditioners on them and shit.
Yeah, bro.
Like, it's hot to some next level or something.
Every single car has the best air conditioning. The best. Every car has to have a special air conditioning when it's shipped to the Middle East.
On the next level to any other country, like.
Yeah.
What's the temperature like there, man? Can't be
120 in the summer.
That's Fahrenheit, right?
120, like I think it's Celsius. Isn't it Celsius?
No way, bro.
You guys like half of it, so it's like 60.
Bro, that's like boiling point.
Yeah, bro. It's hot. It's hot. But no one's
wait, what?
120, man. Yeah, no.
Bro, this can't be real. This can't be real. This. I think you got it mixed up, man.
Yeah, man. When you enter the country in the summertime, right when you get off of the plane and you go on to the building to the fucking airport, you just feel the heat wave, bro. It's like imagine like being cooked.
Yeah, 100 degrees is basically you're being cooked. It's not even you're literally being cooked. Like. You know what I mean?
Stations I've ever heard. Imagine you're being cooked. Wow.
Yeah.
Why would someone want to imagine being cooked?
Yeah.
I think you got it wrong, man. I don't think it's Celsius. Like,
because right here degrees, like right here in America, it gets to like 190. You know what I mean?
Wait 1 second. Let me just get 100
Celsius, yeah.
Fahrenheit to Celsius. 37. All right, you said 120, yeah?
Yeah.
Let me see, it's 120. 48 degrees. 48 degrees Celsius already is hot. Like, but if it's 100, you know what? I need to find some of my Kuwaiti friends and all.
No, bro, listen, yeah. Listen,
I ain't got no
Kuwait is small. Kuwait over there, especially even Qatar is smaller. You know, Qatar is smaller. But the thing about over there in the Middle East, like everyone has money, bro. Everyone's filthy rich. Like you.
Why? Where's it coming from?
I'm not even joking, bro. I'm not even joking. Like I've seen some shit. Like I've been to like fucking. I was one time I got invited to like.
No, but wait, like, what do they do, fam? How come everyone has so much money? What is everyone doing?
All right, let's say okay. Everyone has like a connection over there. It's not like in America. Everyone has a connection.
Oh, you need links.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to work like, for example, like, even if you want to be an engineer over there, you have to have connections. You know what I mean? But like,
so did any of you see the Sarah Garvey, the third part yesterday? What did you think?
I didn't see that, you know.
Okay,
I
none
didn't
of
see
you.
that. Nah. Did any of you lot see it? I didn't see it.
I saw
What, it came out yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, but there's no point discussing it if no one else saw it.
Was it like finishing part 2, or was it a different sitting?
It was well, he's obviously cut and spliced it, but yeah, it had Big Bro in it.
Okay, so basically part 2 was cut into 2 sections, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. If you got a link, give it to me in the back, innit?
Oh, it's just on Sarah Garvey's show, isn't it? Yeah, be
What's
there
the
on
show?
Sarah Garvey. Just type in.
I'll search it. It'll probably. All right, Sarah, Tommy, I'll see it.
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy.
Bro, I like, man, when you go to the Middle East, bro, they don't, you know how it is, like, especially they don't, you're not British, right? Like fully.
No comment.
But okay, but you get what I mean, right? You know what I mean? Like when you're from a different country and then you go back to your country and they spoil the shit out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Like, but you know the reason why they do that is because, you know, me and my brothers came here to America, like by ourselves when we were young. So like, we missed out on everything. Like all my cousins are all over there. All my family's over there.
We raised in the war. Oh, wait 1 second. Yo, Vele, got a guest in the back chat, mate. Vele.
Vele, if you can hear racist, beware. I don't know who that is, but they are in the back chat.
Yo, Vele, Khan's in the back. Or
Juanito is in the back chat, please.
Yeah, so more, fam. So to cut you.
I'm trying to. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. I was supposed to go. We were supposed to go to the Middle East.
Yeah, guys.
Yo.
Who see the review of Sarah's part 2 of part 2?
I ain't seen that, man.
Reviewed by who?
By Respect.
I've seen that one.
What did he come on? Oh, part 2
last night. Was it last night? Or the night before?
Yeah, he went live last night, man.
Part 2, yeah.
Yo, I hope my computer.
I was watching that show. I came in
that
late.
Looks like one shanty town, boy. That looks like one shanty town. Them houses made out of fucking old leftover wooden flooring or something.
That look like his backyard, man.
That looks shit, bro.
Look at his cat. Yo.
What?
It's a random ass
Be careful,
cat.
them cats will attack you, bro.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, that's
Cats will attack you.
You know this guy here, he trying to troll him.
So far, yeah, I've only seen 2 people asking Tommy Robinson questions. One of them was Bob from the park, what's his name? Christian Paul. And the other one was that black guy with a white coat last night. What do you lot think of the questioning? Like, because to me it was a bit weird that Tommy Robinson's like, I'm British, British culture, British this. And as soon as someone mentions reparations to him, he's like, nah, I'm Irish though. My family's Irish. I don't owe you lot nothing. Why are you asking me for money? That was so funny.
When did that happen though, man? Was that in
last
part
night.
3?
Swear down. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
and then he's like, why are you asking me for money? I find it weird that you would ask someone for money. There's nothing to do with it.
I'm Irish, I'm part of
sure
it.
like Irish done their fair share of slaving.
Yo, Daydon, check it out.
What's
There's
that?
a hybrid.
Well, open it. Let me see.
It's like a cigar.
What is it? Rolled up?
There's 2 of them inside.
Oh shit! Yeah, pre-rolls.
Pre-rolled.
Smells fucking bomb. Damn, that shit's strong.
What? Do you buy them pre-roll?
Yeah, bro, you buy them pre-roll. They come pre-rolled. See, there's another one.
I wouldn't trust pre-rolls, man. I need to know exactly what.
I mean, it's an industry, man. It's like cigarettes.
Yeah.
No, this is hella good. Before you used to buy it from the street. Remember when you used to buy it from the street and shit?
Yeah. You go from like, he actually went to the chemist to get that. Like,
I was young, bro.
When you used to pay next man off, you know.
We used to be fucking look at this, bro. Check this out. We used to be like, bro, we were the first state to legalize this shit. So this was like fucking 6 years ago. 6, 7 years ago. Bro, look at this one right here. This one's trip. You have to like unseal it.
Oh yeah, you guys got the medicinal ones, innit?
Yeah, man. Look at that.
What's it saying, mate? What is it?
There's 2 of them inside of it. Look.
What is it though?
I don't know, bro. Orange peel. This one's orange peel.
Yeah.
Look at that.
What is that ecstasy, man?
This right here. This is haram. This is haram. Yo, indica or sativa? Which one was it again?
Indica.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I took hybrid last time. All right.
Hybrid might do the job, but you don't know what kind of hybrid you're taking. Innit?
Why has he got to come out the house to show us the weed though? Why are you outside?
Because this shit smells, bro.
He's gonna stink up the whole yard.
Oh, is that why they come in the sealed little things?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's proper sealed, airtight.
You can't do it in the yard, innit?
Yeah, what? You from Cali, fam?
Because I mean, that's like promoting it, isn't it? Really?
Nah, he's saying it's haram. Don't do it, man. He needed to give a disclaimer, innit?
Yeah, man.
I thought those were pills.
Nah, I don't fuck with that.
Nah, they're cigarettes. He's showing how bad cigarettes can be.
No, it's legal here. This is legal.
I was asking you, are you in Cali or what?
Yeah. This is all legal. Anyone can buy it. Anyone that's 21 can go and buy it.
Yeah, no, cigarettes are legal here as well, but it's still bad for you, isn't it?
No, this. Anyone.
Yeah.
So, what subject can we talk about apart from this?
Tommy Robinson. Let's talk about Tommy.
I'll tell you something I just learned, innit? I was. One second, I really.
You can't be the
I really
spokesman for
wanted to
British
tell
culture.
this thing that I
And
just
someone
learned,
asks you
innit?
about reparations, you're like straight away, I'm Irish. Nothing to do with me. Like, oh, it was a letdown. It was a letdown.
I know, it's so
He ain't got
funny
no
when you said
future
that.
in politics. He ain't got no
I couldn't
future
even
in politics.
believe that. Bro.
He can never be a
That's
politician.
part 3 or part 2? Because I
You
didn't
can
see
see
that in
Tommy
part 2.
Robinson ain't spent 5 minutes reading up on reparations. Not 5 minutes. He couldn't even.
Right.
Like, that was the opportunity for him there to
knows what I
do a
mean,
little bit
really.
of speaking and show people that he is in touch with other people's issues and not just things that are going to get him more clout.
So you think Tommy should have been discussing reparations?
Yeah.
What's he going to discuss about reparations?
I think if he'd have done if he weren't such on the back foot and on the defensive and coming there to clear his name and he was genuinely coming to speak to the black community, he would have at least done 5 minutes research onto like topics.
So do you honestly believe that there's a chance of getting reparations?
Doesn't matter what I think about it. They asked him about it.
I know, I'm asking you though. Do you honestly think there is? See,
I
think that the problems that are going on in America are twofold, and I think reparations should be a separate subject to the other stuff.
But people who want to minimize issues genuinely do break them up into isolated situations, so they can't really like put 2 or 3 issues together and have a powerful stance. Yeah, but you lot want to put everything together from grooming gangs to starting from there to go into the age of Aisha, and you just create this fucking big case with things that aren't related. You know, when Muslims are like, but wait a minute, like, what's the age of Aisha got to do with me? You know, like, no, but it's related. Yeah, when it comes to reparations, it's like, oh, that should be an isolated incident, totally separate from everything.
All right, when you finish your monologue,
that's called minimizing.
Yeah, when you finish your monologue, can you let me know so that I can reply? Because every time I go to speak, you start speaking some more. It's really rude. Number 2.
You should wait for people to finish speaking before you try to jump in.
conversation takes more than one person, okay? We did speak about this earlier. So if you want to make a point, then we speak about the point.
My point's made. You're just stalling for time now, or do you need time to think of an answer?
No,
You're
I
stalling.
don't think of an answer. I just
Well,
think
man,
I still want to
Dejan,
know if that thing, the Irish thing, is in part 2 or part 3, because I still don't know.
Dejan, I feel so much better.
the reason why I believe that
I feel like my mic's not working or something, man. Like, what's going on?
no, it's working.
All right, yo.
Okay,
There's
on YouTube,
peace in here. Oh no, there's Jupiter. Oh, yo.
They done is left.
This, let me just make a point. Yeah, this EIE in the chat, you're so thick. I don't know why people even like you. Like, what is it? Because of what? Not because of who you are, innit? Obviously, let's get it straight. Know what I mean?
The troll.
You're a fool about we need reparations from Turkey, you mug. Turkey just finished paying off their reparations for the wars that they were involved with, you idiot. Who do you think they've been paying money to all these years?
Yo, don't let it get to your head, yo. Chill.
Fool. But it's just dumb, innit?
Right, so the reason why I think reparations needs to be separated from the other problems that the black community claim that they're having is because it's such a big topic and it clouds all the other problems. That's why. There was a great podcast called Brett Weinstein Dark Horse Roundtable to do with reparations and Black Lives Matter.
Yo, relax, bro. Thank you.
What is this guy on?
Bro, I'm so high, bro. I'm so
I don't know if he wants to ruin the channel. Is that right, Mo?
Shut up.
Okay. Talk. I
This
don't
guy.
mind.
Let him talk for an hour by himself.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so this is nice, you know.
Okay, there's somebody in the audience saying. Yeah, if you're a newcomer, all you have to do is click the link in the description. If you're on a phone, you press the cross, you press the down arrow, and then you click the link, or just click the link in the description. Belly, somebody's trying to get on by the look of it.
Yo, so who gives a fuck about
Once you click the link, you'll be
Robinson?
backstage until the person.
Only Robinson right there.
Sorry?
Tom Robinson's a faggot. Yo, Tom Robinson's a faggot.
And the
God
people
of
you,
Jacob. Nah,
say-
God of Jacob. You're not even funny, God of Jacob. Dissing my ancestors. Are you fucking taking the piss, bro? You're just a piss-taking old fool.
Yo, ignore it. Yo.
Why are you arguing with the chat?
Come
Can you
on,
not
come on.
ignore the chat
People
so
say
we-
shit about me here all the fucking time, bro. Ignore it. Who gives a fuck? Especially God of Jacob.
Right, so why don't you like Tommy, Mo?
Tom Robinson is the fool. Because
Yeah, why? Why do you say that?
he just makes white people look bad. Obviously.
have you ever listened to him? There you go.
Why would you ever support someone like that? And
Well,
he's
we can't. Well.
Especially his
Then I can
rhetoric.
say the same. I can say the same for Tommy Sotomayor.
You guys can say
Who defends Tommy Sotomayor? Eh? You?
my rhetoric is crazy, right? But
Do you defend Tommy Sotomayor?
But who?
At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Don't give a fuck about me.
Here we go.
Talk about you.
Tommy Sotomayor is a wife beater. He beats his wife.
So what do you think of him?
Sotomayor.
Chef? What do you think of
He
Tommy
doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about your family. He doesn't give a fuck about you, and you would be happy. You'd be happy.
So you're alright. So you're alright with Tommy Sotomayor beating his wife. Okay. Okay.
Yo, Wisdom. Shut up, Wisdom. Shut the fuck up.
Hello,
Bro,
there's a
you're
new
defending him right now, man.
Shut
person
up.
on the panel. Can they say who they are? Hello.
Hi, people. How you doing? How's everybody doing?
Yeah,
Hi.
good man. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, it's good to hear you guys speaking. I was all going to say about regarding to Sotomayor. He has some interesting views, particularly on original women. He seems to hate on them quite heavily to some degree. I feel with him. He has a very unique take on how those women behave, and particular certain types of those women in terms of how they go on with their attitudes towards men. That's what I reference from him. I don't think it's with all those women, but it's with certain types of those women that he sees that have an attitude problem, and he calls them like more man women than women. They're not feminine; they're more masculine, so to speak. That's the thing I see with him at the moment. Not really just in terms of how he deals with women. I don't know about this wife beating and all this not stuff. I'll have to wait and do some more due diligence on that. But he does have an issue with particular sorts of original women, particularly those who have an attitude.
Yeah. I see it.
Yo. Yo, we got Ralph over here. What's up, man?
Yo, Wagwan, what's everyone saying?
Wagwan.
Afternoon, people. Afternoon, that's what I should be saying first. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
It's
Or good
good that
morning,
everyone's
whatever.
having a good afternoon. That's good, man. It's good to hear. Yeah, what's the topic now? Topic was the day is how do we attract high quality guests
is a trip.
to the D block?
The topic of the day is a trip. You get it? It's a trip. Yeah. Think about it. Think about it like this. It could be disrespectful, but it could be.
What?
Yeah. Or it could be nice, but it's not.
Are you tripping, fam?
It's not
tripping,
Billy,
bro?
It's not Billy though. But
Bro.
like,
Listen. You need to chill out, bro.
It could be disrespectful.
You be tripping right now, man. I know you're a bit high. I know you just took your weed in early in the morning, but you need to chill out, fam. You need to chill out a bit, my brother.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're talking about how to attract high quality guests to the G block. Anyone got any suggestions?
I don't know, like if you want a recap of my position.
Yeah, I can give you my opinion. You can send me over. You can send me over to the American platforms where there's a lot of people who are popular over there. Man can speak to them still. Tell them to come to the G block.
We're talking about serious.
Yo, Ralph, check it out. Look, that doesn't even matter, bro. Look, the only thing that matters is people like Jupiter. Let me give you an example like Jupiter. She's like way against us.
Yeah.
Like she's like
let's not try and say names, okay?
No, I'm not trying to say. I'm not trying to say names. I'm not using anyone. Like I'm just saying like how their thinking is. They're like against us, bro, and I'm trying to get them to be not against us. Like switch sides and shit. You feel me? Like these people are. How could she? She was like, why don't you not like Tommy Robinson? And I was like, yo, because of his rhetoric. Because the shit he says is dangerous. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Look, I was gonna say my point of view, Raf, if you want, before you come in, give you time to
I've called Veli.
formulate an opinion.
Veli's doing something. So yeah, but yeah, what were you saying? Khan, go on.
Yeah, so like in my opinion, yeah, when you're talking about these high-end like panelists, they seem to have different kind of like attributes. Like they kind of like put in the work. When they realize they're not getting anything back from it, they'll leave. And what makes them think that just across the board, not just on G Block, from what I've seen, yeah, like people like, for example, Dan, you know, TLYTN, him, yeah, you don't really see him coming on panels that much as you used to, yeah. I'll just use him as an example. or even like someone like Ruspect, you won't see him coming on panels and debating with people, because really and truly, these people realize that no matter what they say, there's going to be certain people that are just singing off a hymn sheet, yeah, that are just basically don't really want to hear what you've got to say. They just want to repetitively repeat their point. And a lot of the time what they do is they come on and they take up a lot of time to just stop other people speaking, really, or to target your audience. But like they can't really, like, for example, white nationalists might not really be able to get through to people and rope them into their ideology. So what they do, they come on here and they hope to target one or two people that they can fish over to their side. So what they'll do is like they'll have like a set script and they'll just keep repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, or they'll just come on and block fruitful conversations.
Yo, Belly, Jupiter's in the back. Sorry, Con, bro. Keep going, Con.
Cool. So when like more high-end people, like even like Shakara, for example, yeah, he'll realize that, you know, and he'll realize that like he needs to kind of like only give X amount of energy to a situation that ain't really gonna ever deliver. You get me? So like obviously that comes with intelligence, innit? So the less intelligent people, like I don't know, like myself, like I can kind of like, if you're gonna be dumb, I can be dumb with you, innit? Or like if we want to switch to cussing or roasting, I can do that. So I've got that extra little entertainment that keeps me going. Whereas that high level intellect people that don't really do that sort of thing, they will lose their motivation in dealing with people on a lower level. So then you'll see a lot of them go off to places like Discord, and they'll have like what you might call an echo chamber, but they'll have time to spend with people who are on their level and also of the same opinion, and they will use that time to kind of formulate and create like better arguments to then eventually come back here with.
But that's good though. If they're gonna create the arguments, I don't mind, because you know sharpening the mind is a good thing. But I mean, I think what the question is getting deeper, and what the question is getting deep and asking basically is, how do we, you know, if we're going to be having these type of conversations, I think it's also a factor of sincerity. So when we're having these conversations, we're not just repeating the same things over and over again and going to other channels and saying the same thing over and over again. Like, for example, James gave you the example of Elron, who uses these statistics on this panel, gets destroyed, and then goes to another channel and uses the same statistics there. As if they won't not realize that this has been...
Yeah, Elron's extreme, isn't he? He's an ethno-nationalist, and you know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like, if look, ethno-nationalists, on that particular issue, if they want to preserve their group, that's fine, isn't it? When it comes to the issue of if they're talking about black people being violent, I don't know why they have to go and argue that point. That's irrelevant. Like, just focus on what you want to do and you want to see, and that should be the full focus of you, not whether or not other groups are violent or this or that and whatever. I don't really get that argument that Ralph and try to use.
I kind of agree with you. The only time that things like that should be looked at is if they're trying to find a reason why a certain area, let's not talk people, a certain area might have more violent crimes going on than another area. So then they might have to start breaking down the people who are living within it, what their ideals are, etc., etc.
Yeah, but the ideals, like what from what we can see.
Finish, please.
Wait, hold on.
To use it as a way to sort of like paint the whole community as violent, I agree with you, it's wrong. But don't you think the term black and white needs to be got rid of? Don't you think that people need to stop putting themselves under that umbrella?
Well, you can't like, this is what I keep saying to you can't do that, because what's gone on.
You can do that, bro. You can do that.
No, let me explain to you why you can't do that right now, because what has gone on in the past, in the past is still going on today in a different form. So you might not see the overt racism like you guys think of, the whipping, the lynching, you know, the racial elements of you know, if you watched old Looney Tunes or old the Walt Disney films or whatever, they had racial stereotypes about black people and whatnot and everything. You know, that even that it's not like that form that you would realize you be seeing happening. It's more of a different form, like a it's more covert than overt. And I gave this example last time when I was speaking to Ned about, you know, say if I'm going for, say if my I go into I'm a doctor and I go into work in the hospital or attend to see a patient and I'm wearing my dashiki, you understand, or native word for it is agbada. If I go there and see them, they're gonna look at me funny.
All right.
And then
let me follow up my comment with some sort of substance. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Here's how it works. Yeah. In the current system that we're living in, I'll give you a parallel example. So, for example, you got a Green Party, very small party. They start getting momentum. Yeah. They start getting strong. Yeah. The bigger parties will then take on their policies or what they want to implement and basically do them out of their position. Right. But we're not seeing that in racial groups. Like we're not seeing ethno-nats or people who are saying, oh, why are black people talking about themselves as being black or being politically black and fighting for their own cause and being separatists? We want them to join with us. Yeah, but if you really wanted that, you would take their policies or their arguments and use them to add to your own. But you're not doing that. You're saying you're doing that, but really you're not. And even when we listen to Tommy Robinson, we can see that he's not willing to do that. He's just saying to black people, put aside your own benefit. Like even the guy was saying to him, like you're complaining about this Black Pound Day, yeah, but you're saying that you don't agree with reparations, and then when we try to do something for ourselves, you don't agree with that either. And that's the catch-22 that the right wing find them. Give me a sec, please. Give me a sec. Because we've got time, yeah. This is the position that the catch-22 that the right wing find themselves in. That the right wing, yeah, although they claim that they're in opposition to the elite, yeah, really aren't. What they're doing is mirroring the elite's values, yeah, and that means suppressing smaller groups. That's what they're actually doing. They're blocking you from getting to put your case forward because they believe that they're the big chick and they should get the worm ahead of you. That's what they believe. Yeah, that is ultimately when you see them looking at criteria for people who should get assistance. Yeah, they don't care how much you're suffering or to what degree you're suffering. They will use arguments like, "Oh, the majority of the population," like as if it matters about numbers. So what we're saying is, if there's 10,000 people with a sore finger, they should come ahead of 1,000 people who are getting decapitated. But in other areas of life, we don't do that. We judge things based on merit, and we judge things based on how much help is needed, like vulnerability. But they don't want to do that. So they're in a catch-22. They can't make people give up their black identity and their black politics because as the mainstream, they're not prepared to take them people on or to fight their cause for them.
You see what happens, Khan, when you make a load of points like this and you just ramble on.
No, it's just 1 point. It's just 1 point.
Yeah, but it's not
right. He's right. Yo, fuck that. Yo, Jupiter, shut the fuck up.
Well, no, Mo, come on, man. Bro.
No, but he's right. Yo, come on.
Mo.
No, because I need to be able to come back on certain things. You can't just make 100 points.
Yeah, but Jupiter, you can make a note of it and then you can come back on it. So you make a note of it. Like, if you want, have a little pad there. Just can't mention this point. Boom, mention it there. Bullet point. Then you can come back on it, innit? But,
right. Well,
yeah, Mo, let's not do all of that, man.
I'm going to try come back on memory. Yeah. And I noticed that I didn't interrupt him. So I hope you're not going to allow him to interrupt me. Firstly, Khan, you keep talking as if you know my position. My position is this. I'm centre right, and I believe that the centre itself, which includes the centre left, need to rise together to keep the fringe movements, the extreme left and the extreme right and extreme Islam out of this country. Because if they get anywhere near power, they're going to destroy it for all of us. Right? My issues with Black Lives Matter is because of what they represent and not because they're fighting for black people, because I don't think they are. Right? So that's another area you can go into if you want. As for Tommy Robinson, I do believe that Tommy wants unity. I do believe that. I wouldn't support him if I didn't believe that he did.
Yeah, but that's what
You have to understand when you say that we don't, that people on the right don't want to be inclusive. In fact, they do. But what we're saying is that the police, right? Let's start with just the police brutality. There is police brutality, but not to the extremes of what's being put out there. And there is problems with the procedures. But why not admit that it goes right across the board and everybody stand together and get the procedures changed through legislation? Why not do that? What's wrong with doing it that way, Khan?
All right, cool. Firstly, I never mentioned your position as an individual at all.
I was going to say that too. Sorry about
Secondly, I never mentioned Black Lives Matter at all. Thirdly, your last point, well, let me fit another point in between before I get to that. What Russ said about sincerity is a very big thing. So giving lip service and saying, Tommy Robinson is for unity is like saying Tommy Robinson doesn't want disharmony. But disharmony is the first step to achieving any goal. So by doing people out of that ability to create disharmony, or separate themselves off to an issue where they can like focus their energy on, you're basically trying to keep them in the status quo. But the status quo is you at the front of the queue and them at the back. And you're complaining about 10 million people got a sore finger, but the people at the back are saying 1 million people got their heads decapitated. But you're saying, no. Right? But anyway, leave that to one side. What you're saying about the police brutality, yesterday, you basically diminished every single police brutality claim, saying only one of them was actually, out of all of them, only one of them was a real claim. Other people are doing things like swallowing drugs in police custody, rare, undermining all of them. Yeah. So when you're talking about joining two sets of statistics together, black people getting killed in police custody and whites, you're not even doing that in your argument. So for you to then turn around and say black people should do that is ridiculous, because when you're talking about across the board and you're the center, the obligation is on you to represent the fringes, not on the fringes to take on your view.
I don't want the fringes to take on my view. I'm not telling anybody to take on what view at all. Everyone's entitled to free speech. That's my belief. What I'm saying to you is that it happens that police brutality happens right across the board, but it's not as severe as people are saying. When you actually look at
what difference does it make? How severe it is? Why wouldn't you want people to exaggerate their claim if their claim's adding on to your claim?
Because I prefer truth.
But and you don't.
Yes, I do. And when you say that I was only saying to do with the drugs, you've took that to mean only black people. There are white people that have died in custody because they've swallowed the drugs and they're dealing.
You didn't spend half an hour diminishing all those people's claims. You spent half an hour talking about all the black people that died in police custody. I'm talking about yesterday.
That never happened. That's a lie.
No, it's not.
I talked about the figures. I didn't break it down by colour. You did.
You're being silly now.
No, I'm not. You just don't seem to understand that. It's you that wants to break it down by colour. I want to be all inclusive. You don't understand that.
This is what I'm saying. All right, let me give you an analogy.
Right, go on.
Let's say white people are the majority, right? Ethnic minorities are obviously minority, right? I'll give you an analogy. So you've got a car and you're driving your car, right? And I'm the minority, so I'm one person and I'm your passenger, and I've decided to come along with you for the ride, yeah? So I jump in your car and someone rear ends us, demolishes your car, and you're putting a claim against them, and I'm the passenger and I'm saying, yeah, but I've got whiplash as well, yeah? And I'm exaggerating it and going, yeah, and I had a $3,000 pair of Ray-Ban glasses in my pocket that got broke as well. Now, if you're on my side and we're putting in a claim together, you won't turn around to me and say, oh, what are you saying that for? Why are you overinflating your claim for? Because we're claiming against the motherfucker that just rear-ended your whole car. But yet you seem to want to stop me from doing that.
Yeah,
Don't make
because
sense, does it?
I believe in truth.
All right,
And
whatever.
for me, I would look at you, and this is in real life, I would look at you and I would think, why are you doing that? Because what you've just done by bumping up your claim has a knock-on effect
Yeah.
for all people that pay
Yeah.
insurance.
All right. But what I'm saying is this.
Ourselves at a later date.
I'm saying that when your car got rear-ended, the insurance company's not going to pay you out the 10 grand you paid for your car. They're going to give you 7 grand, and you're going to get bumped 3 grand. So if I bump them, yeah, then me and you can go halves in it, or I can benefit.
Yeah, but that's
You
how
shouldn't really
corruption
be. Yeah, but the insurance company's bumping you 3 grand already.
But that's how corruption starts, and I don't want corruption in society.
No, that's not. That's just an analogy. That's just a parallel.
It's corruption.
See, not corruption.
It
In
is.
that example, it work out corruption, but that's just an example, innit? That's not real life. That's just me giving you a parallel example. Yeah, it's like, why would you be the one to stop the person who's trying to add to your claim, to strengthen your claim against someone who's gonna bump you?
Because I prefer truth. So I would rather stick to the truth and be more solid than get exposed later on and have the whole claim thrown out. If you start on dodgy foundations, you're going to end on dodgy foundations.
All right, but do you believe that black people's claims are dodgy? All right, I concede that lying about having 3 grand glasses is dodgy. I agree with that. Yeah,
Right.
but do you agree that that translates over to the actual real subject of you don't really back black people?
Listen, I don't believe there's systematic racism. Other people can agree with me, but I do believe racism exists. I believe that our
Yeah,
system
but you keep saying this. This is shocking. Institutions are turning around and saying we have systemic racism and we're going to stamp it out ourselves. They're already admitting it.
Yeah, but I think they're all jumping on it for publicity reasons. They've gone along on this PC thing. I think people are scared to say the truth. That's why you're getting people losing their jobs for flying an all lives for a White Lives Matter banner. You're getting people losing jobs for saying all lives matter, even though that bloke's got reinstated, which is a plus. But you're getting people ousted out of their job, and this cancel culture that's just evil. It's just evil. Can't you see the damage it's doing to society?
Anyone else want to talk? Because I think
Yeah, let somebody else speak.
All right, I've been patient wanting to come in. I'll just say this. The issue I have with and I melanated myself. I don't use these black and white nonsense. I'm sick of all that terminology. What I will say is that there's a certain amount of racism in regards to the police, because I've experienced this, being melanated and being with my friends who are very well off. They went to private school, and I went to their house, and I was racial profiled. And if it wasn't for their mum and dad at the time, and the police was looking to shift me and have me locked up, and they couldn't do it because their mum and dad stand up and says, no, he's a friend of the family. We know why he's here. So I've experienced multiple issues in regards to where the police treat people from different backgrounds. Now, I'm not saying the police don't treat people who are working class quite wrong, because I've got friends who I went to school with who are English working class who've been given a tough back time by the police. But if, for instance, I'll give you an example of this. So I've been with them, and we had an incident. This was years ago, and they came and said, they were accused of something that they weren't done. So now I spoke to police, says, no, we were here, we're doing this, that, and the other. Shut up, you're such and such and such and such. So then we've all kicked off because we're saying, how can you speak to him like that? But that policeman wouldn't have called me the N-word, or wouldn't have called me a this or a that, you get me? And the way they speak to you and their tone of voice, the way they spoke to me, yeah, I was telling the truth about my friend where he was at the time, but he didn't want to hear anything I had to say, or even though I was a genuine witness. This is what I'm talking about. So the police treat you differently. I've seen how they treat people differently, right? So they do that. So there is racism. How far it's institutionalized, you're gonna have to look at. You're gonna have to look at that. Yeah, but it does happen. It's there. I just think that it's blown. I think with this BLM stuff, I think it's blown way out of proportion. I think we need to look at the facts properly, and we need to look at the individual cases properly, based on evidence, not based on what people are saying. I think what the problem you've got is you've got people saying stuff that is true, and then you've got aspects where it's exaggerated. So, for instance, I've spent time on the Mark Duggan campaign. I've been to Kingsley Burrell's campaign in Birmingham. I've been to all the different. I know Janet Alder quite well. I spoke to Janet Alder on many occasions, and for a fact, the police bodged Christopher Alder's his first case, and they did that deliberately because they knew that there was more than enough evidence to have those officers held to account. So that case was bodged, and then under the double jeopardy rule, they can't be tried again. And that's the same thing with Stephen Lawrence. Whereas you look at the Hillsborough lot, who were fantastic, and I met them when I went to see when I was down in London, when we had the Matt Duggan thing in London, in North London. They spoke then, and I was speaking to some of the Hillsborough lot. Now they know the police was biased against them, and they know that was the government-sponsored terrorism, as far as I'm concerned. Now they've had to fight for maybe nearly close to 30 plus years to get all that nonsense, all the lies that police and government were telling, and get that overturned. Now they're English working class, so now they're beginning only recently to start to get the justice. Where you've got crimes that were committed against people who I term melanated, because I can't use black and white, melanated, they're still fighting for this justice, and they still haven't got nowhere. So you can see there is problems there. You can see that, but I do think there's a lot of divide and rule that comes in. There's a lot of divide and rule that goes on, and I think if people come together, we've got to look at the cases on individual merit based on evidence, rather than bringing into aspects of color. Because what you do with the color stuff is people get caught up in the argument of color, which is, I just say that's nonsense, and we're not dealing with the actual facts on the ground. Whereas if you look at the facts on the ground and use that as your evidence, meaning the stuff that I was explaining earlier, where you've been profiled, where I've been profiled, and we use that factual evidence, that could be based on factual proof, rather than people just screaming all over the place, putting accusations across.
Bro, let me benefit, from your knowledge, on a subject. You mentioned Stephen Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
Now, Jupiter's from that community, right? She's saying that it was down to corruption because some gangsters were paying off the police, and it was nothing to do with racism. Do you agree with that?
No, I say the murder, it was racist, but the reason that they didn't know justice is because one of the gang, his father was into criminality, and he paid off the police. But he basically had deals with the police. It was corruption. Yeah.
Well, you're saying that the corruption wasn't biased in any racial way, but I'm suggesting that the Old Boys Network came in together. You get me? Police and criminals basically joined together to do these people out of their justice, strictly because they're black. If it was one of their own community that accidentally got murdered or on purpose got murdered, the end result would have been different. So race played the part. I don't know.
It may have played a part, but the main reason was because one of the children's fathers was a criminal. It's well established that that's the truth. The murder itself was racist, but the reason the justice didn't come about is because there was police corruption.
Oh, Sardell, you got any knowledge on this matter?
Well, I was about to say that it is the police. This is what I mean with Christopher Alder's case. This happens across the board. Marcy Rigg and her brother Sean Rigg, she had to get independent pathologist reports because the one that the police had and the government did was incorrect. And she says, no, that's not quite right. So she had her own part, and it turns out there was different. That when she had her own pathologist, that it turned out that there was different areas that the original ones had was.
Yeah, brother, sorry, you keep
this
cutting
is what I'm
out.
saying to you. How far systemic it is. That yeah. I speak
Yeah,
to the
sorry,
guy.
you keep
Yeah.
cutting out.
Also, if you speak like more thingy,
Osada,
one sec. If you speak more quietly, not quietly, but if you lower the tone a little bit and speak more evenly, the internet will be able to thingy you better. It won't cut out, because like the more
Yeah, the more excited you get, it seems like it's cutting out.
the more excited you get, it cuts out because it's got more to cope with. So repeat what you said, innit? We will really want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah. I was speaking. Obviously, I've spent time doing being involved with a couple of different campaigns, and so when you on these campaigns, you get to meet the various people. So I've spent some time with obviously Duggan family. I spent some time with the Hillsborough lot from Liverpool. Obviously, Janet Alder. I didn't get to see, I haven't met Stephen's family, but I've met various different families who have had this issue with regards to the police. And in most of the circumstances, they all know that the police bodge the investigations, right? So we know that there's corruption amongst the police. Now, in these circumstances, most people are realizing that this is a consistent thing that happens. So therefore, there must be something that's going on in the background that's making sure that this doesn't get dealt with in a fair and proper way. So in what you were saying in terms of the Stephen Lawrence case, they did find there was in the McPherson report as well that there was described as institutional racism. They described that in the McPherson report. That's been proven. That's not, I don't think that's in any dispute. If it is, then by all means we'll have to look into that. But when the McPherson report came out, it explained there was clear institutional racism across the board in the police. Now, that's one thing them saying that, but that's still going to be different to mine and your experiences on the street that we're having. So what I'm saying to you is, in regards to all police cases, in most circumstances, there is a conflict of interest. For instance, the police, for instance, it was Matt Duggan when he got taken out. The police have all the time because they get to open up the crime scene and keep the crime scene. Now, if they wanted to plant guns or plant this or plant that, as we all know, with Trident and all that, they can do what they want at the scene and nobody's going to know any better because the scene gets cordoned off. Same with Azelle Rodney, same thing with him as well. So what you tend to have happen with the police is there's a conflict of interest where they can have set parameters in place that would mean that would allow for the corruption. The whole way the rules are set up in terms of how crime scenes are protected, there's a conflict of interest, particularly when the police have murdered somebody and then they've got to investigate themselves. So that's a clear conflict of interest. Now, they created the IPCC, which you all know as well as I do, is full of ex-police officers. Like Jupiter said, the old boys club. This is where the issue is. So you've got the ICCP, which is full of all police officers, then who've already been part of the police force. So there's always some kind of conflict of interest. So this allows for corruption because there's no real dependent that's away from the government, that's away from the police, that can actually have a crime scene and look at the facts and evidence based on the facts and evidence rather than somebody's perception of it based on certain parameters and rules. That's what we've got to look at. And so that allows for the police corruption because it allows that the police might not get interviewed on time, they might not have to take statements, and then they might change their statements. So you've got opportunities for the corruption to keep creep in, and that means that when that happens, therefore when an inquiry happens or an inquest, that there's a conflict of interest which favors the police. Because like you said, I think it's maybe in the last 10 years, I was looking at this a while ago, there's maybe like 300 plus people in 10 years that died in police custody. Now in this country, it's overwhelming, obviously English, so you're going to have by English being a majority, there's going to be more European peoples that are going to die in police custody just by the fact that there's an 87% English majority and there's only say like 2% from people who are original. So therefore, statistically anyway, there's going to be more deaths. What's interesting is when you look at the proportionality of those deaths in police custody and you look at the proportionality and then you look at the way that they've died, and that's based on the evidence that they've collected, never mind all the stuff that we don't know about. So these things need to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. But what I feel with the police is there's a conflict of interest when they have to investigate themselves And when the ICP is involved, and even in new or ICP, there's not enough independence. So therefore, that allows them to be corrupt. It allows them to change evidence. It allows them to tamper with evidence. And this is why no police have ever been convicted in a case that when they've been, let's put it, Stephen Lawrence, whether it's Azelle Rodney, whether it's Mark Duggan, whether it's Fillmore Mills, whether it's Leon Briggs, and I'm going to quote some people from English, whether it's Ian Tomlinson, whether it's only recently, the only ones that have had any success are the Hillsborough, and they've fought for 35 years to get that acknowledgement. You see what I'm saying to you? So the police as a whole, I think, are corrupt. Yeah, they're corrupt across the board. I do feel some of it's racial, but there is also a class issue as well. I'll let you come in on that. Sorry.
How do you put?
No, you was brilliant, bro. Well done.
Did you pronounce it as Osada or Osada? Okay, I don't want to pronounce your name, brother. How do you pronounce?
Just call me Dell for short, if it makes it easy for you.
Dell. All right, Dell. Yeah, this is what I'm going to say. Yeah. When it comes to the issue of class, for me personally, I don't say that class doesn't exist. I recognize that there is classism. Like, I don't think even other people that you talk to, they will say that there is nothing like classism, that they will just be looking at you like, no, there is classism. There is clear evidence of classism. What we're saying is that when we talk about the race issue, is that, yes, being poor and white is shit, but being poor and black is even shitter. That's all we're saying. And when we're talking about
disproportionately shitter.
Yeah, come on.
That's why I mentioned disproportionate, didn't I? I mentioned disproportionality. I said that when I was saying about the police. I did say.
Yeah, we're agreeing with you.
So obviously, when we're saying that, what's it called? The issue of class doesn't, like, you guys can focus on white people, can focus on the class thing, no problem in it. But we're gonna focus on the black thing as well, innit? God, that's what we have to focus on because we've noticed it going on.
I'm just going to say to you, I'm melanated myself, and I've experienced this myself. This is what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying to you, I've seen it myself. You get me? I'm saying to you that I've experienced it myself, but I've also grown up with working class people who are British who've also experienced it. But the difference is, and I said this, when the way the police speak to me is derogatory in terms of how they've been racial, whereas my friends who are working class, they speak to them derogatory, but they've never used they won't bring racism to where the police, in my instance, did do. So I've even said that both are there. I said that earlier on. I don't know if you missed that, but I did say both are there. And I did say that with the disproportionality as well. And that's what I'm saying to you. So I'm saying both are there.
Wait, so just hold on there, because we're not like, okay, we're focusing on the police thing, yeah. But I'm saying all across the board, racism is rife within the system. I'm not even trying to say that, oh, it's just the police, and I'm saying that it goes deeper than just the police. We're talking about jobs, we're talking about the workplace environment, everything is deeper than that. So when we're talking about racism, yeah, we're talking like I was saying earlier, well, I was very long-winded with this, but what I was trying to ultimately say is that, what's it called? We're looking at racism today as if we were looking at it in the 60s where it was overt. No, racism today is very covert. It's language. It's subtle little things that people do that people go, nah, that's not correct. This is the way it should be done. And when it's said like that, like, you might not think it's nothing. You might not think it's something that people should be, but when you deep it, when you actually look back, like when you observe it from another angle, you're thinking, actually, hang on a minute, what's the issue with that? That wasn't even a problem. Like, you know what I mean? So when I was I think I gave us an example earlier when I was talking to a guy who comes on the panel called Ned. We was talking about racism in, let's say, in terms of going into the hospital right now to work. So a doctor who's black, who comes with what you call a dashiki, or in my native tongue they call it agbada. When they come there, now they're gonna be looked at funny. Like when the patient's gonna look at them funny, think, wow, like, why are you coming here with a dashiki and all this stuff? Like, you're not a proper doctor. Do you know what I mean? And then not to talk of their skin tone as well, but and the way they speak as well. So it gets deeper than
what you're saying, Ruff, there's a visual element to this.
Yes, of course.
So that obviously goes back to with the Nazis making Jews sew yellow stars onto their clothes to identify them. So even when there's no way to identify people visually, they make one. So the visual element, proves that there's some sort of a racial element to this whole thing, because black people are visually black. So when we're looking at why black people are treated differently from everyone else, that's the only reason. If black people weren't black, and they were the same people with the same look, but their skin color, let's say, for example, was white, and they couldn't be identified as easily as they are, they wouldn't be easily marginalized. They wouldn't be easily discriminated. And it just makes it easier for the racists to target them. But yet they want to paint this picture that, oh, black people are more criminal, black people are more violent. Now that's all bullshit. And then to suggest that with the Stephen Lawrence thing, that it was just down to corruption.
But yeah, just focus on what I'm saying. It's not about I'm talking about it's the idea of that what is seen as white culture is superior to whatever good thing black culture wants to produce. So in terms of, like I said, the clothing aspect of it, there's nothing wrong with clothes. Why would you, like, what's the issue with a guy who is Nigerian coming into a hospital with a dashiki to attend to a patient? You're gonna, like, obviously here on the panel, we're gonna think there's nothing wrong with that. But
I thought all doctors had to wear sort of like an overcoat or special clothes.
But so the special, you see, the idea of the special clothing, that's the point I'm trying to make. That their appearance.
But it's health and safety. It's not because of colour.
No. Some doctors, if you're a consultant, you can go and see the patient without what you call the
if we're talking, sorry, Raf, one sec. If we're talking about health and safety, where's the health and safety in wearing a necktie that can strangle you, and you've got some big flappy piece of material around your neck that can get caught on anything? Where's the health and safety in a necktie?
Here you go. The suit is, you can go see a patient in a suit. So it's not that when you're going into theatre, that's a completely different thing. And
so are you saying that people have complained because the doctors come to see them in a dashiki?
Of course. Well, if anyone tried to, like, you get the weird person look at it.
Have you got a case of this we can refer to, or is this just hearsay?
No, come on, man.
Because most British people,
everything you say is hearsay.
When they're ill,
you're against hearsay.
Hold on. Most British people, when they're ill, they don't care what colour the doctor is if they're helping them.
Of course they do. What are you talking about?
Most doctors in this country are actually.
It's not true. My dad will tell you about times he's been abused by patients.
Where's the evidence for that then?
I saw a white doctor in London in a general practitioner's, to be honest.
Well, that's, you know what I mean. Like the another thing you need to understand as well is the way they speak as well. So the way, if you even watch things like Nollywood, when you see a Nollywood doctor, they're not talking like the ones that come into the hospital that they say they're patients and they're talking in the accent. You hear them trying to sound like they're even as close as they can to a British or a well-spoken British accent.
Communication levels are understood.
No,
I mean, I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny.
You're going to miss the point. You're going to miss the point. Jupiter, wait, hold on. You're going to hold on. You're going to miss the point. You're going to say it's because of the communication. It's not because of the communication. It's the fact that their culture, one culture, has dominated, and has said that this is the way that
this is the British country. You would expect them to speak in the British monotones and tones.
Of course, because of the fact that they say that British culture is superior to their own. That's the point.
No, not because it's superior, but because it's Britain.
No, that's what they will say though. That's literally it. Is like the point you're missing is that you're not identifying that these little things. You might think it's nothing. It's just the fact that it's just to communicate properly with the person, but they can communicate the person fine in their own language.
Let me twist this, Raf. If I went to Nigeria and I expected everybody to speak English, would it be rude of me to expect that?
Sorry, say that.
If I went to Nigeria and I expected there, or even Pakistan, and I expected all of them to stop speaking their own language and use it.
Their countries weren't formed due to an empire. Yours
Hold on,
was.
I'm talking to Raf.
Yeah.
And I expect them all to speak the Queen's English. Would it be rude of me?
I think you'll find they do speak the Queen's English.
So yeah, that's one of the main, like you can go and check it up. One of the main languages spoken in Nigeria is English.
I'm not talking about just the elites who choose to do that. I'm talking about every single person.
Oh no, of course, not every single person, because
right.
Hold on, this is where you're missing the point. Hold on, you know that those people are regarded as uneducated, right?
Yeah, but that working. Hold on, that works for the working class as well. The working class.
Here you go.
Somebody like me, and somebody like Dell, who's got accents, would not be treated as being of the same class as somebody who's gone to Oxford.
That's right. That's the first common sense.
Now you're getting closer. Hold on, you're getting closer to what we're talking about. There's a standard, right? And
yeah, but it's class, not race.
It's the standard is what's it called? Not only to what's it called? Let's forget about the race for now, innit? The standard is.
Look, Raph, you speak better than me. If we were on a telephone, you would probably get better service than I would or Dell would immediately.
I speak better than you.
Because yes, you do. I speak more common than you do.
All right, no problem. But yeah, what I'm saying is that when it comes to the way that you when you're interacting to get to certain jobs or whatnot, like you said, in it, the way I speak would sound closer to what the standard is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I was gonna say, yeah. Here's the difference. She's arguing class against race, right?
Race, yeah.
But Jupiter, being the let's say she was the most Cockney person on earth, which I've got people in-laws that are more Cockney than her, but they don't bring up their kids to speak how they speak. So within one generation, they've eliminated that discrimination.
Yeah, okay, but that's the point. Like she's not. She
don't speak like me.
She thinks that what's it called? Just Cockney is some type of thing that cannot be gotten rid of. Elocution lessons will get rid of it. David Beckham's an example. But the point is that what's it called? When the standard is already been set, and we're trying to recognize what that standard is, and that standard is being what you would call posh.
Raf, listen, you're right, because back in the day, before ITV and BBC was the only channel, people from regional areas couldn't come on TV and even speak. They were regarded as country bumpkins, less intelligent, lower class.
Yeah.
Everyone on the BBC spoke like the Queen's English, right?
Yeah.
Only with the ITV, which ITV was all these different regional TV outlets joined as one, so they were broadcast as ITV, but you'd have regional places represented. So you get programs like, like Coronation Street, for example. Now that has made mainstream accept regional accents, as a norm now, as an accepted thing. Get me? But look what it took for that to happen. See what I mean?
But it's accepted as a norm, but even to get to certain places, you'll still have to have some type of proper way of speaking, a proper way of looking, and there might be other stuff, but I can't remember it now. But the two things I've mentioned now are very significant in terms of rising in this society.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but what you need to understand is that a lot of the stuff that you don't understand in the system have come about for a reason, and the reason
I don't understand. What do I understand?
The reason they have a standard English is very similar to why English is taught in Nigeria when there's so many different tribes. It's because it makes it easier for communication from all areas.
No, but that's
standard English.
No.
And a level and a tone and an inclination that most people are supposed to use. There's better room for understanding what the person is saying and no
long before the British came to these areas, all these groups that you're talking about in Nigeria were already communicating with each other, and they were communicating with each other in their traditional languages.
No, there wasn't. Do you know how many traditional languages there are in Nigeria?
I know that. What do you mean? Of course, 200 over 250. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And not all the people were verbal and able to communicate in all 250.
Yeah, here's the thing, Jupiter. What Raf's saying is perfectly explained in the fact that you keep telling people they need to understand.
Yeah.
Like, where do you get off telling people that they need to pattern up to your standards?
Another thing you're doing, Jupiter, is you're not understanding that you're acting as if they couldn't communicate. Those 250 different languages couldn't come up with a language to communicate with each other.
It's not intended to insult anyone. That's just colloquially how I speak. It's just a phrase.
No, I'm not saying you're purposefully offending people. What I'm saying is it's a demonstration of your subconscious thinking.
Yeah.
If you're going to go down the route of I think I'm subconsciously superior, that's ridiculous. And
no, you're saying if I'm Cockney and I need to learn how to speak posh to get ahead, and you're African, then why are you complaining that you need to start speaking posh as well? That don't make sense.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
It is though.
No, it's not.
You're saying you're marginalized and you're prevented from being socially mobile and moving up the social ladder to a higher class because of how you speak.
You always try to tell people what I'm saying rather than what I'm saying.
Jupiter, don't get upset, man. We're just trying to make you understand something, innit? Like when we're talking about these.
Anyway, would someone else like to speak? I'm going to step out for a bit.
All right, go and have a fag and come back then.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, you know, if they don't get it, what we're trying to say is that what's it called? There is a standard.
Raf, what I just said, perfectly shows the position of the right wing. They're saying, that they're having this relationship with elites where they need to adopt their ideologies and mirror the elite. Now, when you come into this situation, they're expecting you to do the same and get in line behind them. But what they don't realize is if you use black people like a radioactive isotope that you can trace social mobility from, you will see that there's an active pressure or active force keeping people from being socially mobile. You get what I mean? And it's only visually obvious because black people are actually melanated.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But then they try to give every other reason under the sun rather than accepting that there is no social mobility and there is this glass ceiling and the elites are protected and they're the buffer zone, furthermore protecting the elites. They don't want to admit all that. So they start coming up with things like, oh, well, black people are more prone to violence. That's why they don't progress.
It's not hard, but hold on, Khan. Like, let's be fair to Jupiter. Jupiter don't necessarily say that, but what Jupiter is.
No, she gives every excuse under the sun rather than looking at race.
Yeah, but do you know what it is? Yeah, like one thing as well is when people are saying that that they don't. One thing a lot of people don't realize is when they're saying that other people are pawns, they're not looking at themselves as the pawns themselves. They're looking at it from one. They're looking at it and saying, "You guys are the pawns because, you know, this, that, and whatever." You know, I mean, Tommy was saying that Black Lives Matter, in the last 4 weeks, raised the issue of racism, and that's just not true. Like racism in the UK has existed for
exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're basically
in the last 4 weeks.
They're upset that you're rocking the status quo because in the status quo they're ahead of you.
It has done no damage, Jupiter. It's been existing. You guys keep saying it's not there.
Weeks, there's been more damage done by Black Lives Matter to cause division in this country than all of the.
Right, let her finish it and then go after.
They've caused it to cause a lot of division.
Okay.
They made an already existing problem 100 times worse.
Can I ask a question about that, Jukar? Wait, can I ask a question about that, Jukar? Yeah. So, as Black Lives Matter being responsible for the deaths of just anyone in the time since they've been out,
Yeah, in America, 17 people have been killed.
Hold on, the person who's always moaning about this saying America, why do black people look at America? Now you're talking about America. What, can't you answer it from your own position?
I did think you was talking about the UK Black Lives Matter.
Right, if you're talking about the
Try
UK,
again.
no, luckily enough, there's not been any actual murders, but there's been plenty of attacks on both sides. And you see them going around Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all those kind of places. You see, we've just had a man yesterday arrested because a Black Lives Matter man stood on the neck of a baby, knelt on the neck of a baby, a white baby. Yeah, in the UK.
Was that in the UK?
Yeah.
In the UK, that was, yeah.
But this goes against your argument of individual racism.
Can you wait? Hold on a sec. Can you would you be able to provide the link?
I can't
to that
because I'm not on Twitter. I don't know if Dale can.
Yeah, it'd be good to look at it. But what I'm saying is, you use the argument of individuals being racist.
That as far as I've seen that story, as far as I've seen that story, that's the American story.
Okay, maybe
there's not actually a
it's
picture
from
to
wrong.
it.
I thought
There's
it
not
was
even
the
a picture.
UK. I only.
And there's not a picture to it, and it was what someone actually said. So all now, if that sounds heinous, yeah, it might not actually be true.
I thought the man got arrested.
I'm not sure what it was. It's just said something about something in Ohio, but there was no pictures to it, and there was
There is a picture to it.
follow-up
There is a
story
picture to it because
supposedly.
it's yeah.
I never saw
There
it.
is a picture to it. I'll tell you who has got a picture of it if she comes on, Wendy. But me myself, I refuse.
Yeah, she would have.
Me myself, I know other people who've seen it and talked about it, but me myself, I refuse to look at it because to see a baby being treated like that would just make me feel sick, and it would really disturb me.
Mm.
All right. So what about the people like there's been, but it started off with the Teddy Boys in the 50s. They killed a guy in West London. And they used to do attacks on black people all the time.
Disgusting.
Yeah. For me, that has caused much more for, even though it was in the 50s. Yeah.
In its time,
that till now, yes, because there has been racist attacks up till to the later date. Now it's stretched over to people will attack like Muslims, women or whatever, dressed as whatever. Do you know what I mean? That because they look different now. So like, I reckon that's caused much more damage to any sort of race relations than Black Lives Matter protests or much as could have ever done.
In the overhaul, but like I said, Black Lives Matter has made the situation 100 times worse. So was there racial problems in this country? Yeah, definitely. Do racists exist? Yeah, definitely. I disagree with Dale. I don't believe it's systemic, but I do believe there used to be systemic racism. I believe that they've put in procedures and legalities and legislation to get people justice if they suffer racism, right? So when Black Lives Matter comes along and they say that they are fighting for Black lives, when they're clearly not, they're cultural Marxists. They want to break up the nuclear family. They want to do all the other stuff that comes along with it. They want to get rid of capitalism. They want to what's the other thing that they stand for? There's one missing. Anyway, they're not mentioning Black lives. They're not worried about the slavery that's going on in Libya. They're not worrying about any black person that disagrees with them, because quite clearly that was displayed with Sasha Johnson when she called black people who disagree with her point of view coons. So they're not bothered about racism, because if they were, they wouldn't be racist themselves.
All right. But okay, so before Black Lives Matter was an organization that came out, could you name another organization that was bringing issues that the black community were feeling that they had to the public?
Could I? No, not really. I mean, you had hope, not hate, but they turned out to be putting out false figures, so they were discredited. You
But I was talking
had
about a black movement that
no,
was concentrating on issues to the black community. So
no, I couldn't.
realistically, so from our point of view, then Black Lives Matter is actually doing a good job, because if you can't think of another company or another set of people that was fighting for strictly black issues in the UK or what, you know what I mean, in Europe or whatever, then that's got to be a good thing, really, because right now Black Lives Matter is on the lips of every person in Europe.
Yeah, but not for the right reasons. It's not for black people.
Yeah, but it ain't for you to decide that.
But that's what I'm trying to say, though. So what movement before Black Lives Matter do you know about that was trying to do stuff strictly for black people?
I don't know, because I'm more interested in movements that work for both people.
Black Panther Party from the 60s.
Yeah, no. We know about other movements. Yeah, we know about other movements. Gold. Yeah, I wasn't talking to the man. I was mainly asking Jupiter. Yeah, someone that I don't know, might not be bothered about these sort of movements or whatever in it. Yeah. So right now we're hearing about Black Lives Matter. Yeah, they're doing bits in it. Yeah. So if I'm saying, Rob, name another organization that was making up noise in this sort of level before Black Lives Matter, and people can't even think of one.
You can't name one. There's no way you can really name one.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. So really and truly, if it's just for that reason, there, it's doing a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, see, I'm more of an anti-apartheid person, so I wouldn't be looking for groups that are strictly based on colour and segregation and separationism.
Wow.
Yeah, but the whole thing of Black Lives Matter is that before people were screaming about Black Lives Matter, it seemed to the black people around the globe, because as you know, 9 out of 10 black people that you talk about Black Lives Matter or whatever, whether they stand with the movement or not, they know that the phrase Black Lives Matter actually is what they would stand with. They would because they know that most people know that, right? It's not been a thing of it's not been an even playing field for everyone to flourish the same way, for people to have control of their own destinies and this, that, and the other.
At the very least.
Yeah. In the past, I would agree with you, but there's been great civil rights activists that came out of America that got many civil rights. And for me, Black Lives Matter is eroding those civil rights. A lot of what the people that are at the core of it, from what I've gathered from my research in America, are at the core of it. They are basically saying that Martin Luther King, which is something that I actually adhere to, the content of character rather than the colour of skin is something that we should aspire to. I still stand by that.
You're going back to the stone.
They believe,
right, but wait, let her finish in a minute.
Don't do that. They believe that you're supposed to, and it comes directly from Robin DiAngelo. I keep telling people, go check it. They believe that you should look at people's skin colour and treat them according to their skin colour. I believe that's the very definition of racism. So this is why you're arguing against Black Lives Matter, because I don't believe they're genuine. I don't believe they've got the solutions. I don't believe they're all inclusive. And for me, police brutality doesn't only affect one group of people. And I want to see injustices in our society raising the level for everybody, not just one group. Because I'm not.
That makes sense.
Yeah, wait, hold on. So you're saying about the civil rights movement has fixed race relations in the UK, yeah? So the civil rights movements in America had already fixed race relations in the UK. So what?
I'm saying any policy? It addressed a lot of injustices and brought about.
Can you name any injustices that had been addressed in the UK due to civil rights activism in America?
What I'm saying is that it changed the mindsets. It made people, and this is what started off. How can I put it? The change in the movements over here and bringing about equality and making sure that everybody was treated the same, and putting into legislation equality rules. Now, are there people that fall outside of that? Does racism still exist? Yes, I believe racism will always exist because there is a large amount of in-group preference built into the psyche of human beings. But the only way that we can try to make it more fair is to have legislation that you can use to get justice. And we've got that in this country. To say that Britain is one of the worst places to live with race relations would be a lie.
Admittedly, though.
Wait, hold on, because I did ask you to name any sort of changes in race relations that's happened since the civil rights movements in America for people in the UK. Yeah, you couldn't really name them.
In the UK, no, I'd have to go and look specifically for the UK. But it's certainly changed. It's certainly changed mindsets.
So if there's a movement now, yeah, that may have started off in America, yeah, but has its own UK arm, yeah. Why the hell shouldn't the black people of the UK at least lean towards Black Lives Matter more than they lean towards any other movement like Tommy Robinson's movement or any of the other stuff? Because like I was trying to say, Black Lives Matter is actually trying to talk about issues that black people are facing today, yeah, that they want to fix, yeah.
Right. People
So
can
hold on, I won't finish yet. Hold on. Yeah. So if today, yeah, like again I asked you before, if you can't name any other movements that you feel like was affecting or trying to make any sort of change, whether you feel like it was a good impact or a bad impact for black people in the UK, which is like the Black Lives Matter movement has sort of tried to display, then like again, why shouldn't people be leaning towards the Black Lives Matter movement rather than leaning away from it?
Right. Okay. I'm going to answer you from the way I see it. I can't give you groups that only specifically work for just Black lives, okay? Because I don't seek them out. So for me to say, there's this group that effectively works for only Black lives, I wouldn't be looking for them because I think they're futile. Because they are divisionist and they are segregational. I would prefer to look at groups that encompasses all people and gets justice for all people. That's not to say that in amongst that group they can't have this is what's happening to black people and have spokesmen or whatever. But to just only be for black people, just to me seems a way of
wow. Yeah, but what reason should black people forget about why should black people forget about Black Lives Matter, which is concentrating on their issues?
Exactly.
Yeah, which is going to say, why should they forget? It's because this is what I was trying to say to Angie Moon yesterday, and I can't understand why it even has to be like this. Yeah, if why should black people forget about their issues to concentrate on another issue that you say is an issue when you look at their issues as not an issue? Like what's the benefits in any black person doing that?
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying forget about your issues. If you're saying, for example, you're saying there's police brutality.
You're saying stuff like racism and whatever, all that sort of stuff that don't exist. It's minimal nowadays and rah when the black people are not saying that. The people that represent whoever Black Lives Matter or whatever, and even most of the black people that you talk to on here, there's like 9 out of 10 of them will tell you that of course things ain't good out there with race relations and so on. So of course black people are treated less than others and this, that, and the other. But like, so why should they forget about their issues to join up with whoever else to try and get the Jesuits or whatever and all this sort of bollocks? Like, why should they do that before forget about their own issues, try to squash someone else's issues, and then their issues are still going to be there? Because as far as the people like on the right sort of thing are concerned, the issues that the black people talk about, they ain't issues.
Right, are you finished? Am I allowed to answer? Or...
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
not saying forget about your problems. What I'm saying is that the problems that you perceive go on in all communities and other people suffer it too, but from a different perspective. So you say that there's racism. I would say, yes, racism still exists. You say that it's black people that suffer racism. I say, no, there are cases of racism against white people. There are cases of racism against Asians. Therefore, we should all be together saying, look, these things are happening in the system. We can find it to change it.
Wait, why don't we organise sorting out?
But wait, hold on a sec, yeah. But if Asian people have got their foot in the ladder, yeah, doing their thing, their group thing, yeah, the Sikh community's got their foot in the ladder to do their thing. The Bengali community's got their foot in the ladder to do their group little thing. Why shouldn't the Jamaican community, the African community, the Nigerian, the Ghanaian, the so and so different communities try to make their own little foots in the ladder so they can feel some sort of benefits from their community and from the places where they're living as well, if they feel like it's a strain in the places where they live.
Yeah, I
home
can
and
get,
abroad, isn't it?
I understand your
Hey! Round of applause.
Right, I understand that, but I would go one step further to say this, okay? If you're really for justice and you're really for people that are fighting for justice, you would want justice for everybody in your community. And therefore, when you're broken down into groups, I'm going to go in a minute because I can't stand all the silly injections. When you're broken down into groups,
I'm out. Trust me. I'm waiting till you go.
When you're broken down into groups, right? This is when you allow, right, whoever it is in charge, the government, the establishment, to be able to break away and use you against each other, and you weaken yourself. And that's my argument. My argument is together people are stronger. So, for example, if you've got a group of people that are Ghanaian saying, we want justice for Ghanaians, and you've got another group saying for Nigeria, another group saying for the British and the other, or English, and another group saying the Scottish, right, for example. So you've got 4 groups there, all wanting to get some kind of new legislation done, right? But they know it's going to cost money to roll it out and do it for everybody. They will use it as a tool to make deals with one group to give them that justice, to change things that were only dear to them but won't help all the others, okay? And play them off against each other. And that's exactly what's going on at the moment in this world. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but again, it keeps coming back to the last point, yeah, where although black people can see issues in other people's communities, yeah, we can see all the issues in other people's communities. When we talk about the issues in the black communities, people can't see the same issues. So why should the black people link up with other communities to do work and all this sort of stuff until they fix their own issues, what they feel is the issues in their house first? So like you should make sure that your own house is tidied up, the tiles are clean, the carpet's clean, the wood floor's clean, the walls and so it's comfortable to live in before you start inviting people to come round to your house and see how see how you live. So I'm saying that really and truly, yeah, that more black people should be trying to lean towards Black Lives Matter to sort out the black issues, then they should be moving towards any sort of right wing, left wing, central wing, or whatever. Any movements that's sort of talking about all lives matter and this, that, and the other, or so and so, because when we explain our issues to these sides or whatever, it doesn't seem like they're not issues that are at the top of the list for things to be rectified or to be repaired. Obviously, if like again, if you see something that you feel is happening in your own community or whatever, the best people to repair them sort of things are the people in your community, innit? So
right, okay. Yeah, that's definitely the answer when it's an inside thing. So when it's within house, I would agree with you if you believe that that's the approach you want to take. But when you're dealing with the community and the wider community, which is what you're saying, because a lot of what the black groups are saying are jobs. You're actually saying that the racism is going on in the wider community, and it's the wider community that's giving you the problem. Okay, therefore you can't deal with it in house. It has to be dealt out house, and it has to be inclusive. Because effectively, what you're actually saying is, okay, that you believe, because this is what racism is, right? Look at it from this way. You believe that white people treat other white people better than they treat you. Right? That's effectively what you're saying.
In some
So
cases.
what you're saying is that it's white people that you want to change. So you can't do that in without communicating with the white people.
You know what it is, yeah? It's like again, yeah, with that see, but you can though, yeah, because it's not literally just like we fucking got to beg white people to change. Please change your ways or whatever. We need to start putting stuff, bits and pieces in place so we can put some respect on our name. So it's you have to put respect on our name, not please begging let us fucking do what we can do. We need to take some sort of power and get into position. So you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, lobbying groups, trying to get people in parliament, trying to start businesses, whatever, like homeschooling, anything it is, whatever it is, yeah, industries that you can corner and make yourself sure that you can make yourself self-sufficient. So the people have to put respect on your name when they come
but I've
around
got no problem with that.
use your
I don't
actual
believe
stuff.
that is doing that.
Yeah, but you don't believe it's doing that. That's all right for you not to believe it's doing that. But obviously, that the people that are like leaning towards Black Lives Matter or even supporting Black Lives Matter or trying to go that sort of way, they do believe that this sort of shit is happening. Like it's harder to get business loans. It's funny to like Ultra said, right? He won't go to certain places in the UK on holiday with his children. He's a British citizen. Why shouldn't he feel comfortable to go anywhere in the UK? Imagine there's nice places in the UK what he could go to with his family, but he won't go there because of fear of being racially attacked or being disrespected, told to get out and all them sort of, like people just being funny with you and all them sort of shit. Like,
yeah, that is
sort of things there, man.
if
need
he's
some
got
respect on our name out here.
Yeah, that is
Hey,
a shame.
oh, go ahead.
I've got the fear of that. But I would say this: white communities have got places that they fear going.
They got what?
White people have got places that they fear going, and this is why. But you need to understand the other side of it. For example, right? In built-up black areas or built-up, not me personally, because I don't give a fuck, but built-up black areas or built-up areas where there's Asian communities, a lot of whites won't step into it. They won't, because they fear that there's going to be aggression, or that they're going to, the women fear that they're going to be inappropriately hassled for what they're wearing. And before people say that doesn't matter or it doesn't exist, it does exist. It does happen.
Hey, Valet, you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm going to reply to that, but I'll go through God and Jacob.
No, I would just be quick about it, man. Like I said, Valet, this is the arrogancy of white people, of certain white people. It's like, how dare you seek justice without running it past us? You get what I mean? If white people are being brutalized by the police, then they should ballyhoo that as a group. You get what I'm saying? We as black people, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can be specific while acknowledging the whole picture at the same time. We have a lived experience, man. We live in this thing. And like I said before, it's just some things don't show up in the box scores. you can't be arrogant in that sense. We can't kumbaya everything. You know, if white people are getting brutalized by the police or whatever, then you should ballyhoo that. But we don't have to walk hand in hand with you while you seek justice with your group. So why should we be all inclusive to things that hit us the most at home? Boots on the ground type shit. This is a lived experience every day, and I don't think. Hold on, Miss White Lady. At the same time, we have to be specific on certain things, right? If you want to advocate and be with the movement, then empty out your bank accounts and give it to us. Support us that way, but that's the only way you can kumbaya with us. You know, put your money in our bank accounts.
Hey,
that's showing allies.
Let me give an answer to that thing about. Big up yourself, Brother Jacob. Yeah, thanks for that, fam. And I need to give an answer to that. Black areas or different areas. Yeah, there's not a black majority area anywhere in the UK, in any council or any borough. So that's not right at all. There's not a black majority area in any borough, council, or area of you know what I'm saying, man? Like of the UK, not borough. I mean, like that. Yeah?
If you go to Peckham High Street, would you say that it's predominantly black or predominantly white?
Are you joking?
Peckham High Street's got more white people than the black people in the Southwark borough, the borough of Southwark.
It might have more white people that reside there, but in football, if you went to Peckham High Street, would it be an area that's predominantly black or predominantly white?
What?
Yeah, there would be more. It wouldn't be predominantly black. You would see white people down there. You would see Turkish people down there. You would see lots.
It would be predominantly black. I worked
people down there.
Years. It's predominantly black.
Yeah, it's predominantly black.
There's other races down there as well. Wait, hold on. Predominantly black means that there's only black people there. There's other races there, man. There's a lot of Turkish.
Predominantly means it's predominantly, not exclusively.
Yeah, but there is a lot of other races in the borough of Suffolk and in Peckham.
I'm going somewhere with this. I want to make a point. So for people that live in predominantly white areas who's never been to a predominantly black area, right? Who may feel fearful about the reception that they're going to receive. Okay. If they went there and they see it all predominantly black and everything seems strange to them, just like Veli is worried about going to an area with his children to an all-white area in some suburbs in Britain. The fear is the same. It's exactly the same. Oh, sorry, Ultra.
It's you know what? Yeah, it's not the exact the same though, because again, Peckham High Street is not a holiday destination in the UK. You know what I'm saying? It's a fucking high street.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give something off the top of my head,
I'm just saying that obviously, like I understand you're trying to make a like for like comparison, but I'm saying that it's not really the same though, is it? Because if you're talking about Peckham High Street, like literally that's just the high street, like a row of shops here. That's not even 3 miles long. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's literally one long road of shops that stops by fucking Burger King and ends up down the other end of fucking near Woolworth Road sort of end or whatever. Yeah, and so that's one road. Like, that's not like a holiday destination or somewhere in the, do you know what I mean? Because I hear what you're trying to make a comparison, but I don't feel like it's a fair comparison. The Ultra was saying, right? They were saying.
What I'm trying to display is that fear comes in all shapes and sizes, and the fear of racism or being treated different because of your skin tone, that isn't exclusively a black problem. Number one.
Okay, that's the thing. Veli, you need to tackle this issue with. Yeah, why do you say that racism is not just black people? It can also be white people, and
because where this country has been sort of like, I'm not saying in the past we haven't had bad race relations, and I'm not saying racism doesn't exist today, but what I'm saying is that we have progressed so much that we have so many different cultures.
Progress so much. Okay.
Right? Yeah, I believe this country has progressed a lot.
Progressed so much on the race issue, yeah?
Yeah, are you denying that?
No, of course it hasn't progressed at all. What are you talking about? I told you earlier about what you call overt and covert racism.
Well, okay, then let somebody else step in because I'm not willing to go down a conversation where you're being disingenuous.
How is it being disingenuous?
What? What do you mean disingenuous? What? I'm being disingenuous. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what she said because you don't agree with her.
Because I don't think it's fully improved. No, it has what? Because you said you've put laws out that said, okay, black people shouldn't be lynched, black people shouldn't be discriminated, black people shouldn't be. What you think? Just because the law says that doesn't mean that people aren't still practicing it. Is that what you think? Laws make
the racism in this country and the problems have not changed at all. That was your words.
Yeah, of course, it hasn't. It's mutated into a new form. So it's discrimination in the form of when you want to get jobs. It's discrimination in the form of when you want to talk about some practice certain cultures. It's discrimination in forms of other things I can't think of right now. But what like the main I've mentioned them. We had this talk earlier when I was talking to you about the whole idea of me coming to work in some type of attire that's foreign and compared to coming into a working attire that is what you call quote unquote British culture attire. That was the point I'm trying to make.
Listen, if we're reducing racism down to what kind of clothing you're wearing, you've really got it good, mate.
Of course, Jupiter, come on, man. This is if you're failing to understand that when you talk about the way people speak and the way people dress, and then there might be other things as well, yeah. But I can't think. Honestly, I cannot remember or think of them, yeah. But those are two significant points that when we're talking about the idea of racism still going on. It's literally when you go to Africa as well, in these places, they're practicing these same things. They tell you that speaking more European is this desired trait. Wearing or dressing the way the Europeans dress is a desired trait. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, what else? Like
they do that to Jamaica as well. My grandma's, my nan's generation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
It's
people
a
before them.
British country, and it's part of their culture to have African clothes. Okay,
sorry, say that again?
we should have to, as a country, get rid of our culture to allow your culture to dominate.
You see what I'm saying?
But no one's saying that. No one said that you should have to get rid of your culture to allow someone else's culture to dominate.
In most workplaces, they've got uniforms, also for health and safety.
No,
if you're going to say, right, that racism is down to, oh, I want to be allowed to wear dashiki to work, you've got no understanding of what racism really is. And I believe that you're worth more than that, Raf.
No. You're missing the point entirely. You're actually missing the point entirely. Like, if a GP doctor was to come in with a dashiki on to attend to a patient, the patient's going to look at them funny. Hang on a minute. Even just okay, cool. Let's say they came in with jeans. Yeah, let's not talk about the attire of African attire. Let's just say they were wearing jeans and like a plain T-shirt or something like that. The patient's gonna look at them funny, like.
Raf, hold on a sec, yeah. Because imagine if you go in as in a football kit. Say you go into your doctor's surgery in a football kit, you sort of would get the same thing as well, innit, man? So
yeah.
So. You get me? Like, they try and get more of a solid one, though, innit?
Okay, but like obviously, like, hear what I'm saying in it. Like, it is literally maybe another thing. Like I said, the way they speak as well, innit? So that is also a factor too. Like, in terms of the way the doctor would sound, they wanted to sound more posher in their accent in terms of, like, come on, man, like I don't know, it's the promotion.
Let me just explain something to you. Let me see if you understand the point I'm going to try and make. Britain lives in a society where we have levels, okay, and we have levels that we aspire to because we think that it achieves the goals and aims of the country, because we want to raise intelligence in general. we want to raise people's wealth in general, and we want to raise people's health in general. I'm not saying they get it right, but this is the aims and objectives of most people in this country. So we have levels, and we have levels where we say this is good and this level is bad, right? But it's also a system where we know that to achieve the higher levels is harder. And it's the same in any subject. It could be religion, it could be anything, right? And you can take this into, you can put this on a macro or a micro level, right? It's based on logics. And we know that it's much harder. For example, let's just take religion. Anyone can be religious, but not everyone can follow all the rules of religion to a T and be the most pious in the world without casting any negativity.
What point are you trying to make?
On the tangent, but I'm explaining something. So we know that there's a greater amount of at the bottom that fail than there is at the top that achieve. In everything, in every structure in the world, that's the truth. Okay. Now, to get rid of those levels and take away those levels, and to say, right, well, we're not going to have a system where the clothing is considered, or the language, or the body language, or the way that you act, or your past character, or anything that you've ever done should be taken into account. Then what you're saying is you're going to get rid of discrimination. Yes, you will get rid of discrimination, but you won't be able to discriminate between good and bad. And unfortunately,
that was an unfair comparison.
It's not. Unfortunately, you do need to have levels. So when it comes back to the system, there are going to be more people at the bottom failing. And we have got one of the best systems in the world because the opportunities are there to move up in the system. And it's all down to personal choice. And quite often, people move right up to the top levels and move back down again. It is something that is consistently evolving and moving. It is not set in stone. And that is because it interacts with the people.
Is it right if I add something in for you, Raf? Yeah, because I do feel like Raf literally just was talking about the clothing, and then you added some extra things like body language and all that stuff. Obviously, if you're a professional person, you have to have a professional behavior. But again, your clothing, unless it's a place where you have to wear a uniform, may not indicate that you have to have, you know what I'm saying, like that you're not in a professional manner. So again, you might be able to wear a football kit but be a brain surgeon. Yeah. So
Veli, big up yourself. I feel like you guys are like you're making a point, but like you said, make it stronger. A stronger point is not regarding clothing within the workplace, because there can be, depending on your workplace, there's obviously a set level of what clothing is appropriate, and that's what Jupiter was saying. So
who sets the level though?
No, 1 second, but this is the thing. But in those circumstances, it's set by the person, the business owner, right, and the person that owns it. But that isn't. It's not a form of racism, because any sort of inappropriate clothing, like Betty said, you can't go into. You couldn't be a surgeon or whatever, and then you go check in your patients. A surgeon can wear like casual clothing, like you said, like jeans, maybe like a little polo shirt or whatever. It's like semi-casual. But he couldn't wear a football top and go and see a patient. The same way that it would probably be inappropriate to wear traditional clothing from any race, from any like ethnic group or whatever, it would just be inappropriate. But the most strong, and that's because, the job, like those jobs, it doesn't matter who is said the job, it doesn't matter what race is on top of these jobs, if that makes sense. It's more a case of this is appropriate work attire. The stronger point that you could have used in this case is hair discrimination. That's much stronger because hair is actually natural. So it naturally grows out of your head. So for you to wear your hair in certain hairstyles and be discriminated against and then told that your hairstyle isn't professional is a microaggression, and that is also racist. It's like a microaggression of racism. A lot of people go to school and and a white kid may be able to go to school with her hair in braids, but if a black child went to school with her hair in braids, she'd be told to take that hairstyle out. And it has happened. There's many, many cases of that. So that's a stronger point I would say that you guys could pick up on, rather than talking about clothing, because clothing's not natural. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't think it's racist to say, oh, you're not allowed to wear your traditional clothing in work. But it is racist to say you're not allowed to wear your hair in this style in work because it's not professional. And I think I've spoken to Jupiter about this before, and Jupiter said, well, it isn't professional. And even if a white woman wanted to wear her hair maybe in a bun or whatever, wear her hair down, she might be asked to wear it in a bun. So the difference with that is, okay, so you work wherever you work, and they prefer all their all their staff to wear their hair under their their work guidelines being. I hope everyone's kind of with me.
No,
Sorry.
I'm getting what you're saying. I'm following.
Oh yeah, that was a good point. Yeah, it was a good point.
Yeah, following you.
Okay, so based on like what Jupiter said to me in this argument before, like, so when you're in a workplace, your work might ask you, regardless of whatever ethnicity you are, to wear your hair up. But it's a case of being able to wear your hair up with a puff at the end. Like, that wouldn't be considered an appropriate hairstyle. And often in loads of workplaces, women have been asked to chemically straighten their hair to make their hair more European, or being asked to wear wigs. I used to have a friend, she used to work front of house, and she couldn't wear her natural hair. She was having to go and wear wigs that caused her hair to look more European and drop obviously straight and stuff like that, because if she did wear a natural hair, it would be deemed as unprofessional, which is an issue. That's a huge issue. It's like, it's a form of racism. So I feel like, like that would have been a stronger point, definitely.
Can I just come in on this lady's point that she's making? And I've experienced some of this. And yeah, they do that. But I will say this to you: if you look at the Equality Act 2010, they are stuff that's guided in terms of the international law and in terms of the Equality Act 2010, whereby if they are discriminated, because obviously I'm melanated, and basically I have my hair, it's long, it's in dreadlocks, it's long. Now at work they do have certain policies, but I've told them straight, says, you're not going to stop me from growing my hair. The hair grows naturally. That's what my hair is. So all I'll do is I still have my hair, obviously because of the where I work and stuff. I have it tied so it doesn't affect my hair grows, stuff like that. But I would never ever cut my hair or change my hair in order to suit work. I told them straight, said, this is how I'm going to have my hair. I'm not changing my hair. This is how my hair grows naturally. I can put my hair obviously in a position where it's not going to be in my way, so I can do what I'm doing, but I won't change my hairstyle. So in terms of that, the ladies made a good point. But you can, if you have had discriminatory issues, because I told about the Equality Act 2010, I just said to them, look, I get that, that's fine. It needs to be, because obviously if you're interacting with people, you need to be able to see and stuff like that. So I had it back. But like the lady's saying, that shouldn't, they're not allowed to turn around and say to you have to wear wigs, or you have to wear this, or you have to.
Yeah, you're
They're
right.
not allowed to do that. That's a violation of Equality Act 2010. You can take them to. Go ahead, lady. Go ahead.
So I'm saying you're right, yeah. It's illegal, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't still happen. This is the thing. So it's kind of like it's illegal, but it's the kind of it's the done thing. So for instance, I've said to my mum many a times, mum's like, oh, I just want to give my hair a break. My mum is mixed heritage, so she has like her hair is very Indian texture. It's not straight Indian though, like it's still got the curls. But for her to wear her hair down she also has like a sort of, there's an afro-ness to it. I don't know how to really explain her texture, but I mean, it can go into an afro, obviously, if she played with it in a certain way for it to get that way, right? So anyway, she wanted to give her hair a break, and she is like she's got like a corporate job, but she's actually said to me before, and I said, oh mum, why don't you just like put your hair up in a bun, let a couple of curls just drop, do you know what I mean, just leave it. You don't have to always straighten it and all this kind of stuff. And my mum's like 52 or whatever, so she comes from a different generation, right? So it's still kind of installed in her the fact that she can't go to work. She's like, no, I can't. That's not. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to see that as professional. That's not going to become professional. And that is something that it's a generational thing. It still goes on, but even though it's illegal, people are told it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's even though you can take them to court for it, it's still an issue. And they can actually put that in their regulations for work, because often schools do that. So schools will say, oh, you're not allowed to wear like different hair colors, or you're not allowed to wear like like in the school like uniform. One of the uniforms would be that you're not allowed to wear like loud hairstyles, that being like a big afro, for instance, or having multiple non-natural hair color. But this is the thing. What has happened recently, and there's been loads of reports on this, that the schools will say you're not allowed non-natural hair colors, right? So that would mean that if your hair wasn't your natural color, so say, for instance, if you were a Caucasian person, you dyed your hair blonde, that shouldn't actually be allowed because that's not your natural hair color. Whereas if a black person went to school and has done, and they've worn different color weaves, they're told, you can't wear that because that's not your natural hair color, which is in fact racism, because what you're saying is a black person can't have red hair, or a black person can't have yellow hair. And yeah, so there's huge hair discrimination, but legally they can put it into workplaces and schools can put it into their rules, which will actually still let them implement that without it coming under being illegal. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you do make good points. I'm going to be leaving everybody because I've got things to do, because I've got some show for later on this evening. I would like you all to come over there because there is going to be a great speaker there. You've been enjoying his company. It's Del. And I would like you to come and listen to his talk over on mine at 7 o'clock, if that's all right with some people. Belly, take care. Del, I'm going to be leaving now, but I can see you're all enjoying yourself and there's a great debate going on, so brilliant. Take care, people.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.
All right, thanks. Yeah, man. So, yeah, that's a good point still about the hair rather than the uniform, because, like you're saying, we can like, I threw the football kit in there, innit? So it don't have to be against the Daishiki. Man will say, oh yeah, but they're against my team as well, my football team. You know what I mean? It's, yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think like the point I was trying to make is when you go to places like in Nigeria, for instance, like even when you watch the films and Nollywood films, you're seeing the white coat, the shirt, the tie, the doctor's well spoken. This is not African traits. These are European traits, isn't it? So, I mean, obviously. Yeah.
But that's not, I don't think that's, when I was listening to you say all this earlier on, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but it's not, I don't see that as racism, because ultimately it's from colonization. So even if you look at people wanting to bleach their skin or like fit into, or even like dyeing themselves, even like women that dye their hair, women that relax their hair and try to make it, change the texture of their hair, you can say that does actually come from colonization within certain areas. But is that racism? No. I mean, it was at one point, but it no longer is, because it's kind of, initially it was, but because it's now practiced, is it still? I don't, do you know what I mean?
That's the thing. That's not culture. That's not even, that is just showing one culture predominance over another, and that's all tied to racism to me. But obviously some people might disagree and say, oh well, we're taking on now, it's not a bad thing, so we can just keep it as a culture and say that it's our culture now. But I mean, if it started off as a bad thing and it's come in and it's not overall negative, but yeah, I mean, I would look at it still as sort of small racism in a sense, but it's not, Yeah, I don't know,
Well,
man.
this is the thing. So, is it racism if that country, for instance, so say you talk about Nigeria and you say they do the Nollywood and whatever, and they have to speak in a well-spoken English accent, so that can be like racism. With that, like, if it's a predominantly black country and the people there that are black, they're the ones that make the rules. Is it racism because they've chosen to do that? They could
Yeah, but
genuinely come back.
this is why I keep saying, like, we try to say that, what's it called, that it's black leaders, so therefore there is no racism that's doing it. But there is a puppet. There is something going on behind the scenes, and these people are telling you, if you don't fall into place, we'll take you down. That's what's really going on behind backstage. That's how the best way I can say it. And when you go in deeper, and this is what people don't do when they're talking about racism. That's why I was going to talk about all these things to do with the clothing and the hair. Like, well, you've mentioned the hair and the way people speak in it, because that is ultimately what is going on. It's that form that they're trying to do, is trying to say that this white culture is superior to your culture, that or anything else you've practiced before, you know. And I wasn't saying Jupiter was racist in that sense, but she didn't understand that, what's it called, like, she said that how would these 250 different tribes in Nigeria be able to communicate with each other if English didn't come into it? And I was saying to her, look, they were already communicating with each other before British and Europe and any other Europeans came in. This is just you guys saying that, oh, what's it called, you brought them together, but you didn't really bring them together, because they're already doing stuff between each other before that. If anything, European hegemony came in. They were under the pretense of unifying, but they were slightly throwing the little shots here and there, saying to these groups that if you don't work, you know, if you let these people go on, these people will end up, what's it called, ruling over you, and you don't want that to happen. So yeah, make sure you remain in power all this time. So like, and then it goes even deeper than that when you get into things like the IMF, the World Bank, and then also certain groups like the UNICLEF, olden day it was called Unilever, or what you call the Royal Niger Delta or Royal Niger Company, which was what was ended up being what Nigeria was named after and whatnot and everything, and how these organizations still exist today in different names. This is what I'm saying. Like, we only got look at the leader and think, oh, well, we can see a leader and the leader is black, so it must be black people fucking their own up. But really and truly, there's they're just puppet governments for these people, and they've said to them, if they don't fall in line, this is what's going to happen to you. And you can see these examples when you go to other nations, such as one famous in the past was Burkina Faso. Thomas Sankara made Burkina Faso food self-sufficient for a couple of years, and that was where he didn't use any of the IMF loans or any help from any foreign aid or whatnot and everything, or at least when he was getting aid, he was getting it from other African nations around. And because of the fact that, what's it called, he was able to make a country like Burkina Faso food self-sufficient, they didn't want people knowing about this, so they obviously the first thing they tried to do was bribe him. That didn't work. The second thing they did was they got other people who were close to him to bribe them to take him out, and that's what ended up happening. A coup happened. They took him out, and what's Burkina Faso today is, like, a lot of people don't know. It's not, and even if the little things that they do know, they say, oh, it's not really a thriving nation, but at one point it was, and that was because of what Thomas Sankara did. And then there's other examples as well. You go to places in South America where, when the governments didn't adhere to the demands of the Europeans or the Westerners, you know, they first tried to bribe them. No. They tried to form a coup. No. They tried to get the people to uprise. No. So it happened in the end. The plane got shot out of the sky. The plane somehow it didn't get shot at the sky, but there was a plane crash, quote unquote. So, like, there's these examples that of people who try to do something, and it shows you how strong the Western powers were and able to taking out these people, and that's why people today are not, because I feel like a lot of people, the reason why a lot of people don't know these certain histories is not only because they're not taught, it's also the fact that some of our ancestors didn't want us to know. They just wanted to focus on, okay, let's do the best we can and just hope that maybe in the future, that something will topple this government or whatever. But I think it's a good thing for people to know this stuff, because now, like you said, didn't it? It's a black person that is ruining Nigeria, but it's not actually that's not actually true. When you go into IMF and structural adjustment programs and what you call the World Bank, and if you go into their laws, you'll see how they're still continuing to rule Nigeria today.
Just to back up this, brother, and I know you lot mentioned some about the Jesuits earlier on, but I speak on this at length. And it's the Roman court who's doing this. If you look at the Bank of International Settlements, which is in league with the IMF, all the commerce that's done on the planet runs through. Have you ever heard of what's called SWIFT?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, SWIFT is the money exchange, okay? And that's what allows all countries to do what's called banking transactions. That's owned by the Cabal Roman Court, that's owned by the Jesuits. So you can't move any money all across the planet unless you move it via SWIFT. So they've got control of the banking system, which is through the Bank of International Settlements and the IMF. And the brother's correct. The brother's correct on this. And what I was going to say is the same thing happened in Haiti with the Haitians when against the French. They rebelled against the French and they kicked the French out of there. And so that's why we've had all the problems over in Haiti, because when they elected, I think it's Jean-Paul Aristide, who they wanted to have rule their country, the French didn't want him in, so he was taken out. The same thing happened with I think it's in Rwanda or one of those countries like that in Africa, where and this happened recently with Paul Kagame, and he's actually refusing the loans from the IMF. He says you can take back your loans, you can take back this, that, and the other, because we don't believe in all this gating. So you have some of the African leaders now who are not taking the loans from the IMF and stuff like that because they're fighting against it, against the corruption. And this is why they took out Muammar Gaddafi, because he wanted to loan monies to the African countries and with the golden dinar and stuff. And that's why he got taken out, because he would have helped those leaders, because they didn't want the IMF in there. So the brother's right in terms of the structures. But like I said, you lot might dismay the stuff that them not talking about the Jesuits, but that's what I've looked into. And it's them who's in charge of all these loans. They're loaning them out to African countries. They're charging African countries interest when they don't even need the loans. Do you know what I mean? It's totally corrupt.
Do you know why I disagree that the Jesuit, or what you call the church, is in power? Because with the church now, we have a structure where, the so-called hierarchy of the church changes every now and then. These people that we're talking about, who control and run everything that's going on in the world, they're people that you can, they don't just go away. They don't create new families that continue to run the same institution. No, they are still very much involved in this institution from as far back as the 18th century till today.
That's what I've been talking about. This is what I exposed in my talk. This has been going on for centuries. This is what I talked about with the Age of Discovery, and that's correct. And it was done, and the banking systems were set up through the British Empire. I spoke about all this with the Age of Discovery, and that's right. And all the central banks, you'll see their charters, they come under the Bank of International Settlements, which is owned by the Cabal Cult. It's all owned by them, and the IMF, they're all in the same bed. This is what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but they were involved with it heavily.
They're involved with, they probably are involved with it heavily, but to the extent of saying that, they are the ones that are controlling the money. I would say the people who are involved in banking are very much in control of everything that's going on. That's all I'd say.
All right, you can disagree with me, but I've got factual evidence, and I'm willing to share that with you if you give me an email address. That's not a problem.
All right, you got me my email. Let me put it at the back.
Yeah, put it at the back, and I'll send you the information. That's not a problem. I've looked into this heavily, the same way you have. The only thing is, I found out that they're the ones running it.
I
On
haven't really.
local
Look,
level.
I've barely scratched the surface, but I think when people say the church, it's a kind of a distraction because
I'm not
like,
saying I said the Jesuits, they're a political arm. I didn't say the church specifically. I talked about the Roman Cabal cult because they're in the banking arm with the Ashkenazi Khazarians, who you got with people who call themselves Jews who are doing the banking as well. Just to say that to add on, but yeah, put the email in and I'll send you the stuff.
I put it there.
All right, I'll get it in a minute.
Yo, actually, where's IC3, man?
Where is IC3?
God, this is his conversation.
Yeah, this is his conversation. IC3 is the best.
Right.
Yeah, where is he at? God, this is his.
He has disappeared into the midst of the fire of the dragon.
Hold on, sorry. Del, are you the one that's gonna go on Jupiter's show later on?
Jupiter's tonight.
Yeah. I'm going on later on. I'm talking about some different stuff, but yeah, I'll send you the information across in a second. Now I've got your email.
Yeah. Right.
To keep on the subject, but not completely change it. To change it, but not completely change it. Belly said earlier on about the Black Lives Matter movement, and that conversation with Jupiter there. And I did want to say something about it. The fact that I don't think there is something that is. I think the Black Lives Matter movement should be a movement for everybody. I feel like it is. I feel like a lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon and like getting their issues talked about and so on and so forth within that. Do you know what I mean? Under the banner of Black Lives Matter. And I feel that that's okay. Because ultimately, man, I feel like all these like all lives matter people and anti-Black Lives Matter people, if they genuinely believe that all lives matter, that white lives matter, then, and even Jupiter saying, oh, you know what, I don't stand for that. I want equality for everybody. So I don't like organizations that kind of go just for one group. And I'm like, well, because it's for helping one group doesn't mean that it can't include all different groups to help build that one group. Do you know what I mean? So like charities, for instance, can you imagine if there's a charity
that's
for
not necessarily true though with what she was saying about not, because especially the with the grooming thing and the so and so, the thing of was the main slogan was our white girls are being so and so.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like our white girls are being so, our streets are being taken over and so and this, that and the other. You know what I mean? That but yeah, so when it's for white people to be a majority or whatever, I think it's okay, but when it's for black people to get any sort of fucking justice and all that thing, and it's a fight and a shout.
No, I don't.
But yeah, no, I agree. I think though, like it should. I think if you're not racist, if you're not anti, if you're about everyone's equality, then the Black Lives Matter movement shouldn't really upset you in any sort of way. I'm not talking about the political side of Black Lives Matter and like who runs it, all that kind of stuff. I'm talking about the philosophicalness of Black Lives Matter, right? That whole idea that, the whole notion that there are black people being disproportionately killed by so on and so forth, or they're not being treated fairly just for their skin color. That issue itself should be an issue for all ethnicities, especially if you're somebody, and you should be on that, especially if you're somebody that's wanting equality overall, because it's like having a charity, for instance. So could you imagine having a charity for children, for instance, children's charity, and then expecting only children to care about it? There's not going to be much of a change, is there? Or, okay, let's not say children, we'll go to Yemen, for instance. So if we've got the Yemenis at the moment, like, it's atrocious, and they're starving. So if we got a charity there trying to help the Yemenis, would it make sense that you could only help if you were also a Yemeni? So it's only for Yemeni people to help. Everyone else, you can't help. It's nothing to do with you. It's our in-house issue. It doesn't make sense.
But
Like
Black Lives Matter move people who and whatever they're doing the marches and that they haven't said that either. They've not said, it's only for black people to come out and protest or whatever. They're just saying that they're bringing up issues that most black people say that are actual issues in their life.
Well, this is the
From
thing.
whether you're in the 1% to the 99%. So if you're in the 1% of society, yeah, some of the things that Black Lives Matter are talking about, you still face them issues, and you can come forward and say, yeah, I actually do face these issues. And if you're in the 99%, like you're poor like the rest of us and whatever, then yeah.
Yeah, no, that's like I agree. But the point, sorry, that I was making to counteract the point that I was trying to make I was trying to counteract the point that Jupiter was making when she said that she's not for a group that actually is just for one group. She's for groups that help all groups. So that's the point I'm making is how can you be of that way of thinking and actually want change? Change doesn't happen. Change only happens when everybody cares about one thing, like during a particular time. You can't just spread your care everywhere. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's so many charities, even as so I'll use charities for instance, because obviously it's another form of helping people that are perhaps not the same background or whatever from you as you. But if you're going to, what most people have, I used to work for British Red Cross, right, when I was younger. I used to do British Red Cross, absolutely hate it, wouldn't recommend that charity. But basically, they obviously have a lot of different things that they help. And when you worked there, you would work either under whatever branch you kind of wanted to go at. So, for instance, I went to the topic of child soldiers. So that was what I would talk to people about. And I learned about child soldiers and stuff like that. So that would be what I thought would be the pulling at the heartstrings of people, which would help people donate. But one thing that I noticed, and you guys are all probably know it before, heard it before and feel it yourself, is when it comes to charity, you can't donate to every single charity. As much as your heart wants you to, you physically can't. You don't have enough energy, you might not have enough money, and it's the same thing of social issues as well. So you can actually care about all these things, but it's very difficult for you to spread your care equally across the things. So for instance, if you can see that Black people are being disproportionately treated, that it's okay for that to be something that you put effort and energy into. And this is what Black Lives Matter movement is, for everyone to put effort into that particular thing at this time. I would say that that is definitely something that should be put into. Obviously, it was highlighted throughout the world, so that's what's good about Black Lives Matter. But at the moment, I feel what needs more highlighting is smaller communities, being Yemen, being being the Muslims, in the Uyghur Muslims that are in concentrating camps and stuff, and other issues in the world which are in dire need of people helping. Just what I'm saying, at this moment in time. But Black Lives Matter is still an issue. So Black people being disproportionately treated is still an issue. But I would say that we just prioritize issues, innit? That's all I mean. And I feel like if you're for everything, then you should prioritize issues. Does that make sense? I hope that wasn't a waffle, but I know what I mean in my head.
Yeah, do you know? Can I just say something? I know you come just now scattered, but I feel that I'll read a comment that we got in the chat. With having Black Lives Matter classes in Gurdwara to teach what the Guru says, treat everyone equal, our youngster much better. Remember Guru message of one human family, people coming in West becoming lost. Now that's definitely a good message, and we all understand it's a universal message that is one family, and we should all treat everybody the same and equal. But as a human, as a one family, as a Guru taught, you should understand and identify when a particular part of the family are having issues, right? Because then you can
I hear you.
your attention on that particular. So I was just kind of responding to that.
And then what about the people that are showing no interest in anything? Or you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's that we're fucking on here fucking begging people's sympathy and shit, man, instead of just get into
No, but because don't forget, Vel, that some people may be torn between what is morally right and what they should be held as a value, as opposed to then, because it's this equality and this universal thing is a strong value. So do they sort of not adhering to what they've been taught by focusing on a particular section of the community? That's maybe where the conflict is happening. Do you see what I'm saying? So where people are thinking, maybe by me focusing purely on understanding and identifying there's an issue in the Black community and helping that particular, like for example, Yemen, for people that live around and nearby and I can help out. As opposed to, you know what, I've got to listen to this thing that was taught to me by my guru or by Islam or by Christianity or whatever doctrine it is, that equality is the main core belief. So are you now going out of what do you know what I mean? So that's why I think some people, but to me, it's like 1 + 1 = 2, but maybe that's where from other people's point of views where they're getting conflicted. But I don't still see how you can't use your common sense to understand that you're not going out of your belief, your core belief, by being universal and equal, by helping a section of the community. Because actually then you're being more, having more of a, I suppose, in-depth outlook on what that encompasses. Because you then saying everything's equal and I've got to be universal, then you're almost like putting aside certain things. You've got to focus on certain. It's what risk and the amount of attention you need to give to something, and I feel like that's where you could say that in the black economic community, you could say it's an emergency at the moment. Because at the end of the day, we're now, and for the working class, it's the same. Because now it comes to someone needs an operation, and you've got to wait in this waiting. You've got to wait in the NHS waiting thing. 6 months you're looking at. So now, as a community, you wouldn't have that problems if you were suffering £1,000, and you could somehow go in there and get some sort of money or some sort of relief financially, where you don't have to depend on a 6 month waiting time because you've got no money and you've got 6 kids and you're on the benefits. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that's a race thing?
It is solely at the moment. Black people, I'd say, are suffering the most. And even if it was everybody else was suffering the same, I still believe that charity starts at home. Now that would be your home with your people.
To King Gold, sorry, to go on to not go on to different.
Oh, sorry, go on. Go on.
Just back to your point though, but so you're saying that people that are melanated, are being treated less by the NHS, so they're waiting longer for surgeries and all that kind of stuff because they're melanated.
I would say I'd say working class as well. That's when I added working class in general. But I'd say because
that all goes down to your area that you live in. That goes down to the area that you live in, the waiting time.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because I was living in Elsmore.
It does though, yeah. Because hold on a sec, yeah. Because I remember, before when I first started doing the shows, and my brethren had just come out of hospital, and I used to go down to his yard to do the shows, and get him to jump on and chat to people about football or whatever. You get me, yeah. So he had to go to a hospital that was nowhere near his area because it was specialist surgery that he needed to have. So, again, it's the waiting. He was on a waiting list. He had to go wait in a hospital for a bit. So it's depending on the specialist surgery you got to have, the waiting list times and so and so. But there's another thing you can do to avoid all that is even if you're poor, you should be able to afford it because you can get things like life insurance, and obviously that includes private hospital care for obviously life-threatening illnesses and all them sort of things as well.
Yeah, no, definitely, brother. It's a working class thing. It's definitely, and I suppose area, you will have more funding going in Notting Hill housing, for example, or if you was in Ealing Borough, or you was in not in Hillborough. So yeah, you are right in that respect. So what we see is there's more black people living in Hackney Homes and all the rest of them, Brent and all them places that are underfunded. But that's another story. So really, it's still down to race then. But
I don't know.
Go on.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, like, I feel like perhaps doctors and nurses maybe can treat people differently based on their ethnicity and whatever. But I don't know if it's so much to do. The thing is, there was a report about people that were getting coronavirus and how the people of melanated people were actually being their life supports were being turned off a lot quicker and stuff like that. So there is reports of that. That information again is being asked like a few weeks, like literally about a month ago, it was on the news, and they're saying that they're waiting for the information to be released. They did reports and all this stuff, but they're still waiting for it. I didn't keep on that topic, so I don't know what happened. The outcome of that did come out. But regarding like healthcare, there's a lot of services that people can take up. So NHS, just NHS in particular, yeah, is a free health service. Obviously, you pay tax, so it's not exactly.
What did you say? The poor? Did you? I couldn't hear you. What you said, sorry.
No, I'm saying the NHS itself, is a free health service that we get in the UK. And it's free to a certain extent because obviously you've got to pay tax. Even if you don't pay tax, you can still use it, but your national insurance tends to go to the NHS or whatever, right? Doesn't it? If I'm right. But this service is something that other countries don't have. So we already have a privilege right there. But also, if you want to have better healthcare, there are so many different services. You can do private, and private isn't that expensive. It's really not. Especially when you think about you know what it is? It's the lack of understanding and economics, I think, within families, within schools. I feel like the math, like, I don't really want to go off topic, but what we learn in school is obviously paramount to who we are as adults and and the knowledge that we kind of go to further get, right? So in schools, they should really be teaching us in maths about economics. We should be knowing more about how to invest in things and this, so on and so forth. It shouldn't be like 1 + 1 and all those kind of things. It should be about real life situations. Because when it comes to real life situations, if you do want better healthcare, you can get that. So you've got the NHS there, but if you want better healthcare, it is affordable. There's lots of places that are like £10 a month. People might be like, oh, we're poor, we can't afford £10 a month. But you can afford £10 a month on your cigarettes. You can afford £10 a month on this and on that. And just what I'm saying. So it's like...
Agreed. So it starts from the home, really, trying to understand what's more important to spend your money on, which is, I say, saving for a time where you need it to, just in case the health service is inundated and you may have to go private. So you're right there. I totally agree.
Yeah, so that's why I'm finding it hard to like agree with you on the topic of like it being a race or a class issue.
Well, let me just kind of, because I did kind of dance around the ship and I made a couple of points. But look, let me just say this: the NHS was underfunded, and the reason why Brexit happened was because of the 400 billion that they were million they were sending to Europe and in and out and different countries. Right, where they said they could have spent that on the NHS. So really, over the last 7 years, what's affected this country greatly and exponentially is how much money is going and being funded towards NHS. So in that respect, it's affected everybody. That's why you can see all the right wing, everybody up north go, jumping out their seats now. We're like, wait, why have we got this waiting time? So I think it's affecting everybody in that sense. But why it's affecting black people more is because they've got they're coming from Windrush. Ultimately, if you're coming from Windrush, we could go into the small little micro parts of it where you could say they've got PTSD. A lot of them will be starting on zero. They'll be facing a lot of racial tension. So in effect, it will be black people will be suffering from cuts in NHS just as much as white people, actually, if not more, even though they're on the same tax bracket. If that makes sense. If even though they're on the same benefits every month. And I'd go arguing fast to say that
But
actually
that's
white
not
people
that's not
looked
that's
after
not
more in the benefit system as well. But
that's not a BLM
the
issue.
main point, well, the main point is if we're a whole big family, then if I saw my family, one pair of people with trainers and shoes and nice and everything, and they were getting good birthday presents, and then I saw another kid with another part of my family with holes in trainers, and they, you know, not so well off, and I'm good. We're all going to focus on that particular child for them to have a nice Christmas like everybody else has had, or has a nice pair of trainers throughout the year. So so if they don't feel like they're being cut short or they feel left out. So this is so either whatever way we look at it, if we're a big family or not, black people come together.
That's a personal issue, bro. That's personal. That's a personal finance issue, Gold. Well, that's a personal finance issue.
Well, economics.
Wait, hold on.
Is the most important thing.
Man's not marching, so every youth gets a fucking pair of Jordans for Christmas and that. Bro.
No, equality.
You know what I'm saying?
Equality, bro. The equality against working class and black people have been terrible. And I would say, actually, George Floyd is one thing, yes, and people getting killed in police custody is one thing. But I tell you what, the biggest killer in the UK right now is medical health negligence. And I got told that from a very high up medical person, because I'm around them all day, every day for the last 7 years, because I've had this problem. So they understand that there's more deaths and more injustice happening through medical negligence, lack of attention, lack of care in the medical industry.
Yeah, that's a medical issue. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but wait, listen.
That's a form of
a medical issue, isn't it? Yeah.
Let me jump in
it's
after.
Not racism though, because that can happen to. It's not though, bro, because it can happen to anyone. That's a different issue, isn't it? That's a medical.
Well, I mean, I hope you just heard.
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Veli,
yeah, we can.
I made myself very clear.
Okay, go. Let Veli respond, and then I'm gonna respond to Veli.
Actually, either way you look at it, black people are in the working class sector anyway. Black people are in the working class sector, regardless of how you look at it.
Yo, I beg you guys not talk over each other. Let's go.
You can't hear me. No, because Veli was trying to respond, innit? So I'm trying to make the conversation go orderly. So Veli, I beg you respond, and then let me respond afterwards, innit, Carl? Yeah.
Go for it.
Veli, we lost you.
One sec, bro. One sec. I just need to reconnect my headphones still. I gotta jump out and jump back in.
Alright, yo, you calm. You jump out, jump back in. I'll wait for you still, actually. Carl.
I mean, there's thousands of factors. I'd say there's more children in black family households than there has been in whites. I'd arguably say that because they are. What are they complaining about? That we're outbreeding them. So, if we look at the real statistics, I'd say actually through all these cuts and all these madness has happened from the Tories over the last couple of years has affected black people more than anybody else.
Bro, well, I said that's a NHS
minority
negligence issue. Yeah, can you hear me? You hear me? Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah. Well, I was saying
that's just one factor. Don't focus on the medical. That's just one factor, man. That's just one factor.
Let me finish, man.
Man.
Bro, every time I start fucking talking, yeah, you start talking again, bro. Come on, man. Let me finish talking, yeah. That's a medical issue rather than a racism issue, because there's been people of different races that have died in hospital due to medical negligence. You know what I'm saying? That so that's more of a case by case. You get me? Yeah, I didn't really see that. That wasn't really a racism issue.
Negligence is lack of funding. Lack of funding is medical negligence.
I'm gonna respond now, innit? Yeah, the reason why it is a racial case is because there has been studies done on this area, right? So within the NHS, there have been studies done that showed that both nurses and doctors did perceive black patients, for one, to be able to take more pain than white patients. There were studies that have been shown even recently in regards to this COVID thing, that there is a disproportionate number of black people dying from it, and that there's a disproportionate number of black people being exposed to it, and the care being given to them not being as high. And as Shani said earlier, there was also a report into life support machines being taken off earlier for black patients. So there are cases within even the NHS and within the healthcare system where there would seem to be like what Kingo was saying, mistreatment, right? Medical mistreatment seems to be an issue now. The studies that have been done are limited. There's not like when you look at, for example, police discrimination and so on. You've had some big reports that have looked into it. There's not been the same sort of thing done within the NHS, and so So statistics are limited still. But yeah, there is some evidence that there is mistreatment within the NHS towards people of different ethnicities.
But wait, listen, yeah. Man, we'll definitely have to look at some evidence for that still, because, like, imagine there's a lot of like, I've done maintenance work in different hospitals as well, yeah. Like as a maintenance plumber, yeah, I've seen a lot of different races of different people working in these hospitals as well, innit? Like, so, like, so every time a black person has been killed or suffered out of medical negligence, it's always been a nurse, a doctor, or whatever. But that's not been black or white, or that's always been white or been not a black person or something.
Definitely not every time. But like the statistics, when they do these studies, they don't look at it on that level, innit? They don't look at who was the nurse and so on and so forth. They pretty much look at how as a system interacting with people of these certain ethnicities, innit? So when they look at the statistics, people with certain ethnicities, black people, whatever, tend to end up with certain diseases. And even when it comes down to medical research and understanding, right, there's different types of illnesses that affect black people that don't necessarily affect white people, things like sickle cell and so on and so forth, right? And so when it comes to even the medical research that's done into the black areas, you can see it's a lot less than has been done into other areas, into white areas, and so on and so forth. So when you take it case by case, on the statistics level, that's when you start to see the discrepancies in the numbers, basically. But yeah, that's
true. That is true. Even in nutrition, that's true.
And
they look more into Asians and their eating habits than they care about black people.
And there you go. And diabetes is another thing that affects the black community and so on. So even when it comes to like certain black people who have been like late diagnosed with some major illness and stuff, the doctors are looking into the mad thing. Oh, you got low vitamin D, you got this, you got that. They're not looking at the actual things that are affecting them, because the research into what affects black people isn't there, or isn't as well researched or well known. So these are the discrepancies that play out. But yeah, when they do these statistics, they don't look at is it a black nurse or not, because those black nurses and those black doctors have the same education system and the same values and possibly understanding as their colleagues. Do you know what I mean? And so they could, if you have institutional discrimination, it doesn't mean the black colleagues are going to necessarily be withstanding to that.
So there's medical studies that's going to show that that when black people are in hospital, that they're treated less well, or they think that they can take more pain, or need less medicine, or what. So, like just some medical. So there's racial bias in the doctors' studies before they get to the hospital. Is that what you're saying, or that they're? I didn't really get it.
What it is, though, yeah, in my opinion, what it is that the data sets that they use were compiled before they had to worry about black people. So, for example, if they want to work out how much anesthetic to give you to knock you out, they'll look on their chart and say, okay, a man of this age needs this much anesthetic to knock him out for this operation. But they're not really taking into consideration that different races have got different body compositions and they might get it wrong. See what I mean? So like, it's all to do with the data that they've collected that they refer back to. That needs to reflect the demographic of the population as it is today, not of 100 years ago.
Why is it? I think the interesting point that was made before then was, why is it people that are so worried or apprehensive about sort of the joint economics between black people, especially? Do you say because this universal equality thing is conflicting?
Say that again. What
values?
Say that question again.
Why do you think people are so conflicted when it comes to Black Pound Day? Something, for example, Black Pound Day. I've heard a couple of people, even Tommy Robinson, speaking about it, even though he's not that credible. But I have heard quite a lot of people sort of try to downplay it or say it's. I think some people said it's
because
racist.
when your life is shit, yeah, it's better when there's someone underneath you, innit? Yeah. So if the fucking people that are doing worse than you end up doing better than you, and you can't now point at least where they're better than them, sort of thing, then I'm saying, of course, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Who's going to want you to go to climb above them on the ladder? That's not. You know what I'm saying? That so.
Social mobility, isn't it?
I suppose.
Obviously,
Yeah.
if but that's why I keep trying to say if the fucking business arm of it or whatever, or the finance side of it, can start to work in the favor of, you know what I mean, like people can start to fucking get the finances in order and start to do little businesses here, there, and whatever, start building up, man. Then, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need money to fund everything, innit? Like, so if we could get our money up, then we do other little things or issues or whatever, we might be able to lobby different flipping groups to put our fucking issues in the places that actually need to be heard, innit? Like, sometimes, like when we're just on this YouTube thing, talking or whatever, it's dope for us to vent or whatever, but some of these people are like insignificant, man. You get me? If that,
Yeah, but you know, they're still. I'm just assuming they're trying to come from sort of like a objective, you know, debating type of viewpoint where they feel like they maybe do have a point to make. But
look, he's right. They're insignificant. Yeah, like I said, if every fucking EDL member woke up tomorrow and joined Black Lives Matter, it still would not make no difference because change does not come from them. Yeah, it comes from the academics. Yeah, who deal with the elite. Now the academics now are having a go at the elites and saying, look, you lot need to change up this fucking what's it called, system, supremacist. Academia needs to incorporate everyone, yeah, because we're not bringing like the creme de la creme. Like there could be a black kid out there on a cancer estate who could fucking cure cancer, you get me? But they're getting marginalized. So all these kind of like fucking geniuses that are out there need to be able to work for the elites, and the academics are telling them that now. But previously, the academics weren't doing that. They were pushing the elites' racist agenda onto the population. So change happens from the elite, either positive or negative. It comes from them, not from these fucking football mugs.
That's a good point. And noticed a shift in, from what I can see, the mainstream trying to, what's the word, accommodate that, I think, to a degree. Because I think a lot more black people, I suppose, being glorified or given praise and honor for what they're doing, as opposed to sort of being whitewashed historically.
Hey, Scattered. What is the process that has to be changed? Yeah, for you to change. What's going on?
What the fuck is that? Some fucking beeline.
That's a mad noise. That was a mad noise. I was just said to my man, you are right. It's those at the top who are running this system. That's they do their thing, man. You're right about that. About the you call them elite, I call them the cabal cult. But I agree with you on that front. He's right about that.
Yo, so Scattered, can you hear me? You there, bro? Yo. I don't think he's there still. But basically, yeah, I wanted everyone on the panel.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you still. But I wanted everyone to try and give this answer, an answer to this question, yeah. what do you think here is the best route to take to actually make like changes to laws and statutes like in in the years to come, like so actual and what changes are like I say, like the black community and so looking for the government of the UK to make or whatever. Like,
I think just shortly, I think I just express that really. I think with what everything's been happening, with all the I suppose outrage and movements for when it comes to civil rights and stuff like that, I think that's caused the elite to rethink their approach, and I think there's going to be some laws changed within the next couple of years.
What I would do if I was in the black community, which I'm not obviously black, you lot all know, I would like set up something like where black academics were providing education, like extra, like you know, like you got these like I know a lot of white people, they pay for tutors for their kids here because they know that the local school ain't going to give them the A levels to get to fucking Oxford, yeah. So if academics, like black academics, that kind of like made it as far as they could turn around and like bring up people within their own community, like you know, like Learn Direct, where I don't know if you've been to uni or college or whatever, they got Learn Direct where people have done your course previously and they come and sort of like give you extra tuition to get you through. Like, I think that if you could do that and you could like, you know, get better grades at schools for black kids and get them to like basically for black people to penetrate or infiltrate that academic level, yeah, that is the level where you can then put pressure on elites who then make the rules or the laws that will have a trickle down effect. Because everything comes from the top down, isn't it? You can't make a grassroots organization rallying for changes to the law. Really, like, it takes so much effort. Like, you could get a slight change, but to have that consistent change where you're kind of like contributing to the system on a consistent level, I think you need to penetrate that academic kind of class. Get me? And it can be done. It's just that you can't rely on the state school to educate your child. You can't.
Who wants to go
Should I
next?
come in? Should I come in?
Yeah, go on.
Well, you could go now. You go, young Aaron Manziel.
I got nothing to say on that. Honestly, I ain't got nothing to say on that, man.
Yeah, you definitely don't have anything to say on that, Mr. Anarchist. You have no use for Parliament.
I'm not anarchist no more. I've reformed. I'm not anarchist no more.
We'll catch up on that afterwards. Yeah, I think the first question you was going to ask me is how laws are made anyway, Biggs, and then you went on to ask this question in general for everyone. So I'll go on to say how laws are made in this country, I guess, and then I could go on to say how we can make a change. So laws are pretty much made, like you all know, in Parliament by MPs, or by a lord. Actually, a lord could also make a law. So basically, in Parliament, an MP will decide they want to do a law. They'll do a draft bill that will be for public and for the public to see. They'll try and get some advice, try and get some support from it in the public. Then it'll go to the House of Commons. It'll have a first reading. If it fails at the first reading, obviously it doesn't become a law. If it passes, it has a second reading, and that second reading, that's when they'll have a debate about it. And if it passes the second reading, it'll go to the committee stage, and that's when any committee that's relevant to whatever that law is about. So just say it's a law about the Premiership or football, for example, then the sports committee in Parliament would go and look into it, and they'll do a special report on it. Then they'll release, that's the reporting stage, in which they'll release report, and there'll be a third reading after that in Parliament, in which they'll have another debate with all the evidence that's been gathered on the law, and then they will decide on whether that passes. If it passes, it then goes to the House of Lords, and they have the exact same process again, basically. First reading, second reading, committee stage, report stage, third reading. And then if that passes all of that, then there'll be considerations of amendment. So if they want to make any changes to that law before it passes, they could have a chance to do it, both in the House of Lords and the House of Commons. and then at that point it goes through to they have a last vote. It's voted through, and then the Queen signs it, and it becomes a law. So that is pretty much how laws are made. Laws can be made very quickly. That process can be sped up to a few days, as was done with all the coronavirus and COVID stuff, and rushed through very quickly. Also, there's no such thing as secondary laws. So things like the Misuse of Drugs Act, for example, gives power to the Home Secretary to be able to make certain drug classes without having to go through that process. So if there's a new drug that comes about that never been heard of before, the Home Secretary could just ban it without having to go through Parliament or anything like that. So that'll be secondary law, and they'll probably have to at some stage be tested in Parliament. But that is pretty much how laws are made in this country. That being said, black people, the black community, are 3% of the population. We have to be serious about how much effect or impact we could have. But the Jewish population are a much smaller population than us, and they have a much more significant impact. So it's just about how you do things, really, and how you play the system. I don't necessarily think that legislation or laws are the best ways per se for us to. I think there probably are certain areas where we could have laws change, and they'll probably ease things up on us and pressure. But I don't think it's necessarily legislation or laws that we need to get changed. But I do think it would be useful for us to have MPs in Parliament and have more councillors and local level control, like your local council, like Brixton, like the Council of Lambeth and all them areas there. They should really be all controlled by our communities and really be serving our communities a lot more. And I think we can have a lot more effect by working with our local communities who already have, because of laws, they already have certain powers in terms of control of the local police, control of the borough commander in the area who controls the police in that area. They have funding for schools. They have control over how the funding gets spent. They have got control over how funding gets spent on youth club. They got allocations on like certain businesses and offering contracts out. They have some control over housing. So local council really is a much better place, I think, for our communities to start than on the national level in Parliament. But yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, big up yourself, Sky. Cause who wants to go next? Shani or Raf or Del? Want to add anything in there?
Wait, on politics?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, which one? Politics or politics? Which one?
Yeah, well, the politics is politics, isn't it, man? So, yeah.
I've got nothing to say about that. You get me? So yeah, whoever wants to go next can go next on that topic.
Yeah, all right, but Raf, hold on a second though. So, what if they bring out a new law tomorrow, yeah, or whatever? Like, if man's never gonna get involved in the way that the laws are made or the way that the laws are not made, yeah, how can you ever have a say in how your area sort of, or how your surroundings work for you or against you?
So was Scattered explaining how they go about making new laws or whatnot? Because is it, from my understanding, is that I think some questions are posed to your MP. Your MP goes to the Parliament and tries to ask these questions to supposedly the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister debates them, discusses them. They all then supposedly vote on what they should do about it, and whatever the outcome is, if it is something that they want to debate further and do something about it, then yeah, they go on. And something like, if they don't, like, that's what I understand from it, but maybe I'm wrong in it. So
no, but you see that Scattered was talking about the local area or whatever, yeah. So Lambeth Borough, yeah, Council Southwark, yeah. So if there was more black people that had a say, that was in positions of power in them sort of boroughs, yeah, then, you know what I mean? That, or even more people that cared about the local people of the communities getting better educated, having better facilities in their local area. You know what I mean? Like making sure the parks are clean and the swings and all that are like sort of new and clean and working, and like areas where you want to take your family out for a picnic and all them sort of stuff there, then it like raises the confidence of the local people to you know what I'm saying, that you know that if like Scan was saying, if the man them try to get into positions of power in the local government, you might be able to implement some of the sort of changes you want. Remember, there used to be youth clubs, 6 weeks holiday shit, and all them sort of stuff. All that sort of stuff keeps the youths them out of trouble, gives people jobs and roles in the community.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but couldn't we just put our monies together? So
there you go.
Everyone chip in like £1 or something like that. I mean, there's probably not Black Pound Day. I'm just talking in general in terms of, you know, let's say there's 100,000 of us. Yeah, every 100,000 of us chipping £1, we can buy a piece of land in that environment and do something we want there in it. You get me? So you know,
I've said this before, yeah, about if the local area or the people that lived on an estate, yeah, so say you lived on whatever estate, yeah, and then there's however much people on the estate, and you did a petition for the people on the estate, yeah, so we want to try and buy the local youth club, so it's a estate community centre, so everyone in the estate can use it as and when for different community things or after school clubs, or you know, like all them sort of shits like that, yeah. So if everyone sort of chipped in to the to buy the thing and maintain it, then more the youth club or the building or whatever, in theory, seems like it should be more cared about by the local people, because obviously they paid to put it there. But
we can just own it out. Yeah,
Terry was talking to us about the Stonebridge Centre. I think it was the Stonebridge Centre. Yeah, and what sort of happened there, innit? Like there was people, the right people weren't in place, innit? So the finances.
Yeah, that was big. I grew up there, bro.
I grew up in that. The finances fucked up.
Yeah.
And then it ends up getting lost.
Ain't that inevitable though? Like basically,
it shouldn't be inevitable. See that defeatist thing, yeah, ain't it inevitable? Yeah, now fuck that. Man. It should never be inevitable.
Let me explain.
Hold on. If you actually in something like with the right position people that actually have an understanding on how things work, yeah, then obviously the thing should be working efficiently and doing this thing what it should be doing.
All right, cool. So if money and economic conditions are being used to suppress a community, yeah, when you try to turn the tide on that, you're always going to be fighting the tide, innit? So in my opinion, this is my suggestion, take money out of the equation. So how you do that, yeah, is, for example, like my suggestion, that Learn Direct thing where you're supplying black children with black tutors. If a tutor normally gets £70 an hour, they agree to do it for £20 an hour. Now, with the thing what you're saying about the schools and the summer holidays and that, all you'd have to do is get black teachers, yeah, to get together and say, okay, all we want is one school, innit? And we will voluntarily work throughout the summer holidays, so our black children have got somewhere to go. So you're taking money out of the equation rather than trying to use money to fight against money. See what I mean? Because money is actually being used to keep people down on the socio-economic ladder. Yeah. So like to generate the money and to push the money back up the ladder is literally impossible. That inevitably you're always going to run out of money because you're doing something for people that's not generating money. So a business that runs is a one that basically a business has to pay for itself. Yeah, you're setting up like a bottomless pit where you're just going to keep throwing money into it until you run out of money.
No, but that's a temporary fix.
You're 1 second, that's exactly what Big is saying, though, isn't it? That's the whole point of business, isn't it? Like the whole point is of how these organizations were set up in the first place is they should have been self-funded and making money. There should have been a business arm as well as a charitable arm. So it's Bridgepark Complex. Like I said, I grew up there, spent a lot of time there. It was there for within the community, but it wasn't. I mean, the people who ran it, they didn't have the proper business sense or the mind, or weren't properly business minded to be able to think in the long run of the potential of the business that they had at their hand, or the property they had at their hand, and how to make sure they were going to keep it for the long run. There was a lot of issues behind it. There was a lot of mismanagement. There was various stuff that I'm not even going to get into, because there was even, there's certain things I'm not even going to talk about on air. But yeah, like it is a good example of something that was within the community, that was owned. It was massive. It's worth around £50 million today, and it's no longer in the community, and it was taken away. So that is a lot on that one. But
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is, like, with other communities.
One second. Just quickly wanted to say, because something we were just having before this was on the racism in the NHS, and people in the comments were saying that, you know, the NHS is full of black people. How can you scatter and be saying that it's racist and so on and so forth? But it's not me saying that's racist, right? This is the British Medical Journal saying it. This is the British Medical Association saying it. This is Victor Adebowale.
Article from BMJ, yeah.
Yeah, and this is Victor Adebowale, who's the incoming chair of the NHS Confederation, saying it, that there needs to be action on racism. This was here in 2020, not that long ago. There needs to be action on racism. They speak about the discrepancies in maternal deaths between black women and white women, for example, which have never been properly looked into. They speak about racial complaints that black doctors, black nurses have made and have never been properly looked into, and a bunch of issues. So if these people really wanted to look into it, they could. And I think it's not a big surprise to say that there's racism within the NHS. It's not a controversial statement. It's a truthful one. So yeah, I just want to say that quickly.
All right, yeah, big up for that still, man. Same, man. It's good to learn something new all the time. You know what I mean?
Do you want to send me the article, Slack?
Slap it in the back chat, but
right there.
I'll just put it as one of my archives for destroying these races.
yeah, so because you were saying the same thing though, Raf, when your pops was trying to get his job as a doctor and all them sort of things. So
my dad even tells me
a lot of issues.
I have as recent example as where he was going for a role, and he was the only one that applied for it, and they extended the deadline after he applied for it, only to hear from my dad to hear that apparently people who wanted to who extended it wanted someone else to get the job, so they were going behind asking people to apply for it. Racism exists, it's live and thriving. People just need to stop denying it, man. You get me? Sooner we can get to solving this issue of racism, the better we can come together to talk about the class issue that people want to talk about. You get me? You just need to stop denying the racism. You understand? Truth hurts, but it's a painful truth, but the truth does have to be exposed.
100%, man, 100%. Sorry, if I switched the topic too far away when I went to that one again, but yeah, I just wanted to bring the evidence, the Leo for some of the people in the comments.
Thank you.
Also, where was you on? I was going to ask on the thing. Did you discuss the thing already today, Big On? How do we attract high quality?
High quality guests, panelists, man, panel members. Yeah, man, we're just trying to see how that goes, man. Like, yeah. So, what's your thoughts on how we attract high quality panel members for and against it? Because we want people on the opposing side to jump on, but we want people that on the opposing side that jump on, and you know what I'm saying, that will maybe give us an issue so we can fucking have to strain and think hard to debunk or to go against what they're saying or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That so.
Yeah, no. I think there is I think you guys do pull off some good quality guests at times, to be fair. I think recently the thing is, because the big news and the big thing that's been going on, the big current affair has been the whole Black Lives Matter movement, is you have gotten the usual right wing counteractors of that kind of thing, innit? Jumping on to kind of put their thing on. And the annoying thing is, I guess, to be fair, we saw the best of them, right? We saw the best of them, the one that you'll follow, debating Sarah. And I think everybody probably has a lot of critiques about that whole debate on both sides. Like it was a weak and poor debate. And so if Toya Robinson is the best that they have produced in terms of debating, from that side. I honestly just don't think you're going to be able to get high quality guests from that side. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, I'm hearing they say their top boy is Mark Collette though, man.
He's the top boy now, yeah.
Sonny Robinson. Yeah, he's the new top boy, man.
Yeah, the new one, I bet you can. The new boy in the block. He's only been around for like, he's been around for a while, but his name's only been
for a bit. Young BNP, innit? The junior BNP done.
Yeah, the junior team. But his name's only been bringing around properly for the past 2 years. He's kind of a year or two. He kind of built up this following. So yeah, we'll see if he overtakes Tommy Robinson, and maybe he will be a stronger debate. But I don't think he himself is. Well, it'll be good to see if we can attract him to the G block. I think Ralph will probably try and protect him. If Ralph has any contact with him at all, Ralph seems to pretend like he does. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to get good, high quality from that side of things. I think on other topics and other areas or other issues, you're going to be able to get high quality back and forth between panelists. I think that's what we have to do right now. Today, you've got quite a good panel of people, to be fair. Like top to bottom, I see E just joined us, Mr. Riggs joined us. You had Danny before, Aaron Munsell. You have this brother Zero. I can't even say that. I'm too dyslexic.
Del, just call him Del, man.
Del, yeah, you got Del, yeah, and then you got King Gold. So you got yeah. So you got some good panelists here. So I think really the way to find a way to make this lot disagree and make this lot argue and dispute and argue amongst each other, and you'll have a good conversation. Do you know what I mean? What's the topic that's going to make this lot take different sides and go back? What's the dividing? You got the head, boy. You got to get your spoon out, belly, and start
stirring spoon out. Yeah, trust me. But that's what, bro. This is what I'm saying though. When I start stirring the pot again, yeah, and it's like you get me, and lines are drawn and fences get kicked down and this, that, and the other, right? Man, just start. It's an issue. Yeah. When they don't like it, fam.
Yeah, but Veli, if you state a rules and regulations, and anyone that breaks the rules gets kicked off. Simple.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, there's a plus, there's a for and against. Yeah, because there's going to be people, yeah, that will purposely try to get kicked off. Yeah, start their own thing. You get me? So Mal will come on and try to purposely get kicked off, causing noise, or be banned and start their own shit to try to crash your you know what I'm saying? Like on the back of I'm not allowed on so and so panel. So
if a man's gonna do that, a man's gonna do that anyway.
So probably, you know what I mean? But yeah. Really and truly, yeah. What it is, yeah, it's like, yeah, we're gonna have to it's gonna have to get a little bit harsh with the rules, but yeah, next week will be a little bit different though, still anyway, man. So
I don't know if it's a really bad idea, but you know, like the sort of topics that they raise in Parliament, like issues that are really actually affecting people every day. I think cross-examination of that sometimes, especially when it's got something to do with like an event that's taken place, which we know they're going to speak on. I think it'd be good to kind of, because I actually like watching Parliament and when it happens and the debates that go on inside it. So I think like people understanding a bit more about it, mainstream, I think it would be definitely a good way of just arming yourself really of what's going on and who's actually ahead of funding and who's making these laws and all the rest of it, and then what lords are getting into power and how do they get there and stuff, so yes, it's definitely a good idea. I'm teaching people, especially I'm just going back to what you were talking about before, was teaching people about law, because a lot of the time and I'm talking about policing here, people just don't know their law. If you would teach your kids about law, then you know what you have to get involved in and what you don't have to be involved in and what the rest of it, because ultimately it's down to a point where I feel like I think that's a big part, an element of what's been affecting the black community. Is police, the relationship they have between police, and I think it's with people not learning their laws.
Yeah.
Well. So I think that's like the basics of what you should teach your kid, to be fair, now in this day and age.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, obviously I'm on this platform all the time.
Oh, we can't hear you, Dale.
on one time a guy at Wake Up UK, he came on. This must have been a couple of months ago. He came on Wake Up UK, and he is quite open to doing to speak with people. But obviously, I don't. It depends. It can be a bit funny. So the guy that we managed to get him on Wake Up UK, we were fortunate on that occasion that he did come on. But he's their new kind of leader, so to speak. Because Mark does more the ethno nationalism, whereas Tommy's more focused on the civil side of it. So it depends on who you're going to be. Mark works mainly, him and Rod Tyler mainly focus on the ethno national side of it, rather than Tommy who focus on the CivNat side. Just thought of bring that into the conversation in regards to that.
Are you involved in that? You say you're part of that? Wake Up UK?
Yeah, I do shows on there. I get to do shows on there with Jason. I go on there, and we've spoken to some of these people on the FNAT side. They've come on. You didn't think they would do, but Mark actually, when this guy emailed him and spoke to him, and he asked him to come on. I was surprised that Mark did come on, but he did get him to come on. So we do sometimes get people from quite a wide variety. If we're quite fortunate, we do get them to come on and we'll speak. So you may be able to get them on. Say that again, sorry?
Are you a CivNat or an FNAT?
No, I don't do any of that stuff, man. I'm mainly like you, but I know about those areas because obviously in Wake Up UK we've got quite a variety of people that come on there. So obviously I'm learning some of that side of how they look at things as CivNat and FNAT, but I'm not in any of that stuff like that. I just know who the different speakers are because they've come on Wake Up UK and they've spoken, so I've had to hear them speak. When Mark Collette came on, I wasn't on there on that time, but I did watch the debate with Jake. I think it was Jake and Elliot. So Elliot and Jason, they did a debate with him. So that shows on there when he came on. So he does do talks with people, but he can be a bit funny with where he goes. But yes, all I was saying is with him is that he focuses more on the FNL national side, whereas Tommy's more on the CivNat side. I was just explaining the differences. In regards to what King Gold was saying about the law, with regards to what King Gold was saying about the law, in terms of that kind of stuff, that's what I'm more into, where King Gold was coming from. So I'm more into that side in terms of convention law, international law, common law, and obviously. Sorry, go on.
Okay, so you're more into all that kind of thing, maritime law of the land, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all that kind of stuff, and how the international. So go on.
I want to ask you, is that real?
Say that again.
Is it real? Like all that maritime
common law, all that shit.
Yeah.
Right. The issue with the obviously with the free man on the land and stuff like that, this country is no longer in common law because of what happened in 1213. We used to have common law, but it wasn't done through the courts. It was done through with your joy of your 12 peers in a normal court. It wasn't done with what we've got today. The problem was the people have lost their in this country in the Albion, which is called back then, have lost their lordal title to their land. So basically, we used to have common law, but we don't have that now. Since the Cester KV Act of 1666, we're now dealing with Admiralty maritime law. If you look at the Admiralty Vice Courts, I think it's 18 something. It's all to do with maritime now. So we used to have common law, but we're not in common law no more. We're actually in a maritime law. So that's currently what operates at the moment. So cool. As King Gold was saying, I wanted to just get back to King Gold and saying to educating people. I agree with him in terms of the people don't realize with the police these certain things you can do as long as you know what you are doing in regard to dealing with them. You can protect yourself. For instance, and I might send it to Raf. I've got a case law that, for instance, if you've not committed a crime, you don't have to give your name to the police. It's the issue is civil or criminal. But I've got case law, and I'll see if I can post it in the chat. Rice versus Connolly, and he got his case overturned. I think it was at the higher court because the police were saying that he had to use his name and he didn't have to do because they were saying he was acting suspiciously. So there are certain ways you can get around certain stuff if you know what you're doing, and this is where King Gold is right. So particular in regards to case law, which sets precedents, there are incidents where you can use certain case law as well as knowing international law, conventional law, where you can protect yourself from having to deal with some of these idiots. So I do agree with him, but people have to know this stuff and they've got to be educated on it so that they can use it in a way where they're not being confrontational with the police, but they're standing their ground. Because the last thing you want to do is equip people with knowledge and then they're in a position whereby the police then start to abuse their position in terms of which what you're seeing in reality. You're seeing the police basically in regards to brutality, in regards to how they treat people. What the last thing we want to do is have somebody been confrontation with the police, and then they're using that as an excuse to then beat them up. And they end up something seriously happening to them because somebody's educated and actually does know what they're talking about, and the police are just being so rude and trying to be authoritarian because they're being questioned. They then abuse their position, and somebody gets beat up over it. So it's about being clever when you're dealing with these people as well. Because even when I speak to the police, I make it very clear that I don't have to consent to anything, but I'm not being confrontational with them. I make it very clear where my position is, but I don't be confrontational with it. It's about educating people in a way where they can use this in a clever way.
Yeah, so you can pull your camera out first of all. First thing you do, get your camera out, record it, and then understand what you need to, if you're being detained, if you're, because sometimes they can't actually detain you. And
let me jump in there. Let me jump in there quickly. Yo, E Black, is that you?
Yeah, it's him still, man. But his thing keeps cutting out and coming back in still. So.
Oh, is it? Okay, man.
But I think a lot of the time as well, I think people get involved when they could just have bring their camera out, understand where the laws are, and to sort of politely just say, look, I'm not taking part in this. But when it comes to you engaging with them now, you may not have anything happened, or you may not have done anything, but because you're annoyed and you feel like you're being oppressed or whatever, you're gonna blurt out and be angry. So I think that's where a lot of people get arrested, because a lot of the time, I think I got more problems when people were trying to pull me up just out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like I found myself like getting searched, like pulled up and searched, and then I'd get arrested. It actually happened to me twice.
The fact is that if you pull the camera out and film, it still can go against you because you haven't given the person consent to film.
Okay, but you can.
It's the only reason why a lot of the film out is if someone else is filming the situation.
Okay, well maybe you got a point there actually, but I was assuming that we are allowed to take out our camera, put it somewhere, or hold it up where we're in the picture, and whoever's dealing with us is in the picture as well. I think you can, but if you are wanted or detained, if they've got the power to detain you or arrest you, then I don't think you're allowed to film. I think you're right. But I mean, we're talking about people just getting pulled out of nowhere, really. You know what I mean? And certain times when there's officers that have used excessive force, and it doesn't really get presented to you that often.
Yeah. So
because they can use you could be in the wrong, but they can still use excessive force.
Yeah, because the reason why I said someone else can film, they can say that they're filming the public, so they can get away with it. But once you yourself is filming that person face to face, then they will say that you have to get consent, which that can throw that video content out.
I suppose, but I don't think you'd be breaking the law. I don't know if you'd be breaking the law then. But because me personally, maybe you're right. I think it makes sense. But I don't know the law to that degree. But I know that I've been able to take out my phone recently, and I've been treated a little bit more fairly.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I've had anybody object. But then again, I've only been arrested once in the last 3 years, I think, and it was for a misdemeanor as well. So at that stage, I couldn't take out my phone, but I know there's other times where they pulled me up and I've pulled out my phone, and they just backed off, man. I actually called up the head office, and these were undercover police, and I called the head office and I said, "Look, can you speak to these police?" They left me. They ran away. And said they jumped in their car and went off. And these are undercovers. They're the ones that have got a bit more authority on how they can deal with you. You know what I mean? The plainclothes. You know how they're a bit more like they're not really the main beat. But yeah, even then I called the main head office and got them actually to speak to the officer, and he didn't apologize, but he moved on like immediately. and that was just from them pulling me up on the road for no apparent reason in Earls Court. But I just felt like the police in Earls Court were a little bit, which is in Chelsea and Westminster. No, that's Chelsea and Westminster. No, it's Chelsea, Kensington and Chelsea borough. I think they're a bit more hostile to black people
because of the area.
Because of the area, and there's less
I get that. Just to let you know, King Gold, I've put it's in the private chat. Rice versus Connolly, that's in case law. So that again, you don't have to give your name. So I've just put it in chat for you. It's there. I managed to find it. But yeah, you're right. You can film in a public place. It's on a public place. You are allowed to film in a public place. It's when you go into a premises, for instance. So, for instance, if you're on a premises, that would make a difference. You're out in the public, you can film. It's just when you might be, if you're on a particular premises, that might be the issue.
Sorry, what if the police are pulling you up though? You can still film, and
if the police are in public, you can film in public, but you can't do it. It's when you go onto a private. If it's on a private premises, that's when you have an issue. In public, you can film.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I didn't think they actually could tell you to not film them if they're approaching you, and you'll take out your phone for your protection. I think you're allowed to do that. But I can imagine, just filming police if they're dealing with a crime is not good. I don't think they would allow that, would they? Even then,
right? You can film, but the issue is you can film, but you can't film from like being close by because obviously they could say you're hindering, perverting the course of justice. So that's the issue. That's what they do in the United States as well. So if you are filming, you're filming from a distance, and it's not affecting the police to do their job, then you're fine to film in public. The issue is you just can't affect what the police are doing in terms of them doing their job. So as you're not interfering with that, then they can't use perverting the course of justice as an issue.
That's why I said that you need someone from a distance to able to film it from that distance.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so as you film from a distance, they can't say anything like that. So they can't say you're preventing the course of justice. That's right. So you can film them pretty much whenever you want. And what they might say is they might turn around and say they object to you filming, but you can say it's a public place and you're allowed to film. Particularly as King Gold said, for purposes of his own protection. So yeah, that's fine.
Yo, what's going on?
I don't know what happened there.
Sorry, I've just got to go somewhere quickly.
All right, no problem. Yeah, what's going on, man?
Yo, walk on.
Yeah,
Shut up, man. Yeah, what's going on? What you been saying?
Nothing, fam. I was doing something, so I didn't even hear. I think I'll go up and needed to go do something, but you're supposed to reply back to something in it. But now everyone's doing the just be on the panel and be quiet. So
everyone on mute, yeah.
Yeah, everyone's doing the mute.
It's magic. How does that happen in it when there's like 20 men on the panel and everyone's on mute? The fuck?
It's called Guardian.
Guardian, yeah.
Waiting for the right moment to attack.
Yeah, man. I need the chatty patty front line though, man. You get me?
You got to watch. You got front line. You know, a sniper. You don't see him. Just keep quiet.
Shit, man.
What's happening anyway?
What's the topic? Shush, man.
Well, the topic was what do you call it now? High IQ debates, isn't it? Or was it high? Let me say it properly. How do we attract high quality guests to the G Block? So basically, the idea of having a high quality debate.
Brand name.
Sorry, yeah. You keep cutting out still.
One second, let me move.
Yeah, what were you saying, Unks?
I said debate leagues.
Debate leagues.
do
like
hear me now?
Rules and regulations. Yeah. Then you
so like, what are we considering quality though?
Huh?
What's like what we considering quality when we're saying like we want to have like more quality conversations or whatnot? Like I understand some like what is like dead or unnecessary, but what are we looking for from these conversations? Like people to learn something, just to engage, to get on.
Learning. I think learning ultimately is what we want to do in these like debates. So yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do.
I think it's a bit of a difficult one, right? Because you know, people that are gonna come with like that kind of information, they're not gonna be able to be on a show like for 12 hours. So like, and also there's certain people they're not gonna want to be on the show with because it's just gonna, you know, bring the average quality of the conversation down.
I think it's structure. I feel like it will be if the shows are structured, then you're more inclined to get people that are going to be of higher quality.
How do you mean by structured? Did you give us
So
an example?
So structured being the so you've got points or topics that you want to talk about. I know Veli already does that, but like making sure that you're sticking to those points, at least coming back, and then maybe changing it. So the host, for instance, I know Veli obviously works, so he does allow people to, you know, kind of come on and do whatever. But even if there's somebody here that is structuring and making sure the conversation is not just going off this way, that way, and turning into a bit of chaos, you know. Personally, I'm actually going to start my own live shows. It's more women based though, so it's not really, not to say that men can't be around.
I see how it is. Don't worry.
No, the thing is, it's for, but I want to kind of gauge the online community with the women. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel like this is very dominated by men, like
that's right.
in this kind of area. And we don't really talk too much on each platform about women's issues or things with women, or just hear from women, I think, or maybe women sometimes feel like they get drowned out by the men and whatever. So that's why I'm personally doing it. But like this topic of how to make sure you get like quality people is something that obviously I've been recently thinking about. And one thing is, I think definitely if you've got structure, so you've got your topic, you've got somebody on a live stream that's at least going to make sure that you're not, like, if you can't be there, that the conversation is still going to be, you know, like regulated and clean and stuff like that. Like earlier on, that Mo guy came on, cool, but it was really like there was the conversation going on, but then he just started slagging Jupiter, and I just feel like, how are you going to have like a balanced show or a show where you can hear different opinions when people are too scared to come on for being attacked on personal things, you know? And like, I think it just lowers the
morale as well. It brings down the morale too. Everyone's just in the chat would say, oh, well, is this what we want? Some people are there for the entertainment in terms of the arguing, but then some people are just like, well, we want to see more better conversations, and that's what was mentioned the other day about the conversation. I think this is why this question was asked today, because we don't want it to just be a slagging match, like you said, Shani. There's like, you know, even though I might not agree with Jupiter, and I've so many times schooled on this topic, it's crazy. But at the end of the day, like, if I can still sit here, even though I've constantly, you know, gone back and forth with it on this topic and be okay, people who haven't, there's just, you know, like, I'm not saying that you can't be upset, but just let's not do that, man. Come on, man. You know, like, certain people, like, they it's not worth the energy of giving bad vibes out, if you get what I'm saying.
Yo, and that's already one of the rules on the show and on the channel already, that there's not supposed to be no personal attacks in it. People are supposed to be going at each other personally and all doing things there anyway, because, like I'm saying, there was already other places where you could do that if you wanted to do that. So like, let's make this spot a bit different from all the other places. You hear me? So
I think there needs to be
it's no personal attacks really.
Like a little bit more like audience participation and coming up with.
I was just gonna say,
trying to come up with one every day, that's like, that's gonna sustain itself. Like, it's a bit work. You see what I'm saying? If people was like,
Yeah, it's hard work, man.
Ideas.
And I've tried to suggest to people, because Jupiter said that earlier as well, yeah. And when I was first doing the show, I used to put.
Nah, I know that's what you're on. I'm more saying that to others. You get what I'm saying? I remember you used to do that.
And the people that
Do you get what I'm saying?
some people was putting questions in still. So like again,
Maybe if
that is
you
definitely
create like
something that we're asking for, man.
a separate WhatsApp, like a next WhatsApp, on your phone, and then people can just message you topics like whenever they think of them, so you can just have a kind of a pool of them. You get me?
Raphael.
Yeah.
Can I say something, please? Yeah. Okay, this is my first time on you lot's channel, so it's a bit of a perception for myself because I can have a completely different look. Now I've actually done speaking in stuff. I've spoken at AV8 a couple of years, AV8 for Ian R. Crane, where we had speakers like Max Eigen. I met, who else was there? John Sheridan. Quite a few people who speak do talks all over the world. Dr. Graham Dooling and stuff like that. They were all there. So I've spoke at like proper events and done stuff like that. And one thing that Ian R. Crane did before I even went to do his event, this was in 2017, he emailed me a list of things that he needed from me because it all went on the website first. So I think the lady, what's the lady's name called? The lovely lady who was just speaking.
Oh, Shani, yeah.
Shani, the lovely lady Shani. One thing she talked about is organisation. One thing about Ian, this is talking about on the professional level because he's got a full website and he had guests coming from all over the world. So he's got to organise this properly. One thing about them lot is they're very precise in their organisation. They organised not only the event because it was over 3 days. They've got to organise the speakers, the order of the speakers speaking, and the different subject matter.
You kind of cut out
as well. So he had his stuff in advance, and then
you kind of cut
out,
like,
bro.
Yeah, but I can hear you now.
Wait. Sorry. I was going to say that.
Start again from the beginning because you kept on cutting out.
Yeah, because your connection, maybe better area where the connection's working better.
Right. When I did my talk thing, I'm talking about an event that I went to that I actually spoke at. I'll give you the information. You can find it. It's on his website in our Cranes. It was AV8.
Yeah,
so this was a few years ago.
Still.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of AV8.
Right. So when I went, it was all. I was just because it was what Sean was saying there. This is in terms of because remember this is my first time I've been on your platform, so I'm looking at it from that point of view in terms of ideas. So I was just saying that they did show they wanted all my stuff ahead of time, so I had to email in the stuff in. Remember, I didn't speak till May. He was communicating with me in January, sending all my.
Oh, that's really frustrating.
Gone again, cuz.
Yeah.
Gone again. Yes, he was. I think he was basically saying that he had to send all his details
all
over
my information
to mine before he put on the. Yo, you back now, yeah?
Yeah, sorry. So almost. So he basically he spoke with me first.
Yeah, I heard you said you spoke.
It keeps cutting out.
Yeah.
Can you hear me again? Have I come back?
Yeah,
you come back.
You're back now.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So he spoke with me over Skype first and let me know what was going to happen, and then I got to send my information across to him. That got put on his website. And then he had another conversation with me in the airport before I went to speak in May to confirm everything. And then he had like like what you're doing now, like a pre-panel conference where everybody got to speak. And then once that was then done, he then gave us like the lady was saying, Sean, like an order of how things were going to go. And so everybody knew what they're going to speak at, what times we're going to speak at, presentations and all that thing. So I'm just saying what Sean was saying. I'm agreeing with her. The key thing is if you're going to do this on a level, I want to get good speakers because I've spoken like publicly. Key thing is organisation. That's the key thing. If you're organised and you stick to and you let people go off when they need to go off, but you keep it on the subject matter. You keep it organised. You let people speak and you come back and forth. So I spoke first, and then once I'd finished speaking, then for about 10-15 minutes I had some interaction with the audience, and then after that I got to leave some books and stuff on the side. And then they spoke to me during the day after that as well. So just I was saying, just being organised and being on point with what you want to do, that will make the biggest difference if you're going to have people come and speak for you, because I have actually done proper speaking proper events. If you want to see that event, if you give me a minute, I'll find it for you, and I'll post the when I was speaking, I'll post it in the private chat. But yeah, that the organisation is key if you to get people of quality to speak on, because I say I've met like big speakers like Max Igan, he speaks all over the world. So when you get to, we've got real good speakers on, the key thing is they want to be precise, organised, so they can organise whatever they're doing and they can fit you around their times, and then they'll come in and speak. That's what I find.
Yeah. I've also spoken at Cambridge University at their union, so I got invited to talk there regarding my business and modest fashion and stuff. And that, like you said, was really organised. But what I noticed was as well, there's debate tactics as well. So I feel like people often don't want to talk, maybe not come on these panels and stuff. So the online community, for instance, there might be people that maybe just stick to the chat or just listen. And the reason being is because they don't want to be attacked when coming onto the panel. So it's about having like etiquettes and making sure the etiquettes are there when it comes to debating. So one of the debate etiquettes would be obviously allowing other people to talk. Not talking over people. The way that you can obviously do that is maybe if you were having debates or discussions on a certain topic, maybe timing people, like I feel like it's still organic, but just like timing them and saying, look, you've got like 2 minutes to kind of express your point. And then other people that are getting involved in the conversation, like Ralph said to Jupiter earlier on, okay, people do make lots of points within that time. But if you're having a debate or whatever, you can just quickly scribble it down, like it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? You can, if you're really interested in investing in a conversation, taking little notes and scribbling down on points is not something that you don't. I feel like if you're doing that, you're looking for a genuine debate. There's more structure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you just want to talk and you don't really care what others are saying, then you're not going to be. You're just going to keep firing onto your point. And I think that's something that happens with this online community a lot. And why you have such low quality characters come is because they have a different agenda. Then they're not really trying to be a part of a conversation. They just want to like gun-ho with their opinion and make everyone just hear them. Do you know what I mean? They don't really care about the conversation.
Yeah. Like,
Definitely.
I think that's another thing. Like, if they do ever come on, like, we should try to raise them up to that level, rather than trying to make us sink to their level in terms of the way they discuss in it. So, it's hard, man. It's hard, but everyone wants to have that when everyone's triggered or someone is triggered. They want to get to that level of let's make them feel the pain that you're feeling and whatnot and everything. Whereas, us raising them to that level is gonna be something that I think.
All right, Raf, if you look in
there.
Raf in the box, it's there. That's the talk that I did at AVA. It's in the private box. But I was going to say with the ladies, just saying, people coming on and not wanting to take personal attacks. I've been on here and I've looked at the comment section. I've been verbally attacked quite a few times today. I've just got on with it and just ignored it. Some people take it more personally, others don't. It just depends on how they are. Some people can't take the attack. Others don't mind. I've been verbally attacked by quite a few of them on there today. I've had a quick look, but I just got on with it and just I'll still do what I'm doing. So it depends on the person. Sorry, go on, Sean.
Yeah, so Dale, I agree with you. When I first started coming online, I couldn't like not look at the chat and like not respond to people saying horrible stuff to me. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like after being here for like 2 years now, I'm just kind of like, I still get annoyed. It depends on what it is. But I try very much to, all right, cool. A lot of people, when they first hear me speaking or, like they just don't like me or whatever for whatever reason. Most of the time, people just don't like you because they don't even know why they don't like you. You might just rub them the wrong way. So I understand that, and people write that in the comments or whatever. But often when I come online and it's the first time people have heard me, they always talk about my voice and the fact that I'm nasally and all this kind of stuff. At first, it was really annoying because there's nothing I can do about that. Do you know what I mean? I can't actually change my voice. I don't know if it's unfortunate or not, but I don't really care now. Do you know what I mean? But it does annoy me. But I feel like the longer you're on, the easier it is just to ignore the negatives. But I feel like maybe moderation in the chat is also a big thing then. And maybe one of the things could be in the chat that the moderators are actually looking for people being unnecessarily horrible.
That's right, because unfortunately, not everybody can filter things out, and it's quite hard to do. So I think definitely a level of moderation is
but wait, hold on a sec here. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people come to chat in the comment section as well, though, because they've basically got free reign to criticize something what they don't like, as well as say something good about what they do like as well. So like in the comment section, it's free range, isn't it? Like it's like you just have to hold your feelings. With the people on the panel, hold on. With the people on the panel, I'm saying when the two people on the panel trying to stay away from the personal insults and the personal attacks and then things like that, then that will make the panel better, innit? Because obviously the comment section, like, it's different, innit, man? We're gonna fucking time everyone up every 2 seconds.
But if you've got moderation there, right? Like, I feel like the moderation shouldn't be on like the freedom of speech in that sense. Like, so if you do want to say, so if you're here and you're talking about, I don't know, you get on the topic of religion or whatever, and then there's people saying stuff about Islam, like that shouldn't be like that shouldn't be timed out and stuff, because like you're saying, it's people have different opinions on stuff. So it's like, cool, that's all right. But when it's stuff like oh, you're fat, or shut up, you fat bitch, and all this that is just unnecessary. Do you know what I'm saying? So that stuff should be moderated. If you've really got nothing constructive to say, it should be on the panels as well as in the chat. But
that's on the panel. That's on the panel, innit? Like when on the with the people typing in the chat, it's like although we I would say it would be better for the people not to do that. But it's easier to moderate what the people in the chat are saying, innit? Like, what the people on the panel are saying. Then obviously, if people are putting people's addresses up, putting people's real names up, and they don't want their name to be known or all sort of stuff like that, or come in with their picture of their kids, or like stuff that obviously you just have to get dashed out for that, man. But like personal sticks and stones sort of thing, where it is annoying and no one wants to hear it when it's about them, but it's like we can let that pass in it, man, because we was talking about more important stuff on the panel between each other, innit?
Yeah, that's true.
So this is, does moderation of a panel encourage more people to participate?
There's moderation of and no.
Personally, not for me. On the panel, but not on the chat. Personally, I don't care about what people say in the chat.
A lot of people don't have the chat on. I mean, I don't have mine on. I've got the main
moderation on the panel.
I look at the back chat.
Is plus or pro and con in it, because obviously the pros of it is everyone knows the rules of the thing well, but the cons of it is there's a certain section that won't jump on, but that's a pro as well, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, so it just depends on.
Some people get triggered less. That's one of the benefits. Because some people are easily triggered, and then the topic can go left.
Yeah, I wouldn't say an open chat puts people coming off to the channel. I don't think that's the case. So,
but Veddy, you know what I think you could start doing? Sorry, bro.
I'll say one more thing. Bro.
Like having shows like time shows that basically, so like chatting to certain people that you consider high quality guests and say, boom, like I want to do a show on this day for this amount of time and then grow it like that, because it's like it's unrealistic to think that man's gonna be able to start by like having high quality all dayers. Do you get what I'm saying? Where if man start just like with a smaller space and then growing that seems more likely to and then you can, it's more predictable, because like randomly you're gonna have a mixed bunch. Do you get what I'm saying? And then like certain people, they like I was saying earlier, they're not gonna jump on when they see certain people on because they know where it's gonna go.
Yeah, I agree. I think the main gem I think out of this Ravelli point of view is it going to be more of an informal or formal setting, as in regard to, is there going to be like a timer where people are speaking, or is it going to be like a friendly sort of everybody speaks and there's no sort of structure, where it's a bit more sort of, you know what I mean, informal, where it's sort of like all holds barred, like no holds barred, friendly type of get, or is it going to be more formal where it's going to be more sort of like structured in that sense? I think that definitely, for me personally, that's the setting that I prefer, just purely because I feel that you get a lot more out of that, and in that, with that sort of vibration, it's easier for me to learn when it's positive, you know what I mean? So if you can match the two, then that's a benefit. But I think the formal ways are definitely a better approach, I think, is what I'd like to see more.
I've done. Yeah, I was thinking, Gold. I've been in here where you've kind of been quite good with each other, and it's my first time, remember, and everybody's got the chance to speak, and it's been like this. But I've also Wake Up UK, when I do my show on there, it's on a set time. But I've also done stuff where I've done other radio shows abroad in the States and stuff, and I had to get up and do, and they've got a set time and how they do it. Both can work. It depends on the subject area you're speaking on. So you can do either, but depending on what the subject area is on, will depend on how you decide to lay it all out. That's definitely important. Sorry, go again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I can see where that what you just said there would affect it to a degree. Yeah, because I suppose certain topics maybe need more of an open panel, so more people, laymen, can get involved. But when it's like about specific subject and it's a debate and about, or you know, I think that's when the formal thing will come in, because you know, emotions get high. I think when it's, especially with like race issues. Yeah, but you got a point there. Yeah, but I definitely think the minute rule would be good, especially when there's right versus left wing, air quotes, sort of that type of vibration going on. That would definitely be good. And I suppose if I'm going to start, if I was just open my own channel, that's what I'd do. Definitely. But like I said, I feel like cross-examination of the same thing we've been speaking about, really, the lawmakers and the politicians, is something I haven't seen being done yet. And I think they need a bit of scrutiny at this current stage in time. That might be my new venture. Cross-examining. How many views do you reckon I get? That's what I'm saying. Like when it's to that degree, I don't think the thinking time, the mental capacity you got to have to break down people that are speaking, you know, that specific and that sort of intelligently is going to be a bit more difficult to people that have got less of a threshold to sort of paying attention. You're not gonna really listen to. So yeah, you're finding a balance, really, I suppose. But yeah, I think it's good at the moment, but I just feel like yesterday was just a prime example of where the people were just kind of dominating the scene, and it was just, yeah, could have been better. But
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I wasn't here yesterday, so I can base my experience I've had my first time with you. And based on my first time with you, everything seems to be quite reasonable. I'm glad we've got some feminine energy here that shines in here, because I like to have women on. I think we need to have that balance. More women need to get involved in stuff like this. I prefer that. So we've got a nice balance. We've got some feminine energy. But I agree with you completely in that respect. If we're going to scrutinize as well, what we also need to do, and this is something that I've done with Rafa already by providing him the information. If we're going to be able to scrutinize, what we need to be able to do as well is give people factual information that they can also do fact checking themselves. Because a lot of people like to criticize what you're saying, but then they won't put the work in. But particularly when you give them the information to go and read themselves. So the first thing I did with Rafa, Rafa's had and not we didn't have a dispute today, but we had a difference of opinion. Is the first thing I said to Rafa says, listen, I've studied what I've studied, and I can provide you the evidence. The first thing I did with Rafa was send him the evidence. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So I think people need to be able to scrutinize whatever, but you also need to be able to send people the information so they can do their own due diligence. If you want to come and criticize it after that, then they just be negative. You clearly haven't read up the information, and you clearly haven't provided me no counter evidence to prove that to prove what I'm saying is wrong. You've not provided any counter evidence to prove that it is wrong. So that's my thing at the moment. Is people are going to scrutinize anybody? They should be allowed to scrutinize. That's not a problem, but if they do, then you provide them the evidence, and then obviously if they're just being negative, then that's when you just want to get rid of them, because that to me is somebody who's been an urgent provocateur and being negative. They're not actually here for people to learn. They're just here to be negative, and that's not any good at all.
Yeah. Del, is it all right if I post your the video, the YouTube video that you sent into the main chat, or you don't want me to post it into the main chat?
I provided that just because obviously we're talking about people who. The reason why I provided you with it is because you said you wanted to see people who I've actually spoken at proper events. The reason why I provided you with that is just because that was a proper event where I spoke, and I was just talking about what was organized. If you want to post it, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have any issue with it. You can do that. That's fine.
I didn't want to lie, just in case, because you're in the video, in it, so in case you didn't want to be seen or whatnot. So yeah,
that's right. It was a proper event. Loads of people there. There was like 400 people there. It's quite big. Yeah. It was a proper thing. It's a proper speaking event. So if you're going to be in public like that, then I'm already in public like that. You know what I mean? So I don't have an issue with you posting it. I don't have a problem. They want to criticize it. They can criticize it, but they're not going to be able to provide me any factual evidence to prove what I'm saying is not true. Because I can take you down into London and show you all this stuff. The city of London, I can show you all this stuff. I'll take you to the buildings and everything, and I'll show you it all. My stuff is all evidentially backed. You get me? So to me, if somebody's been an urgent provocateur like that and they're being negative, they just need to be kicked out. People should be able to express their opinion, but base it on fact rather than base it on the fact that I'm just saying it. I do provide evidence about what I'm saying. I don't just say it without backing it up. And like I said, I've given Raf, if them not give you the email, if they want the links. The information that I've got, if they want to read it themselves, they can read it themselves if they want, but that's up to them. I don't force the truth on nobody. I just offer it. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine. If anyone wants the link, get in contact with me. I think Veli has Hangouts, I think. So a lot of people who have Hangouts, you can just private message me their emails if they're worried about people knowing about their personal emails, and I can send it through to them. That's all right. But yeah, like we said, it's a good question about having people that we can have good debates on this topic. And like you said, Del, I like that one where when you provide information, and now that you've provided information and I'm just arguing from an emotional standpoint, then that automatically you should just dismiss me there, because if I haven't provided any information apart from my own subjective opinion on what you've provided, then to refute what you're saying, then just disregard it. That's it. That's how it should be done. But yeah, what's everyone else got to say? Shani, have you got anything else to say?
So that's a very that's a very sort of educational based debating sort of forum. Is you've got to be right with your shit when you're coming with. You can't just be coming with, oh, I claim this, oh, and apparently this, and it could be in what if. You got to have something in writing, something credible. So yeah, I see that happen quite a lot. I suppose in Speaker's Corner you can't really do that, right? You can't be walking around with, different information, encyclopedias on you, but you've got that at your hands online. So if you're not coming with anything, and I suppose I've been guilty of it myself, but some of the things I speak about aren't really that main stage, and they're quite conspiracy fledgling based. So I don't really have much.
I told him, but
information on that. But yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I've called Veli. I'll call him now. Let's see. Yeah, go on, Gold. Continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
because you're conspiracies, you won't have, or what people perceive to be conspiracy theories, you won't have that much evidence or information. But I feel like, even with me, I feel like I try and put all the pieces of puzzle together. If you're not willing to do that, I feel like I don't want to name any names, but if you're not here to learn, then you're going to keep on banging on. Someone teaches you something, you don't want to learn it. That means you definitely got bias. But some people just like that around, just because people going to be, it's going to be a laughing stock, and that's the balance. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe there's particular days and times, but there should be a set day maybe or time where it's just purely very comprehensive sort of day, where actually figuring things out and just not going back and forth. No doubt about it. Topic, talking about topics.
I think if you're going to have a serious talker on, then you should set the day aside for it, or the evening aside for it.
That's what I said. Yeah. So maybe 2 days of the week, maybe, or
Yeah.
2 or 3, like to balance it out.
As in, like, if for serious talk and then for just normal talk, like, if we were to have like a normal day, or usually on the G block, like where we just have is that what you're saying, Jupiter?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Billy doesn't want to lose the audience he's already got. And because it's an avenue for people at the lower rungs to come into the Speaker's Corner arena. And I actually think that's a good thing.
But don't forget, we're always going to be here anyway, so it's not like he's going to lose anybody's, But, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I said when you have it.
Go on. Sorry, Jupiter.
So while you're here, there's something I want to ask you. I caught the back end of one of your talks about how you can refuse. When they're going to bring in these injections, if people don't want to take them, you said there is a way of getting out of having the injection or something.
Well, everything requires consent. I'll post it in the give me a quick minute and I'll put it in the chat in a second. I'll post it in the chat in a second. I know what you're on about. There's certain conventions that do protect you if you use them, particularly because people cannot be forced to take an injection if they don't want one. There are certain conventions that they can use, obviously. But like I said again, I'll post it in the chat in a second. Just to bring back on what King Gold was saying. Especially one thing about speaking, particularly if you get people, because I've obviously done mainstream speaking at proper conferences where people turn up and stuff. One thing about the way that the reason why it's organized as well is because people like to put factual information that people can research. So, like when I've done my talks, most of the time they're all coming PowerPoint presentations with the information while I'm explaining it, so people can take notes down themselves and go and do their own due diligence. So sometimes when you have a speaker on, when it's organized, they'll actually provide the factual information for people to go and do their own due diligence. And so when I've done speaking before, what happens is I'll do the presentation first, and then at that point I'll interact with whoever, and then obviously you can take questions after that. That's another way you could structure it, which would work if you've got somebody like me, because I tend to do factual information. I put it in presentation format, and then I'll interact with yourselves, and then I would then interact with whoever wants to jump on. But that's a good way of doing it in terms of getting people presented who do factual talks. They give the information first. They'll interact with a panel, and then once that's then done, then they'll engage with whoever wants to ask questions. That'll be a good format of laying something out, and I tend to see that done on quite normally. To be honest with you, I just thought I'd add that in. Yeah, Jupiter, I'll put it in the chat in a second. By the way, I'll find the thing.
Yeah, I think I've noticed.
No, it's only we're putting it in the main chat. It's because I got that blue spanner thing, so I can just post it in. As long as it's not some type of weird porn or whatnot, we're good. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because I've noticed when there's a lot of argument, you won't actually see any intellect intertwined with it, really. Even though, yeah, so from what I've noticed, they'll actually probably leave and So that's what I've noticed when there's the people sort of arguing at the base, you know, and then you got the sort of, we've got to just admit there's more educated people, just got more information and more talking points or whatever, just because they've had the time to. So I feel like them people are quite valuable if the whole basis is based around you learning. So I think to encourage them, you'd have to give up that sort of, or try and attract more of that. So like you said, yeah, a lot of information, and that just purely down to information, because you can have a subjective opinion and get an argument and stuff, but so it's not going to go nowhere. Yeah, you're agreed. High quality guests, but I think the debating part of it is definitely something that is good. Is definitely a good part of the dynamic. So having a well-versed debaters, obviously Mark Collette is out of the question, but someone to a lesser degree at the time being, he's probably not going to come on something, a panel as informed as this, but yeah. I think someone of a lesser degree, like, that's great, based around race, because it's a huge talking subject right now.
Hello. I've posted, by the way, Raf, it's in the chat. Raf, I've put it in the chat for you.
Yeah.
The Nuremberg Code.
What have I missed, bro? Because it seems quite grown up at the moment, quite mature, so I don't want to lower the tone of the conversation.
Ultra, can you hear Del?
Who?
Del.
No, I heard a Kingo laugh, and I can hear you.
Del, speak again. Del.
Yeah, sorry, Raf. The Nuremberg Code and the stuff about the ethics on how doctors and injections and stuff like that. I've put it in the. It's in our chat here. It's in our chat here. If you can see, it's in there. So I put it in there for if you want to look at that. That's again information you can use.
Is that Del, Raf?
Yeah, that's Del. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Wait, why are you breathing to your mic like that? Like Ultra.
Sorry, no, it's just trying to be funny. Yeah, so what have I missed, man? The conversation seems quite calm and mature at the moment. What's going on?
No, we're talking about how we can improve the show, basically. Del is new to the panel, so yeah, we were just talking to Del. Del knows Jupiter, and they were talking about I think they're talking about the Jesuit control of the so-called world right now that's going on. But yeah, other than that, we were just talking about how we can improve the panel. We've had suggestions about maybe we can have a proper debate structured twice a week or a few days a week, and then we have the normal not Velimy Carl, but Veli Day, and then we also have the Velimy Carl on Friday, where everyone wants to do what they want to do. That's fine.
It's just more informal on that day, yeah.
I thought that was what the settings were. Anyway, it's like meant to be like Monday to Thursday, like constructive, question of the day, problem solutions, and then Friday we blow off steam and tell the other panelists how much we hate them for whatever reason. I thought that's what the settings were.
To some degree.
Bringing in proper speakers as well. Proper speakers.
Well, do you know what the funniest thing is? If I'm honest with you, I think like question of the day is like I think is brilliant in the sense that you've got a structure. So when panels do get out of control, which to be fair, I'm not sure when you've got a panel of conflicting ideas and personalities, that's just bound to happen. But question of the day is something that we can all rally around. We can hit the reset button and refocus. However, I think maybe if we make question of the day maybe more nuanced, more offensive even.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, because the like I said, I don't know if you remember, but we did the whole constructive criticism thing. Like for me, the reason why I introduced that is because it was different. We haven't done it. And not only did we give our other panelists critique, but we critiqued ourselves as well.
That's okay.
Huh?
I said that wasn't what it was about.
It was literally just let me introduce something that's new. Let me like nobody's done that before. I mean, who comes online and critiques themselves? Do you know what I mean? It's. I think reflection is important. I think keeping your content fresh, is probably a good thing. However, Bellamy Car Fridays is fun. You know what I mean? It is fun. Also, as well,
Yeah,
I think
debating day.
I
But
think the
I like.
questions we bring is hard hitting because sorry, Kingo, I'm going to throw you under the bus a little bit. But if you remember when we was talking about FGM, right? Just think about the weeks of content that just one question of the day was able to pump out.
Generate. Yeah.
It's mad. Like imagine if you asking the right questions, right? We can pump out like content for days. Whereas if it's just are people racist or do religious people believe in God? Ugh. Do you know what I mean? Whereas I think, yeah, I don't know. I want to. I think I said offensive, but I don't mean like deliberately offensive. I mean, but sometimes questions that will offend are I think prominent, and I think those asking difficult questions, like it sorts the men from the boys. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I think there should be a debating day and a educational day, but more education, as because it's all out debate really. The Bellamy's is pretty much all out debate. I did like an element of like education involved, you know, like added in throughout the week. So like for example, there could be one topic called Sumeria because I know Dupes like Sumeria, so I'm gonna say Sumeria. And it's actually quite an interesting topic, you know. So I think there maybe one day until it's thoroughly explored.
But we can bring people on who know topics on Sumeria and talk about it. Like I think what happens is what we're trying to also do is like we're not just trying to just spew opinions. We're also trying to be factual with the thing that we're promoting, in it, or not even the thing that we're promoting, but the thing that we're talking about. So maybe someone who is also familiar with the topic on Sumeria and can give something to people, some knowledge to the people, would be a good thing if we were going to do it on a day.
So how I was thinking of it, Raf, was like maybe get something that's online, that's that's been broken down where it's digestible for sort of like a panel environment like this.
Yeah, but Kingo, you don't even necessarily have to come to G Block for those bits of information. The internet is like literally full of like info. I mean, that's literally what it is: info and porn.
Ultra. Sometimes so there are some people that will have information that the internet doesn't always, especially with the internet these days. Yeah, it's littered with all types of information. So even that information that might seem like it's correct is not entirely.
Ralph.
Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, people that present information that sounds fantastic and sounds great, but as soon as you pick it apart, it falls apart. And then I sort of cough and said Ralph under my breath, but you didn't catch it. Yeah, never mind.
Wait, what? I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Never mind.
You talking about King of God?
No, I was saying like there's people that present. Oh Lord, no, because you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like, I think also as well, grown-up conversations need to be had, especially in relation to like sensitive topics, like because I find that a lot of the time, like the majority of us just pussyfoot around certain subjects, and it turns some people off, and some people don't want to talk about certain things, and that's fine. But yeah, those hard, nasty questions, they need to be asked, I think. They need to be asked.
What's hard, nasty questions?
You're so filthy, Shani. Get your mind out of the gutter right now.
Not even. What do you Ultra, what are you talking about? You said grown up questions and grown up topics. I'm like, yeah, of course, we're all adults, isn't it?
Like
So,
from like I'll give you an example. For me, in my own community, things like, are black people the principal agents in their own destruction? Now, to me, that should be a question of the day, right? Because
But Ojo, who should
everyone's
man be talking to about that though?
no, but
And big up,
this
by
is
the
the
way,
thing. No,
because then you start
no,
having
yeah,
people like
every single
Ralph,
time, broski.
what's his name, Ralph, yesterday coming chatting shit about black men this and da 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 da, coming with no facts. Then other people, bro, it just comes a long thing, bro. There are people that,
No,
yeah,
brother
they got
E,
no
I hear
experience chatting
you.
shit.
I hear you, brother E. But hear this, yeah. Ralph is an Indian don who thinks he's white. Like, just think about how deep that is, and then going forward, every time he opens his mouth, you get that thought back in your head, and then you'll be like, right, okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I get that totally, bro. But then I'll say like, so what's the point of having a conversation like with the question that you asked with someone like that?
No. But this is the thing. What I meant by that is, for me, that question is a big, hard, nasty question. And if I'm honest with you, I haven't been anywhere where that particular question, for instance, has been asked. Now, the part of your response to me that stuck out was, where should that happen? And I think I understand what you mean by that. But that was just an example of something that is a big, hard question in response to Shani. But yeah, just things like that.
but so with that kind of question, though, right, Ultra, it's a good question, but
Thank you.
who I think maybe E was kind of, I don't know, let me not speak for E, but what I thought E was going to say was like, who's allowed to join that conversation? Because
No. In fact, that's kind of what I got from what his response was. So I was just, I
so
kind of
if
heard what
you're
you were saying.
black issues, can everyone who's not black also talk about it without black people getting offended, or is it going to be
No, but Shani, that's exactly the point.
people only?
See, I'm not gonna lie to you, Shani. If I'm honest with you, that is a brilliant question. And the truth of the matter is, it doesn't matter if we ask it, like if it's asked in public, everyone's got their opinions. Everyone's already got their opinions. So if somebody comes on a panel and expresses it, is it like, for instance, if an Eskimo says, Shani, you're cooking oxtail wrong, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, if an Eskimo told you personally you're cooking oxtail wrong,
I
do you know
probably
what I
listen
mean?
to them because I don't know how to cook oxtail. I'm like, is it? Oh, sorry.
Nah, I used the wrong example there. Nah, never mind. Never mind. But yeah, the part of your response to me that stuck out was, will black people get offended? And that to me is the point. It's like, everyone's gonna have their opinion anyway, right? And if you know that this planet is full of see you next Tuesdays, right? I only said that because I know you're not into that stuff, but if the planet's full of cunts, then that's it. That's it. That's it. And remember, like, historically, Blackie's been getting smashed up, historically anyway. So if somebody thinks that, like, let's use the question I just asked, for example, as an example. If somebody thinks, like Ralph, for instance, thinks that we're our own biggest problem, he's entitled to feel like that. Nah? What ultimately in that particular question, what should matter is what we think about it and what can we do about it. Like, and I genuinely feel that nobody's opinion on you should make you act in a way that you otherwise wouldn't, unless obviously it's harmful to yourself, of course. But just because, if, like, for instance, Shani, I can see in your picture you're wearing sunglasses. If someone said, "Oh, Shani, the lenses should be blue and not green," all right, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's
But,
what I mean.
but
It's
some
that
opinions don't really matter though. Like it's like if you wanted to talk about
exactly.
no, but say for example, yeah, if you're going on a family vacation, right? Like, are you gonna just start asking people on the street where you should go?
No,
Like,
no,
what's the point?
I do my own research.
Like that's kind of what having certain conversations with people. It's kind of like that. You're basically just listening. Like they're just gonna chat like something that is not based on experience or validity. One minute.
No, just before your signal chopped out, you're actually raising a good point, right? But and again, I said this yesterday, and I say it all the time. I apologize, sound like a broken record, but I'm genuinely of the belief that planting seeds. Yes, darling. Oh, let me have a look. Planting seeds is the. Oh, he's so sweet. You're so sweet. You need to. You give him a. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just turn it on and I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm genuinely of the belief that planting seeds is better than, for instance, if you think someone's a racist or you think someone's a Islamophobe or you think someone's a anti-Semite or some other socially pariah thing, right? Rather than just run up to, oh, you're an Islamophobe, I hate you. Oh, you're a racist, I hate you. No. Because you can't reach somebody by attacking them. So plant seeds and allow them to grow. I think it's Saffron 11X. Yeah. Or X11, I can't remember. Yeah, yeah. So that's my thing. That's my thing. And I mean, what I'm saying is
So
it's psychology like 101, isn't it?
But Ultra, like, it's all well and good just being like, well, people's opinions don't really matter and, like, we don't have to really take them. But if you're going to talk about a topic like Black issues, so you're talking about the Black community, is it that is this channel saying, you know what, it's okay for everybody to be involved in this conversation and give their opinions? Or are they saying with this particular conversation, we only really want to hear on the panel from people who class themselves as Black?
Well, the problem that I have with that is I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that because if there was a Muslim channel and you went onto that channel and because you're not a Muslim, you're not welcome there, does that sit well with me? No.
No, it's not the channel.
And
no,
even
sorry.
no, but this is what I mean. No, but this is what I mean. At the end of the day, if you want like a black only panel for just Black things, there are places on the internet that you can go for that. There are places on YouTube that you can go to that. And I'm subscribed to 3 of them. And I frequent these places consistently, right? But there's gotta be spaces on the internet where you have to have a skin that's thick enough to understand that one, not everyone's gonna agree with you, and 2, sometimes you'll hear somebody's opinion that's not only it might be inept or it might be downright offensive. However, from most scenarios that we get ourselves into, I believe we can learn. Even when someone's just a raging lunatic, right? No. Open up your phone. Open up the drive. Yeah, no, you just had it. Send to just open up the pictures folder down there. Yeah. Open it.
So
double click, babe. Yeah, and then open up your phone drive. Open up the Huawei. No. Minimize the window. Hold on, guys. I have to go on mute. 1 sec.
Yeah. So yeah, the question that obviously I'm just wanting to know is if you're asking a particular question, it doesn't mean the whole panel. It's just that question in particular that Ultra obviously posed was regarding Black people. Like, are they a distraction? I can't remember what it was, but it's something to do with just Black people. Is it that on that topic in particular, you allow everybody who's Black not to come on the panel and talk about it, or on those topics specifically, do you only encourage people who class themselves as Black to come on? Like, what would everyone feel about that? Like, if it was, how would you feel if there was a topic about Black issues and you're not Black? How would you feel about not being able to be vocally involved in the conversation? Would you be offended?
Not offend. Well, I think in it, yeah, they can talk on it. It's more about what's the point with talking about it with certain people. You can
Yeah,
no problem.
okay, no, yeah, okay. So the majority of people on this panel right now probably class themselves as melanated, Black, whatever, like, but in that group. So having a conversation regarding Black issues right now would be really good. But Jupiter, for instance, would you want Jupiter's input? Does she get a say? Maybe because she has a mixed family and has a Black husband, maybe she does get a say. Or do you want to stick it to just Black people talking about that particular topic? Because people are going to get offended either way, right? But it's just whether or not is it constructive to involve people that are not from that community. Like Ultra said, if I'm gonna, so on my channel, I'm gonna be speaking sometimes about Islamic things. So I would like people to speak on it that are Muslim and non-Muslim, because it's better to gauge everyone's idea. But the Muslims can't get offended at the opinions of people that aren't Muslim. That's obviously something that I would try and structure. But yeah, on this side of things, are we gonna tolerate Black people getting offended by maybe, say, Ralph's coming in and giving their opinion on a Black topic?
I'll say I don't get offended by when Ralph comes in. That's only because I already know what Ralph is trying to do.
Yeah. So what about somebody that? So what about someone that isn't from the Black community then talking about Black issues when there's Black people talking? Because I've heard it before when it's been discussed on panels, people go, "Oh, this is a Black issue, like what you talking about?" Like, and it's like, well, do you know what I mean? Like, is this panel going to be like that, or?
Well, there seems to be a double standard anyway, because what I've seen is, I mean, me personally, if there was a show on and they said it was exclusively Black panelists only, right? That wouldn't really bother me if he was going to put it out there clear. Yeah. But if you're saying that you want everybody to be involved, then you can't stop them from being as involved verbally if they think that they've got an opinion that is relevant, even if the rest of them that are Black don't think it's relevant. And there is a double standard going on, because there's certain people that are not Black that are being allowed to speak very, very much about things that seem to be okay. For example, Khan. But if I were to speak, I'd be told to shut up, even by Khan as well, because I'm not Black. But Khan's not Black.
Yeah. No,
I'm not Black either.
Who said that? Who said that?
Dale said that.
Oh, Dale. But Dale doesn't class himself as Black. He classes himself as melanated, right? I think that's what we established.
There's a reason for that. I can do it based on factual evidence. I'm quite happy to share with you at some point, but not right now because you're speaking.
No, Dale, like the thing is, if we're going to be under the Black and white construct, then I come under Black, right? But personally, I describe myself as mixed heritage. But I'm Black under the social construct of Black.
You're both Black to me.
Sorry, Dale, what'd you say?
I said you're both Black to me.
Who's both Black? Oh, you're saying Jupiter and myself were both Black.
You know who I'm saying, bro. What are you saying about that, fam?
Oh wait, who said? No, I'm so.
You're all confusing, Shady.
Listen, every black person sounds the same. Clearly, no, joking.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, Shaney. Say, imagine that you get black people who come on and say they don't want you getting involved because you can't experience being black because you're mixed. I mean,
I have had. This is the thing, Jupiter. So I don't class myself as mixed race or anything because I'm not, but I am mixed heritage. So I have actually been told that I'm not black enough to come to be in some conversations before, and I was really offended by that because I'm like, well, you're telling me how black I am, first of all, which is just offensive itself. But if it was for people that are full, I don't know, like I just, yeah, like. Yeah, I don't know. If I identify as black, then I feel like they should allow me to speak on those topics, or anybody that identifies as black to speak on those topics. I think that should be fine.
And my problem is this, right? I feel that I should be allowed to contribute, maybe not be taken as seriously as other people, but at least be able to contribute because I'm raising mixed children.
I think so.
And I think it impacts on their life that they've got melanation in them.
Well, this is the thing. I think you should be allowed to talk on such issues, even though, like, you know, like, even though I don't agree with you most of the time on your viewpoints when it comes to ethnicity and race and stuff, like, but ultimately to get a better understanding, and I feel like that's what these panels are for in the first place, right? Is to actually have different opinions. If everyone's sitting here thinking the same thing, then there's not really much of a conversation, is there?
Exactly.
So, like, I definitely feel like you can talk on the subject because you have experience on the subject. I feel like if somebody, like the same way Becca can speak on it as well. I feel like, yeah, Becca maybe isn't as, Becca doesn't hold the same viewpoints as you, but she's still a white woman with mixed children, raising mixed children. So it's, and I feel everyone gives Becca a blight to be able to say whatever she wants and so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely think you should be allowed to be it. What
I
do you
don't know about that, though, man. Like being able to contribute, because like that's like me saying because I've got like, you know, a Turkish brethren, like I should be able to contribute. Like I think you should definitely be able to absorb like information and learn and be open to receiving information. But I don't think it's like you should just be able to contribute because you have children with a black person.
No, well, this is the thing. You said it's like you can talk in Turkish because your son is Turkish, but Jupiter is saying like she's raising mixed children, so her children are melanated children. So she will, some of the social issues she may face herself or go through and stuff like that. So yeah, on the point of maybe listening and absorbing the information, getting a better understanding would be the best thing that you can do. But if you do have an opinion, then I feel like you should, if you are obviously raising black children, have more of an opinion.
You still may not have the experience in that there's certain circles of what black culture has that will not allow someone like Jupiter in. So she should be dismissive from that, but there won't be an understanding.
Okay,
It's
so
like, she's more like a guest, right? So I think like because she's not black, so she should act more like a guest, and instead of looking to contribute so much, more look to learn.
Listening, yeah, and well, I kind of agree with that. I agree with that. Like, Mr. Biggs, your name is Black Family First, right? So, wouldn't you say that Jupiter has a black family though? So as much as you could talk maybe on black families, couldn't she also talk on black families, being that
she wasn't able to because it's an experience of black people sorting out their own issues before engaging with other people. There is a form of trauma. So when you're dealing with trauma, you're dealing with a trauma with certain people that have experienced something that should be able to experience at that time, where they need to sort out their own personal issues before they can engage with any other race.
Okay, are you talking about racism?
Huh?
Are you talking about the trauma of racism? Because I've experienced racism.
No, it's got nothing to do with racism.
Okay, are you talking about the trauma of slavery? Because one people were
It's certain
slaves
black
too.
traumas that you wouldn't have gone through, that we would have gone through, that we are trying to deal with in the perspective of able to dealing with it, so that once we've dealt with it, then we can have a conversation with you. But we can't have a conversation if we're not dealing with our own personal traumas.
Okay, can you give me an example?
There's many.
Yeah,
But
can you
Shani, yeah,
I could say from number one, I could talk about certain forms of internal stuff, which is to do with family, which happens within the black community that you were not able to be privy to.
Such as?
At this precise moment, I will not talk it because, as I said, it's something that is privileged for people to solve themselves. It's
Do you
personal.
understand that I'm not fully integrated with my black side of the family, like my in-laws, my nephews, my nieces?
You can be integrated and learn, but you're not suffering through this, what they're suffering.
But Riggs, there's no.
do you know that?
You don't have to explain. Big up, by the way.
I
Sorry.
know I'm not explaining, but I'm giving them an idea.
You know what it is, yeah? Do you know what it is? Not all black people have the right to talk to other black people about black issues, let alone someone who's not black. Should you know what I'm saying? There's no divine right. There's no divine right for you for black people, intelligent black people, to be receptive to anything you have to say about anything. Whether you want to talk about any issue, you can't. Like, I suppose it's up to you whether you want to talk about it or not. But for them to be receptive to you, no one's obliged to speak to you because you've got mixed race kids. No one gives a shit.
I think some things are right? But some things are like read only. You know, like them Word documents that you can't edit, you can only read it. Like some things are like that, innit? It's read only. And then some things like, you can
Right. So those shows should be entitled Black Only then.
No.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about
No, we're talking about the live stream. So we're talking about this show, this panel, for instance. Like, is it the point? The question was, and why we come to this topic was if we're talking about black issues, is the panel open to other people that are not black discussing black issues as well, or does it become a black only panel? So like, is it like a read only?
I think it's open.
It's not black
how
only
they
panel.
will contribute.
But I don't like.
So
you can ask the channel owner, and it's not a black only, regardless of the issue. He doesn't have an issue with anyone speaking about it. I think some people feel like they're ostracized on a panel on specific issue, but it's not so much as a result of their skin color, and more just their level of ignorance. I think, like, simply put, like if you're being ostracized on a panel, if you're being excluded, if you're precluded from certain discussions, it's most likely because of your level of ignorance and because of your patent racism, if we're honest. So what use is it discussing racism with someone that's delusional about their racism? It's just pointless, isn't it? That's the long and short of it. But yeah, so
like just to be kind of more layman with what you were saying. So are you saying that Jupiter, because she has some racist opinions, or what other black people would deem as racist opinions, her opinion on black issues no longer has any weight because of...
Yeah, and like, but listen, this is like how can you discuss? Okay, cool. All right, relax. How can you discuss white privilege with someone? And I'm not saying white privilege does or doesn't exist, right? That's not, but just as an example, someone who says not only does white privilege not exist, and actually it's the opposite. Black privilege exists. All right, relax. Okay, how can you discuss with someone who says not only black people are not oppressed, black people do not suffer any systemic or oppression or racism. In actuality, it's the polar diametric opposite. They're actually the most privileged group in the UK. What use is it discussing it? How can you show them any level of oppression?
You're representing my position, though, James, don't you?
Position.
This is what annoys me with you lot. You seem to interpret what I say
I mean, shut
completely
up. Man.
different to what I actually
Shut up, man.
say.
Shut up. How can you argue with that? It's pointless.
Here comes the racist and the rude, ignorant pig calling everybody else
Right,
racist.
I call you shut. I told you shut up. That makes someone racist.
Yeah, that's rude.
You and your little dwarf husband are idiots.
Bringing it back. James, we did.
It comes more down to ignorance than
James,
like skin color.
Sorry,
People that got understanding and are willing to learn, and do you get what I'm saying? Hold their corner. Then why not in it? They can, because if anything, black people also want non-black people to
this is what I'm
understand.
getting from this, Shady, right? This is what I'm getting from this. If you turn up to the discussions, they would be willing to accept somebody who's got a black husband and mixed race children if they agree with everything they say. If they don't agree with what they say, then they don't want them partaking. And this is where they shut down the conversation.
You know what? Can I quickly ask you a question? So, see, you and Hector, yeah, obviously you're in a loving marriage. Do you and Hector share the same opinions on race? Everything, like the things that you talk about online, does Hector actually share the same and feel the same way?
Not everything, no.
But when it comes to like race stuff, do you think he feels the same, or does he feel the same way?
No, he's got his own opinions. I mean, right now, I feel that what James has said has been directed at me because he personally dislikes me. Okay, whereas Hector will say it's because he's African and not Jamaican and not Caribbean.
So fuck it.
So the reason why I said that is because like I wanted to pose the question is like if Hector, for instance, had the same opinions as you, would he be welcome in the panel because he's black? So if he also thought that there wasn't systematic racism and that black people were actually like what James is saying that you do, if that, I'm not saying that is what you do or not, but I'm just saying like if Hector was allowed to, if Hector actually agreed with that too, would everyone on the panel be more perceptive of hearing Hector?
I feel if Hector agreed with their politics or with James, then they would allow him on. But if not, they'd call him a coon, which is racist. Blatantly.
Well, you know what? I agree with you on that point.
Who's ever called him Veli? Who's ever called him that?
No, man, I think he would do.
You, James, what you on about?
Yeah,
you, James.
Listen, I've said you're a garden gnome. I've said you're a Keebler elf.
And what is the difference?
I've never
And what is the difference? You see,
I've never
what this
called anyone a sellout, Uncle Tom.
all through the
I never
day.
say any of that stuff.
Hold on. All through the day, Veli has been trying to find a way to reduce the amount of insults and personal whatever. Now you've jumped on, and there everything crumbles. I told my wife earlier on, let's wait how long this is going to last.
Yeah, but your wife interrupted me. Shut up.
Hold on. I'm talking and you're talking over me.
Oh, sorry.
And I told her, you know what? This is not going to last. When James comes on, when Afghan comes on, and lo and behold, what happens? You know what? Your opinion, I don't regard your opinion as anything.
Okay. All right.
And hold on. And I know you feel the same way about me. So that's what it is.
Yeah, all right. Full stop. No problem. All right, cool. Just no one's ever called. I personally.
You have. Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
What?
Yes,
bullshit.
Yes, you have.
Let him reply.
I have, yeah, and you'd be hard pressed to find me ever refer to any black person as a coon or a sellout, or ever racially abuse anyone, or you know what I'm saying. That isn't my style, whatever. So just
you have, and you've called me white slag and white cunt before.
Nigga, prove it. Prove it. If you're not gonna prove it, then shut up. I'm tired of hearing this. This is what you say about everybody because you want everybody to be racist. Guess what? Some people aren't.
I don't want everybody to be racist.
All right, man. Listen. You don't want me to insult you. Stop fucking interrupting me. You know what I mean? Cool. And cool, man. You know, you don't want me to address you. Don't address me. No problem.
To that level, start insulting you back. Will I be bullying you like the rest of them that cry that?
Is that you? Is this what it looks like? You not talking to me? Is that what not talking to me sounds like?
Listen, don't be rude.
You idiot, bro. Shut up, man.
Not help it. That is how he grew up. That is how he was raised. They cannot help it. It's obvious. What do you mean? It's obvious.
But you know what? Furthermore, hold on. Okay, sorry. Shani, yeah. I just wanted to address something. You asked the question. This is interesting. Yes, it's an interesting dynamic. Do you think that? How can I put it? Do you think a white person is? And I'm just using. It could be any combination of like different in quotes racists, right? Do you think a white person that chooses black person as their spouse, yeah? Do you think it's equal across the board? And what I mean by that is, if there is a black person who generally shows disdain towards other black people,
and is that not racist? What you just said?
And that is an attractive quality for the white person, right? So that is one of the qualities.
For example, can you give an example? Can you give an example?
Is this you talk, bro? Is this you not talking to me? You just said you don't want to talk to me, and now you've done nothing.
You got to let him finish his thing. Let him finish his point, yeah, and then he's gonna let you talk as well, yeah. Both of you go talk one at a time.
Yeah, and then don't talk to me after I finish. So just address somebody else. I give a shit. Do you think? Yeah.
I cannot be bothered with him. He's an idiot.
Bro, what's wrong? Are you the only white and black couple in the world?
Well, we're the only ones sitting on the panel, and Shane's here. You're insulting her parents as well, by the way.
Nick, mind your business, bro.
When you stereotype, you are being racist.
Bro. All right, man. Okay, cool. Sorry,
But according to you, you're not a racist. Racism, love.
All right, thank you.
But you lot keep cutting him off though in the middle of what he's saying. Even if you're getting triggered or whatever by saying, let him finish and then reply after.
Yeah. So I can't remember what point I was at, but I feel like if you were following me, you get what I'm saying. Like,
you're asking, do you think you didn't really get to the point, but you said
are they to be regarded equally, like a white woman or man who has a black partner who is in quotes like conscious or woke, however you want to describe it, who does see sort of systemic injustice and inequality in, like, let's say, a given Western society? Do you think they're the same? They should be regarded, that white person should have the same level of involvement if in actuality their black partner is someone who equally criticizes and equally is naive or is who doesn't consider
yes. I think that's why I was answering the question, because I feel like I would prefer to hear a black man have those opinions. I welcome the opposite opinions, right? I don't want there's no point. I don't personally want to listen to a show and everyone's just agreeing with each other. It's boring. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, the entertainment comes when there is disagreements. You also want to put your opinion in there, right? So I think if it was a a mixed couple being white and black, and the black man or woman had the same maybe negative opinions to black people as the white partner, I'd want to hear more from the black partner on that, because I want to understand, because I feel like the white partner I'm not really going to get any real understanding from, but I want to understand, as somebody who's black, who actually may face the same things as me as a black person, has that opinion. You know, what happened in your life to form you not to feel that there's systemic racism? Do you know what I mean? Like, why do you? So I feel like, yeah, but I also feel like I want to know why the white person thinks that as well. But I kind of got an idea why the white person thinks that anyway. So it's not that.
If you're talking in terms of, sorry.
No, go on.
If you're talking about, I talked about this last time. It's based on the environment you grew up in, isn't it? So if you grew up in a place like Nigeria, the only type of systemic oppression you're facing is black on black. But when it comes to the UK here, you're going to see it a lot more blatant, especially, and then that's when you're going to pick up on certain cultures and you're going to go, hang on a minute, we practice this back home. You know, in school in Nigeria, kids are told that they should cut their hair, and that includes girls as well. They have to cut their hair when they go to school because of the fact that they say that basically the idea is that hair will get in your way when you're trying to study or whatnot. But over here, they don't have that concept. So, you know, I think it all ties back to early racist elements or whatnot and everything, saying that our black people's hair makes them look like some sort of a way, and so we should cut their hair down and whatnot. But that's just one thing I've picked on. But yeah,
I think I think it's just to touch back on what you said. I think it's the reason I asked that question is it's misleading oftentimes, like, because so when you take like an ethnic that has pretty coherent, well, as far as they're concerned, like consistent, coherent arguments for why, I don't know, one racial group is inferior, why there should not be sort of intermixing or whatever they're sort of they're campaigning against. Yeah, that isn't interesting. That is an antithetical viewpoint that I think should be discussed, and it does usually creates fireworks or makes it interesting, or just as a contentious discussion. It's interesting. I think the reason I brought up what I brought up is I think there's this view from some people that, or there's it's like the fact that they're, you know, I'm in an interracial relationship and I have black children, therefore qualifies me to sort of have some equal footing in the discussion, right? And it's like, so if I dismiss you and I say, listen, you're dumb, like I don't want to speak to you because you're stupid, like, and it's just your arguments are repetitive and they're boring, and you're like, you know, but you know, you speak to these other people, it's like, but they've got good arguments, and it's like, okay, but they're not in a mixed race relationship. It's like, but that isn't really that doesn't necessarily put you a level above them, because it's naive and misleading to think because I have a black partner, yeah, this entitles me to some to be, you know, it's some consideration more than another white person, another equally racist white person. It's like, no, you could literally be equal. You could even be worse, depending on what your partner's views are. Your black partner, it could be worse, or it could be the polar opposite, where you have some people with black partners, or even just white people that, and it like, so you have a white racist who good arguments, therefore we want to argue, like, I'm happy to discuss with you, or somebody who's white who is very conscious of you know, the reality and the reality of sort of, let's say, English or British society or Western society, and equally then they have really good arguments, whether they're on my side or against me, and then I want to argue with them. I just think it's like some people, I'm not saying any names, but it's like, if you're stupid and you're dumb, that isn't that you can't hide, but it's not like a badge you can wear and say, oh, well, you know, I'm part of this club because I've got black kids. Like, do you know what I mean?
But their opinion still matters, though. I hear what you're saying, James, but the opinion still matters because ultimately they're the parent of a child that's of color, right? And that parent, regardless, mum or dad, and if they're like involved in their child's upbringing as a parent, like they should have I mean, their opinion is valid. I definitely think it's valid. I feel like if I, as a black woman, had I don't know, like, if I had children and my children come out, I don't know why, or do you know what I mean? Like, obviously, because my skin tone is light and I have mixed heritage, if I marry a white person or have children with a white person, it's not necessarily going to be white, the child, but I'm just saying they might pass for white depending on their skin tone, right? So they would still obviously feel privileges that lighter skinned people feel, right? So I feel like if then there was a group, and I, as a parent, I should be able to speak about it because I mean, like, it affects my life. Do you know what I mean? It's my immediate family, it's my child. I should know about these kind of things. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we all have to agree. So, I mean, in the case
that's not what they ask. They're asking like, what, like, should they engage? Is it not panel specific, or is this like general, like, should I be allowed to speak to black people about black issues? Because if it's general, of course, everybody should, even like all the panelists anyway, for the sake of not addressing anyone direct, everyone should. But if you mean like on these panels, why don't? Because you've been proven to be stupid. You've been proven, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, I feel like a lot of this, like, is you're bored, you're at home, you're on here a lot, and you don't like how some people don't engage with you, you know, and it's like, but it's because you're dumb, unfortunately. That's, you know, all the time you didn't spend, you know, making yourself smarter. This is the result of it. I don't know. I want to talk to you because you're an idiot, bro. It's not that deep. Like, you're a kid, and you know what? Like, maybe I'll definitely engage your children. You know, I definitely. I mean, I know you wouldn't want me to, but I'd impart some wisdom.
Okay,
but I wouldn't speak to you directly because you're a moron.
Veli, can I speak? You see what the problem is with this, James? One, My wife, hold on. Ever since I called him out, when I caught him telling my wife to send him a picture of like he was in the nude or whatever. Ever since then, when I put him on it, hold on. I'm not a stupid man. Ever since then, issue. And secondly, my wife is more intelligent. My wife is more intelligent than you. You come online. Hold on. You come online, or whatever screen you're on, and talk all the rigmarole and all the bullshit with all your flowery language. And you think that makes you intelligent? I'm afraid, my friend, that does not make you intelligent. But I can see through your stupidity. I can see through your ignorance. You understand me?
What did you say? What did you say on this?
Did you say? You asked him to send. You asked Jupiter to send you nudes, yeah?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Is it a lie? And I called him, ask him, if you did not call him out over 6, 7, 8 months ago. Ask him. Is he on the? He's here. Ask him if he's a lie. If I'm lying.
Yeah,
James, did you ask Jupiter?
I know where it's coming from.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can, but is he a lie? Answer the question. Is he a lie? Come on, answer the question. Let's be factual here. Let's be truthful. Is he a lie?
That's a lie. Hey, listen, that is a lie of your Oompa Loompa hell. From that North Pole that you work in, that is a lie from all the way up there. That is a big lie.
Obviously, do you think I'm going to? I will expect you to say otherwise. But I heard you.
You are a big, tiny liar. You're a tiny, big liar.
Okay, so how come of everybody? I've never said it to Afghan. I've never said it to Respect. Why you?
Wow, that is stellar logic. That is amazing logic. Yeah.
To say it's true.
You know what? Now that you said that,
otherwise,
it must be true. Yeah.
With your lies. You understand me? But I heard what you said, and I called you out on it about 3-4 days afterwards. Okay.
What was you doing in the 3-4 days? What was you building up the courage?
because unlike you, I don't spend the whole day online.
Did you guys have some?
Hold on. I've answered you. Unlike you, I don't spend all my days and my weeks on end online. I'm a busy man.
Your wife does though. Your wife does though, you idiot.
What has it got to do with my wife? I'm talking to you. You are deflecting to my wife. I'm talking to you. The same wife you asked to send her nude photos to you on that early hours of the morning. Is it not?
The what?
I said the same wife now you're deflecting to now that you requested for her to send her nude pictures on that particular day, early hours of the morning. You're a fucking liar, mate.
Bro, you're high, bro.
No, yeah, you go.
You're high. You're fucking high, bro. What you think? You are drunk, G. You have to chill out, man. But it was, you see, in them 3-4 days, what was you guys having showdown talks and that? Was you on the brink and that? Was you on the brink and then it was like on the 4th day you were like, you know what, I'm just gonna address, you know what, we're gonna stay together, but I'm gonna tell that fucking James to stay away from you. You guys ain't having no more rendezvous. Is that what happened?
What the jam?
You're bugging out. You are bugging out, bro.
Thanks, man.
You're bugging out. This guy. He's a bug out. Oh wait.
Are you not a gateway?
Is he beating her up or what's he doing? I barely call the police.
Allow it, bro. Allow it, bro.
Someone call 999. What's happening?
My husband has never laid a hand on me.
Yeah, no, you're fucking 6'2". You'll knock him out.
Definitely.
That's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you is, are you a Jesuit or not?
there is no way Hector could ever beat you up. Of course, I'm joking.
Again, deflecting. The question I asked you is, are you a Jesuit or not?
I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore, Hector.
Again, the question I asked you is, are you a Jesuit or not?
I don't want to talk to you.
There you go.
Yeah, are you a Jesuit, James?
Hey, I don't want to talk to you guys, so I'm going to go on mute, all right?
Yeah, because you're running, you're a Jesuit.
Exactly.
But you know what? Like, to be honest, like, obviously the show, this, I don't usually come around here, innit? Like, and obviously Veli's asking today how you can attract high quality guests and whatever to the show. I would personally say that I'm a high quality guest on anyone's show, but whatever. But
tell him again.
No, but the thing is, James, the reason why I'm saying it now is because I feel like it's just been derailed the wrong way. Do you know what I mean? I know you guys don't like each other or whatever, but you kind of are doing what puts people off coming here. Like genuine people that want to sit and like listen and whatever. It's not always about the pasta.
You're right. I totally agree. I'm definitely to blame for it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely to blame for it. It's just it's my nature. There's some people I'm oil and water for some people, and other people I can have a great discussion with. But yeah, it's definitely my fault. I'll take that.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But to be fair, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I can coexist with people on the panel if obviously they don't really talk to me and I don't talk to them, which is a bit like of an obstacle, whatever. But cool. But they can't help themselves. I can't lie. These lot they can't control. What's it? Impulse. They can't control themselves when I'm on the panel. Like I'm happy to come in and talk around them, and some people are not comfortable doing that. I understand. It's not like some people are a bit more blunt. They don't tread as carefully, but this specific instance, yeah, definitely my fault. I can't lie. I love it though. I love terrorizing them, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not involved. But yeah.
So E Money is a high quality guest as well. He's a real high and Cheese Ross Clark Scattered than that. Scattered's another high quality Donny as well.
Yeah, Scattered.
Raf, you're high quality when you don't disagree with me. You're real high quality as well.
Don't worry. You're even more high quality when you don't disagree with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It works both ways. Hey.
Yeah, man. Hey, big up everyone inside, man. You get me? Yeah, we've got a full panel in here. You get me? We've got a big chat. Yeah, man. So, where was we at though?
Can I ask a serious question?
Where we at now?
Can I ask a serious question? If you heard on a panel, yeah, like I don't know, like some kind of kerfuffle in the background, yeah, and you inferred from the noises that it's potentially some kind of spousal abuse or domestic abuse, is the panel host obliged to call the police?
Cops and the ops, bro. You get me? So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah.
Who's responsible for what? Like, if that happens, it's not me. I'm just a guest.
Oh shit!
It's not me.
Oh shit!
Not my housemate. So it's mate.
The Cobra is responsible, man.
You're saying like if there's something if there's like a disagreement on the panel,
yeah.
if
one of the panel members decides to call the police, then who? What did you say?
I said if we hear, look, you know, just to shift the focus, if we hear, for example, yeah, Raf's girlfriend runs through that door now and starts beating the shit out of him, who is it not Veli's responsibility to call the police or do something about it? Because he's the host, isn't it? he's responsible.
That's a
You
fair
probably let his girl beat him, man.
Wait, why are you assuming that my girl can beat me up? Is it because I'm 5 foot?
No, bro. I
I'm picking size. Is that why?
No, if I said it about Danny, it would have been a bit weird. But you, it's like less, not, you know what I mean? It's not disrespectful. Like.
Yeah, no.
You're kind of denying that girls can beat up men, you know.
No, girls can beat up men. Like, obviously, there are certain cases of that.
When a panel member says that they play with the balls of a 15-year-old, do you think that we should report them?
The what?
Yikes.
James Jones sat on a panel and said that he plays ball with a 15-year-old.
Plays what? Ball?
What? That's
But you said if someone plays with their balls though, man, that was
Stop.
You went on a panel and said you fucked a gay lesbo. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I told you they can't help themselves.
You're immature, James. You need to grow up. You think that you're so special and you're not.
I'm so special.
You're the most immature one here. What are you on about?
That's shot with my 45
But luckily enough, when the trolls have turned up, I've only got 15 minutes left, and then I'm going over to prepare my own show.
I
You
ain't
won't
no troll, fam. I
front
bring
of-
the proofs. What are you on about?
Bring the proof. I couldn't
I
care
have.
less what
I
you
have.
bring.
I have. They're on my channel.
Big up, Ellie.
They're on my
big up
channel.
yourself, Shani. Big up yourself.
Big up everyone else. Have a nice evening.
No,
Yeah.
listen. What show? Your show, that you're doing, right? What's it gonna be on?
Oh, Shani X.
Shani X. And what's
Inshallah.
it? Is it gonna be mostly talking about?
Hey, Shani, you
just-
know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, carry on, Rash.
No, I was just asking. I was going to ask that question, but if you're gonna ask something better, you go come true.
No, go through. I'll ask my question after, innit?
Yeah. I was just saying, like, what else is it's going to be on women's issues? What other stuff will we be discussing on there?
Do you know what it is? I just want more structure. I want to talk about things that I want to hear about. So, I mean, it might not work, but also there's a bigger online community than this community that travels between these. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And especially if it's Muslim friendly, it's obviously something that's more interest to me, being a Muslim. So, yeah, I mean, it's not just fully Muslim, but I'm opening it up to, so it's more Muslim friendly. Obviously, that's not going to be. Well, I'm hoping inshallah it's not going to be like just swearing and arguing and all that kind of stuff. Just another place to basically have conversations and so on. Like, just a bit different to what's going on in these ones. You know what I mean?
I think Shakara wants to come on and maybe say, "Oh, I don't know." Shakara's asking if it's you, but yeah.
Yeah, tell Shaka come true, man.
Yeah, that's good then. Like, obviously.
When you going to start doing it, Shani?
Hey, Shani, is your name Shani X like homage to Malcolm, or is that X the name that's in your?
You know what? It was literally a kiss.
What?
You know, like when people sign stuff and they write Shani and then they'll put a kiss at the end.
Oh, a kiss. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because YouTube asked for my second name, I just was like, oh, X, as like a kiss. But yeah, then
what's that?
That Malcolm X thing's a good look for you, though. That Malcolm X.
Is that what you're saying? Got it. Yeah, man.
But what is that name? What is that X name? Like, how do you pronounce what your title does now? Like your profile name.
Oh, it's just backwards, isn't it?
You what?
It's just Shani X backwards.
It's backwards, yeah.
Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I thought that was complicated fucking.
I didn't even realize that until she just said it now. I was looking at it like, yeah, it is backwards.
Yeah. So that's it. It's not. I don't really want to take it away from obviously these live streams or anything like that. It's not going to be the same thing. Like G Block obviously started being on the fact that you guys were just like you wanted to start something different than obviously all the religious conversations and stuff away from that. So yeah, just the same way that
Do you discuss the sort of would you discuss your sort of religion philosophically with an atheist?
yeah, of course. Like
Hey, don't do it. Don't do it.
This is the thing. I feel like, you know, like just I just don't want the passage. Do you know what I mean? I feel like people that come onto the panel, hopefully, like God willing, when it comes to that stage or whatever, and I've got people from different backgrounds coming and watching my YouTube or whatever, like I would just like those people to kind of not be so aggressive. And I feel like in this, obviously there's going to be trolls, but people are just aggressive over here. So conversations can't really be had anymore because you've got your personal beefs from 2 years ago happening. Do you know what I mean? Like, see, like Jupiter and James at the moment, they don't like each other because of not for conversations that they had with each other. It's all extra curriculum stuff, like he asks for nudes or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's all.
Shani, on a level.
Wait, James, you just got exposed.
We don't know each other, Shani. Yeah? But like, just so we don't ever fall out. Yeah. That is a lie, and it's wrong saying that. Okay, so I don't listen right now. I don't want anybody repeating that. Ever.
It's not a lie.
Ever, yeah. I don't want anyone repeating that ever. I'll take it like as a personal.
Exposed.
You dickhead. You dickhead. But no, that is just to be clear, because obviously I do take the piss a lot. That is a ridiculous, fanciful, risible claim by the Oompa Loompa. That is ridiculous. Sorry, I'll cut you off. But you know what? Can I also be clear? I've said this 150 times. I don't really dislike or like. I don't really know anyone to like or dislike them. If you have displayed a level of stupidity, then why would I? There's no benefit in engaging with people. So,
I'm not actually stupid. So when
I'm
you're
trying my best to ignore them.
Stupid, actually stupid.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, so it's not. I don't dislike anyone, but I don't know anyone to dislike them personally.
Stop it today. So where have you gone to? Sorry.
Also, as well, just can I quickly remind everyone something? The G Block was meant to be a safe space for the atheists of the
safe space.
Safe
YouTube. Yeah. A safe space for the atheists of the Speaker's Corner scene, because it was being dominated by Christians and Muslims and Sikhs and Hindus and Zoroastrians.
There was no Hindus there,
and
man.
all
What you
the
lying
rest
for,
of this
bro?
stuff. So basically, the Godless Block, the G in G Block stands for Godless, right?
Your mic's
You know.
mad, G. Scattered. Your mic is mad.
Is it? What does it sound like?
Bit That's broken.
It's a bit better
That's a
now.
girl from the pound shop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably good. To be fair, but yeah, Ultra, you're lying, man. The G Block started. You man want to take on religion. That's what it's about. Let's keep it real. And
No, to be honest with you, I understand why you feel that way, but you're factually inaccurate. Yes, no.
Ultra, do you not remember the back and forth beef, about 2 or 3 or 4 days of you man and the other on Raspet's panel, big up, and yeah, you guys just became the G Block from there, and then you went there. So it was formed out of religion. Let's be fair.
Scattered, we destroyed him. I like, be honest.
Religion gave birth to the.
Wait, scattered. Did we tear up your shirt? I feel like we did.
Hey, you into my shirt? Yeah, you're into my shirt. Yeah.
I felt like your shirt got torn on G Block. I feel like
It hasn't. But, who knows? But I'll definitely say that you did like it started because you got like a 4-day debate straight with the big homie, and you came over here and you started doing your godless thing, and I respect it. And as Barry used to say, it was about asking the hard questions. It's evolved a little bit from now. But what's the topic today, though? What's the panel topic? What are we talking about? What's going on?
Before you move on, Scattered, I agree with what you're saying, but Ultra is kind of right, but he said it wrong. What he meant to say is we created G Block to make all the religious channels safe spaces. Do you see what I'm saying? So we made them safe spaces by moving all of this combat atheism to G Block. Do you get it? So they can hide from the G Block and they're safe.
I hear that. I mean, that is probably a better way of framing it, and it's more difficult to argue with that one. So I will. I like. But to be fair, even though you done that, let's be fair. A lot of religious people did throw you over here and engage to begin with.
And left with their tails between their legs.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say he came over here and
Scattered minds. Do you know why G Block got popular? It's because everyone that came to the G Block got their shirt torn.
Bullets.
That's just what happened.
Guns.
And the unholy trinity was so brutal, right? People started organizing boycotts, sinister plots, and don't speak to this one, don't go over there. It was at one point we separated the real snowflakes from the really religious. You know them ways there. It was epic. Epic.
Come on.
Epic.
Come on.
I hear you. I do hear you, but yeah, no, but okay, cool. What was the topic there before we got here? What you guys talking about? Because I kind of came back in, and I wasn't really following exactly what the conversation was.
When I came on, Shani and Riggs were discussing whether on actually I think whether or not like a white person can be is black topics inclusive, that kind of thing. Like,
okay.
I think.
I hear that. Yeah, no, they can't. No, I'm joking.
No. The answer is no.
Yeah. I think it's a short one. That one there. No, I'm joking.
It does beg the question. Sorry, it does ask the question that for echo chambers, like, is it more beneficial to have a disagreement for the sake of disagreeing, right? Or an echo chamber when people are articulating the same point? Like, if someone is articulately illustrating a point and they're in agreement with everybody else on the panel, is that more beneficial for a listener than people disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing and just being incoherent and talking past each other? Like, what's better?
I mean, no, I do, but so phrase it. Sorry, man. Say it again. I was zoned out.
You say, yeah, I've got that. I have that effect of you. Is it better to hear man just screaming and shouting and "I'm not your mother"? Or
have an echo chamber? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think sometimes it's better to even just have the echo chamber and just say, "All right, cool, let's move the topic onto something where we can find disagreement amongst." That's what I'm saying. The quality guest car. Disagreement for disagreement's sake don't make no sense if there's doing the "I'm not your mother" thing.
Yeah. Which is an immortal scene. I'm not trying to diminish this. It's a great scene. It's an amazing scene, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that stuff can be funny at times to laugh at. But yeah, after there's only a certain amount of time where it's funny, and then afterwards it starts getting boring. And yeah, I can't really deal with it. But yeah, it's
always boring.
Yeah, to be fair. But yeah, no, I think disagreement for disagreement's sake don't make no sense, to be fair, unless it's going to be done intelligently and where people are going to learn and they're going to bring actual points. And that's the thing. When I was talking about echo chambers earlier, and I was saying it is an echo chamber if you bring a point towards somebody, and because they don't understand it, you're having to repeat yourself 5, 10, 15 times with statistics and facts, but they still didn't get it because it just not going with their narrative or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Fucking hell, I've been waiting to speak to you, Oshaka. So, did you watch that Tommy and Sarah thing?
I haven't seen the third part yet. I'm not sure if it's come out yet, but I did see some of it.
First 2 parts, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first 2 parts. Not really my thing, per se.
Yeah.
I thought it was I thought it was weak, man. I thought it was definitely weak. I thought it was like, and this is what I was saying to Belly in terms of like trying to get quality guests from the right wing side. If a lot of the majority of the right wing look up to Tommy Robinson, I think maybe we're seeing the limit of quality already. Do you know what I mean from that side?
Yeah.
Because Tommy Robinson's debating skills were shocking and poor, obviously, but Sarah was even more so, in it. But
yeah, he still got the dub. That's the embarrassing thing about it. He still got the dub, even though it was just bordering on above. I don't know how people, or I don't know who his like inner circle. I don't tell him like, bro, your jaw is fucking swinging like a pendulum, bro. You're on the edge, bro.
Oh yeah.
What I found with it was like exactly that. Like I haven't watched the third one either, and I just thought like this. The idea is fantastic. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so fantastic. Only because, like, I don't hold Tommy Robinson in any sort of regard. Like, it doesn't affect my life at all, right? But when it comes to obviously what he did and the outcome of what he did, he definitely needed to be accounted for. Someone definitely needed to speak to him. You know who would have been the best person to speak to him? It would have been. The thing is, like, big up to Ras. It could never have been Raspect. He's too emotional. No, and I'm not slagging him.
No,
Raspect would have came back with like such fantastic points. Do you know what I mean? Like, even just listening to him do a review himself on it, he would have like snapped back with so many fantastic points. However, he's too invested and too emotional about the situation. I feel like it wouldn't have come across as eloquently as he may have liked it, or we would have liked to see it. But the perfect person for it, I think, would have been a Carla. And I know they've had to,
100%, 100%.
but even with that, like Scatter just said, if Tommy Robinson is the top speaker within that group, then you're never, based on like how he was, his debating tactics and everything, you were never going to look good or intelligent speaking to him.
No, he's not the best speaker in like for the alt-right or the right wing or far right, however he wants to describe himself as. He's definitely not. However, the reality is the reason Akala would have done so well, and Akala is really articulate and eloquent, but he wouldn't even need, that would have been like superfluous for Tommy. All you really needed was to critically analyze the data that he was providing. That's it. Like, all you need to say is like any of those, like one of the most glaring scat. I don't know if you picked up on it, yeah, but this man said the 9 and 19. He said to say that black people are killed by police at a disproportionate rate is a lie. But he said 19 white unarmed people were killed by police and only 9 black people were. Is 9 fucking 13% of 19, bro? Like,
no. This is why Sarah definitely was a real person, and I'm probably gonna try and watch the third part because it looked like the guy, what's his name, Big Bro, is gonna ask some questions, and
he doesn't do anything.
Oh, for crying out loud.
It's just that guy is so.
The thing is, as far as I understand, Sarah's like main advisor. I don't know, but he seems to be like with Sarah a lot.
He's knowledgeable, but
he's a lot more knowledgeable. But why is he not hooking Sarah up on game? How can you sit there and let Sarah get beaten on them? Brixton is a black majority area. Since when?
I love G6.
Since when?
I think it was a lack of preparation. Like, you thought when I obviously saw the first one, I thought, all right, Sarah set this up or whatever. Them lot have set this up and they're prepared. So then some of the things, like Sarah was hitting with some stuff, you know. My personal opinion on Sarah, I'm not a fan, but when it comes to this, he was hitting on some top, and I was like, yes, get him.
Danny, like what?
Let me come back to that. I'm going to think about it. No, because there was some things, but I was thinking, get him. Do you know what I mean? And then I was like, right, like, have you just tired yourself out in the first round? Like, that's what it was like. He used all everything.
He couldn't explain systemic. He couldn't explain systemic racism. I mean, yeah, it's meant to be a sort of a main sort of. It's meant to be arguably the crux of the argument. Yeah, he wasn't prepared to explain what systemic racism. There's even a point where someone it was the fuck. To be honest, it was really poor. And I don't know if it was Joe Scatter that said it, but you hit the nail on the head. Like, it's almost zero preparation. But what's more worrying is you're meant to, I guess, be leading some. I don't know how he would define it or describe it, but you're meant to be starting some organization which plans to own land and and to own some black nation or start a black nation. I don't know how he would refer to it, and yet you couldn't even, to the most inane of fucking right wing spokespeople, you couldn't even explain what systemic racism is.
You know what it was? I think it was also like the fact that he couldn't explain those kind of things, the fact that he couldn't articulate the style, like, and talk about the fact that the style of debate was going off. Like, why did Tommy get a chance to play that video for so long? And like, what was that? What was it even about?
His point, I'm saying Sarah should have said at the end of that, like, Man, what kind of inconsequential video?
But
What's
listen,
the relevance of that?
It's definitely 100. It was a mess. But shall I tell you what? I think I will agree with Shani slightly that I do think he did prepare because of the things that some of the things he said. I can't remember what it was. There was a couple of things that you saw Sarah had done some research on before that meeting, and he thought, "This is it. I got him now."
Yeah,
he kept going back to them weak points, innit? And that's it. Like his whole research was like it wasn't full, innit? He done a very small amount of research, and he kept coming back to it. Oh, because we can't tell when somebody's racist, we're having to read between the lines and blah 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 blah, and all of that. And it's like, bro, demonstrate it, innit? Demonstrate the racism in the statement. Don't just keep saying it over and over again.
That's why it's embarrassing because
in that statement was racist and how it's racist. Demonstrate each point, innit? Put it back on Tommy and make him have to defend it, innit? But he kept, it was. But Sarah, I mean, Shaka, I see you on the panel. Did you watch it?
Rastafari, His Majesty, and all these things. What's it? I've watched all 3 parts now.
Okay.
The one thing, all right. So in the 3rd part, there were a number of points, at which I think the man them let Tommy get away with a couple things. And in the 3rd part, a brethren I know called Nee was there. Yeah, and he asked the, No, the bar-led brother that asked like the last question.
Yeah, he's a bad man.
So and he asked a brilliant series of questions, but he let the last one slip. Yeah, so spoiler alert. Cause this is cinematic things in it, so we have to say spoiler alert. What's it called? When it comes, he asked a question. Where he said, do you believe that white society owes black people anything? For empire, for example. And Tommy was attempting to deflect, but one of the ways that he deflected was to ask whether he means including him specifically. Yeah. So Nee said yes, white society in general, including you. Yeah. And Tommy said no, right? And then he said, okay. So let's say now, for argument's sake, that we agree, that white society doesn't owe us anything. But at the same time, you're saying that Black Pound Day is racist. Yeah? So one is we're demanding reparations. The other is we're not going to demand reparations, we're just going to do it for ourselves. Yeah? Either one we do, it's a problem for you. So what would you suggest that we do? Yeah, he asked the question, and Tommy deflected from answering the question by putting a question to him about why does he believe that white society or he owes him anything, and I feel like Nee let him off the hook a little bit because Nee answered his question without demanding that he answer his question. If that makes sense, that's what I'm saying.
No,
so look at things like that.
He tried to deflect Shaka by saying,
you know what I mean?
By saying, I don't disagree with Black Pound Day. It's just the people in the comments. It's just people in the comments.
the people in the comments. Yeah. No. That's another example because you don't have to. There are times here where you don't have to have what's the word? Contrary statistics. Just to interrogate the stats that they've given. Yeah. So this guy says 93%. How did you collate that 93%?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like it's like what. Because logically speaking, to say 93%, he would have had to have sight of every comment around Black Pound Day on social media.
And what's the level of dissatisfaction? What's like
just what I'm saying. So how did you so how did you measure dissatisfaction and disagreement from the sentiments expressed in these comments? Right, you see what I'm saying? These are questions that were never asked. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So and I've waited till the end to critique it like that. Pardon?
Your guy was on. He the first question he asked him was literally that was game over. He said, do you believe this Britain is racist? He said no. He said, so how come you've been fighting racism for 10 years?
For 10 years, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was them questions there. Just what I'm saying. Like all them because my thing is whenever somebody presents you to stats here, like this is just a case in point. Listen, innit? Ask questions. My camera is on.
No, not you. 92 dreading in the back still.
Hey, Shaka, sorry. When you're finished, I want to ask you one other thing. But go on.
Yeah, like just interrogate the stats, innit? Just what I'm saying, because like you can't, like if you're gonna engage with them, man, there, and it's not something that I necessarily advise. I'm not completely against it, but you get me. Like if you're gonna do it, then there's certain things that you have to know, innit, right? And I'm just saying that things like interrogating the stats is very important. As I said a couple of days ago, Tommy is very well trained in right-wing talking points. And he's connected to the right wing in America as well. Like, because I'm familiar with them guys, I know that a lot of what he was bringing was standard right wing rhetoric in America, conservatives and them, man.
So
get me?
If you, but this is the thing, yeah. This isn't the question I was going to ask you, but just on that point, like he said the thing about the black. He you know what's embarrassing, Scattered as well. One thing Sarah let him say, but I've proved to you that black people are not mistreated disproportionately.
Yeah. I would, I personally, I would not have let that slide.
Are you insane? And not only that, but then, for example, like I'll give you an example. He said more black people per capita go to university. Remember, this isn't there isn't an obligation to go to university. It's a finite number of it's an elective process. It's an elective institution.
Yeah.
So he said more black people go to university. So why aren't more black people employed then?
That's a simple point, like in that sense here, because the reality is that in this country, unemployment rates, white men who don't have degrees are more employable than black men with degrees.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
there's so many bits of evidence.
That's the point.
I wanted to ask you a question after still.
Oh yeah, can I just ask one real thing? Yeah, real quick.
Go through.
You see what I didn't like. First of all, I didn't really care too much for Big Bro's little treatise, which ended with him just congratulating Tommy for showing up, which is like that was a bit pointless. But and again, he didn't provide any evidence because he was all talking about when I leave my house and go around the corner, I see black kids lined up on the wall. Tommy's just going to say you're lying, and that doesn't happen, or it happens to white kids too. So he didn't really provide any evidence. He did the Robert Mugabe justice. I give him credit for that. Yeah, everything outside of that was unnecessary. But then what really disturbed me, when that black guy from Birmingham asked my man a question, which I didn't agree with him. It is a fundamentally neo-Marxist position to look at it with his prejudice.
No, it's not. That's the point. It's not.
My opinion, but he did justify it because he said it is the dichotomy is oppressor versus oppressed as opposed to a specific action. So we're not describing a specific action, i.e., racial prejudice can be racism based on some definitions. You may argue that no, you must be the oppressor to be racist. Therefore, that is a sort of a Marxist concept, right? That's what he described it as. Fair enough. What I didn't like is he asked a question that, to be fair, I thought I would have dismissed the question also. But all these people like Bob and all these lot asked these whack job questions. Remember that lighting guy? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, but you ain't seen it, so I want it's basically some black guy asked a question, Scattered, and Sarah and the Big Bro guy start saying it's a stupid question.
Microphone check 1 2.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I went. There was a glitch in the matrix.
They're listening. The boys there are listening. But yeah, no. Did you see when they dismissed that Brummy Youth's question, but they don't do it to no one else, even though other white people and black people that have really suspicious loyalties and like their questions were not dismissed, but that black guy.
No, but that's because he never asked the question. I know who you're talking about.
No, he did. He said, "Why? Why do you?"
No, not him, not the guy they dismissed. But you're saying black people that ask suspicious questions. But remember,
I think I was shopping now.
The black man from the first one, he didn't ask any question. He just said, "I was for protecting the statues."
No, he asked something. He said, "Would Black Lives Matter protect me?" or some dumbass shit.
Yeah.
And then Ultra, that white woman talking about fucking climate change and
climate change.
Bob's
it's a blood clot joking. Hey, what? You know what it says for anybody that's unaware, it's compulsory to wear a mask when you got Asda now, you know. A bomber.
Yeah, from the 24 Shaka. You can't get into any shops without a face covering, bro. We went to get my brother-in-law's wedding suits today to get measured up.
And they security are stopping man at the Ross Clark door and them thing there to bomber.
Hey, Shaka, you got to shop at Marks and Spencer's act.
Yeah, Sainsbury's ain't on that. Sainsbury's ain't on that.
Support
You
Israel.
get me? So yeah. Yo, you're living them high on the hog life, yeah?
No, I'm
just
Alhamdulillah.
Careful, James.
James Jones, did you hear that Wiley got dashed off his record label for saying?
That's what I was just about to say.
It wasn't his record label. Apparently, he was dropped by his management. I didn't hear the record label thing.
Say big up Nick Cannon.
No. He went in on the Jews then.
I was going to say, I really talk to you about the Wiley situation now that we're here.
You know
what did he say? What did he say? Something about.
Check your WhatsApp still, car. I only read exactly like the fullness of what he said like about an hour ago. Flipping heck, he went in. But let me just say, sorry. Before we go to that, James. What was the question that you said the Brahmi you asked?
He said, he first said, I don't agree with your definition of racism, but if you believe it is as you say it is, and you're a black nationalist, why do you live here and not in Africa? Which is a stupid question. Yeah, stupid fucking question.
Yeah, stupid question. Yeah.
They disrespected and dismissed his question, even though he was probably the most or one of the most eloquent and articulate black men that asked the question, and yet all the non-black men and or black women and men and other out of all the other people, let's just say, out of the rest, who asked virtually every question.
He did answer that question though. He said that he plans to go to Africa.
No, but do you see what Bro was doing in the side, and then what? Even my man is all looking at scoffing and looking at the youth askance and that, and they're all giggling at his question. Or he's giggling, and Big Bro's like such a stupid.
Fam, I ain't gonna lie, fam. I'd have laughed too if everyone asked me that question there.
Okay, so just remember they've got the energy for a black guy that's articulated the question, in my opinion, well. Not necessarily.
No. But I mean, you know me, innit? Like, enough of them questions from the Wazunga I dismissed as well. So, that's equal opportunities, you know.
But I don't think we should dismiss the question, because I think that's a question that maybe a lot of Caucasian people would have asked, you know, or non-blacks would have asked. So instead of dismissing it and thinking it's silly, like the one they should have dismissed definitely was that white lady. That was just dumb.
Exactly.
That's got nothing to do with anything.
And the white guy at the beginning, no? Like, don't you think that white guy at the beginning, this question, we're talking about like, telling us his life story about he's a football fan, and like, no one cares, bro. That's just a stupid question. And the question was,
I gotta get a mask.
Yo, Shax, I wanted to ask you a question still, fam.
Yeah, right. Yeah? You know what? And if you ain't got a mask, yeah, they kindly give you one. You got to buy one from them for £2.70 flipping 5. Are you bomber club, man?
Oh wait, Juicens, Veli, Juicens are giving them away for free.
Oh, the rascal. They're lucky I got family to feed around there, you know.
I copped some the other day, man.
Yeah. Hey, Shaka. Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Yeah, would you be like interested in doing any sort of one-on-one debates with like known like right wingers or even white supremacists or so and so, this, that, and the other? Would you be interested in that sort of stuff?
I'm not overly interested, but I'm sure I could find a reason to do it if I wanted to.
Yeah, cause I think you'd be quite good at that sort of them sort of settings. Let's go, man.
Yeah, definitely. If
to bring more awareness like and to your other projects, what you do as well. You get me?
What are you gonna do?
How about us grab the white supremacists and just put Shaka Ra on the hot seat?
Yeah, all right, but what are they gonna find you, or are you gonna find them?
No, but
how are you gonna do it?
Shaka Ra, I say we put you on the hot seat.
About 10 men are talking, isn't it? Like, I can't hear that.
It's Shaka.
For what though?
Rather than the Tommy, like, sorry, this is a question. Would you rather prefer discussing with Tommy or discussing with Sarah?
Like, obviously, Sarah. Like, it's not.
Then I think that's what I think. Given your worldview and perspective, that is more.
Yeah, I would pay money to see Shaka Ra sit down with Sarah.
Yeah, I don't care about Shaka Ra with Tommy. It just like I wouldn't learn anything new about anything.
Exactly. So
I expect to happen.
And remember,
I agree with Shadi though. I agree with Shadi though, because like Akala, well, he's dumping him already still. but on one talk show some years ago. But yeah, a lot of when he tried to bring the stats, because of how Akala's mind works and how he studied in that would not have flown at all. Like he would never have got away with that. You get me?
I think Sarah Garb and Tommy have something in common though against Islam though, so I think that's why Tommy felt a little bit more welcome on the show.
Well, apparently,
I heard him enough times want to divert and talk about Islam. Like the guy's got serious, major, sick issue against Islam, and that is
Yeah,
why I
but
don't.
that didn't come into play. That was insignificant in that interview. Like even though man was
Still, why
trying
mention
to,
it? Yeah, but why mention it though? That's what's showing. Like,
yeah, no, but
okay,
remember,
yeah,
Natty,
so I'll
he's
be
got a
pulling
hate
that
for
out. I'll be
Islam.
pulling that out. I'll be pulling that out.
No,
I'll
but
be
why
pulling
though?
that
That's
out.
the thing. It wasn't
No,
like
it
the
did
topic.
Ultra. It did Ultra because when he
Nah, I don't
spoke
think it
about
did.
listen, when he spoke about Pakistani grooming, what did my man say? That was one of the dumbest responses ever. Is that black though? Is
Sorry,
that
can I
black?
get £10?
Speaking about black people though, that was so stupid. Like
Electric as well.
Sarah would never attempt to debunk any of the sort of perspectives of people that claim like grooming is endemic, or whatever, because he also
I
used
don't know if you can hear me, man. My signal keeps cutting out.
I can hear you. If you can hear me.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, James. You cut out, man. Sorry.
I'm just saying he did basically. They did because of Sarah's
Thank you.
yeah, because of Sarah's dislike toward Islam, he allowed a lot of that. He allowed a lot of the examples of grooming to sort of go unchecked.
Can I ask a question? Does anybody know what he's talking about? Yeah, about this 1,000 and how much Uman? Thank you very much.
Rotherham, minute. There was a report in Rotherham. There was a report in. You're talking about the grooming, yeah?
No. He's saying that 1,400 white girls
in Rotherham.
No, but he didn't just say groom. He said raped. I've been raped or something like that.
He means like, so there was a report from, I can't remember, some official that there was, in like over a period of 10 years, there was over 1,400 reported cases of grooming that the police didn't act upon or didn't prosecute.
You see that this is why it's important to ask questions, because that's not what he said. Yeah,
no,
he never said that. No, one second. What he said. Sorry. There's a very big difference between 1,400 reports of grooming and 1,400 white women having been raped or abused or gone missing. He used a number of different terminologies to describe this thing. These are all very different things.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. But right? Sarah wouldn't have responded that because fundamentally, Sarah agrees with that. He agrees that Muslims are an issue in England, and that's something they agree upon. So he wouldn't have.
I don't. It's to me. Well, anyway, I hear what you're saying. For me, it don't matter. Like even if I agree with some semblance of something that he's saying, yeah. Like when you hear a stat like 1,400 women have whatever, you ask a question, my G. Like because man has to substantiate the argument.
He didn't ask one. He didn't challenge one. He didn't. Like the annotations, the analyses, he didn't challenge one of them. He didn't. This man literally said, "There, I've proved." This is verbatim. I've proved to you there isn't no either systemic racism or there isn't like black people aren't being targeted specifically. He said, "I proved that to you." Like what about
what was your main motivation for watching that? Sorry.
Say again, my bro.
Like, what was the main motivation for you not to watch that?
Veli, innit?
I'm not gonna lie, fam. I was following the hype.
No, Veli sent it to me. That's all. That's Veli.
I didn't know about it until I saw Jedi do a reaction on it. I didn't even know it existed. That's how much they really matter to me. Like they're just so irrelevant. But I did find it interesting though. I found it interesting because I did want to see what Tommy had to say about what he said. I wanted to see, and I feel disappointed by it. Okay, I haven't watched the third one, but I do feel disappointed because I'm just like, well, he got to just wiggle and worm and whatever, and there was no one, he didn't get shut down. And it was he should have got shut down because it was clearly a racist rant. It was clearly a racist rant, in that interview, what I wanted was an apology. If I'm being honest, a genuine one, and not.
Didn't he apologize, Shani? I thought he apologized, no?
No, but apologize for his racism. That's what I'm saying. Like, or acknowledging the fact that what he said could come across as racist.
Yeah, that's what everyone really wanted him to say. All right, I'll hold my hands up. I'm a racist, but that's never gonna happen.
Or no, even just saying, you know what, I'm not racist, but you know what, I can see why what I said can be taken as it's not taking any accountability to anything that he does. And then you've got Sarah, who's not making him accountable for anything. He literally is just whipping out facts here, there, and everywhere. Oh my gosh, I feel like the worst thing was when he actually tried to, I'm not obviously pro Black Lives Matter. I like the sentiment, but what the deeper inners of it, not on it. But when he pulled up about what they're about, and he started reading the, it was the biggest tactic that I find that these far right people do when it comes to Islam, when it comes to anything that they're against. They will literally take sentences out of context completely, and then just hold it. Those words.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to watch it, because I wanted to see just how dangerous he's got even more. Because you see, when certain people, even on the chats, when certain people turn up on the chat and they talk, they can captivate people, to start actually believing this and get angry and get moody and start. So I wanted to see like what Tommy's updated views were as a racism as a whole, and also to see like the amount of support that he had, because you could then see like then like when I'm outside and I'm looking around, then I can then see even more for myself, like the attitude towards like certain people. Like I know even around my area, some people are like, oh, this Black Lives Matter, oh, bloody hell. It's not for you, like, but obviously that's why I wanted to watch it, like just to see like what he's saying,
like, and that's the thing, because like for me, right, because I'm saying like, whereas I hear what Shadi's saying, I do feel like Ras would have wiped the floor with man still, like differently, part because of that investment that man has in it, but also because like I feel like this whole narrative of, because the black community don't know what's really on the website, that whole thing, like man shouldn't be allowed to, or people that's watching that shouldn't be allowed to feel like, man can take the moral high ground in terms of man wants to educate black people about, you know what I'm saying, about what Black Lives Matter are dealing with, fam. Like, are you mad? Like who are you? Like, get me? Man don't matter out here, fam. Like, it's any guy. So if black people want to support Black Lives Matter, that's up to us, my G. Like, if we don't want to support, that's up to us. But Tommy Robinson's voice is going to be of no consequence either way. that it. You get me?
Hey,
so yeah.
Can I ask E still there?
Yeah.
What? So to flip your question around, what do you think is a reason why black people shouldn't have watched that?
Tommy Robinson's irrelevant. Like seriously,
totally.
Like besides Speaker's Corner and that, like man didn't even hear about this guy. Like seriously, like on like black issues, what's man gonna get from knowing anything about Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, like there's like minimal propaganda value in something like that, depending on what you're doing with it. You know what I'm saying?
Shakara, didn't I say that from the off? I literally said there's nothing that I can see that furthers our cause in any way, shape, or form by anyone debating or chasing after this guy.
But what's the reality is that it is a media spectacle, and so like there are benefits of having a media spectacle, whether they're individual or collective. And if you want to leverage those media benefits, I'm not going to fight against it. You know what I'm saying? Like whether I would do it or not, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? I do feel like, generally speaking, though, we're a bit too wrapped up in the right wing in this country. Yeah, like there's never been in power. They're not going to be in power. Why I think we should pay attention, because there's a rise in the right wing, and that can have an impact upon our community. We shouldn't be overly concerned about them more than we are the government. You know what I'm saying, and the other institutions of society.
Exactly. And the people that actually can like enact change and or have significant power over your life.
Yeah, like it just makes more sense to be more concerned about them.
Can I just say though, yeah, I do think there is a place, and anyone that holds E's of in, I do think there is a place. Tommy Robinson, as it's been described, is I guess he's not necessarily that high of a rank amongst sort of right-wing activists and spokespeople and whatnot, yeah. But there is a place, I think, it is probably more like I would prefer to see Shaka Rah discuss with. I've just been introduced to this kid, Coleman Hughes, right? Like there's far more benefit. For me personally.
Who's that?
He's like a black conservative. He's really young. He's like he's like graduated from Columbia and stuff. He's well spoken, but he also uses statistics to misrepresent. I just feel like there'd be because you know what, yeah, like the main point is if you give me a statistic, for example, yeah, and I can prove to you where your analysis is wrong. So let's say we agree that the statistic, the methodology is correct, the way the experiment was conducted is all correct, but the way you interpret the conclusion, I can show
it's fluid. Yeah,
logically why it's wrong, and you still persist with the viewpoint. Well, then I feel like I'm comfortable saying, well, that's based on a racial bias. Then that's literally that's the only reason.
And the thing is, all right. So like I've been at Speakers Corner a couple times, and like content will say, Shaq, I beg you talk to so and so, and I'll be like, well, fam, I don't really like feel like there's any benefit from me talking to so and so. And he said to me, boy, you know what? It's not about you, it's the viewers, yeah, because obviously people want to know how to combat these arguments, innit, right? Certain ways, and so if you can do that, then there's something beneficial in it, yeah. And I get the reasoning, and I'm saying I don't always do it. Like there's a couple of times when I have done it. You know what I'm saying? Like I get the reasoning, so I feel like because we are in a propaganda warfare to some degree, and war is war in and of itself, as they say, is like somewhere between 60 and 90% propaganda. I do get the propaganda value of sitting down with them man there and destroying their argument. Like I do get it, yeah. And because, in my humble opinion, the black community in this country is dangerously underinformed when it comes to issues of police brutality. Yeah. And I know that. And I'm aware of the fact that sitting down with Tommy Robinson might give me a platform to air that. You know what I'm saying? Certain things more than more than me just doing it on my own channel. Yeah. So yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I can see
it. You see, man like Akala come on, right? He'd be able to talk from both sides. So let's say if Tommy Robinson wanted to bring up talking about Muslims and stuff, Akala ain't got nothing against Muslims, you know. So now I'm seeing two people, who are like the same side of really say against Tommy when black people are saying, nah, shut up, like Sarah, like you're racist against like the Asian don and stuff. What's up with you, yeah? So it's just like a little movie. It's like I think they're trying to gain black support. It's like a movie, bro. This is a script. Two Donnies like that sitting down. You're mad, bro. It was too nice, bruv. Now I've seen people get passionate on it. You see, like Jupiter, big up Jupiter, yeah, because she's more you see, Jupiter was to be check it. Jupiter was the leader of the EDL. Listen. If Jupiter was the leader of the EDL, her passion is more than Tommy. Her passion when it comes to that type of stuff, yeah, her passion, and you've seen it up on here. Them two are too nice, bro. So I think it's a movie. It's a script.
Yeah, like, and the reality is, you know, like man was working on a computer and that it was some nice background listening. You know what I'm saying? Man, take it in, innit? Like man watch foolishness on the TV all the time, innit? So yeah, we could take that in still.
Go on. Remember when you did that Barbie debate, like against Sniper and them, man? Like that's how I feel like it needed to be in it. Man need to come with with the slides of information in it. You see what I'm saying? And just annihilate, man. If man's gonna come out and man don't know who won, then you're wasting your time.
Can I just say one quick thing though? Yeah, very important, because all of these like superficial definitions for racism and like, you know, making multiple sort of assumptions and steps to infer somebody's racism, I think like is pointless. If you were truly to engage the evidence, you would reduce his argument to black people are inferior, black people are predisposed to violence, black people are inherently criminal. That's what you get, because when you put the stats on the table and you properly dissect them, you properly analyze them, and you factor in, you know, historic injustice and inequality and so on, and people still end up with the but black people are more whatever. Then ultimately they're conceding that, you know what, bruv, I don't want to waste any more time with arguing. Black people are just more predisposed to this, and that's why the race and IQ, the biological argument for racism, they're so married to it and tied to it. So even when you prove to them there's no biological basis, there's no scientific basis, it's not accurate grouping, they still, because you know why? Because if there's no biological grouping, then we can't prove that black people on average have more IQs. These are, and all of that, that's the foundation that all of this alt-right race realist argumentation is based upon. It's literally all it's based upon. So you have to wade through all of this sort of nonsense, yeah, and filibuster and get to the crux of the argument, which is why do you not believe that injustice or oppression towards a certain group? Because they deserve it. That's what he really feels, because they deserve it. Because police should be allowed to kill. Like one thing he said was really important. Yeah, he said black people, police are 9 times more likely to be shot than a black person is. But what is that in relation to a white person? You put on a badge and a bulletproof vest. Guess why you put on a badge and a bulletproof vest? Because you're more likely to be shot, right, than a normal average citizen. But is a black person more or less?
Can I do it till I get in then?
Listen, you see, Sarah knew what time it was. Sarah thought, listen, all these black lives, I'm a black man. Yeah. Sarah's thinking, I'm a black man, yeah.
And on the road, on Rollins Crescent.
Yo, check around your mic.
Yeah, Shaka, meet that man. Yeah, so he's thinking, you know what, this is a great opportunity, yeah, to start getting them black votes, because all of his previous white followers before will be just seeing him as a black man and thinking, yeah, he's on this big Black Lives Matter.
Now, relax, rest, get your body.
You man are on this fucking at home with the.
Yo, who start talking in the background, man?
With the Hughleys
have to put their home business online and shit, man. You up, B? All right, go shoot.
Yeah. So you know what? This is just speculation, yeah. But I'm thinking, you know what? Sarah Garvey, like I just looked at the chat. Someone said like he's gained like a few more black votes because it's Black Lives Matter, so he can take advantage of this thing here. Now, let's look at like his Tommy crew, his little Tommy followers that he would have had before, yeah. They're thinking, yeah, fuck him. We're off ski, but so. It could have played both ways for him, if you get what I'm trying to say, because he didn't go in hard, bruv. There's too much. There's too much. Like, bro, that should have been like that should have been like Wilder and Fury, bruv. He should have been.
I disagree, because if you rewatch the whole thing, Sarah spends most of the time just you're racist. If it's not in you, can't come out of you. You're racist. Like Sarah spent the whole time distancing himself from Tommy Robinson, and I agree he didn't go in hard, but that's because I believe he spent the majority of the time distancing himself from Tommy Robinson. That's it. It's like just a political chess move. Whereas
I'll say again. Go on, sir.
No, I'm saying it just felt like a political chess move, and like it's all fine and dandy in that, but like I said, for me, if I'm honest with you, I just can't get past my point about who the fuck cares about small fries. Like,
the funny thing is, yeah, Neely Fuller's got a book here. Neely Fuller and Frasquez also were mentioned here in the conversation, and in Neely Fuller's book here, a compensatory code. It's got a long title anyway, but it's basically a coding system for how are we supposed to deal with racism, yeah? And he basically says, yeah, like never to individualize the problem and never call them the white individual a racist, yeah, because basically you're never going to prove that, yeah. Just deal with the facts and the evidence, yeah. Into, you know what I'm saying, systematically speaking, yeah. And so for like in a conversation with somebody like Tommy Robinson, trying to prove that he is racist, like should never be the goal. You know, because within the system of white supremacy, they have ways of hiding that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so they make it about whether he called a black man a nigger or not. You know, and even the white police officer who kneeled on the brother's neck, yeah, we don't know if he's a racist or not. Just you know what I'm saying? So like trying to prove that is a futile exercise. Yeah. It's just, if you're gonna get into the conversation, it's about the systematic, yeah, the systematized, the institutionalized, yeah, and you keep it on that. You see what I'm saying? And then from that you can do with the cultural and the attempt to basically intellectually marginalize a conversation. For example, this idea of Marxist analysis here is entirely Eurocentric. Because it presumes that black people can't come up with an analysis of our own situation without having some white man to lean on, right? Intellectual to get our theories from. We're not capable of independent thought.
Are you talking about that racism is prejudice plus power? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Now, to me, I'm not going to get into a debate about that with them man there. Yeah. But if you ask me about it, yeah, and you try to put it in the frame of Marxist analysis. Like the reality is, what I'm going to tell you is that black people are capable of independent thought without white people to rely on. Yeah,
but it's a critique, isn't it? Like, again, you don't have to agree with it, and I'm not saying I agree with it necessarily. But if the man says the reason I think that is because it falls into this category, then
yeah, he's entitled to his opinion. Yeah, but I'm saying
it's a valid critique. Though, don't you agree?
No, it's not a valid critique. The critique is only valid if you believe that the world is defined by paradigms developed by Europeans. Just what I'm saying, like, so because
but what's comparable? What can you compare that to? So like,
what can you compare what to?
Yeah, so like if I wanted to explain something to you that you didn't understand, I would use something like a frame of reference that you didn't.
No. You have to understand what I'm saying. Within why they're calling Black Lives Matter Marxist, yes, is because within the current power dynamic, since 1917, yeah, with the Russian Revolution,
they have been able to identify as on serious level. Like someone sent me an article. Leaders actually identify as Marxists. The leaders of America, the leaders of BLM in America, actually self-identify as Marxists.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Whether they do or not, yeah. And I've not seen evidence of them self-identified as Marxists. I have heard allusions to socialism, yeah, and other kinds of things, yeah. Which there are nuances involved in these things. But the point I'm trying to make, yeah, is that within the system there are social indicators and terminologies, yeah, that are used in order to trigger a response, yeah. So when
hey, can I say a New York Post article from 2020, June 25th, 2020. Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors said in a newly surfaced video from 2015 that she and her fellow organizers are, in quotes, trained Marxists, making clear that the movement's ideological foundation, according to a report. So
that's fine. Yeah, Again, I'm not a big Black Lives Matter guy in it, so that's not my thing. I haven't. You just give me the evidence. That's cool. No, that's cool. That's cool. My point is that they need not have said that. They called Martin Luther King Marxist. Yeah. You know, they called all kinds of, they called the entire civil rights movement Marxist. Yeah. In the 1960s.
Hey, look at my title, Shakara. I'm BLM Marxist, man.
Scrap.
Yeah, BLM, Sugar Valley, Marxist Scrap Statue Division.
Division, nigga. He said, Shaka found out your Marxist uncut.
That's it, B.
Hey, listen, hey, you know
Sugar Valley, you know.
Banner
Yeah,
Marxist, but yeah.
man, like Machiavelli in the
You
building.
know, if Shaka left his mic on here, you know, it would have been fucking hilarious if we had him like, you got that Fred Perry jumper in a medium. What?
Yeah, you're fucking Lionel Scott.
All right, listen. Does anyone know? Does anyone know the reason why Marxists are just universally hated all of a sudden?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Because communism is hated.
Because of communism in America, I've done a whole hatchet job on it with a bunch of 80s and 70s.
Again,
movies
it's just
about Russian communists.
It's just about Western. Yeah, it's just about Western Europe.
Yo, you know, next time there's an EDL march, yeah, do you reckon Black Lives Matter are gonna come out and counteract?
No. No, this
What do you mean?
is going to be a flash in the. It's going to be a flash.
Nah,
in the
but
Go on, Shaka.
the other contradiction that would have been worth highlighting is what I mentioned the other day. Yeah, the other contradiction that's worth highlighting is what I mentioned the other day in relation to the fact that the white working class came out to protect their power elite, even though they're accusing the power elite of.
So why can't Black Lives Matter? Why can't Black
100%
Lives
agree with
Matter?
that.
Yeah.
Why can't Black Lives Matter come out and do their thing when their men are marching? So why did they come down and start doing their thing? Why can't Black Lives Matter come out?
Yeah, but the point Shakira made was that the people say they don't align themselves with the top 1% or whatever. But obviously, when the time came to defend the statues that represent the top 1% or whatever, the people were willing to stand on the line.
But they always do that.
So what's that motive? What's that motive to do that? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what would Black Lives Matter be to go out there and start marching against the BNP or to go start marching against EDL? Like, what's their motive? That's what I'm trying to say.
Let the fascists beware and all them man do that. You get me? That's
fascists beware and all that. But you know what? It's still racism.
Their thing is superiority. Their thing is superiority and perceived inferiority. Technically, are kind of different in this instance because
what the thing is, bro. Sorry, go on. No, it's simply a fear of organized black people. It doesn't matter what you're organizing around. Yeah. The reality is
organized black people. They fear organized black people because if black people achieve parity. But hold on 1 second. If black people achieve parity, guess who ends up on the bottom? If Nigerian whatever doctors continue to filter into the UK, guess who is further more inadequate?
No, but that's not what
Let me get to my point. Yeah, let me get to my point, and I'm going to give you a thought.
Shakira, did you see Tommy Robinson's response to Black Pound Day?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I spoke about it.
But check this. This is why Shakira and Tommy Robinson jumped on it. Because this Black Lives Matter thing is a big. This Black Lives Matter thing is a bigger platform, bruv. So these two are known all over the world now. Do you get me? That's why they jumped on it. They're known all over the world now. It's big. Tommy's like, yeah, I'll get it going. It's all about him. He not bothered about EDL and all that. Look, he's big now.
Hey, Nettie, 1 sec here, but hey, Shaka,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go on.
No, but I feel like we're saying the same thing in just sort of little different ways. Like they want to keep the buffer or the proxy alive. So when it's like in the sort of safety of or when they're talking in and amongst themselves, they will happily condemn in what they perceive to be the elites or the middle and upper classes. But when it's in relation to black people, they are filled with pride by empire. They count the exploits of the empire as evidence that they just by virtue of the fact that they're the same color of skin as the conquistadors. They're like, well, you know what? These people that look like this went and took over the whole world. Therefore, and people like you were the victims of that. Therefore, irrespective of the fact that we don't possess any of those ill-gotten gains, like personally, we're still better
what
than
I'm saying. Tommy can jump from any far right group that he likes. Yeah, he's never been on such a bigger platform than Black Lives Matter. What are you doing there, bro? Who are these people? So it's blatantly obvious that he has used Yeah, he has used all these football hooligan thugs. He's used all these firms. Yeah, and he's like, I'm not going down there. I'm not going down there. He's famous, G. He smashed it, bro.
Hey, listen, yeah.
So jump on that. It's simple. It's simple, bro.
Can I ask anyone that agrees with this? Yeah, if racism, in your opinion, is defined by prejudice plus power, what is the difference between normal racism and institutional racism?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, James. You just asked the most salient question ever. Right, this is why I disagree with this prejudice plus power bullshit. Right, if some old white don walks up to Shakira and calls him nigger, like just because the guy ain't got no power, it doesn't make him any less of a racist. I think it's insane.
No, but this the
problem. Because when we talk about racism, it's about a system, right? And that's what happens, right?
No,
on that level,
that's systemic racism.
I mean, but the thing is, though, right? The word has been changed. The definition of a word has changed all the time. So racism is the concern with one's own race. That's where it comes from originally. That phrase, that word, it's something like Islamophobia, right? English is an imperfect language which takes words and uses them differently at different times. So when racism was first out, before they used to call it a racialist, right? So a racist person who believed in putting racist first and race first, all that was a racialist, not a racist, a racialist. It was a political idea. And it was actually considered somewhat valid in this country up until like 70s and the 80s, right? The racialists, and maybe even the early 90s, racialists was still a thing, right? So the whole idea of racism, systematic racism, and all these different levels to it, and so on, it's just like it's pretty much academics just basically playing around with definitions and retrying to find a way. So that's why when we come down to it, when the academic one that we use as black people in terms of prejudice plus power is a working model that we adopted in order to make very clear what we mean about racism, that we was talk about something that was different from individual prejudice, which each person can have and can express, which can be on a day-to-day level referred to as racism, right? So like you say, a white person come up to Shakira or to myself or whoever saying nigger, they are still portraying personal prejudice or racism, basically. However, it is not like you're saying systematic racism, which is what most black people complain about as the global structure which affects them, which is they're two slightly separate things, but they are connected.
Just to be clear, you're saying then, in answer to my initial question, there is no difference between racism and institutional racism, because racism is institutional racism, and all the other instances of racism are actually just racial prejudice. So, like a white person calling a black person the N-word is just someone who has racial prejudice, but the Metropolitan Police are racist, for example.
Yeah, that is how I'd define it. That would be a far better way.
Well, I respect that then, because it seemed like Sarah was saying black people cannot be racist, i.e., but white people can. So a one black person cannot, because I believe black people can't be institutionally racist because we don't operate any of the institutions. But I believe that a black person can be equally racist / racially prejudiced. But if we're saying that we don't condemn the white person for being racist, or he doesn't, not we, I do, but we don't condemn the white person for being racist or the black person, then that is a coherent perspective. I can't really, that's your definition. I couldn't really disagree with that. Or I think it's unfair to say white person says N-word, he's a racist. Black person says all white people are whatever, smell like dogs or whatever, yeah, wet dogs, yeah. And if we say he's not a racist, I think it's unfair.
You're fucked, you know, James.
No, I'm saying I don't agree with that. Definitely not women anyway, but yeah, I don't agree with that.
Listen, Tommy's just on this clout, bro. That's all I see is Tommy's just on this clout. And I think he nailed it on the head, jumping on this Black Lives Matter, because it took him. This is international. This is all around the world. He's upsetting enough people. It's not just like a few pocketful of.
Can I chime in on the racism point quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, yeah, the racism thing is it's about the power of definition. Yeah. And so when we talk about racism as power, prejudice plus power, we're dealing with functionality. Francis Quest Wilson talks about functionality, looking for a functional definition of racism. And what this we're looking at the dictionary does, kind of argument does, is that it allows these people to not look at realities and make it personal, like a personal issue, rather than a systematic one. Yeah. And when you're dealing with power, you're talking about systematic, isn't it? Right. The other thing is that there's a good is it BBC documentary called The History of Racism, yeah. And when you actually look at the history of racism, it has always been institutional. Yeah, there's actually the development of racism as a theory and a practice developed simultaneously, along with power dynamics, aligned with power dynamics. It's not an abstract, I mean, I like them because the color of them skin. Yeah, I mean, I like them because them nose big and them lips big and them all have big body. Like it's not as simple as that. There are power dynamics at play in terms of how these theories and these ideologies develop and how they're applied, always. And they always are applied by white people in relation to other people on the planet. There's no the opposite dynamic is non-existent in history.
Listen,
or not
Shaka,
significantly existent.
I don't care. You see, Shaka, yeah, I don't care because they could start. I see how we tried to humble him. They're not ready to start upsetting black people because they know we move differently and they know what time it is. Just don't even, like, you know what I mean? Like,
my thing is this though, fam. Like, we don't need to question
Bruv,
about
man, them have had
prejudice
on
of
the
power.
black people's neck from the start, bruv. I don't know if you feel like man, them ain't moving to no black people around there.
Nah, bruv, you're mad.
I don't know about that.
You're mad, bruv. You're mad.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's why I'm not really bothered you.
One other thing that proper pissed me off as well. Man said, this guy said, show me. He said, show me an example of white people attacking and murdering a black person. And Sarah said, the police.
Yeah, and
he didn't even say Stephen Lawrence. He didn't even.
I noticed that. The obvious answer was Stephen Lawrence right there. That should have been said. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and that's not to be overcritical, but yeah, that one should have, because that was an alley-oop.
Exactly. Tommy laid him up. Tommy played the perfect through ball. It was crazy. It was crazy. And that's why, that's why I say it's not even a thing of unpreparedness from Sarah. Car, there's certain things that if you're in this debating scene or whatever, if you're as a black, you should just know. You shouldn't even need to prepare for that. Let me do some research. You should just know, and that should just come off the cuff. Naturally, it's insane.
Tommy thought, rah, I have messed up. I've got the brothers angry. Let me go and sit next to my black friend Sarah and make it up. Like, He knew in Luton round Stopsley he would be getting his head broke differently.
Man said none of my black mates are chatting to me anymore. I was like, he's taking a piss.
Bro, listen, there ain't no black areas in the UK where man's got to hide from.
He's got
where Tommy Robbins straight hide from like that, bro.
We just different, bro. We're just different. We're different.
This is a man who's got a talk show called The Black Opinion that is apparently hosts a black intellectual conversation, as he puts it, and he doesn't know that there are no majority black areas in England. There may not be majority black estates in England, and yet the I guess the owner, I don't know how you describe the host, right? The key intellectual on the panel of black intellectuals.
Yo, James, you're way too invested in Sarah right now. You know?
Let's be honest, yeah, because I don't talk about my man. Man can't front on me. You can't.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm being
honest. I genuinely, people, like I said, I thought like both of them lost, but if I had to pick a winner, you have to say the little garden gnome won, yeah. But who the fuck do you think I'm rooting for?
No, I wouldn't.
Obviously rooting for Sarah. You know what I mean? I wanted to smash.
All right, can I make another point on this racism thing?
Can I say one more thing, just to cap it, you know? And then to put in that kind of a performance, and then ask for a PayPal donation. The audacity of that man. The absolute audacity of that man, bro. I give you no money.
No. You're gonna have to pause there, James, because who gets every debate right? Who gets every debate right? We all lose. And if you think about it, aesthetically, that was the sickest debate ever. It just looked amazing. I'm sorry.
What kind of a stupid statement? Are you not
looked amazing? No, listen.
Dissension in the G block.
Listen. We have credit where it's due. Sarah's wardrobe, the editing, the lighting, the studio space, amazing. The debate content, yeah, not so much.
That would look like he cut off.
Right,
the
now,
legs of a onesie.
serious thing though. Respect to the editor still. Respect to the editor.
He looked like he cut off the legs of a onesie. That hoodie was horrible.
The editor was on bits still.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, James. I don't think you have the physique to rock that outfit there. But
Are you silly?
Yeah, I am. I really am. That's the thing. I really am.
Another point though, can I say something on this racism thing here? Because the reason why, yeah, like I wouldn't get into that debate here, in the sense of the fact that as far as we are concerned, like if we're going to use the term racism, and some people suggest that we should use the term anti-blackness or Afrophobia in terms of being specific in relation to things that affect us, yeah. But if we decide that racism is prejudice plus power, then racism is prejudice plus power. You notice, yeah, when it comes to let's say the Wiley situation, yeah, they said that what he said is anti-Semitic. They don't have to say why. They don't have to explain. People, the Jews are saying that what he said is anti-Semitic,
Nick Cannon,
right? Yeah,
Nick Cannon,
and Nick Cannon. You notice, yeah. I don't know if you have seen the conversation between Nick Cannon and the rabbi, yeah.
No.
But you notice they never have to explain how and why what was said is anti-Semitic. Yeah, everybody understands that once they call something anti-Semitic, that is what it is. Yeah, there is no quantification necessary. Right, we don't engage in an analysis in which part. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to black people and we say racism, people do, well, how is it racist? How do you know that it's racist? Well, he didn't mention anybody's race. Or, you know what I'm saying? You know, we go through all these kinds of things. Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
Say again.
Another question in your words, then, because obviously, what would be the difference then? How would you explain if you define racism independently as prejudice plus power? How would you then define like something like institutional racism? How would you define that?
The only significant racism is institutional.
Okay, so you're like scattered minds. Okay, cool.
Right, but I'm saying that but I'm saying that regardless of what though, I'm saying that as black people, if that's our definition, that's our definition. Like we don't have to question it. Yeah, just what I'm saying. Like if that's what if we're saying this is how we're defining this thing, then we're allowed to do that. Power is the capacity to define reality and have other people respond to your definition as if it was their own.
But if you're like I guess me, for example, if I say ascribing a negative quality and the implication being that one is inferior as a result is racism, and
yeah,
then
and we're entitled to say, well, that's prejudice.
Yeah, and right. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to challenge. I'm saying, and then the extension of that is when there is a bias institutionally. Yeah, I don't see why anyone would have an issue.
My point is
how it benefits us more. No, I'm saying I don't see why it benefits us more to say the opposite, to defer to your definition. I don't see
the reason why. The benefit in it is that we don't allow people to that. We don't confuse ourselves and allow others to confuse the argument, if that makes sense. Yeah, you cannot come if we are talking about racism against black people. Let's say this one size fits all applies. Yeah, like racism as it applies to the world and systems and them kind of things there. Yeah, has consequences. Yeah, and so if we define how white people have behaved towards black people as racist, and we want to define, and then we want to find words to describe black dislike of white people, we'd have to use another term. It just so happens that the terminology that has been used in the English language to define this relationship has been racism. Yeah, and so because of the fact that we've got what's the word? Human Rights Act, and black MPs in Parliament, and black people on telly, the effects of racism are less visible. That fact allows people to try and muddy the argument as to what racism actually is.
That's actually in practice. Okay, so you're giving me a reason to, because you're saying it's more impactful, and because it is more impactful, it is the difference from a police officer not arresting you for calling a woman a fat something and then calling her a white or black something. That does make more sense. So basically, if the letter of the law is because because you call me a racial epithet, or because you ascribe some quality to me because of my race, it impacts me. And clearly it's more impactful to insult someone who's black because of historic perceptions of
Clearly,
being
like,
inferior.
it's not even a thing.
Yeah, okay. So that actually makes more sense. Then it's like, how can it be an aggravating factor for me to call someone white expletive? How can it be
And that's the case with this argument about working class white boys. Yeah, there is no factor, there is no racial factor through which working class white boys are discriminated against based upon race.
But that
right?
should be, yeah, that
It
should be
doesn't,
in
that doesn't exist.
You know, the argument should be reduce it to the stupid point. Say, why do police arrest someone for calling someone black or Chinese or whatever, and then expletive, and not arrest them for calling them fat? So, like, you can insult someone but not get arrested for the race. Why is there an aggravating factor? And then when we see like what like negative effects the adding the racial prefix has, then say, is it the same for black and white? And if it's not,
and that's it. Like,
yeah, that is.
I just think that once you've got a definition of something, there's power in abiding by that definition. That's what they all do. They try to confuse the definition of racism argument in order to make it to give the impression of equal opportunities racism. Like everybody's racism is equal and affects everybody equally. Like, it's nonsense.
We give. I'm not saying there's any issue to it. I love my Jewish brothers. I love my Israeli brothers. Yeah, power to all the people. Yeah, but isn't it giving a lot more credence?
When do you say that?
I'm not anti-Semitic at all. I do not.
Yeah, because James is pranging it. James is prang.
I'm just, bro, big up to
James
my brothers.
is prang. James is prang about getting shut down.
Everyone deserves a homeland, doesn't it? Everyone deserves a
James
homeland.
don't want to get shut down.
But hey, doesn't that give credence to a lot of their to a lot of what people would see as a pretext for propaganda? Like,
but you have to understand, yeah. Again,
they run the world. They run the world, bro. They run the world. That's why I say salute them.
Think about this. Why did the Jews choose the term anti-Semitism? Yeah, like if racism is racism, why is there a separate terminology to refer to racism against Jews?
Yeah,
because you know why.
But the thing is, as well, like,
it's a power play. Sorry, Shadi, sorry.
No, the confusing factor there is, like, obviously now people are trying to put in Islamophobia as a term, right? But anti-Semitic comes under the ethnicity as well as the religion. So it's like they have a whole, like, theirs is a lot thicker than anybody else's. Because you can go around saying anything about anybody else's religion and not be cast as something. There's not a title for what you are apart from a bigot, right? But with the Jews, you can't say anything about their ethnicity being Jewish or even their religion, because then it's cast as anti-Semitism.
But that's a great point. But the reason they've sort of covered their tracks there, or covered their back, is because they say that it's an exclusive club, innit? So because you can't join, everybody that you insult for being Jewish is also an ethnic Jew. Whereas, like, with a Muslim, anyone can be a Muslim, or Christian, anyone can be a Christian. So it's like not necessarily insulting your ethnicity.
But you're making the point though, there, Jay. I'm saying that the reason why that's done is because of the power of definition. Yeah, just I'm saying it gives exclusivity to their experience. Just what I'm saying, right? And so you don't conflate it with anything else. Yeah. And what I'm saying is that what these people try to do, where we are concerned, is de-exclusivize the conversation, right? So we cannot focus on issues specific to our community because everybody suffers racism, right? And these kinds of things. But when you've got specific terminology within certain traditions, you know, when you say anti-Semitism, and the funny thing is that the term Semite and Semitic does not only apply to the Jews.
Of course,
but the term anti-Semite exclusively applies
to the Jews,
right? And so even other quote unquote Semitic peoples are excluded from consideration in terms of discrimination because of their ethnicity.
The most notorious anti-Semites are, guess what? Semites as well. Like, you know what I mean? Most people that support the BDS movement are actually Semites as well, or Semitic people.
Well, yeah, just what I'm saying. So it's all power. It's power of definition.
Hey, can I be clear though, Shaka? Just because I don't think I concede ever enough. I've changed my opinion. I actually would agree with that definition. I don't like prejudice plus power because there's too many connotations associated to it now, right? Coming like after the fact for me. But I would concede that basically saying like, what is more impactful? Therefore, how can they share the same definition unless you're going to tier it and say you can be a tier 1 racist and I can be a tier 2 racist? Like I actually do concede that point to that. No, that is the way you'd have to look at it. The only issue I'd say is like the stigma, like, you know, it's like, I'm one of those guys, prejudice plus power guys, you know what I mean? But like, actually,
but that's the point though, bro. The stigma
you know,
is also a power
do you know
play.
what though?
The stigma, one second. The stigma has been created. One second, two seconds. The stigma has been created by them in order to shame us from actually using that definition. That's the whole point. Yeah, that is it's a deliberate play. It's like the term conspiracy theorist. Yeah, if you actually look at
and my name's Jewish as well. I've got a Jewish name, bro. Most people have got Jewish names, like Reuben, all their prophets and all this type of stuff there, bro. Yeah, G. So
right. But that's the point. If you look at the term conspiracy and theorist and put them together, and you was to give a literal definition, yeah, there's no it would be a matter of fact definition. There's no negative connotation. But we all know when somebody says conspiracy theorist, 9 times out of 10, there is a negative connotation associated with that terminology.
Can I so what would be best to do? So James is saying like tier 1 racist, tier 2 racist. I feel like that is going to just be really like if that was something, it's just too like you could it's the same as saying, oh, I'm not racist, oh, I'm not tier 1 racist. Do you know what I mean? Like,
you know, obviously I was saying it tongue in cheek, Sean, but I'm saying
I know you are. But what I'm trying to say, sorry, I'll just finish what I'm saying, is that so what could you call it then? So what could black people have as an exclusive term that means that you are anti-black, you know? And the same way, like, because then being racist comes under anybody non-white. That's what racism is, right? So if you're not white and you're from any sort of ethnicity that's other than white, then you would be classed as racist as a white person if you said something bad to anyone non-white.
No.
In activist and academic circles,
anyone could
terms like anti-blackness are used, terms like Afrophobia or Afrophobic are used, terms like anti-African are used. So any number of those terminologies are in a lot of activist and academic circles. These are terms that are used.
Are you flying a helicopter?
Oh, you need to turn off that rabbit, G.
Oh man, boy, the thing differently. Nobody caught what he just said, you know.
Yeah, I tried to let that go.
The thing differently.
On G Block, we got loyalties. Like you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So then, what would the term like? So that's what you use in like those circles. Do you think that should be something that should be implemented in the wider circle? But then it also goes to like, so anti-Semitic, that is, you know who comes underneath that, right? But if you was Afrophobia or black, like anti-black or whatever, that bracket is so big. You know, a lot of people identify as black that may not actually be black, or a lot of people that identify as African that may not actually be, or will be seen as African, but may not actually be from Africa. That like is a obviously
I'm
later.
not black. I'm OJ.
What's that? Oh, OJ Simpson. Sorry.
You like listen to Jay-Z, no? No one actually caught the reference.
Oh, is that
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z lyric. I just call it
Yeah.
Jay-Z.
Is that from 444? Yeah. Is that,
Yeah. From that album, it's actually the song called "The Story of OJ."
OJ, yeah. I literally saw the letters in my mind, but I couldn't figure the tune. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, based on that, like, what term is appropriate though? Like, and the thing is, the reason why I want to discuss it is because it's only people of color that can implement it anyway. Do you know what I mean? It will be implemented as soon as people start uniting and using it. Then it's going to be implemented the same way like Islamophobia.
Elron could tell us about designing stuff. I listen to Elron about designing stuff, and I like his views.
Right, now, you just literally just
My man just differently like.
But go on, Shane, what you're saying.
yeah, man. You know what? I'm not even gonna. I'm not throwing my dummy. I just can't bother.
All right. Let me ask you a question then. What do you like? Because I don't know what your opinion is. Yeah. Are you of the belief that racism is prejudice plus power?
No.
Okay. So I started as a similar position to you about 10 minutes ago, but I can't lie. I feel like my discussion with Shaka bore fruit and he converted me.
So I see what I see what Shaka's saying. So in those terms, yeah, but then I don't see it as being. So for me, I say the most racist things. Yeah, this is the thing. People outside my circle would, and they heard me speak sometimes, might be like, "Oh, Shan, you're racist." Yeah, but I'm not racist because I don't think that I'm genuinely better than anybody else.
You got black bread.
Okay, that's an example. Wait. Okay, so your definition of racism then essentially is the superiority argument. It's like
thinking that you're better than another people. I really don't. The thing is, like, so I've got with my Asian friends and stuff like that, right? I might bounce about, but it's all banned. Do you know what I'm saying? Because ultimately, I don't genuinely.
But that doesn't count, though. That's not. I don't think that's what people are. When people are saying, like, obviously, if you got caught out of context, someone would call you a racist, right? And if they knew you and knew how you joked, they'd probably retract that. But we're saying if you genuinely felt like that and you weren't, and you were white, for example, and you said that, would it have the same impact as if you were black and genuinely thought about a white person and said it? And the argument, like, I think you agree, like, with that tier 1 bullshit, is no, it wouldn't have the same impact. If I said to a black person, "You're all monkeys," it has more significance historically, and there is more literature, and there's more sort of perspectives that support that theory than per contra.
So you, as a black person, you're black, James. I am.
I am. Don't listen to anyone else though, but yeah.
So you as a black person, if you called another black person a monkey, are you racist?
He's fucking racist.
Now, herein lies why I have an issue with the prejudice plus power, because I reckon so where I would agree with Shaka. Am I racist on the face of it? No, right? And no, because I am black. So if I'm insulting somebody, and the method of insult is by ascribing a negative quality to them based on their race. So because you're black, you're X, therefore you are a black X. Yeah. It is, of course, it's gonna have a neutral effect because I'm black, isn't it? So it's like if any retort would likely be, even like, if, for example, if they would say the same thing back to me, it would have a neutralizing effect because we're both literally on the same.
But James, say if you were deaf though, and someone said something racist to you, is it not racist because you didn't hear it?
if a tree falls in the forest, does it?
You know what I'm saying? Then philosophical ones there.
I mean,
yeah, but you're basically saying about being neutralized.
But what about does it matter how black you are? What if you're like 3/4? What if your parent, your grandparent?
Just say it, Blick.
I'm gonna answer that question. I'm gonna answer that question. I'm gonna say it depends on the cultural context. Yeah, like so. No, and this is the thing. Point in in another culture, monkey may not have the same connotation that it does within Western culture, yeah, as it relates to black people. You know what I'm saying? Monkey might be a positive thing. Yeah, you might be looked upon as a positive thing in some cultures. Yeah. So if a black person calls another black person a monkey with a white supremacist mindset, I wouldn't call it racism. I would call it self-hatred. Yeah, because they're perpetuating racism, but that what they're perpetuating reflects negatively on them as well as the person that they're saying it to. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, what, Shadi? I've never heard a white man tell another white man, "All right, snow cone." I've never heard a white man tell another white man, "All right, snowman."
You're on fire.
But when you're calling me the N word, I know the history about that. So don't even come. Whether you're my brother or not, you should know better. Like, because obviously you're trying to hurt me. So
interestingly,
don't even come with that there. You know what I mean?
Interestingly, this dynamic played out in the boxing world when with the history of Muhammad Ali and
Hey, do you like my picture, by the way?
and Joe Frazier.
Even before them with Jack Johnson as well.
No. What I mean is,
guys, could you like my picture?
Who is it?
Oh,
That's
Jack Johnson.
Saint Jack Johnson. Saint Jack
yeah.
Johnson.
The Saint, yeah.
Come on, we do
I
this.
would. I'm not gonna ask why you celebrate him so.
Don't do
what
that.
part of his life?
Don't do that. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
he's talking about his wife.
I celebrate his boxing ability, all right? I celebrate his boxing ability.
Cool.
And if
I was not suggesting anything otherwise,
Alright, cool.
brother James.
Shaka is crafty, crafty.
You know, just as so, like it depends on how black you are, and you're saying the self-hatred thing. So this the thing.
I don't say it depends on how black you are.
No, I'm saying like regardless. Sorry, I spoke wrongly. I mean, yeah, that doesn't matter depending on how black you are. It's about self-hatred, is what you put it there. So when it comes under the bracket of being racist, we as black people are aware some other ethnic minorities, quotation marks, are also anti-black to black people as well, but we'd call them racist as well, right? Does that mean they are actually racist because they are melanated as well, or are they self-hating?
That's one of the reasons for people using the term anti-blackness, because of the fact that when we talk about racism against black people, it is quite particular, and many societies have anti-blackness within them. You see what I'm saying? In ways that you don't find among black people. That generally speaking, I don't know of a systematized way in which black people discriminate against other groups of people historically. Whereas there are a number in different societies whereby, let's say light skin privilege is institutionalized. I don't know of any other place where dark skin privilege is institutionalized in the same way.
Listen, Shakira, if you need those criteria to be filled, you just step over my threshold, and that's where you'll find some of that.
But
don't worry.
I don't even understand what Ultra just said.
He's saying in his house, light skin privilege is a thing.
It doesn't exist.
Oh no, it never existed in my house either. In fact, because my parents were so thing about combating it. Like the darker skinned ones among us used to get celebrated.
It does exist. Dark skin privilege does exist.
In my house, yeah.
Yeah, like it's the only place.
And I was not a beneficiary, as you can probably tell. You know what I'm saying?
I think there's
a
growing reverse colorism movement. Do you get what I'm saying? Like even with, say, for example, now looking for more representation in dolls or whatever, it's like the people of lighter hues are not able to find stuff that represents them, but it's mainly darker things that are being created.
Yeah, my to be honest, that my screen, not my screensaver, my the background where not the screensaver, but my background is there's a Cuban artist and she does religious paintings, but with African. You must know her, Shaka. She does religious paintings with she does the Black Madonna and stuff. I'll send you the picture. She does sick.
I may have seen the picture, but I might not know the artist. But go on.
Yeah, she's some Cuban woman from America, like Miami or something. Or maybe not Miami. But yeah, no, she that's the so of all the pictures she's done, she's obviously done varying hues of black people or very varying ethnic groups from Sub-Saharan Africa, and the one I chose, I don't know why. I guess like subconsciously, I just felt it was the most striking image was a someone like an indigenous West African sort of phenotype, if you know what I mean.
But that's the thing for me, because I wasn't the darkest skinned person in my house. I'm a bit, you know, on the lighter shade of dark.
Am I allowed to talk? What shade am I? Am I allowed to talk?
All right, relax for a second, man. You ain't mixed race, Shaka?
Just want to know.
Oh, sorry, carry on, brother.
I want to know whether I'm allowed to talk.
I didn't know you were full black, Shaka, but go on.
Yeah. No, but personally, I never felt discriminated against in that sense, like, because I understood like quite clearly that dynamic existed in my house and the reason why, if that makes sense. Like I've never felt inadequate as a caramel brother where chocolate is being celebrated. Like it's never been
a parity though, isn't it? How can anyone that has a sort of an earnest and objective perception of reality can see that if there is an undermined group, then any sort of extolling or refusing about that group could only achieve parity for that group. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's not necessarily undermining you. But if you look at it like they're undermining you, then you already are insecure about your position in relation to all other groups. And that's why I always say the working class, I don't accept all this, the elite, the top 1% are the most racist. I believe that the working class are the most racist. Because they
I don't say most, but I'd say
that's my argument. I believe that any elevation for minority groups puts them at an immediate disadvantage, and that's their perspective. That rather than if we are equal to them, then we're all at the bottom together, and they're not happy with that. So all of this, we need to band together to fight the elites. That's nonsense.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Rather supplicate to the elites than view us as allies or equal. That's in my opinion, and that's why they're dangerous.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, is the conversation stopped? Can I?
Hey, Shani, quickly, sorry, one last thing, Raj. Hey, Shani, I agree with you though. That's why I'm still reluctant to fully accept prejudice plus power, because it becomes complicated. What is if a black man can be racist, if we can view the insult in if we can view the insult in isolation and say that's racism, then
so let me ask you a question. If it's prejudice plus power, if you have a CEO of a company who's, let's say he built a company up, he's a black guy, he's literally can hire and fire whoever he wants in that particular organization, and he was racist in the sense that he only wanted to hire black people and didn't want to hire white people, then in your argument, your logic, then that is racism because it's power plus prejudice, isn't it?
Can I just quickly say something back on that though? But so in the Asian community, right, are they being racist by when they have a business and they only employ Asians? Is that them being racist? That happens a lot.
There is some form of racism in it. I think in the sense that I don't have a problem with in-group preference. I think it's a good thing when you're
in-group preference, but like them terms.
Preference. When you're all right. So if your area is Asian, then your shop should be run by Asians, and most of the people going in that shop will be Asian. Like if you're in a black area, I think I don't have an issue if people say, "Well, the shop should be run by black people." I think it should represent the area. The people that are running those shops should kind of represent the area, and in a way, kind of give back to the community in that area.
Area majority preference.
But Karen, I think it's good though.
In-group preference is good. Look, when you're an immigrant, when you're an immigrant, what the Asians do, is like they have a real what I call kind of discriminatory. I don't mean in a bad way. I mean in the sense that they're gonna hire only people they know, because they don't want to go through the whole process of
how many black executives. Hold on. If you look at a company like Rio Tinto, how many black executives do you think there are in a mining company in South Africa, fucking Mozambique, Congo? How many the whole executive branch, all white. Everyone that's a miner is all black. Not mine. Sorry, anyone that is that how you refer to it? A miner, like with a O, with a E. Sorry, like a miner. That's not adequate represent. The reality is, if you were going to be honest, you would say an all-white area with an Asian shop owner, it's okay. Like how the in-group preference would play out is the fact that the owner is Asian, not the fact that the area is Asian.
Exactly. Because I was going to say, based on that, if we're going to do it like that, then you'd go to the hair shops, like the same way you go to an Asian restaurant. An Asian restaurant is most likely run by Asians. We're not going to. I personally wouldn't eat in an Indian restaurant if it was white people that were cooking the food. I'd be like, hold a minute, what? Like, this ain't Indian. Do you see what I'm saying? The same way when you go to a hair shop, their hair shops are owned by Asian people and their clientele are not Asian. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like...
but do you understand why they own by in India? There's a tradition of Hindus where they go to this temple, they cut all their hair off, and so they just would either chuck it away in the past, but now those people have got the access to that hair.
No. Yeah,
From my
I'd
understanding,
agree with that.
And if it was, I mean, at the end of the day, they're just making a profit from something they got access to. You can't go to, and you're not from India. Like, how are you going to get
I'd agree with that. I actually agree with that. I'd agree with that if the shops were exclusively selling Asian hair, but they're not. They're selling shea butter and
No,
dark and
I'm not agreeing with
lovely,
what I'm not agreeing with what they're doing.
and
I'm not
African
agreeing.
pride.
But
and
hey,
all
Shaka,
these things.
the fact that
Yeah.
white people own like I just found out recently, not white people own, but like Cantu has no sort of it doesn't have ethnic ownership or minority ownership, whatever. So
Oh
that's-
no.
Yeah, right. So, but then isn't like it's like what someone could argue is that, but they're Asians selling white products to black people.
Well, entirely, but at the same time, we're seeing them taking over the shea butter market right now. So we got.
All right, so
we got-
let me just quickly explain about the hair thing. I'm not saying that I'm not saying Asian people selling hair is a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing. I think if you're selling to black people, then maybe black people should. But I'm saying you're never going to get the access because these Indians that are doing it probably have direct access to people in India, and you're not from India. And so the people that are in these temples cutting their hair off, they probably got contacts with those people or people that know those people and can get access to that stuff. That's why they're monopolizing that particular industry, I think.
Yeah, so
I might be wrong, but that's what I've
the
seen
thing
about.
is, I'm saying, like Shaka just said, you're partly wrong. As a woman that used to actually shop in, I still shop in there, but I don't buy hair extensions or whatever, but I used to. But like, majority of the hair in there is not from India. It's not
Isn't
India.
it? All right.
They're selling hair from all over the world, right? But then on top of it, like Shakira said, is they're actually selling products. So majority of these hair shops, they'll have like one section is hair and the other section is like skincare, hair care, but it's product. But majority of these products are aimed at the melanated market. Melanated being the black community majority. So obviously Asians still shop in these shops and stuff and buy the whatever, but it is targeted. But also just back to the point, like, and it sounds, no, let me just say it. So basically, it's not an Asian person's fault that they own black hair stores. It's not their fault. It's just the fact that they have an advantage over black people in this country, or maybe in society in general, is why that the South Asians can own their shops and the black people aren't owning them. Black people do own them, but maybe one or two in the whole of London, if anything.
Yeah, I don't
we're-
know enough about the
No,
situation.
we're talking
to really
about
talk too
we're
much
talking
about it.
about we're talking about like actually, like, you know, when you get in stock from places and whatnot and everything, the warehouses, it's not black people that own warehouses that for the hair industries. It's Asians and other, sometimes even Turks and whatnot are involved in it and stuff like that. So this is what we're saying, like.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain it. I've just Googled hair from India, and there's all these temples that are shaving their heads of the women because they have to do it like once, whatever. And so these guys that are from India, they've got direct access to probably people from India. So they've got the networks there. Then over time, they're going to build other networks, aren't they? Because they've got like a monopoly in terms of the Indian market. You can't go in there as a black person, I think, and start taking hair from a Hindu temple. You're just not going to do it.
No, so Raj, you're making a point, but it's kind of off point. Like,
Yeah, I'm just giving my opinion. I might be totally wrong.
no, you're not. You're not. Ralph, sorry, just literally kind of like reiterated your point by saying that actually when it comes further down away from the temple, so after the temples and stuff, if it did come from there, is actually the warehouses. And okay, so then it could be that the cousin owns a warehouse or a friend of a friend owns so maybe that's why they've got better connections. But I also think it's a finance thing as well. I definitely think it's a finance thing, and I think it's a black person. I feel like black people are maybe not interested or weren't interested in starting businesses, or maybe weren't able to.
Yeah, but
Maybe-
if the person from in Asians do one thing, yeah, and like they don't even say it openly. There is a strong in-group preference. Even when the Asians first come over, they come in a wave all together. And when they were here first, they didn't care if you was a Muslim, a Sikh, a Hindu. If you could do business with them, they'll do business. Yeah. And I know people that set up businesses like, you know, I mean, what used to happen, they used to buy one house, yeah, around 5 people, yeah, live in the same house, put all their resources together, and then what they do, they'll start buying other houses or you know, buy a business and stuff. And then over time, then what will happen is that they can then buy their own homes and start kind of moving on. But they will still hire from their own in group because it's just easier. Like, you know, if you've got a relative that will work for next to nothing and you know them and you trust them, why not hire them?
Well, that's the thing, and it's the mentality there of obviously caring about the in-grouping. And someone's made a good comment of like when black people do start businesses, the black community isn't very supportive of black businesses. Hence why we genuinely did need Black Pound Day. We need that continuously. There shouldn't just be one day. But I think it is an issue with black people as to why black people don't own certain things. It does come down. I think systematic racism does play a part in it, but I do think it's still on the back of a black person to actually get involved in these things.
See, I don't know how the immigration of the black community come, because I remember growing up, it was mainly Caribbeans when I was growing up. Then over time, I remember Nigerians coming in and the people from everywhere else. Maybe because you've had a stagnated immigration. Like with the Asians, we all come in one big bulk. Like we just come in the 60s, 70s. And so we're all at the same stage of having to rely on each other. Now, if we have one community which has come in, say, like the 70s, and they then establish themselves, and then another community comes in the 80s, 90s, you're going to have a disconnect, aren't you?
Well, I would agree. And also because the black community is a lot bigger than the Asian community. The South Asian community, be that. So obviously you've got, about 6 South Asian countries, maybe more. Sorry. I've just thought of 6 at the top of my head.
Yeah, it's around 5, 6. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got 6, but when it comes to the black community, how many countries do you have within that? So it's like this is why the term black is just it's too broad.
No, but you're misunderstanding India as well. India was never a country. India, it should have been 5 separate countries, like in Africa. They merged it all into one country. I want my own country for the Punjabis. There's other places that want independence, like Kashmir. Like all of these are in India. So in reality, India was never a country until 1947. So it's really like Africa. You know when you say, "Oh, Africa," but in Africa there's like loads of countries, different ethnicities, different languages. It's just as complicated in India. Like, you know, I have very little in common from people from other states. We speak different languages, different food, different culture. The only thing that unites us is that we're under the Indian umbrella.
But am I wrong or right in saying, but when you came over to the UK, there was more of a Yeah.
Look. When it comes to business, in the Asian community, like business is business, and everything else, religion, whatever, any kind of cultural baggage from the past, that just goes out. I'm talking about in the beginning because remember, this is what I'm trying to say is that when you come in one big bulk, you're all in the same boat, and you're all vulnerable. Yeah, because you're all on the starting field at the same time. Yeah, so you have to work with each other. You can't not work with each other. Now, if one Asian group comes in, say the 70s, and then another Asian group comes in the 90s, it's not going to work because one's going to already be established, and the other one needs to get established. Do you understand? You have to. When you come at the same time, it's much more easier to cooperate with somebody because you need them. Afterwards, you don't. Once you've established yourself, you can just go wherever you want and work with whoever you want. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. But going back to the kind of the racism factor. So, as an South Asian, do you feel that do you feel that there should be a term that you could use to kind of like we're saying anti-Semitism is just for Jewish people. Like that is a term, and straight away if you say something that is about Jews, religion or ethnicity, then you're anti-Semite. So
Isn't it the first 4 words of Pakistan?
Huh?
Isn't it the first 4 words of Pakistan?
Oh, saying that. No. What? No, but that's the derogative term. Yeah. So that would be the derogative term to say that. But
Paki.
Yeah, but I'm saying no. What I'm asking is, what do you think the word should be to like differentiate from being racist to South Asians?
I don't know what it. Look. All I would say is this: like I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's an in-group preference here. Is that racism? I don't personally think it's racism. Now, when it becomes racist, it's like, all right. So I'll give an example. When the Asians first come here, they set up their shops. They hide their family. They hide their cousins. They hide everybody. Now, over a period of time, once you're established, I think you should start hiring people from the community, whoever is the community. Now, what's happening in a lot of Asian shops is that they've got into this kind of mindset that they're never going to hire anyone from outside of their own family. But I think once you've established yourself, I think you have a bit of a duty to your customers and people, because you could just give a kid in your area a job on a Saturday, stacking shelves, and they can use that on their CV. It will help them out. Yeah, and it'll kind of build bridges with the kind of the community. But Asian shop owners, they tend to go in there, dominate the place, and they don't really want to kind of don't really want to kind of help out the community in a way. And I think that's one of their biggest flaws at the moment, because they're established now. In the beginning, you've got to do it, for the first couple of years of your business, because that's the only way you're going to survive. But once you're established, I think they can start being a bit more open about who they hire and all that kind of stuff.
But yeah, I can imagine that's the reason why. But South Asians at the moment are the most successful ethnicity in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a lot. So I have to do a show about South Asians because it's so complicated. The South Asian community is broken up into lots of different brackets. Now, the most successful South Asian community is the Indian Hindu community. Yeah, the most. I mean, they're actually outperforming the white population in education, wealth, you name it. Every area, they're freaking. I mean, if you look at the Conservative government, there's 3 Hindus in there. Yeah, one of them's a treasurer, the other one's the Home Secretary, I think, and there's another guy called Ashok. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the Pakistanis and Bengalis are at the bottom of the spectrum as well in terms of education, wealth, and stuff like that. So. The Sikhs are kind of in the middle, like the Punjabi Sikhs, we're like in the middle, but not all Asian communities are on the same level. And I'll probably do a show on that, because the Punjabi, the Pakistani Bengalis are not doing good. Sorry, I'm not. I'm
aware of that aspect, but it is actually quite interesting to know that, because I think from the outside looking in at the Asian community, it looks so solid. Do you know what I mean? It looks like a solid community. Everyone's just backing everyone. They're so, do you know what I mean? And building each other up. They're just building each other up. But obviously, from
it's not you. But no, you have to understand one thing. There's always going to be problems between Asians. Yeah, it's been going on for thousands of years. But when it comes to business, business is business. Do you understand? We don't the Asians don't care if the money's going to come in and they have to work with someone that they've had a feud with so say one person's had a feud with another person from a different area, their kind of communities, but they can make money together. They're going to do it. They'll put everything aside. I think that's one of the strong points, because there's a lot of infighting between the Asian community, loads, as you know, with me and other people. But when it comes to business, everyone puts all that shit aside and says, okay, can we make money? Yeah, you can, then we'll join with you. And that's it. Yeah, maybe that's one thing there. Maybe the distrust between, because there is a lot of distrust between Asian communities. I'll be honest, I don't trust Pakistanis. I'll be straight with you. I've said it from day dot. Yeah, I don't trust them. But would I go into business with somebody if I knew 100% that person is like somebody I could make money with, and even
if they're Pakistani Punjabi.
Oh, Pakistani Punjabis is a bit different. It's complicated. I'm a Punjabi as well, so I have a bit of a different relationship with Pakistani Punjabis. But
Hey, big up yourself, Raj.
Big up the Kashmir, Banda Kashmiris. Big up Naeem, man.
That's complicated there, G.
Yeah, so you have to understand that Pakistan, and India was one country at one point. And you know where Ards is from? Punjab. I'm from the Punjab.
Even Bengal.
Bangladesh. Yeah. So me and him, our people used to live in the same freaking areas. It's only
Who created
after,
the divide? Who created the divide? then?
Obviously, the white man.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
But they divided the Punjab up. Imagine getting London and then splitting it in the middle without thinking about who's living where. So 1 million people died going from one area to the other. So both Hindu, Sikhs, and Muslims were killing each other on mass.
I would even argue that the even further divide between what you call the Kashmiris and the Punjabs were even by the British. But you would say no, they've always been fighting.
They've always been fighting. How do you think the Brits this is what I'm trying to say to you. Remember I said to you that indigenous populations that got colonized need to take responsibility as well for getting themselves colonized, because the reason why the Brits managed to conquer India, because India was never a country. It was like, imagine just give me a second. Hang on.
Well, these groups always coexisted together. So when we're talking about African situation, a lot of people, there might have been a little bit of fighting between them, but at the same time, what's it called? A lot was exaggerated by the British when they came in.
And he just said it. He goes. Imagine London being divided. Imagine. So no matter what he said, he's just told us the story. The end.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
That's
the
how
thing
story is.
But this the thing. So the when we talk about communities within the Black community building and stuff, the building is a business, right? It is, isn't it? It's a business thing. It's based on obviously building a community, but a lot of the time it's business. But at least with the South Asian community, they're solid in supporting each other on a business level, and that's something the Black community is lacking.
Ultimately, like, this is what I was trying to get Raj to understand. Even though you might think, being a Punjab and Kashmiri matters, or being a Punjab it matters more. Ultimately, these groups that you're at one point were related to each other. So they're just looking at each other as distant brothers or distant cousins.
That's because.
Yeah, but then that's what makes it harder for the Black community, right? Because we're not all from the same place. Like, we're not all.
We are.
No, okay. So if we say we're all from Africa originally, but then the Black community can still consist of somebody who is mixed heritage. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm talking Black white heritage, still classed as Black. So it's like when you and it can also be somebody still can be classed as Black even if they're diluted in that's such a horrible term, but just.
But that goes for the same that same goes for any other community though, where there's mixed heritage people. You know what's funny though? This might be slightly off the point, but funny, my empress was watching this thing on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix anyway, or Amazon Prime or something, where it's about arranged marriages.
Okay.
In the Indian communities, and she was
crazy.
Huh?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah. It seems like an interesting program still, but she was saying to me that there's a Guyanese family on there, and you know, in Guyana there's a significant Indian population, but now the family is Guyanese, yes, they live in America, but they consider themselves to be Indian, like that's it, like culturally Indian, and so like. I can't remember. Nenen, how you know that woman that you showed me the other day? Has she actually been to India? In the one, the Guyanese one, the woman in the Guyanese woman in the arranged marriage program. Has she actually been to India? The young woman. Has she actually been to India?
Which one? The one that I said was.
No, the one that you said she's there in basically she what did she say that she's Indian? She's from Guyana.
From Guyana, no, she hasn't been there.
She's never been to India.
She don't know where she is.
But she's what was that statement again? But she's Indian, and she's having an Indian arranged.
Ancestry. That's how she said it. I've got Indian ancestry. That's what keeps her connected.
Right.
But she's Indian. She's not.
But does she look Indian?
She's not.
Oh, does she look
right,
Indian?
yeah. So she's Indian, right? Now the funny thing is, yeah, that and that's not to say that there's no friction because it was difficult to arrange a marriage for her because some of the Indians from back home want people that are, you know, yeah, them there in India. They like, even so, those who are removed, they're a bit, you know, culturally diluted, so to speak. Yeah, but she herself considered herself just Indian, like, you know what I'm saying, and these kinds of things. And so again, like her parent, Indians have been in Guyana for over 100 years.
Yeah, but
she's never been to India.
I've got relatives in
India.
Kenya. I've still got relatives in Kenya. They consider themselves to be Punjabi Kenyans.
So yeah.
They don't look, I mean, trust me, they are still Indians. Like, you can't, I mean, they wear turbans and like beards and like they're brown, so there's no way they can come like they have to say they're Indian. You can't, like, it's the same way being in Europe and saying you're European. Like, you have to say you're from a different, like, I'm a Punjabi, I say I'm British Punjabi Sikh. But I can't get away from the fact that I'm definitely not from Europe originally.
This is the thing, yeah. So this is a conversation that I kind of were having on a different panel another day about what makes your genes. So what makes your genes is 6 generations. That's what makes your genes. You only share the same genetics as 6 generations. After that, you don't share the same genetics. It's gone. It's diluted. Yeah. So 6 generations is whatever that is. That's 6 times 12. It's not 12 people. I'm dumb. That's like 24 people or something. Someone do the math. But how many people is that in 6 generations? Anybody? Grandparents per pet. Yeah. Basically,
Sorry, say that again.
I'm saying, how many generations are there? 6. No, so how many people are there in 6 generations?
6.
Yeah.
I'm 30. Do you know what? That's how I explained it. Like one time, Zenny. I even said like
64.
64.
Yeah, so 1 second. So 64. That's 64 people that you are related to that came before you for you to be alive. That's who you share your genetics for. Now, if you've got 6 generations living, you're from, say, you're from the continent of, you're from India, yeah? You're from India. You're Indian. You've gone now to Trinidad or Guyana, not Guyanese, yeah, Guyana, yeah?
Yeah, Guyana, yeah.
So you've gone to Guyana. Now, 6 generations later, are you still Indian or are you Guyanese?
You're both. The same way.
That's the thing, though. In places like Guyana and a lot of places in the West Indies, yeah, like Indians still have a significant like Indian like lineage. Like they're not all mixing in. There is some mixing. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen. But to the extent that they've maintained their culture to the point that when like the Indian cricket team goes to West Indies to play, the Indians who have been there for generations still support India. Like it's
you look at the UK. Like look, the thing is, yeah, like when people went to Africa, like my fam, some of my I know Bill's gonna boo me, but some of my family went to Uganda. They didn't get kicked out. They left before Idi Amin kicked them out, and they still segregated to the point that their communities were like totally insular. And even in Kenya now, like the Asians there are totally insular. I mean, you'd be shocked. Sometimes I watch videos and I'm like, all right, is this India? Like there's just literally no one else there. But then you'll see black people in the background and stuff like that. But it's the same with the UK. Look at the Asian communities in the UK. And it's not a black or a white thing. It's just that the Asians are very, let's say they have a lot of in-group preference.
Yeah.
Like Chinatown.
Yeah, very strong in group preference.
Yeah, like the Chinese do the same. So I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I feel like when white people want to do it, they're called racist. But when black people want to do it, they're called wanting to do you know what I mean? There's I can't think of the name what people would call black person that's doing it. But segregating.
But there's nothing wrong with. I don't think there's a problem with tribalism. I think everyone is tribal. Everyone's more comfortable around people that are similar to them, whether that's their family or somebody that's on the same faith or genetics.
But to the UK, but to the Queen, it doesn't matter. She'll allow it. She'll allow to have a whole road full of an ethnic minority as long as they're paying their taxes. And all these other companies that are white-owned businesses, they're all in it together. So it's all it is. It's scraps. It's like here's the scraps. If you make it, you make it. Here's the scraps, but make sure you pay your tax.
Yeah, but it becomes a problem when if you're like, if someone wants to live next to a white person, I don't really care. If someone wants to live next to a black person, I don't care. It becomes a problem when you start like, I don't know, like, you know, segregating yourself to the point that you don't communicate with that group.
Yeah.
Like you're literally like a country within a country. That's where it becomes problematic.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Who's kissing like that? Oh my God.
Oh, sorry, I'm kissing my son. Sorry.
All right, big up to your son, man. But yeah.
Yeah. So I actually think in group preference is okay. I think it should be allowed. I think. Yeah, I think everywhere. I think people should be allowed to practice it. I feel other ethnicities are allowed to practice it. Black people get torn for practicing it. White people get torn for practicing it. Also, another thing that I wanted to just when we were talking,
I'll be honest with you. Do you know why? Yeah, the Asian community don't talk about it. They just do it. We don't discuss. We don't care what people think. It's like we're gonna do it. That's how we're gonna do it. We don't give a shit what you think. If we want to marry someone from, so when you're getting arranged marriage, people think of arranged marriages now like that. You know, you just go around the house. I've done the arranged marriage shit, and trust me, it's freaking horrible. I haven't been married, but I've had to go through that shit. And it's not as bad as you think. I mean, you can meet the girl loads of times and stuff like that. And if you want to say no after, but no one cares about what the outside community thinks. If you don't like it, it's none of our business. Like it's like none of your business.
Yeah, but what are you bringing? You know these arranged marriages. Aren't they bringing like wealth to the table and security within?
Well, you're not looking at the thing about arranged marriage, even in the West and probably in Africa and other places, arranged marriages were the norm. Yeah, like you'd meet, your family would introduce you to somebody that is similar suited to you. Yeah, and then I'm not talking about arranged marriage where you don't see the girl or you don't meet the partner. I'm talking about they'll let you meet up and stuff, and then if you're a good match, then you get married. If you're not, then you just leave it. And I think that was the norm until the last 100 years or so. Now it seems crazy, but the Asian community still do it. They still do this arranged marriage thing.
It's arranged marriage and not forced marriage.
Oh yeah, arranged marriage. Arranged.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying, Raj, that's the difference.
Yeah, big difference.
A lot of families, a lot of cultures practice arranged marriages. Even in the UK, white British people do that. They might get somebody that their best friend, like their best friend's son. They might, I mean, from just what I'm saying, like, yeah, people just need to know the difference between arranged and forced.
I mean, the thing, this is how this.
I've watched a lot of history, and I've always seen like a lot of the wealthy people in Britain have always wanted to like marry because they've wanted to keep like this wealth.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is like I've relatives that, you know, what they'll do is like, they'll just send a guy to India or the girl, or normally a guy, and they'll come back with a wife.
And the reason for arranging marriages is exactly like what you said, Natty, is because they're trying to, obviously, families are thinking what benefit this other family can be to my family. Do you know what I'm saying? It's quite political in that sense.
Yeah, well, this is why I say I could never get married. Yeah, in the sense that when you get arranged marriage in the Asian community, or you get married, you get the whole family. It's not like you can just ignore them. Like I've spent years ignoring my own family. It's got to the point that no one talks to me, and I'm glad. So I'd have to start all over again with a whole bunch of idiots that I don't like anyway. And if I don't like you, I'm not going to talk to you. So in the Asian community, once you get married, you're going to have like 1,000 relatives suddenly pop up on your door. There's nothing you can do about it. They come with the package. It's not, a lot of people think of it like the white community. Oh, you get married to the person. No, it's not like that. You get married to the whole family. The whole family is going to start interfering in your business.
Yeah, I mean that's all marriages, really. Do you know what I mean?
This is how naive you are. You said, you've not seen the way the Asian community operate. Like it's not your normal shit.
Raj. If you get old, will they put you in an old people's home, or they look?
No, never. No, at this generation, I would never let my mum go into old person's home. You're crazy. And
so like in your community, in your community, do you look after each other like fully through? So like the next generation knows what to do. That's what I'm trying to say.
Basically, there's always one kid that has to be designated the person that looks after the parents and the elderly. I mean, obviously, I'm the one, but that's not through choice. I mean, that's more because of my circumstance. Everybody else has got married and stuff, and so with that, it's just always going to be one kid that has to do it. There's no There's no option. You can't argue against it. Once you've got to do it. No one's going to accept their parents being put in an old person's home. Yeah, we'd rather freaking more. It's like it's seen as a massive dishonor, if I'm being honest with you. If we did that, I'd be embarrassed. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be embarrassed for myself.
Personally, I'm pro arranged marriage. I think it's actually something, and I saw other people in the chat saying this as well. Something that more communities should definitely practice. Forced marriages are different. It's a different thing. Arranged marriages are helping your. Like, I think if more people were arranged marriage, you wouldn't have such high divorce rates. You wouldn't have so many single parents. I feel like it would play a big factor into people's like their life, you know. And
I mean, I have to say the divorce rate in the UK for the Asian community is going pretty up, even through arranged marriages. So that argument's kind of like become a lot.
No, you know why that is though, the Raj. It's not got anything to do with the Asian community. It hasn't got anything to do with all individual ethnicity communities, right? It doesn't. It's the culture. So the culture.
To do with Jordan. It's to do with Jordan.
Jordan.
No, you know Jordan. You know Jordan Price.
Oh,
come on,
Katie
she takes marriage for banter, bro. She takes.
Yeah,
it
but
for
I
banter.
have to say, this is a bit off topic, but I've been watching a couple of videos with her kids. She's a great mum, though. I'm not gonna lie. I've always hated her, but as a mother, like, she's a great mother, man.
Yeah. So it's
listen, mate. Listen. You.
Divorce rate is based on the culture.
Nah, you're mad.
Yeah, but you also have to take into account, Shani, that there are some of these marriages where they might be toxic, and the family is still forcing them to be together.
Yeah. And so there's a lot of times with these marriages, because it's almost like an arrangement between families. You have to understand, it's like you're doing a family arrangement. So even when you meet the person, I've done it. You have to meet, your family has to meet theirs, like they're two mafia families meeting together. Like, it's freaking embarrassing. Yeah, you sit down and then you can meet up afterwards. So it's a family kind of arrangement, and they have to get on as well. They don't care if the two people get on, they got to get on as well.
But that's where they go wrong. So I think that's where the Asian community go wrong with it, because then it kind of borders forced marriage, right? Because if you're in an arranged marriage, ultimately your parents can care about who you marry. They're going to look out for you and find people for you and so on and so forth, and help arrange to find somebody, you know, for you to marry that is suitable. But ultimately it would come down to you and how you feel about that other person.
Yeah, but you're being all right. So all right,
There's a difference between arranged marriage and forced marriage. So arranged marriage I'm all good for, but forced marriage is different.
Yeah, but you have to understand, like, if you had two families and they're arranging a marriage, in the beginning they can meet each other afterwards by themselves. But in the beginning they might want to have to meet with the family. And if the two fathers hate each other, like they literally hate each other, like the two couples here might get on, they might even want to get married, and they might get married without their permission. But it's going to be a shit show. So people, I don't know about now. It's a lot more relaxed now. So people would just marry who they want, but in the past it was like, no, the family has to get on with the family. I remember when my sister got married, like they come around like freaking 5 times and stuff like that, and we had to all I don't get on with them, to be honest. No offense to them, I keep my distance from my brother-in-law and stuff, but I didn't hate him, so that was all right. I said, all right, he's all right, whatever. But if I hated him, I would have made it difficult. Trust me, I would have made it difficult.
Yeah, I bet. But ultimately, a good parent is obviously wanting the best for their child, but the best for their child also is actually allowing their child to want what they want as well. Do you know what I mean? So, like, even though you know it's best for them, the child needs to be happy, and that's what's going to be best for them. Your child being happy, right? So, yeah, there's a thing
but the thing is, I've had another sister who got married, but it was a love marriage. And when we take my marriage, she met the guy and they got married and stuff. And we hate that family. We hate them with a passion, man. We don't talk. It's very awkward if we have to have a joint thingy. So that's where it goes a bit weird, because when you do like an Asian function, like, you know, you're going to be in each other's pockets in a way. And if you don't get on with the other side, it's very tense. I'm telling you that now. Very tense. Yeah.
No, I can. All this stuff I like completely understand. I actually have a business one of my other businesses is actually about is involved in marriages. It's a marriage matrimonial service on like different, like it's a bigger platform, but
What a dating site, yeah.
no, it's not
What
a
the dating apps, yeah.
it's not a dating site. It's about marriage. It's about marriage and everything to do with marriage and educating people on marriage and so on and so
But
forth.
more from I'm assuming more from a Muslim perspective.
Good, man. My granddad educated me on marriage.
Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's all right.
There's nothing wrong with teaching that.
Definitely on it's majority Muslim based, but it's also it's morals at the end of the day, because ultimately marriage is the same across the board. Every religion, every way of life or whatever, and marriage is the same because it's about relationships and relationships.
Isn't in Islam, marriage is like something that is like seen upon something that's almost compulsory, like something that is one of your. I don't know. I keep remember people saying that one of the things you must do as a Muslim is to try and get married or something. I can't remember who said that. I don't know. Maybe it was Modine to promote his mutta marriages. I don't know.
Raj, it's preferred.
He's right to take the piss.
Yeah, I might see him tomorrow. I need to go. I might be at the park tomorrow, so I might do that.
Yeah, it's preferred.
Anyway, I need to shoot anyway, man. It was good to talk to you, though. Anyway, man. I know it was very sensible today. Hopefully, everyone can congratulate me on my.
Hey, yo,
man. Take care, man. I need to go anyway.
Oh, you guys did. Oh, nah. Hey, yo.
What happened with what happened?
Hey, yo, let me say something. I apologize for that, yo. Hey, yo, Liv, you shouldn't have went to that show, man. Hey, it just shows you wanna join the young Ryu crew, man. I send this dude over. Listen, I send brothers and sisters over to that panel, and this dude be lying about me. It just shows I'm the number one troll, man. Just shows I'm the number one troll, and these dudes be hating.
No one has no idea what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. Still,
You don't know what I'm on about?
No.
Is that your problem, man? Because you don't know.
What?
You don't know what I'm on about. I just explained it, and now you're saying you don't know.
Bro, that I don't know, man.
Hey,
I'm pleading the fifth.
I think.
You don't
Listen,
know
I
what
think
I'm
I
on
need to
about?
get a university degree because I ain't got a clue.
You don't know what
Yeah.
I'm on about.
Nah,
Just
explain
just
wisdom.
tell us what it is, man. Like what you talk. You said you went over to a panel.
No, I never went over to a panel. Let me
What happened
explain to you. Let me explain. So, I sent a couple of StreamYard links, to support this sister's channel, right? Next thing you know, this guy called Live Dex went over there, started saying, "Oh, this dude sent me over." Listen, I never sent you over to stun whatever you on about. You know what I'm saying?
Straight.
It just shows I'm out here, fam. But I'm no
Straight.
troll. I do my thing straight up, bro.
Straight.
Yeah, so you're kind of like, yeah, I'm going now. Just the whole conversation just gone. Bleh. Yeah, big up everybody. Also, I wanted to say, like, my channel as well is going to be more about. It's not just live streams. There will be some live streams, but it's going to be more like helping stuff, like DIY stuff. Yeah. So I just thought I'd plug it while I'm here. Might as well. But if you're interested in, I don't know, cooking, making, like I can
Looking
make.
for a bride.
Yeah, that's something different. That's not gonna be on my channel. Yeah, like making, cooking, like literally vlogging. I'm actually doing a whole vlog of getting married on a modest budget. So
Can you cook though?
yeah, I can cook. Why would I do cooking?
Like that beans and toast.
All right. See you later, everybody. Big up Belly. Big up Raf. Bye, everybody else.
Yeah, Wisdom. What's happening, Wisdom, with that there, man? Little analogy that you're making there. What's happening with you? I don't think Shani like that, you know. I swear that's what she said though. She's like did something for like marriage advice and all that stuff there. Obviously she could hook the brothers up. You know what I mean? Just hooking up marriages. Go over there, innit? See what she's saying. Like get yourself a nice little Jasmine. Might get 2 wives. She might be able to hook you up with 2 wives if you go over there. I mean, there's something in there for all man them. Don't miss it. Yo, Fiery Wisdom, what's up with GG?
What's good,
Everything's good, man.
bruv? People say me messed up. Nah. You guys have nothing to talk about. We
Nah,
just
man.
put that out there.
What you want to talk about there, Wisdom?
I want to talk about why these people calling me troll because I sent a sister's link over and the dude jumped on.
Oh, straight. What? You take a thing? It's your side or your main?
Bro, this dude, yeah. First of all, me and him had a past beef and I ended it. And then what happened was, like I said, I send the link over so people can support.
That's some
And
Drew
then
Hill thing, man. Sleeping in my bed, messing with my head, bro. What are you gonna do about it, though, bro? Like you're gonna have to like pull him up on that, obviously.
Brother, I'm
Don't
pulling
let
him
that
up.
slide.
Listen, I'm pulling him up right now, but he doesn't know he got played. He got played because he just jumped on or trying to say, oh, I just went there to check what this stream is about. Why
Oh,
would
you were there first, though. Yeah, but obviously you was there first, though, innit?
I never jumped on the stream.
Oh, you just did the thing like that.
You clicked the thing like that, bro.
Jesus.
And then he called the man that's over there.
You know
He
what,
called
bro?
the
That's
man
on Chris Brown thing.
He calls the man that's
These
over
hoes
there.
ain't loyal.
But
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm out in them streets, man. That's why you know what they're calling me right now over there. They're calling me the #1 troll.
The #1 troll.
They're calling me the troll, fam.
Are you gonna represent?
What?
Like, what are you gonna do about it? Like first of all, you send this thing over to this chick, or like,
Bro,
and
you
then he
don't
starts.
understand, man. You don't
Nah, I
understand.
don't, man. I don't.
Wait,
Nah.
let me clarify again, right? So the sister was live, okay?
Spicy.
Please try to follow me, right?
Yeah.
The sister was live. She sent out the StreamYard link.
Jeez.
Right? So
Yeah.
me,
This is getting good.
there was no whatchamacallit, there was no disrespect when I literally sent the link to multiple hangouts. And the reason I did that, now hold on. The reason I did that was
Yeah, but you
because
know what? You're generous
sent
because you're
people
hooking up the man them as well, Shahid. Like you're saying to the man them, look, here's the thing. Like, give it back.
Hold on, right? I sent people over to support. This dude went over there trying to chat some nonsense. Trying to say, oh, you know, the troll sent me over to talk crap about you. There's no proof of that. Bro, like I said, anyone who knows me in the YouTube game, I'm out there in the YouTube streets, man.
Yeah, he
I talk
out there.
to everyone out there, man. I talk to Uncle Shug. I talk to I say Divine. I talk to Bloody Glad Diva. I talk to everyone. Man, out there. And this dude wanna go over there and slander, man. Because I saw Veli's panel,
That's a mad
the
thing.
title. I saw the title of Veli's panel saying, is there any ideas on how to get that, what you call it, expert panelist onto the G block, right?
Yeah,
You get me?
yeah,
I send people over, fam.
yeah,
I send
yeah.
people over. You never know, yeah. You never know. You be doing a panel, and I told RC Divine to jump over, and I send the
Bigger
I
than the
send the
passing
link, and
across
people will
G.
come
Like, how
over.
can they forget you, Wisdom? Like, that's what I'm trying to say, Wisdom. How could they forget you?
I don't know. I don't know. But yo, Veli, I'm telling you now, if you want expert panelists, I tell the people to jump over. Trust me, I tell you straight up. I'll tell you straight up. I'll send them over right now if I wanted to, but I ain't gonna do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And cotton socks. I'm not saying I'm the only UK person who goes onto them panels, man. I ain't never said that. But it's cool, man. It's calm. It's calm, bro. I'll just be doing my
Yeah,
thing.
man.
What's the
Just get a
people
holiday,
saying
innit?
though in the
That's what I'm
chat?
looking at. You know what I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at somewhere to go, man. Not too far out. Because, you know, when you just need a little break, that's what you need sometimes, man. Little breaks. Get away, a little bit of sun. Feel that sand between your toes. Get me. Sit on the beach with a cocktail with a tiny little umbrella hanging out of the glass. That's what I'm talking about, Shayi.
I hear you, man. Well, you looking for a holiday?
Yeah, man. I wanna go out, but I don't wanna go too far out. I'm looking maybe Malta.
Oh, I see that one store.
Especially with this see, I'm not really bothered about coronavirus. I'm just worried that if they ever try to shut it down again, I don't want to be all sleeping and banging it out at the airport. You know what I mean?
100, man. 100%, bro. What point Rich saying the
So
views are dropping? Views dropping because I came over. I've been staying silent for most of the show, man. That ain't my fault. But yeah, what's good? Let's have a Q&A session, man. Let's go.
one,
Let's get a Q&A session going.
or we're gonna answer honestly.
Yeah, you can't lie. If somebody wants to ask you a question, you
Yeah, but
gotta
you can lie though, innit? I know people can. I can lie. So
Yo,
can you.
yo, yo, yo. Hey, what happened to the panel, man?
then
There
ask.
was bare
Yeah,
people
then
watching
you
this
can
shit. I
do
come back a nice 85, and man just gassing on some bullshit, fam. What happened? We're supposed to get high quality around here, man. What happened to this, man?
Yo, what's good, man?
Yeah, we had wisdom.
Yeah, so what happened there, man?
No,
I
I
know
just
wisdom wasn't explaining the
basically
story.
I was just explaining something, and then I don't know. I think people don't like me over here, man.
What were you talking
They
about?
don't.
What's
I
the
don't want to go
story
into
with?
it, man.
Alright.
I don't want to go into it.
Well, the American panels thing and that. Okay.
That's clear, man. So
Yeah, I
well
didn't
gone though,
understand
anyway,
it too
man.
well, but I get you. So what? So what you say? What you sent a couple of them Donnies over here, and what? They're not like big drop or nothing. They're not even like.
1 second.
What
Yeah.
are you trying to say? Like,
Bruh, move the conversation on, man. I'm not saying no bollocks, man. Everyone's all running off to wherever, fam. Get the chat back to what man was chatting about, man. Well, I swear we man left it on some constructive convos on power panel. You get me? Like, raw.
Yeah.
The fucking unholy trinity was in the building. Shaq, Scattered Minds, Bear Dons was in the building. And that's dead. What happened to this, man?
Hello.
Yeah, let's get back to what we're talking about. The topic. What's the thing again today? Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the
I don't know.
topic of the
Like,
day
I
is
think the
how
show's
do we
alright how it
attract
is.
high quality guests to come on the panel? People that come on and talk sense, man. They're not man that just come on and chat shit, fam. Forget about that.
Yeah.
We want to ban all that, bro. Like differently, if you're on the panel and the man just starts chatting shit, you just want to just tell man shut up and get into the fucking. You get me? Move on to the power talk, man. Like, and the you know the actual hardback G's that stay on here and talk their thing properly. Yeah, it's like don't jump off when fucking someone jumps on the chat shit, bro, or disrupts the conversation. Tell them to fuck off, man. Instead, make them jump off, bro. Instead of all the fucking people that are gonna keep talking, jumping off, bro. That's annoying, bro. You hear me?
I agree,
Call
man.
that, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. You know, when it's just not like your place to say it, you know what I mean, Veli? I don't like to really be rude too tough.
Yeah,
no, man, fuck that. You just say it straight, man. If you have to be rude, then you have to be rude in those times. Man's just disrupting the thing, taking it down as just the royal of the weirdness and whatnot.
You know what?
That,
No
man.
matter how you say it, it's
Listen to
gonna be
weirdness
rude.
and whatever. You get me, alright? You just have to say
No,
the
no
rudeness.
matter how you say it's gonna be rude, but I think the fairest way is to be
wax
like,
or gas
listen.
or so man means from that, man.
I'm saying I
Can't
think the
come in.
fairest way is
Alright,
to
so
be
check
like,
it like this
listen,
then,
we live in
yeah?
a democracy and democracy rules. Whoever votes for Veli to be out, say aye. Everyone say aye. Whoever doesn't,
Aye.
say nay, and then Veli will come and kick them out if it's a majority vote, innit?
Yeah, man. Or the better way, yeah, is to carry on the actual conversation that the people then was all enjoying and joining in with. You get me? Instead of letting the new person come in and dictate the whole direction of what way everyone. But you weren't already on the panel. How can someone new come in and dictate what the rest of the panel is going to do? And start
Yeah,
talking
bro.
about? You get me?
Yeah, but I don't think this is
fully grown
there's certain
woman
topics.
and man, I got pick me and grandkids.
I don't even know what happened.
This,
What
that, and the
happened?
other.
I don't know what happened either. I was watching James Jones and Jordan's little 1-2
Yeah.
thing.
Wait, what happened? Because I just went away. Some people are complaining.
Bruv, that's what I said. I had to quickly go and do something here. I was smoking. I thought, right, let me quickly tune in or check the back chat and see if anyone's waiting to jump on or if everyone's still on the panel. And there's like 4 men on the panel, cuz. And the numbers just going down, low. I'm like, oh, look at this, bruv. I swear down, the man then was having an actual conversation about future, this, that, and the others. You know what I mean? No, it's just like, I just want to chat a wasp, man. Not a
Wait, who was
wasp.
this in?
Huh?
Oh, don't worry, man. Let's not even get into it. What's everyone saying now? What's the topic?
Yeah, man, about getting people on the panel that can hold the conversation down, man, and keep on both sides. You know what I'm saying? That I can go back and forth on whatever and keep the conversation or keep people's brains ticking. You get me?
Right now, I might be a low quality guest, bruv. I ain't slept for a while still. For a long while. Bruv.
Nah, but you know what,
This
bruv,
is
differently. Even when
this
you do
day
your
done is
annoying
worse
shit,
than
yeah,
no sleep day
it's like,
done.
hey, Day, when you do your annoying shit, yeah, cuz, yeah, it's not even the fucking, like, man's not calling people out of their names a million times. You're just trying to fucking get man to repeat one word in the sentence that they might have fucking missed
Yeah.
out or something, dumb shit or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah.
all that's even a little bit different. But if the man just coming in and just changing the whole topic, into whatever man wants to talk about. Some American
That no one
channels
else
or
wants to talk about,
some
like,
other
you know what I
one else.
mean?
The whole conversation ain't even about, bruv. Everyone on the
Yeah,
on the
bro.
panel is supposed to turn around and unmute their mic all at once and say, "Yo, bruv, shut the fuck up." Don't do that, bruv. We're already having a conversation in one direction. Unless what you're
Yeah, I'm
adding
down.
is going to add to the conversation to bring it into the new direction, or if it's going to, you know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that man
Bruv,
should
it's
be
your
doing.
panel. You just gave me permission to do
Yeah,
that.
but I think,
Consider it. Consider
yeah,
seeing it a lot
and I
more
think
often,
certain
bruv.
man can't. I think certain man don't know what to add to it. That's what it is. So they want to change the topic to something else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but if
they
Shani's
should
listed
come
into
on
other
like,
topics, yeah, that's cool, man. But again, if someone's just jumping on and is not, you know what I'm saying, like, and you could just sit back,
yeah, like, look,
instead of jumping
everyone's
off, man, tell
talking
that
about one
person to
thing.
jump off.
If
Yeah,
everyone on the
so that.
topic is involved in one conversation, yeah, and then what, like, everyone here, we're all talking about lab rats, and then someone comes on and says, "I paint. What kind of paint do you lot like?" And everyone's like, "What the fuck, bro? We're all talking about something." Like, you came on, like, yeah, but I don't know about lab rat. Don't come on, just listen or something, innit? Like, when the conversation's dead, come on, bring your new topic in. You know what I mean? Like, you should know about good timing, read the room. You know what I mean?
So what are you saying, they done? What are you saying?
I'm just, I don't even know what I'm saying, bro. I ain't slept in a couple of days.
2 days.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen, the paddle's there,
Days
man.
on days
If you
on
all want to
days.
jump on,
days.
yeah,
Days, bro.
jump on this.
Jump on what? Say that again?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think it's the negative. I think it's looking at negative. Like, I think generally people can be very negative looking at certain things, man, and that's what happens, man. Even the chat, even the panel, there's this negative vibe. And that's all it is, man. And you got to switch it around to a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what I mean?
obviously
It's just
some of the
being
people are
positive.
like, yeah, no, you don't need to get up. Like certain men attack me in the chat too. You get me? But I love my fans. I love the fact that I have the power to turn them out, but I never do. it's like a lion playing with their meal.
Yeah, you're allowing them to talk shit. You're just allowing them. Yeah.
I love it.
To be honest with you, sorry, Belly, I didn't run. I was trying to go, but then I was just like, Natty and like
Big up the chat still.
Natty and what's his face, Shahid. They did the thing. I was like, bro, this is dead. Like, and also I just thought I couldn't bring it. I usually can bring conversation back, but I just couldn't with those two. I was like, nah. So
Shani, you was going and preaching about your channel. I was having a little banter with you. Do you know what I mean? That is it. You said you were going.
Natty, I'm saying no. Prior to
Yeah,
that,
just before I go, guys, I'm setting up my channel and come over to my channel. It's going to be blah, blah, blah. And I just made a little bit of banter and you're getting a little bit emotional.
I'm not. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying prior to that, the reason why I left, I was like, no, this is dead, because you were having a conversation, and I just thought like this. How can I can't even bring this back. Anyway, it's not about me.
Tony, are you Scottish or something?
I grew up in Scotland.
All right, cool.
Hey, Shani, Wisdom started talking about something, yeah. And as it's a load of nonsense, yeah, I was just having a little bit of banter with my guy as well. Like, I'm not that serious, you know what I mean? Like, what's I gonna do? Just mute off, like, what?
No, it's not. It's all right. I was just talking from my point of view as to why I left in the first place. But basically, I'm here for the conversation. I want to, like, that's the same reason what you said, like, you didn't cut him off. It's not my channel, innit? So I just was like, let me just go and let them continue the conversation or whatever. But anyway, seeing as there's no topic of conversation, I just wanted to bring one up. Marriage. Marriage, basically sex before marriage. What do you think? Like, do you think that's possible to actually function? Or the idea of
I think there's nothing wrong with it.
the idea of, Rahman's a lot nice. The idea of people marrying each other without being physically physical with each other. Thoughts?
Wait, are you talking about marrying without having intercourse, or you talk about having intercourse without marrying?
No, I'm saying marrying without having intercourse, without kissing, without touching, without anything.
What?
Marrying.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's fine if those two want to do that. If there's a guy who don't want to do that and a girl that don't want to do that and they want to get married and not to do that together, like fine, innit?
Well, the reason why I asked it is because that's the Islamic way of getting married, right? So
what?
So that's the.
You think they're really practicing that?
Yeah, that's the Islamic
How
way.
do you have children then?
Sorry.
So how do you get how do you get Islamic kids?
You get married
from Islamic
Talking
parents?
about after marriage, man.
Yeah, like what? What the hell? Obviously.
Wait, are you? Did you?
Yeah, they say
wait, bro.
they don't have sex or touch each other until they're married.
Until
And
you're
that's
married, yeah.
That's a bit.
Oh, until they're married. Okay, I literally thought you were saying like, oh, nothing, bro. Next thing, I thought you were saying they get married and they still don't have sex or they don't kiss or they don't touch. I was like, oh, baff.
That must be even more shit.
Do you think this is the thing? So, like, this is like I'm getting married soon, inshallah, and that is the
Inshallah.
case with me and my future partner, like my future husband. That's the case with us. I've never even touched his hand, literally.
What?
And I'm gonna marry him. Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy that a lot more.
That's long for me, fam.
Have you seen him?
So are you doing a lot of phone sex then?
No, not.
Okay, Shani, can I say something to you? What the beautiful thing about it is, right? It's the waiting. It's the if you can wait for me and hold it down for me, then how can it not work?
Yeah, well, that's
one way I'd look at it. Yeah, that's the nice way of looking at it. Have you seen him? Have you seen his face?
Yeah. We've been out. Like we've went out. We've like So obviously,
you've never touched
him.
But do you fancy him? Do you fancy him?
Yeah, very much so.
I'd want that for my daughter, definitely. Yeah, I'll sign her up for that.
Yeah, you want that for your daughter, but not for yourself.
So you're saying your daughter's going to be Muslim and that?
No, she's going to be an atheist.
Inshallah, nothing. Bale dread.
Atheist going to move like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell her. I'll be like, listen, if anybody wants to date you, tell him he's got to come see me and get engaged to you. He's got to give you a ring, get engaged to you.
But she's like
serious. I'll say to her, if he's serious.
To you.
What if, imagine.
What's your motivation behind
it?
that?
You don't enjoy it.
Well, it's the thing is,
so she doesn't get hurt. So she understands. So like she could be like, "Oh, Dad, he didn't wait for me," and I could be like, "Bingo, that's what I'm saying." Now,
no, this is more like marriage at first sight.
Well, no, see, married at first sight is different. It's a completely different. It's a different concept because these people don't know anything about each other, right? They just literally turn up at the altar and they've never seen each other. They don't know anything about the person, and then they've got to get concept.
Yeah.
Whereas this, like, I've been speaking to him for a year, and 1 year, yeah, and
365 days.
or over that. So 1 year, 1 year, 6 months, I think it is. So yeah, it's been a long time.
1 year and 6 months.
Yeah. But
you know what? This is reminding me of that J. Cole tune.
What's the tune?
Got me up all night. All the big about love sound. Got me up all night. And if I ever get to must be the longest bus ever. You get me? Oh my days. It's gonna be a madness.
Listen, the thing is, it's
a whole day without even busting it. Oh my days.
But this is the thing, like, and not to talk about my future husband and him, but just in general, a general thing is when you're practicing your faith, like not having sex with the opposite sex is something that is it's easy for you to do. Obviously, there's obviously going to be, it's going to be hard at some point, but excuse the pun. But also, it's going to be like, it's quite easy because you've been doing it and practicing for a long period of time.
So, are you a virgin? Are you a virgin?
Who are you getting married to, Shani? Who you getting married to?
Oh no, you guys don't know him at all. Like, you never, yeah.
Shani, are you a virgin?
But is he a nice African Muslim?
Are you asking a that, fam?
A nice Caribbean
Just a
Muslim?
question, just an ordinary question.
No, I'm not a virgin.
A nice
No.
European
Okay,
Muslim?
cool. I'm not judging her. I'm just asking.
But that's not even like
Right.
public information. I don't know why.
Bloody hell, bro. This is the problem, man. Like, I'm talking, just a question, not dogging nothing. I'll be honest, she's honest. I could trust
Some people
her.
might not like.
It's something you
Yeah,
might
I
not
don't
have
know.
liked. That's fine, but you're making a judge. I'd rather
No,
her
I
say,
wouldn't
wait,
have-
Natty, yeah, I'd rather her said it, not you, Ralph. Come on, G.
Valerian root. Oh, sorry. I just read something in the
not-
comments. Very loud, didn't it?
European. He's not European.
Valerian roux, you know, blood clot. What's wrong with this brother?
No, pick up melanated, man. Say for that. Hey, listen, all you lot boying me off in the comments, bro. Man's, I need, safe. Good night, man. Everyone, safe, right?
Say nothing, day, brother. Yeah, good night, my G.
Shani, I'm gonna apologize again, you know, because everyone says I shouldn't ask you that, but I'm sorry for asking you that. I should know better.
The thing is, like, yeah, it doesn't
But
really.
you never grew up as a Muslim, though. You converted
Exactly.
to Islam, though, ain't that? So
This the thing, yeah. So that it kind of like with that knowledge, it's kind of like, well, she's more than likely not going to be, but it is what it is. I mean, yeah, but yeah, no, it's so. I was just wondering, obviously, like, what your take on it, and is it something that you think you can do, like, because even though you're not physical with the person, it doesn't mean that you can't be emotionally attached to that person. So the whole idea is that you actually get to know them before you're physically with them, you know, and
yeah,
there's no force in it. So, for instance, like if I was chatting,
like dating though,
it is, yeah. But could you date a woman without even touching her hand?
No. Probably not. Still, I was thinking about it now. No, imagine.
Not even to pass or something.
It'll be hard.
Like,
still.
how did you imagine if you were trying to pass something?
Wait. It's because
I could.
I'm not used to it. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, of course not. With that type of you and your way of
You need to get closer to the mic still. God. I can't hear you properly, Gary.
You mean?
You're quite low.
Now?
No, it's just your mic sort of a bit low, isn't
Can
it?
you hear me now?
No, I can hear you.
Is it better?
A little bit better.
Yeah. So I got a headpiece. Got a headpiece on. Let me try to turn the.
Oh, see.
Hello, is that better? Better.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
All
What are you
right. So
saying?
what about Are you worried about if he's got like any sort of experience?
No, because he's a 38-year-old man. So no. No, and then, you know what? Even at that, like when you think about it, even at that, even if he wasn't like, even if he didn't have a life before me, either that be divorced or whatever, like as human beings, like, are we worried about that when we actually start having like sexual relations with people? Like, I mean, we do have like obviously a little bit of fear, but it's a natural thing. Like, no one shows you how to have sex, right? You just know how to do it. Like, no one, the cat's mom doesn't show the cat how to have sex. The cat just knows how to have sex. Do you know what I mean? Animals instinctively know how to have sex. So I feel like when you have a connection with somebody, but this is the thing. So it is the thing. This is why I like. Obviously, I don't. This is not my culture, right? It's not the culture of my family or anything. So it is just like you. Like it was a new concept for me. But the reason why I would promote this concept is the fact that you genuinely really get to know somebody on the basis of that person's personality. So even though you're physically attracted to them, you end up realizing that the physical attraction really isn't that important, because you're good. So for me, I know the man that I'm going to marry, inshallah, I am physically attracted to him. He is so handsome, mashallah. I'm like, yeah. So I don't worry about any part of that side of it. All I care about now is our connection emotionally, emotional connection, really. And
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? But
the love guru, the loveless guru.
I respect you. I respect you.
Oh no, I give advice about marriages, but don't want to get not married and never will get married. So
the loveless guru,
dude,
You know
I've
what I'm
watched a
saying?
lot of
Fuck,
marriages,
you know,
man.
what's he
I've
gonna
seen a
say
lot of
now?
marriages, man. I've seen a lot of marriages, man. I know what works and what doesn't, man. I've seen it with my own eyes. Marriages are like goddamn Venus flytraps, like
But when you're mature, this is the thing. So I don't know.
This is.
I don't know if this is a practice. I don't think this is such an easy practice for younger people. So I feel like if you're in your 20s, your early 20s, I feel like it's a definitely harder practice. But obviously, I'm in my 30s, and he's in his 30s as well. So as older people, we're kind of more mature out as to what we want in life. So I think the conversation we have.
Sorry, Veli, there's an account called Shia Killer. Yeah, I think you should really try and block that account if it's because obviously he's calling for the death of Shias. You might want to block that one, somebody.
Shia Killer.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll carry on.
Yeah. What was you speaking about? Arranged marriages?
No, not arranged marriage. Just so religious
Not having
marriages.
sex before marriage, or not having contact before marriage, or like sort of.
Yeah.
There's going to be some good to it as well, pros, but there's going to be as well, like I was saying, like I just said there, you probably would want that for your daughter.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Your own child. The other side of it, my daughter. Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear me better now, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So I was saying that you might want that for your daughter, yeah. First of all, yeah. But then, would you want your daughter want it for herself as well, like so, sort of thing as well, like so if that's what she wanted to do, obviously you'd be even more happy in it, yeah. But it's like, I don't know, man. Me personally,
it would have to be taught.
Then I want to try before I buy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No,
but that kind of mentality is very new. Like I guarantee you, in all societies in Africa and India and the West, they're kind of like this kind of marriage situation where you not arrange, not forced marriage. We're talking about a family member might know somebody and say, okay, that person seems that they might be compatible with this person.
It's
and then you introduce them
under the guise of religion, Raj. That's why it happens more in religious sects.
Oh yeah.
Earlier, you have to teach them this earlier. I believe. You know what I mean? You'd have to show them and teach them this earlier before they reach a certain puberty age, and then want to go out and see boys.
Yeah, but they'll probably do that as well. But I know lots of people that went through that stage, done what they wanted to do. I mean, I've known guys that were proper players. I'm talking about real players, yeah. And they ended up for arranged marriage because they knew that it would have been easier for that girl to fit in with the family. And so they're thinking about the whole thing, not just the looks, not just thinking about it, they're thinking about everything, education, will she be compatible? And yeah, I mean, I've known loads of guys that, settled for arranged marriages, and it's not because they had to, it's because they wanted to.
No, Raj, but it's not so. So this topic is not so much about the arranged thing. It's more about so you as a man, could you marry if you found somebody that you like to marry? Could you wait obviously up to a year, maybe more than that, before you even touch their hand?
Oh, that's too much, man. Are you crazy?
So you
You're gonna be mad. Even I've gone on these dating sites, and if they
So
won't let you,
is
they
it
won't let you do anything. There's no point. Like you gotta
so
do the
is
bare
it a
minimum.
two-way street? Is it a man showing his commitment, or is it a woman showing her commitment, or is it working out for both?
It's
Is it
both.
because the man's known to be a dog, so he needs to prove the woman, or is it because the woman's known to be a dog, so she has to prove the man, or is it a both thing?
But the thing is, it's not about proving loyalty or anything like that. It's more like, so ultimately the it's for the sake of the Most High, innit? That's the whole reason why. So
Yeah, but can you just clarify? What do you mean not? What's that? Look, I don't want to go too much into it, but I did go on a website and I did meet someone almost. I nearly got engaged. Yeah, they met my sisters and stuff. Like you have to do something. I'm not saying sex. I'm saying you got to be able to like do something. Like, what do you mean? Are you saying you can't even hold each other's hands? Like, how are you going to sit in a cinema and stuff? How are you going to do stuff? I don't get it.
I'm telling you that inshallah, I'm going to have a really good marriage with this man, yeah? Obviously, God willing that I do. But I can see that this is somebody that I want to spend the rest of my life with. And I haven't even touched his arm, skin, nothing.
Oh, God, that's a bit much.
Yeah, but Shani, you know, obviously, you know when you first meet someone, and you're being your fake you before you start to be your real you. Yeah, like your annoying actual real self. Yeah, like, obviously you ain't really got to like live with the guy, sort of speak with him by yourself and find out him how you know him or you how you know what I mean? Like, so
but this
obviously we're hoping the best.
Do you have to like like when you're leaving each
think
other?
about them sort of sides.
No, so Veli, this is the thing, yeah, because no, you do, and the reason being is because you are doing it this way. It means your topics of conversation are open, right? So the same way as like, say you had a boyfriend and a girlfriend, they've been dating for like 3 months, but they're not talking commitment. They're not even uttering words of children and all this stuff because it's a new relationship. Whereas in this circumstance, we're talking everything down to who's paying for what. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the relationship is very mature. Nobody's worried about, oh, it's too soon to say this or it's too soon to say that. We're literally talking about all the topics. You have to. Sorry, Raj, you're making quite a lot of noise there.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
Yeah, so you have to do that because you are making a commitment to somebody. So do you know what I mean? So to the sense, like at this moment in time, for instance, we're thinking about where we're going to live. Like, are we going to live where he lives or we're going to live where I live? Like, this is not something you do when you date somebody, right? You just kind of like, you just date and you just go with the flow and you just wait and wait and wait. And then it might be a year or 2 years down the line, you then decide to commit to the person and the other person ain't in it. And you've just wasted 2 years of your life for what? Do you know what I mean? Or it might be like you've dated somebody for like 7 months now and you're thinking, right,
I'll be honest with you. I think, like I respect you for that, man. Like, I mean, it's obviously, I think it's a bit far that you can't touch the hand, but that's your decision. If you feel that that's your level that you want to go to, then I don't think people should condemn you for it. I think, all right, it's up to you. You're not doing nothing bad.
Yeah,
You're not killing anyone. It's like if both of you are in agreement that this is the way you want to do it and this is how you feel is respectful to each other, then you have to respect each other's boundaries. And if the guy is respectful of it, then fair enough.
Yeah. So not to sound negative, right? How do you know he's being like towing the line? How do you know he's not like, how do you make sure that both of each other?
No, you have to do it.
This is the thing. No, the reason why is because not all men are trash. So that's really why. And ultimately, this brother is a very pious brother. So he deceiving me in any sort of way is actually more detrimental to him than it would ever be to me because he obviously is very close to Allah. So for him to do something like that is obviously going to affect him, and he's very much under the belief that he's going to be judged for his actions. So
Can I say something? Yeah, to be honest, guys, like Shani's kind of like cleared everything up. Like she's known the guy for a year and a half. Like if there was anything that she would have picked up by then, she would have picked up, in that year and a half being with him. You know, obviously, like, you know, people put a lot of emphasis today on sex. So yeah, like that's another thing. So, you know,
But sex
seeing
is
that
important, man. Yeah, I don't know why people just
No one's saying it's not yet, but the problem in the 21st century is that it seems to be the most important, like in a lot of people's brains. So when you hear someone like Shani going, okay, we're gonna wait and we're gonna do this, we're not gonna do that. And like, I think it's respectable. I'm not all right, fair enough, man. And this is kind of how it was in the past, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not saying go as far as Shani, because I think not have touching hands, that's up to her, but I think that's a bit much. But if she wants to go, okay, XYZ, I don't want to do XYZ, I'm going to wait till I get married, big up to her, you know, do your thing, man.
But see the touching hand things, right? The touching hand thing isn't like it's a preventative measure, right? Because I am physically attracted to him, right?
You get aroused from touching his hands, though.
Well, this is the thing. So this is preventative measure, because once you start getting familiar with somebody, it's kind of like we're holding hands and we're being affectionate that way. You're ultimately building something. Even, you know what? See, even over talking with the person, even staring into that person's eyes when you're with them, and all this kind of stuff. All this stuff builds your like for that person, if that makes sense. So, in Islam, the best thing to do is obviously get to know the person. But what you want to do is obviously before you get married, you don't want to catch feelings really too hard, because you might not get married. Do you see what I'm saying? It might not happen, and you don't.
Wait, what?
It's about
Isn't that the point, though? To catch feelings so that you know that this is the right person for
but
you.
not in a way that you end up committing sins by obviously being with each other.
Obviously that though. Like, yeah.
But what makes it harder is, so what I'm saying is like, so it's a preventative measure. So basically, for instance, if you're like, so say for instance, like a man came to me, I was going to marry this guy, and he came in my house, and we're sitting in the house, and we're not having intercourse, but yet we're like touching and we're kissing and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, this actually makes the relationship so much harder, and it's more temptation for you to go and commit a sin. So by totally removing the sexual side of everything like that, it's easier for you.
But it used to be worse in the past. I mean, like they used to have chaperones. Like you couldn't go out with the person. Like, there was a third person literally sitting there watching.
Well, that still happens, but the thing, like, and that's still encouraged. But because I'm an adult, and because I am a mover, I don't really have many people to come along with me. But also, we actually meet in public places, so we're not alone ever.
I will give you a bit of advice here. Like, I think what you're doing, I don't have no issue with it. I think it's respectable, fair enough. But I will say that even the most pious man can be a demon, man. I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eyes. Guys that walk, I'm not talking about from my own community, that walk around with long beards and stuff like that, and they're behaving like freaking savages behind the scenes. So even the most pious looking man, they still have their inner demons. So I'm not saying that he is. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that don't. Like men, I think men are easily swayed. Let's just say that.
But you know what?
Nah, we say good luck, man. Good luck with your marriage.
Yeah, good luck, man.
I can talk. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And the thing is, I totally understand, but I don't like with this person. There is no. I'm not being naive. I literally, like I said, he loved Allah so much that he wouldn't do himself a disjustice by injustice in disjustice.
Can I just, no. I don't want to say too much, but look here, men. Let me just say, men can be easily swayed. I mean, even God can't stop men from doing something when they're in the mood. That's all I'm saying. This is why men have been compromised in so many situations when they're doing stuff.
Raj, man, stop hating, man. You sound like
I'm not. I'm congratulating. I'm saying what she's doing is good. I'm just saying that even the most pious man, because I've seen it with my own eyes, just be careful. I'm saying big up to you. Congratulations. If that person is like that.
Shadi knows men, innit? Shadi knows what men are like, man.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting she was a Muslim before.
Those men, bro. Yeah,
I
Can
you
the
know,
girl live?
wait a second. Has Shani no men? Listen, Shani don't know no man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ask her. What do you mean? What do you mean
No, but not like that. Man. You know what? You know what flipping men are like that. You grown up in the UK.
Yeah.
You've dated a man before. and blah blah blah. So
I actually want to hear like a Muslim male's perspective on this, like because obviously
Yeah, Farouk. Look, we have one on the panel, Farouk.
obviously they're gonna agree with you. We got Farouk on the panel, yeah, man. He's like an imam.
where's Farouk? Oh, where's
We got Farouk on the panel. He's like an imam. You get me?
Who's Farouk?
Farouk. He's like Farouk.
Ibn
You get me? Farouk.
Anyway,
The Imam
respect,
of
Shani.
Africa.
It's a positive thing you're doing, Shani. You know what I mean? It's a you thing. Do you know what I mean? It's a you thing, but well done.
Farouk, we can't hear you, Farouk. Sorry.
Farouk?
Hey, Farouk, man. I don't know why I go on with your phone, man. You got that African internet, man. You know what I mean? Are you driving? Yeah. I say that, man. So, what are you telling me, brother?
Well, I'm saying know the person that you're lying down with. That would be good. Don't just go down to any white girl. Yeah, I'm saying try and get the trouble.
Yeah, but Freddie, she got to know him over a year. They've been speaking and whatever for over a year now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't lying down with because it helps in the long run. If you touch the person that you're lying down with, your life is a bit more easier.
Bruv, you know what, yeah? Can you speak a bit louder? It's hard to hear you.
No, Bill, I was saying, if you touch the person that you're lying down with, your life will be easier.
No one in the chat can't hear you either, you know. They're saying we could just about hear you, man.
One second.
Oh, you're calling Freddie for it. All right. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit dumb today.
1 second, brothers. 1 second, brothers.
Oh yeah, that's better. That's better.
Oh,
Hey,
is that
man
for
say, yeah, man say, if you can know the person that you're lying down with, your life will be a little better. So, like, that's my little philosophy, isn't it?
This is it, Freddie. Think about how many, like, so maybe as men, you might not want to admit the amount of times that you've been with somebody and you thought it was going to work and that person weren't really feeling you. Do you know what I mean? Like, that, like, this avoids all that because before you're laying with them and giving them whatever you're, like, giving them a piece of you in that sense, you're actually getting to know them, like, really well.
That's only saying that. Obviously, in Islam, in Islam, hold on a second. Yeah, but in Islam, yeah, you're just gonna have sex with only the person that you're gonna get married to. But in what's it called, a secular society, the first person you have sex with might not be the person you get married to.
Yeah, but so basically, it's holding sex much higher than you got. The non-secular people do. It's holding and it's making it more sacred when you lay down with somebody, right? There's more to it than just.
Can I ask you something, Shani? Would you allow your husband to marry more than one wife? Because that would make a big difference. Because he wouldn't have another extra option.
I'm completely open to polygamy.
All right.
Yeah.
So in a way, all right, that makes a bit more sense. Like, because the thing is that, like with you, you're going to be restricted to that one man. But if he kind of wanted to, he could get you to be allowed him to have another wife. Then, if he wanted to.
There's lots of stipulations there, but yeah, if he was able to, then I could stop that. That would have to be what it is.
All right.
But there's many things he has to do to be able to. Do you know what I mean? He can't just be like, all right, I couldn't get another wife. But like, this is the thing. So we're not talking, and this is no offense to anybody in particular, but when I'm talking about this brother that I'm marrying, he's not a Speaker's Corner Muslim. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all right.
It's a different level when it comes to these kind of things. Like, it's not I watch porn, but I'm a Muslim or anything like that. It's literally it's a different.
Yeah, but
it's basically not a Jordan M or Ali Dawah.
1 second. Let me talk to Sham, please. 1 sec before you interrupt. Basically, you don't have to justify who the fuck you're marrying or why the reasons are. You know what you're doing, innit? If it doesn't suit someone else, that's down to them. You get me? If you want to lie with anybody you want to lie with, that's your own business. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I just think it's good to be selective and basically have a bit of longevity to the person you're lying down with. Like, I
Yeah.
love that in my life, innit? But whoever do whatever you want. If you want 10 white girls a night, go for it.
This is the thing, like, but I just feel like there becomes more substance. Right, ultimately, yeah, human beings are looking for a partner. That is the ultimate. There is no way. I've never met anybody. I have met people that say, "Oh yeah, no, I'm not looking for anybody," but that's obviously that point in their life. But one thing that people need to remember as well: if a girl or a guy ever says to you that I don't want to get married or I don't want to be with anybody, I want to be single, they actually are saying that they don't want to be with you, right? And that's the point of it, because people do not want to be single. People want to be in relationships, because if you are of the mindset, you know what, I just want to be single, but then you met a woman who was everything that you wanted in a person, please believe you're not going to say to that woman, you know what, I just want to be single. You're marrying her straight
Then,
away.
what happens, right? Let's say, obviously not you, but let's say obviously another couple who are married into Islam and are both Muslim, obviously. What if the man says to his wife, look, I've seen somebody and I want to bring her, like, obviously into the situation, how you describe it, polygamy. And
Yeah.
now let's say the wife says, no, I don't want to do that. Can he still go ahead?
He can still go ahead, yeah. He's still. The thing is, though, but you need to remember, like, when it comes to marriage, yeah, for people that are pious, and I want to say pious, but like I don't know whenever. So people that are serious, yeah, about life, and they have like a religion, or they have a way of life that they like stick to. A way of life is probably the best thing. So if they have rules and regulations in a way of life, and they both share those rules and regulations, it's a deeper thing still. So your husband ain't gonna come hot back to you and be like, yeah, I found some girl, like, you know what, I want to marry her, blah blah, and you say no, and then he does it anyway. Like that's not what it would be. It's going to be much deeper than that, right? Because he's actually going to know you, care about the relationship you currently have. Yeah, he might want another relationship for whatever other reasons and stuff, but he's also going to consider this relationship that he's in. So upsetting you is going to be detrimental to having two wives, right? There's no benefit in that. What would be the point in having one wife that you've had for like 10 years or whatever, get a new one, the one you had for 10 years don't even want to chat to you no more? What benefit is that? You might as well just have got divorced and then found somebody else. There's no benefit. You don't benefit
No,
as having
yeah,
wives.
no, I get you. It's just the point that, like, you know, like, obviously if she says no, I don't want you to have another wife, but in the law of Islam, he's allowed to, regardless of what she says. I'm just looking at the scales of balance to, like, James Brown, This Is a Man's World.
No. In the laws of the Islamic laws, there is nothing that says that he has to ask her permission, but there's also nothing that says that he doesn't have to ask her permission. So
what's the difference between doing it in a marriage way or atheist way then? Because if he doesn't have to ask, neither does, like, let's just say an atheist doesn't have to ask. So what's the difference?
No, what are you talking about? I'm saying he doesn't have to so a husband doesn't have to ask his wife if he can have another wife. He also, there's nothing that says that he doesn't have to tell her as well. So there's no information on that. But if you go by other parts of the religion, they're telling you how to treat your wife and make your wife happy. It would then come to be that you don't, you wouldn't just do it because you know you're going to make your wife. Because then you're all right. Sorry, I just totally fluffed that up. Let me be cleaner with how I'm speaking. Sorry. So there's nothing that says that you have to ask her permission to have another wife, but there's also nothing that says that you don't have to. But then, because it's not being spoken about, then you look to other things in the religion that would obviously contradict the actions. So, for instance, if you did go and do it and not tell her, then you would be like going against so many other things that you were supposed to do as a husband to make your wife satisfied. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's really about whether or not the man wants to have a good relationship with his wife. If he does, then he's going to speak about it. He's going to make sure that his first wife is happy with the situation so he can be happy with both households. Otherwise, there's no point. Otherwise, there is 0 point, right?
Yeah, I get you, but I mean, look, I personally, I don't want another. I've got my girl. I don't want another girlfriend. I'm satisfied with what I've got. I only just want, like, I don't see another need to, you know, if you get my point, because I just thought relationships will always be like a one-on. If you're waiting all this time for this one perfect person, that's why I saw your vision at the start, because I thought, yeah, that'd be nice for my daughter. Like, this guy's waiting like 6 months, and you know, he comes around and they just chat, and he's waiting, like, they're not even thinking about sex like that. They're just thinking about their company, yeah. And then whatever happens, you know, it might just happen. That's nice, but when it's like the next part that you're explaining it, I'm like, ooh.
I've got a quick question. Without derailing the conversation, it's definitely on the same subject matter. It's to do with emotional blackmail in a relationship or between two people. So, like, there's I'm just gonna give an example. Now. Look, I'm just gonna say this, right? Imagine a girl, or a guy want to meet up with you, and they're saying basically, I want a private picture from you, and if not, I'm not coming down. Is that emotional blackmail? I'm not coming to see you. Is that emotional blackmail? I know it might be just a little bit irrelevant, but is that manipulation? No, because look, right? One of my friends, some girl was meant to be coming to see him, right? But do you know what she said? She said, I want to see a DP, and it not that doesn't mean display picture, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. DP, yeah. And if you don't give me one, I'm not coming to see you. How's that person meant to take that? Because at this stage, the guy actually doesn't really want to meet up with her because he feels like it's a kind of like manipulating, emotional blackmail type of thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for advice for the brother, innit? Okay, man, I think our sideline is to a place that I don't think anybody wants to speak.
Sorry, I'm not being rude. I was literally just wondering.
All right. Nat, have you ever heard of that situation where a girl's like, "Look, I'm not coming over to meet you unless you give me a thingy pic, a pic." How would you feel about
back in the days? Like back in the days, like
yeah.
Nah, it wasn't even like that. It was just thinking you'd open up your inbox and it'd be there, like bloody porn all over your bloody.
Yeah, I know.
But like, no, like I get what you're trying to say. Like, is there a blackmail?
I'm not. I was just. It's
a whole different subject.
All right, no, fair enough.
Are you trying to sell? Is there blackmail within?
All right, okay, melanated. Well, he's answering, so it's too late now. So
hold
on. Gold, are you trying to say what Shani's saying? No, there's a blackmail element to what Shani's saying, not what you were saying, how you were trying to describe it. Is that what you're trying to say?
All right. Now, do you know what? Actually, I had a quick question for the panel, and just the fact that we're on relationships, sex, and I think almost to a degree, most relationship blackmail, emotional blackmail relationships. So yeah, I thought I'd ask a question, but I'll retreat to the chat because I suppose I did kind of derail it. I did to a degree, but I just thought maybe, you know what? I just thought someone to say, you know what, right, bruv, you're being way too soft, yeah? What are you talking about, bruv? You should have one thing on standby and just send that thing. You know what I mean? But so, you know, I feel like guys are maybe. I think girls I don't know.
Very one-sided. I think it's an acceptance for religion for it to be available for man. So it's very one-sided for man. That's
okay, yeah. So sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm not trying to derail it, family. Get back onto what we were talking about. It's a good listen. So yeah, I'm just gonna go.
And I can see it can work. I can see it can work if the woman obeys it by the religion, not by what the man says, by what the religion says. So forget what the man says. It's about what the religion or the law of it being allowed. So if it's written that it's allowed, and how Shani said it, then it's a part of a culture. So I'm not gonna, you know, what I'm saying, like.
But
That's
also
where it comes into.
to keep in mind as well, like, so when it comes to, and somebody did mention that in the chat as well, when it comes to, sorry, I'm just cooking, so that's why I literally forgot to cook, and now it's like 9:30, but yeah. Anyway, so when it comes to marriage as well, the woman at the marriage contract, if she doesn't want her husband to, like, so right now, for instance, so me and the guy that I'm going to marry, we've spoken about polygamy. This is not something that he's interested in doing. So in our marriage contract, we can state that. I can write that I'm not happy for you to get married to somebody else. And he will sign that, and that will be part of the contract. So obviously it will be a breach of our marriage contract if he was to do that without permission. But that's not to say that there's not any point that I might get older and be more mature, or perhaps I can't even have children, and then but I want him to be happy and obviously father kids for himself. Instead of him leaving me as a divorced woman, you know, that might find it harder to find somebody else or whatever, he will still stay with me and we'll be together still. However, he can continue his like lineage through another wife, right? I just don't, like, that's why I'm so open to it, because it's not.
That's a different way you've explained it. That's a different way you've explained it. Now I can understand that. Let's say down the line, you get to about 50 years old and you're like, oh, we've been trying for a baby, I can't have a baby. That is a very, well, you could look at dignified way of getting married to somebody else, as long as you all agree to the terms of what it is all about.
Well, this is the thing. He would still, yeah. The thing is, he would still be with that woman and still have to care for her and all that kind of stuff. That still has to be there. So it's not like he's just marrying her for a baby. He will need to obviously make her happy and have a relationship with her and so on and so forth. But it is ultimately one of the reasons why he's trying to find somebody was to have the bloodline. But it's also, polygyny, like in that sense, is a protection for women. So can you imagine, right? You've now you've married somebody, you've had kids with her, you want more kids, and maybe she's got to a point where she's no longer able to have any. So that, for instance, or maybe you've married her, you get along, you get along, but you know what? You're not 100% attracted to her. Maybe the love's kind of died down or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But you've got kids, and the kids are young or whatever, and you don't want to split up your family. But also, divorce would mean that this woman now would be a divorced woman with 2 kids.
You need to sell this to my missus, fam, because they.
Hey, it sounds like a Jada Smith thing. Honestly, it sounds like Will Smith.
Everybody in the chat,
and Jada.
like, what? Yeah, carry on anyway, man.
Oh, so basically, right, okay, maybe am I being too quick with it? Sorry, I just slow it down a bit. So, for instance, what would be a better scenario that? Oh, so I'm saying this polygyny works as protection for women as well, right? And this is why. So, what would be a better scenario that you married a woman, you no longer really love her, you like her, anything, you have no problems, but you're just not in love with her. Do you know what I mean? But you've got young kids and stuff, and you're thinking, you know what, I don't want to break up this family. Like, it's going to break my children if we get a divorce and all this kind of stuff. But I really am interested in finding somebody that I can be physically compatible with, emotionally compatible. Do you know what I mean? You're thinking, I want to be with somebody else, basically. But there's nothing wrong with my current wife. She's a great woman. She's a great mother. Is it best that you leave her, divorce her, leave her as a single parent, you know, a divorced woman, who would find it much harder now as a divorced woman to remarry in society, especially because she's got kids, and go off and marry, and so you go off and marry somebody younger or somebody you're attracted to? Or is it better that in that scenario that you continue to look after that woman, you continue to be with your family, but yet you can have your happiness with somebody else? And the thing is,
Okay, this is what I think. Yeah, I think it's better to say Dalak 3 times, divorce her, because that is why they have divorce in Islam, right? Divorce her, support her and the children, allow her to then remarry. Now she can decide, hey, you know what? I don't want to remarry. I want to make sure my kids grow up, and once my kids grow up, I'm going to remarry and start all over again. Or she could say, hey, you know what? I'm going to remarry. The kids can understand this. And
Yes.
because we have our faith is about God, we will keep it all. I'm a woman of God. We'll keep it that way. So that you can't really break up a family. Breaking up a family, I can understand if the dad don't want nothing to do with the children. That's
Yeah.
harsh. But if the dad's still in the life, that's life.
Well, this is the thing. So now, I agree to you with certain aspects. But the thing is, say for instance, yeah, I love my husband. I love him so much. We've got kids together, blah blah blah. But he ain't feeling it. There's plenty of relationships where one person is not feeling it, and then they break up based on the fact that or he or she no longer wants to be with the other person, right? But it would be better for me as a woman that my husband stayed with me so I can still love him and whatever and whatnot. And he's also happy on his point of view. It's really, you know what? I think it's really for really mature, emotionally mature women. I really do think that polygamy is for emotionally mature women and women with good, I don't think it's, you have to have a high self-esteem because ultimately it is about you. I wish I was better at explaining this, but it
is. It's you've got to be strong to do that. You've got to be strong. Like, look, I'm just saying, if I had an apple, right, and I cut it in half. No, if you had an apple, right, and you cut it in half, and you gave Belly half, and you gave me half, I want to make sure my half is equal. You make sure that is equal because it's only human nature for us to feel a certain way. Like, you've got to be ready for that. So ready for that, man. That's wow. I mean, that's a miracle, isn't it? That's difficult. That's difficult. I'm just looking at it like that. I'm just looking at human nature, yeah. Being equal, treating people equal is having the same rights as one another. That's the way I see it, as equal. Same as
Shani, listen, yeah. You know what I'm saying, yeah? If I don't know of many women, yeah, that are not Muslim, that if you said to them, you know what, babes, yeah, it's like it's sort of drying up now, and I think I should get a second wife so we can keep us both happy. Yeah. I don't know many women that will sort of say,
Be
yeah,
okay.
you know what, yeah.
But yet they're okay with having their man cheat on them. They're okay with their man having
But
a
they're
side.
not okay. They're not okay with that though.
The thing is, but this is the thing. But they're not okay. That's the thing, because it shows a lack of respect on that point.
And it shows that your man's pulling away from his faith. That's the way I look at it. A man's pulling away. A man's pulling away from his faith.
Regardless of the faith thing, right? It's a case of the woman will still be with that man. So he's treating her like shit and treating the other girl like shit and just basically flinging his willy around like he's just doing whatever he wants. There's
So then he needs God. He don't need you women in your life. He needs God. Then that's what I would say, because that's what I would tell him. I'd be like, listen, you're not ready for me, honey, and my kids. You're a mess. Go sort yourself out. You're supposed to be living in my house. You're supposed to be living in my bed. You're supposed to be, you know what I mean? We're supposed to be eating at the dinner table. There should be only mine and your plate and the 2 kids' plate, not an extra dinner plate there.
Well,
Natty, that's not reality though, bro, man. Come on, man. If you took the religion out of it, nobody's got a plastic Johnson in it, so everybody's got a flesh and blood thing in it. So I don't know, man. You get me? People cheat in it and people stray in it. And if there's a feasible way to do it, or amicable way, or you know what I'm saying, there's some type of love is still that can be provided in the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Because obviously I grew up with a Rasta dad, innit? And my dad had a family across town, family up the road. You get what I'm saying? But the greatest thing about him is he looked after it. The way he done it was super amicable. All the kids know each other, or know all my brothers and sisters. Do you know what I'm saying? I knew my brothers and sisters' parents, all of that. You get what I'm saying? Properly, like my brothers and sisters' mum was my mum. You get what I'm trying to tell you? So I don't know, man. I can only speak from self-experience, innit? You don't
To me, it
necessarily.
seems like, to me, what Shanae's explaining to me is normal life that I've seen with people.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
seen normal life. This is a normal thing. I've seen guys
Yeah,
being with a girl.
exactly. It's normal.
6 months now. I've been dating her. We just talk on the phone. But we're just linking. Then bam, you know, people wait. Some people wait.
Yeah, definitely. Some people wait, man.
When
Like
you
for
think
instance,
about it as well,
so
like what does happen is, like, if you're doing it right, so this is the thing, if you do polygyny right, yeah, both your wives are chill. They're cool with each other. They're happy with each other. You can have family gatherings together. Do you know what I mean? Your children are brothers and sisters, obviously. And you're building
Some big brother thing in the house. Big brother.
you're building a family, right? And it does work, but you have to. This is why it works under. I would say in Islam it works if you're somebody who is emotionally mature as well as pious, because ultimately you're going to make sure it works because you're going to be doing the right things by God. And just for Shanae, can I just quickly say, I'm literally going to let you guys talk. Just for Shanae, yeah, like Shanae, I hear what you're saying. Honestly, I do. But throwing the word and saying that Muslim women are oppressed is really like ignorant, because it's a lack of education. And I could sit and tell you about how Muslim women are not oppressed. I will do that, but I'm going to just quickly cook. I can come back. But you also made the point in saying that it's women with, what did you say? You said a strong woman would know she deserves a man that would stay even if she's barren. So I said to you, and I made the point in saying that if she couldn't have children...
That's a bit Walt Disney, isn't it? I don't know, man.
So what? Wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, listen to this here, Shani. Yeah. So if you lived in like a 3-bedroom house, yeah, and your man wanted an extra wife, yeah, to live in the 3rd bedroom, yeah, that what would you be okay with that? Or
can't do it. Islamically, you're not allowed to.
What if
She
you
gets her
build
own
like
yard.
an extra, like
She gets her own yard.
a little 1-bedroom outhouse in the back garden or something like that?
a granny flat.
Granny flat, you know, like granny flat.
Listen, my Bangladeshi neighbors did it. My Bangladeshi neighbors, they did it.
They weren't practicing properly. That's the thing. They weren't following the deen properly, because you're not allowed to live in the same house. It doesn't work.
I knew that Donny messed up. Now he messed up hard, mate. That's the baddest mistake. Imagine them both having a go at you at the same time. At least you can go to one yard, kick back, chill, be like, she's nagging me. Go to the other wife, kick back, she's nagging me.
Yeah, but then when they all meet up and they're at each other's throats, ripping shreds out of each other.
More than enough, man. Imagine you had more than one wife moaning in your house.
With the subject of a woman being barren, yeah, I think we're looking at it from a modern perspective. Like if you look at it from back in the day, where your children are literally your workforce. If either you or your partner was barren, that would be the end of your lives, basically. A lot of people wouldn't be able to survive without without
forget
children.
about the workforce. Let's just think about today's modern society, innit, where everybody aspires to the 2.4 kids, and you're telling me that my missus is barren and I'm supposed to accept it all. It's not really gonna, you know what I mean? Like the man, I wouldn't expect my woman to fucking stay with me if my shooter weren't working.
That's what I was gonna say. Wait, so if your shooter weren't working, yeah, you're saying would it be okay for your missus to be pregnant for another guy?
Yeah, why not? Go through, man. I don't want to fucking.
Your missus,
You're mad.
Well, she's not my missus no more. She's not my missus no more.
Oh, yeah,
I'm letting you go through. I'm letting you go through and live a good life. You get me?
Like, that does happen, though. That does happen. Like there is women that go and get artificially inseminated.
Yeah, that's artificially inseminated.
Yeah, what's the difference? Old school, innit? Just turn a blind eye for the day. You got some kids. Yippee! You could just dress up as Father Christmas.
You look Mexican. You're just like, this youth looks fucking Mexican and shit. This other youth's black. One youth's that. Blah, blah, blah.
But it's all love. Without it, what have you got?
No,
Eating,
but
sleeping,
Phil, man,
shitting, fucking. Is
Sounds
that
like
a life?
something about Mary.
Without kids, can you have a life without kids?
if you loved your
Yeah, of course you
missus
can.
and I man
How?
them,
Of course you can have a life without
Yeah.
children. I've got
I
4
man them.
children, though, and I had a brilliant life before I had children. How you mean? You
No,
dumb. Shut up, man. All right,
I
could you have a
man them.
life without kids? Are you dumb? Ask my
You had
missus.
your kids.
She
You
will
had your
tell you,
kids
hell
young,
yeah.
Billy. You don't know. You don't understand how some women, yeah, will feel so lonely without kids. It will drive them to suicide. There's women in that condition. They can't have kids, and it's so sad. You know what I mean? Like I feel for people like that.
Man, like Slim
But
Shady, you know.
go on, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man say fucking, if your bird wanted a you and you know she wanted a you, you'd have to let her go.
You'd have to. It'll be it'll be the sensible thing, innit?
Yeah.
Chicka. Slim Shady, come on.
Adopt a kid, innit?
Yeah, you could adopt. There is other solutions, innit?
Yeah, or
I was gonna say, man, that's always
the
goes out the
maternal
window.
drive.
No one. Wait, listen. That should be something that more people should be trying to take up, man. Adopting kids
What adopting?
that have come from that need adopting, man, because
I
there's
don't
bare
know,
kids
man.
that actually need foster homes. That
and
there's
that's
kids that
maturity.
need loving families, bro.
I
Yeah,
agree with you,
that's
but
maturity. That's
from personal
maturity.
experience, yeah, I've learned a lot about myself. Like I always thought I loved kids until I had kids, and then I realized I love my kids. I don't think I could actually love someone else's kids. I'm a
But,
cunt like
so
that,
if
innit? I
but
don't
that's
think I'm a
different
good
though.
person.
Yeah, that's
Really.
because you can have your own kids. But wait, listen. That's
Right,
because you
Khan,
can have
man.
your
That's
own
a
kid.
bit
Yeah.
cold, Khan,
If you
man.
couldn't have children yourself and you like wanted to have your own family or whatever, yeah. Why? What's wrong with adopting like a baby that
But I
grows
don't
up into
think
your
that's
child?
the.
innit?
You see the argument you're trying to
Yeah,
make.
you're
there,
right,
Khan. I
Billy.
don't think
That's a
that's
good
the one to
solution.
actually even have, Khan, because I don't think anybody, even if they claim to do so, can love a child that's not their own as their own. It just
And
won't happen.
Exactly is what I'm
don't
saying.
gas, brother. Don't
Nah,
gas.
I don't think
Because I'm
so,
saying
man.
there's people.
I don't think that's right,
Nah,
man.
man knows,
That's
bro.
cold, boy.
Remember,
I don't
He
think that's
knows.
right, man, at all.
That's why
Bro,
black
if my
people have
kid,
that
yeah, if
spirit in
my
them,
kid
man. That's
needed a
why black
fucking
people have that
heart
spirit in them, man.
transplant, listen, if my kid needed a heart transplant, yeah, I wouldn't even blink my eye. I'd be up there going, yeah, take it. If my kid needed
Nah,
me to
I
cut my
don't.
right arm
I
off,
don't think that's the argument.
I'll cut it off with my
That's
own
not
fucking
argument to
hand,
make for
bro.
that, Khan. That's not a good argument.
I'm
to make.
telling you.
We can go down a
Bro, do
different
you
route.
understand?
We can go down a different route now. So what we can say is, now when you've actually created something, right, through your loins or be it your, your female or whatever, you have actually created that. It's part of you, right? So the kind of attraction and fulfillment you get from having your own children, it can never become big up. Yeah. First of all, I'm not taking away nothing from the people that adopt, right? I'm not saying they don't love them kids as much as they can or should or whatever. I'm not saying none of that. I'm saying they could never love a child that's not their own the way they would their own, right? That's the argument I'm making. And the basis of that is because it's part of you, it's from your
yeah, the
DNA.
biological link. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that just because the biological's gone, that the same love can't be applied to the child.
No, Freddie, look,
Yeah,
hear what I'm
exactly,
saying.
man.
Freddie,
That's
I'm not saying
negative,
the
bro.
love is gonna be inferior. What I'm saying is there's a connection that cannot be there. I'm not even talking about the love, really. If you get what I'm trying to say, there's something that
I
may
know
not
what
be
you're
there.
saying. I know what you're saying. But trust me, don't think of it as it won't be there, because trust me, sometimes necessarily, bruv, that's not necessarily always the case. You get me? Some people, they get fostered into families, and the biological child gets this. You know what I'm saying? And the child that gets fostered gets more love. So it just swings
No,
it round.
what do you lot think about because to me, yeah, abortion is murder, isn't it? Like, I don't agree with it. But you know this IVF thing where people can't have children.
What if a woman was raped or something?
Hold on.
Not allowed to
Well,
do
with
that.
IVF, yeah, when they inseminate the woman, they don't just put one seed in there. They put about 7. So when one of them takes, the other ones they murk them, innit? They kill them. They get rid of them. Like, what do you lot think about that IVF?
Yeah, but you're not a
Is that
fucking
what goes
lion,
on?
though, bruv. You're a human. That's what I'm saying. Man always come up with these concepts of what this animal and that animal does.
No.
Yeah, when you're You might be an animal, yeah, but you've got more faculties than a fucking lion, a bird, or a dog, or whatever. Innit? So
No, man. Listen
obviously
to what
you're
I'm
not
saying
going
to
to do
you.
that.
You know,
innit?
do you know
But I'm
IVF?
saying, listen,
you know what it is?
I'm sorry, say that again, bro. I missed
IVF.
what you said.
IVF.
I
Do
might
you
have
know
said
what it
something
is?
wrong then.
IVF.
Yeah, yeah.
You know IVF, yeah? They basically take the man's seed, yeah, and they put it in the woman, yeah, they
It's like a
fertilize it
test tube, baby.
artificially. But the
Test
thing
tubes, right?
is, it's so expensive to do, they don't just put one seed in there, they put about 7 in there, and then whichever one takes,
To guarantee success,
yeah,
right?
like so the woman will be pregnant 7 times. So they will keep one and kill all the others. To me, that sounds a little bit haram.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know. But
until that sperm has actually fertilized an egg, it's not a human.
yeah,
or
they
anything
they
like
do.
that.
Fuzzy, they do. They fertilize
Yeah, but
about
wait,
7
No,
eggs in
but
a row.
you said yeah, they release 7 with 1 egg, right? Only
No,
one of
man.
them can
No,
do the
no,
job,
no.
right?
They
Listen,
fertilize
can't
more
it's
than one of the
biology,
woman's
yeah.
eggs.
You put a seed in the
So
ground.
you're saying they
You
create
put a seed in the
multiple.
ground. You
Okay.
give it
Yeah,
some
they actually
water,
kill it.
Okay.
and then it grows,
Yeah.
bro. That's what
And
it
the
is. It's
first
just
one
a
to
seed,
take is
G.
the one they keep, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so in that aspect, I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
I don't know,
If it
like
takes,
No, but
yeah,
that's
but
for,
if
bro.
it
Listen,
takes,
artificial insemination, yeah, obviously it's for some families as well, yeah. But I keep trying to say, like, why does everyone steer away or run away from adoption? There's loads of children that are already born that
Yeah.
actually need loving families and people
There's
that are going
loads
to
of
care
people
about
that
them.
can't have
Why
kids,
does no
and I
one?
think they should be the first ones to be adopting, right?
Yeah,
Do you
why?
know what?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they should be why don't they look to adopting these youths that need families?
Belly, you know what it
because we're
is?
poor out here.
But
You
does
got to be
anybody
rich
know
to
here?
adopt.
'Cause as far as I've
No, you
been
get
told,
you can
right?
get paid for it as well. So
Yeah, but
it
Belly,
could be
you know that
your
fostering
job
thing we were
as well
talking
as
about, yeah?
something that you
That,
want to
I know
do.
you get money
If it's
for that,
something
yeah.
you
But
want.
hear what I'm saying, yeah? A few of the family friends that I have with my mum, yeah, a couple of them have done that before, and they said that the kind of checks and whatnot they had to go through, the procedure is so long, bruv. It's not easy, you know.
It's
And then if you're
hard.
actually going to adopt a child, that's even harder.
But that's the thing. It should be. It should be hard because you should. This is the thing because you
Yeah,
don't
because
vet.
it should be vetted.
It should be
That's right.
hard.
You're right, Shannon.
Trust me, Veli, it's not as easy as it sounds, bro. Trust me. Look it up,
So
man.
people
Very
are
hard,
not.
bro,
But you
to
should be
adopt a child.
vetted though. Like Shani's right though as well, because like you should be
No,
vetted
100% you should be
before
vetted. But what I'm saying is they
and it
make
should
it
be a
much
hard
harder than it
process to
should
go
be,
to,
bro.
innit?
Yeah.
But this
I
Because
think for
obviously,
Veli's more thinking of fostering. Fostering's probably
yeah,
not that hard.
Okay, sorry. The
fostering and
No, but
adoption or
actually,
whatever.
you see, like if you're a couple and you want to actually adopt a child, it's not easy. Like you have
yeah.
to go through a lot of checks and it's hard, bro.
But what I'm saying is the reason why people don't adopt, yeah, they will like people will not go for adoption.
Yeah, big
Obviously,
up Jordan, man. Jordan said that his plan is to have some
can
kids
you
of his
hear
own
it?
and adopt one as well, at least. So,
Can you
yeah, big
actually
up, man.
Alden said, "Big ass, can you hear Shani? But you keep talking over us still.
No, I can't, you
I
know,
don't know
bro.
if you can.
I can only hear you,
All
look.
right,
Sorry, I'll go in and out.
jump out and jump back in. Yeah, jump out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
jump back in, and you should be able to hear it.
All right.
Shani was like, how rude is
No, because
that?
every time at first, obviously, he might have been talking just when you were talking or whatever, but it seemed obviously every time you was talking, he was speaking like he couldn't hear you, innit? So that's why I thought, right, he can't hear you. So it does
So,
happen on the stream, Justin.
so one of the reasons why, like I said, that's the reason why people can't like adopt because it is super hard. Especially say you had some mental health issues at one point in your life or criminal record, all this kind of stuff. Even though you did that when you were a kid, it all goes against you adopting a child. It's a bit mad because anyone can have a child, so you could be the shittest person, a murderer and whatever, and then give birth to a child or create a child. But if you want to
Alright.
adopt, you've got like so much. There's so many rules, but also people are vain. People want to carry on their lineage. So the vanity is in like, so when I'm just saying, you know what, having your own child, there's nothing compared to it. You're never going to love anybody like you love your own child. That's the vanity is there. And the reason why is because ask this question to yourself, your children and everyone that has children here, you love them unconditionally. Can't you just saying you'd give your heart for them in 2 seconds and so on and so forth? You love them unconditionally. Now, does your love change for them if you find out that they're not your kids, they're actually biologically not yours? Does it
I'm
change?
sorry, but that would make me presume that my woman was promiscuous or something. Like, I can't be doing that out here, you get me?
No, I'm saying she told you. So the thing is, what the
Yeah,
scenario
but that would mean that she's like, you understand? Like, that's just stupid hypothetical stuff I don't want to get into. Like, why would I be doing that?
Okay, no, you don't need to answer it then. You don't need to answer it. But I'm just saying, for anybody that is a parent, a father, it has to be father, obviously. So I'm saying the whole point is like you saying that you love your kids unconditionally, all this kind of stuff, and you'll never love another child. So if you adopted a child, you couldn't love it the same way that you'd love it if it was your own kid. That in part is vanity, because what I'm saying is, if you did now find out that your child was
My sister, I just wanna ask you a question, yeah. So
Oh,
you
can I
telling
just
me?
saying? 1 second.
No, but what you're saying, sister, is that your actual DNA and you yourself going further into the future, because it's your lineage that carries your name and your genetics and whatnot, right?
Gandalf, man.
So me adopting a next man's kid or whatever is not going to continue my genetics, is it?
But also, if you found out your kids are not your kids, it's not going to continue a genetic. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this is your hypothetical situation, and the majority is not like that, is it? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know about these. So what you lot are saying is that all women are cheats and they're just fucking around. That's what you lot are saying.
No, what I'm
That's what
saying
you lot
is,
are saying, innit, basically.
let Shani finish her point. Let Shani finish her point, because I did want to say something after.
So basically, you're not a part of this part of the conversation because you said you don't want a hypothetical thing.
Yeah,
Cool.
you went for the opt-out
Yes,
clause.
just stay out. Yeah, just stay out for a second while we're still on this subject. But what I'm saying is like, so based on the point that I've made to say that you can't love another child like you love your own, that is based on the fact that you are vain. It's a vanity thing for a human being, because ultimately you don't know, unless you do a DNA test on every single child that you have, that child is actually your bloodline. Do you see what I'm saying? So ultimately, would you, if you found out that your child was not your bloodline, would you love that child any less?
I just want to say, if anyone does want to have a test done on their kid, I've got the link, yeah?
Yeah, but it's like, I don't think that you would love your child. I don't know, man. Why would you love your child anymore if you find out it wasn't your child? I don't know, man. It's a hard one to answer until you're you get me, until it's
What I'm saying is this, yeah. I agree with Big Odds in a way that with a man, that is a part of, not all of, but part of the drive to have children. But with a woman, I don't think it's that. I think that she just has a maternal instinct that she wants to be a mother, even if it is to another child, like even if it's not her own child. So in that respect, I think we have to look at the woman's situation differently. Do you see what I mean? So like if a woman, like for example, had the problem of her husband not being able to fertilize her, and like she needs to like look for other alternatives, I swear like without the man knowing, she could easily solve the issue. And it's not necessarily such a bad thing, because if the guy don't know about it, what's better, for him to never have a child, never have a family, or like, do you get me?
Can I just say, Khan, are you not Muslim no more?
Thing.
Like, you're saying it's not about.
No, I'm not saying odds. Listen, I'm not saying
but
that's the solution. Hold on, brother. Let me answer you, because you raised a good point. Yeah, that's not a Muslim attitude. But what I'm saying is, we're not suggesting that we would do that, but we're saying if other people did that, if a woman's maternal drive was so strong that she was like, I'm getting depressed, I'm suicidal, like my man's not really going to understand, we can't afford IVF, like there's only one thing for it, innit? And if she did do that, like I personally wouldn't judge it badly. Like I would judge it badly, but I wouldn't like be like, oh no, you know, she's committed a crime. And you get me? Because I think that we're underestimating that maternal drive that's so strong in a woman to have children.
Mad.
I just wouldn't judge it, man, because I know women that have been in that situation.
So you're saying she hasn't committed a crime by telling you, look, you can't have kids, your thing don't work. Yeah.
Well, you can't have kids anyway. It's not like she's robbing you.
She need to tell you she need a divorce, yeah? She need to go and find a different partner and try to have kids, innit? What you on, bro? What you're on, like, yeah, saying it's okay. Come on, bro.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying I wouldn't judge it as harshly. To me, that's the equivalent of someone stealing food because they was hungry and they never had money. Yeah, it's a crime.
Any woman that ever
I'm not gonna
claims
hang you for that.
to have my kid and it's not my kid, bro, like the reaction you're gonna get is not gonna be pleasant. I'll tell you that now.
I hear that. Don't underestimate the maternal instincts, is what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying, Kanye, look, every woman is entitled to go and use whatever things that God give them. Innit? I'm not saying they can't be doing that, but what I'm saying is, why would you coax or coerce a man into raising a child and believing it's his and whatnot? You understand? Like,
All right,
and
cool.
that lie
Number
you got
one,
to carry on
let's start
throughout your
off. Let's
life.
start
You know
off
what I'm
with
saying? And you might even bump
with
into
the
the
thing.
baby
Yeah,
father,
you're
the
applying
actual
logic.
father. You might
You're
even bump
applying
into the
logic
actual father, Khan, in real
I don't want to
life,
sound sexist,
and
yeah.
you just
You're
be
applying
holding your tongue
logic
the whole time.
to a woman's mentality. You can't really do that because a woman's like not like a man. A man will think, okay, I need to make a choice. Do I need to divorce this woman and go and have children with someone else, or do I need to do this, or do I need? A woman's thinking, do you know what? I don't want to lose my man because I love him, but I want to have a child. How am I going to do this? And with a
We
woman's
could ask.
mentality,
Let's ask
she's
Shani
always
because
going
she's
to
a
try and
woman.
have
None
her
of us
cake
are
and eat
women
in
in
it
it.
because
We
that's
don't know
what
about
women
that.
do. They always try to have their cake and
So
eat it, innit?
Shani, is that what
She ain't
women
gonna
do?
want to
Because
lose her
Khan's
man,
saying that's
innit?
what women do, innit? I don't know.
No, this is the thing. No, so this is the thing. Women are more loving than men. So a woman would literally
True.
would love her man so much. If he can't give her kids, she's still staying with him,
Yeah,
and they're
because she
gonna.
loves him. That's what I'm saying.
So she's gonna still stay with him. She's not gonna go get pregnant by somebody else. She's gonna still stay with him, and they're gonna find. She's gonna try and find as many options as possible to have a child, and she could be able to. If they're able to adopt, a woman is capable of loving a child that doesn't come out of her, more than a man is capable of a child that he didn't create. So you got to keep that in mind. A woman's not going to be doing all that madness just to birth a child. That's not it. This is the thing. Me, I'm not even have kids yet, right? Inshallah, I do get to have children. But my thing isn't being a mother, oh, I need to be pregnant, I need to push out a child. My thing is I want to raise another human being, nurture another human being. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's about. It's not about me creating more Shanies until the rest of the time. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at being nurturing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So what's the reason that you're not looking at that, Shani? As in, you don't want to create more Shanis and like enhance the lineage. Why don't you want to do that?
Because ultimately my children are going to be of their father, right? So for instance, they're
No,
gonna,
you do know that as Muslims, when you're resurrected by your mother's thing, right? So
the thing is, even so that they're my children, it's not a case of like I can love anybody. I can give my love and my nurturing and whatever to anybody. I think some women are just maternal in it. So for me, I'm very maternal. When my little sister was born when I was 12, it was like she was my kid, innit? Like I don't know. She isn't. Obviously she's like 20
yeah,
now.
so you definitely have the nurturing part down. I hear
But
you.
that's what I'm saying. You can, and women feel that for, well, not all women, but I'm just saying, women.
Easy, Sister Nines.
Do you know what I mean?
Sorry,
Women tend to feel that, and they feel it's more. They're easy. They're more able to love another child that isn't theirs than they
No,
are.
I kind of agree with that, and I also say that men can love children that are not theirs. I never said that they can't. I was saying they can't love them the same as their own, and I think for men, sis, it probably is different, innit? Like, you even said that for men, it's like we want to continue our lineage, innit? So it's probably different, innit?
Yeah, like we need to kind of like understand that, innit? But obviously, like the life that we're living these days, it's one man and one woman. It's difficult. Back in the day, where people were living in communities, plenty of women around you, your mom, your sister, your aunt, your gran, you're all living together. A man would live around more women and have a better understanding of a woman's psychology. Nowadays, the only woman you're really interacting with on that level, on a deep level, is your partner, innit? So, you know, like for men to not really understand women's psyche these days, it's not that surprising, really. To me, just saying, we need more women in our lives, innit? To be happy.
Yeah, but I do think that in like see the society we live in, and especially the day and age and social media and whatnot, women are sexualized, and then now they're starting to bring all this rainbow thing into the equation, where it's feeding into people not having kids even more. Do you get me?
Yeah, this is true. You know what? It's not even just that though, odds. It's more a case of the whole family unit is not being promoted within the Western culture. So the Western culture now is more a case of women are not wanting to create families so young. They want to work on their careers. So that's why you see less that's why there's less women having like the birth rate. So sorry, the birth rate of women are in their 20s is much less, and it's actually quite high in the 40s. And you guys can look that up. It's the truth.
That's because a lot of the ones in the Western world, they're more career driven, isn't it? And they want to be established before they have kids.
Exactly. So the construct of having families and whatnot. But then the worst thing about that is that then the population seems like it's going to go down, because what will happen is women won't be able to have as many children because they'll be older. And the thing is, as an older woman, you can have a lot of kids, you can, but the rate that you would have them is obviously a lot less. You're not as fertile, so it can take some time and whatnot like that. So
there's also problems or complications in this, because like when you get in your, I think, late 30s, there's like certain complications for the actual mother.
Yeah, but obviously medical science is helping with that now, isn't it? We've got all these tests and scans that they can do on babies before
No,
they're
I hear
born.
what you're saying, Khan, but I'm just saying, if we actually go by nature, like the biological clock is the one that tells us.
Yeah,
That's telling us that,
35.
yo, there's a certain time
Yeah,
that a woman should be having kids, and there's a time that she can, but it could be dangerous for her life. You get me?
Not for her life, but the child will come out like with Down syndrome.
No, Aki, is mostly her life, even, because a lot of women die during childbirth. Am I lying, Chani?
a lot of women do die.
Not in Western society.
No, they do. Khan, you'll be surprised about how many black women actually die in moderation in childbirth. It's to other ethnicities. It is a thing. It's rare, but it's definitely a thing. There's a lot of people that have, unfortunately, it still happens. Yeah, of course, but I don't. That's not a complication that I would put on an older woman. It's more the case, the health of the child. But then it's not like us three here. We're all Muslims, so we believe that the Most High will give you a healthy child if that's what you're supposed to have. And at the end of the day. Doesn't matter about your age.
Also, the Most High gave you a brain, and like Khan was saying, modern science, and that nowadays the doctors recommend you certain vitamins, certain food diet plans, during pregnancy if you're of a certain age. So it helps. You get me?
That's me. Listen, see, Sweet Star, whatever your name is, Sweet Crazy Star, why don't you come on the panel? This is the thing. I'm so fed up of having these conversations, and it's not a religious conversation. It's more of a it's a balanced conversation. It's about obviously our opinions as Muslim people, and obviously the opinions of non-Muslims and what society is doing. And if you've got this whole thing about you're more than welcome to come on this panel and talk your talk. Just staying in the chats like a coward and writing.
Do you know why they won't come on? Should I tell you why they don't come on? Because it's probably someone we know, someone that knows us, and they don't want to be known for having this view, so they put this masquerade on of a troll account. But really, it's probably someone you actually know. That's why they will never come on.
More than likely, but I just think it's cowardice. Literally, talk your talk, innit? If you want to say how Islam. Exactly. If you think Islam is oppressive, it manipulates women and all this kind of stuff, talk your talk. The platform is here for you to do so, So
exactly.
Yeah, stop being a coward. And at the same time, when you guys asked, "Oh, Shani, what's your opinion?" In all fairness, I am the only woman on this panel. So yeah, I don't speak for all women. That's very clear. I have my own opinion as a woman. The fact that I don't have children doesn't mean I can't speak on having children, feeling maternal, or any of that kind of stuff. I am a woman at the end of the day. So regardless of having kids or
But
not,
could I ask you one question with no disrespect, Shani? Yeah? Do you think you could answer whether you could love your own kids or adopted kid as much if, like you just stated, you don't have your own yet? Inshallah, you have your own soon.
So I think that answer for me, I feel because I'm quite maternal, I would love both of them. But I genuinely do think the vanity is there. So if it was my own child,
Shani, what does the Quran teach you about adoption? What does the Quran teach you about it?
Okay, I'll tell you in a second. So basically, when it comes to me, in that sense, I feel the vanity would be there. That would Because I said it's vanity, isn't it? I said the vanity is an aspect.
But I
Because
think you're wrong in that word, that vanity word you keep
Ego.
using. You know that.
It's ego.
I don't think
It's
it's
ego.
no, I don't even think it's none of that. I think it's part of you, Shani. You get me? So it's a different thing than vanity.
Yeah, your ego
Yeah,
is part of you.
this your ego. Yeah, it would be ego. It's a kind of egotistical that this child is
Come
great
on,
because
Shani. End of the day, what's most important to you, Shani? Your own self-well-being, right? End of the day, right? Your preservation, your life, right? Self-preservation is paramount to your existence. So when you create something out of your own self, and that's, you know, representing you, I'm not saying to you you can't love another child. I'm not saying that at all, sis. I'm saying there's gonna be a different bond, a different connection. I'm not saying it'll be superior. I'm not even questioning that. I'm saying it's gonna be different. That's what I'm arguing.
Yeah, but so that's the thing, like you said, Art, because I don't have children, I can't say for sure how I'm going to feel. Do you know what I mean? So I do think I can still give my opinion on it. I just don't
Yeah.
think that my opinion is going to be, it's not
That's
fact
accurate.
based. It's not fact, yeah, exactly. It's not fact based, is it? Because I don't have kids.
Okay. So this amazing man that
Yo,
that
Natty,
you were
you asked a
describing.
question, yeah? By the way, yeah, you know, in the Quran, like, what Islamic teaching tells us that the greatest of men are the ones that are best to orphans. So that should answer your question.
Oh well, there you go then. So there's no problem in it.
No.
No,
That's the thing.
there's no problem in it.
It is encouraged, but when you so the adoption within Islam is actually different to the westernized way of adopting, because you're not supposed to give your adopted child your surname. They keep the name of their father, obviously, if they know it. So you don't actually, like, there's lots of hadiths and there's like a whole subject on this, like, but if nobody, so anyone that's Muslim that doesn't know this, like, look it up. It's not something that you tend to kind of look into, but adoption in Islam is actually different to the westernized adoption. Adoption in Islam is more a case you look after the child, but the child
More
doesn't.
like fostering.
Yeah, it's more of a fostering thing. Do you know what I mean? But the child, it's weird because the child becomes your maher. No, sorry, yeah. Not your maher, sorry, your mahram. But also they don't, it's like, it's a deep topic. I kind of skimmed over it a few weeks ago, in fact, actually, about a week or so ago. But yeah, I'll need to read it again to give the right information. But basically,
Shani, can I ask you a question when you got time?
Yeah, I'm back for 2 seconds, but yeah.
Cool. Because I'm wondering, in Islam, yeah, if the man's infertile and he can't breed up the woman, is it grounds for divorce? Like, would she have the right to say, like, you know, I want a next man? Because I know that with a man, he wouldn't really have grounds to divorce the woman, but it would be like allowed for him to maybe have another wife. Whereas with a woman, she probably doesn't have the option of having. Well, she obviously doesn't have the option of having more than one man. So, like, she would have to divorce
you know
the
what?
man
Yeah,
and
rather than
marry
giving our
another
opinions,
man.
we'd have to research that, Con. I ain't gonna.
But this,
I think
no. So I was just about to say. So there is obviously the opinion that I read recently that there isn't grounds. That's not grounds for a woman to divorce her husband. But I don't necessarily agree with that opinion because I feel like I'll need to like Ard said, yeah. Look up it more because there might be other opinions, and the opinion that
I
I
ain't
read.
gonna lie, Shani. The background that I'm from says that there was. So I don't know.
Yeah, but this is what I was going to say. So for odds, I feel like it definitely it would make sense that it is. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like Islam is logical. It's very logical. It's all the information is there for us, right? So obviously the scholars use that and come up and they use the logic. They use their logic. They use the information to create logic. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if all the information's there, you shouldn't both disagree with each other. You should both agree with each other.
Yeah, and I think everything is case specific.
Yes, that's the thing that is the disagreements will come based on the case, right? Because it's like, yeah, like if she's like 20, say she's 20 years old, yeah, and she's 20 years old and she got married and then her husband can't have kids, it would be unfair, you would think, for her to stay the rest of her life not being a mother to children. Do you know what I mean? Like it would be unfair. But say she's like 30 or 40 or something, and her husband's not allowed, can't have children. It's more a case of, well, there's more to you're Dean, there's more to you too now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would say in those circumstances, then it would come between, but at the same time, I'm not a scholar. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know, like, yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I just think logically it doesn't seem fair. But again,
It doesn't seem fair, but it's down to the fact that back
But you
then
lot, I beg you
the
lot,
technology wasn't available to decide
let's
if
come
the
off
man was
Islam.
infertile or the woman.
Let's talk about general life, man. Let's allow their religion in it. Come on.
yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like, obviously, you don't have to.
How are you not coping, like Shani? How are you coping with this? Like going to your local shop just to buy a pint of milk and that you got to wear face covering and that. What's going on?
So I have no issue with it. I don't want to catch anything. I don't want to catch anything. I don't want to give anything to anybody.
No,
like,
but this is the thing, Shani. Yeah. So, like, as far as I know, where I've been traveling and throughout my day, I've been to shops and there's people not wearing it at all, right? I wear a bandana. Today I was wearing a bandana over my face and my nose, right? Like my mouth and my nose. But other people are not wearing nothing. So from what the scientists are telling me is that if everybody wears one, that's when we're protected, because when you wear one, you protect the other people from your germs, right? So if other people are not wearing one, I'm protecting them with my bandana, whatever, my face covering, but they're not protecting me, right?
yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean, everyone should wear one. I mean, yeah, just wear it. It's not that hard. That's how I feel. I just feel like everyone should wear one. It's not that hard. And really and truly, in this time, I feel like people now realize germs. Like me, I hate having dirty hands. I've always hated having dirty hands. So when I leave my house, or any time of the day, I wash my hands like frequently, right? But some people don't wash their hands at all. And obviously this is why you had to be told to wash
Yeah,
their
but
hands a bit.
that's a natural. That's standard, though. That's standard.
It's not natty. Some people are dirty. They be picking
Nah,
their
but
nose
some people know.
and eating it and shit. I've seen people doing that, man.
The amount of times I've been in the toilet and I've seen
Their nose and big up if they want to have a crisp. You mad?
Where people walk out without washing their hands.
I mean, after I see you pick up your nose and you want to put your hand in my crisp packet, you're mad.
My thing with dirty hands, yeah, is like my hands don't look dirty, but if I know I touch something outside, my hands are dirty. It's
Door
not going
handles, handrails.
all of that. Like I'll use my clothes to touch it, all that. Just that's before all this stuff, yeah. But now I quite like the fact that everybody is the same way as me now, because I just feel like the world is clean up a little bit. So I just feel like
I am the master of opening door handles with my foot. Because when you're in the toilet and you just washed your hands and you're like, how am I going to get out of this toilet now? You better start some contortion business, boy. Bring that foot right up.
What do you say? The Uzbek and all them. What do you call it? The Mongol comes out of you. The martial arts and that.
Yeah, I start switching all Asian.
Yeah,
Bruce Lee.
Hey,
I'm gonna
do you eat chopsticks with your feet? Can't. Do you eat chopsticks?
I don't eat
chopsticks with your feet, can't.
You think it's a joke here? There's a girl in Pakistan, yeah, and a brother as well. Like these man was on YouTube and that. They got no hands, bro. These men are so, and they do stuff with their feet, bro.
Straight. Mad.
So, what's your take on that, you lot? Like, you reckon if you lost your limb or lost a certain sense or something, do you reckon the rest would get stronger?
Yeah, that's what they say, innit? Maybe that's why deaf people talk now.
I don't know. Yeah, I've heard.
I've heard. When?
Hey. So, yeah.
I really think that it's interesting how a lot of people now, even if they don't like Islam, use it as a sort of a benchmark or a measuring stick to contrast between Western society and how other people live. And I think that's a good thing. I'm not really bothered about people criticizing Islam no more, because before, like, I used to be thinking like, oh, that they need education. But now I realise
Guess
that
what
people
else
just
made me laugh the other day, Khan?
being dickheads. Go on.
You know, Asif, yeah, me and Asif don't get along all the time, but he said something the other day and it made me laugh. He wrote something in the live chat. He goes, a lot of these men complain about Sharia. I think we were talking about Sharia the other day, me and Jupiter, these lot, yeah. And he goes, what they don't even understand is a lot of the democratic system, you know, a lot of the system, as in like welfare and all this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
is derived from Sharia, bro. So
Yeah,
obviously
I know.
Sharia
I'm
predates
like,
democracy, right?
yeah, he must have
So
heard
you
me
lot
saying
took
that,
something
because
from.
I said that. I said that too. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I'm sure you have. I'm
Yeah.
sure you have.
Yeah. I don't know why I really get on with Asif. I don't know why you don't get on with him. I think it was just due to
Well,
one incident, innit?
me and him just had a little thing in there, but obviously we're okay now. But I'm just saying that me and him are not best of friends. You get me?
Asif's all right, man. I had a few bust-ups with him when he was dissing Zubida and I was trying to stick up for her. But apart from that, we ain't had no disagreements. And even that, like, that was forgotten in like 2 hours or so. Aki's over Yetis, innit? No, I'm joking.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Khan, but none of these people on the internet, they're not in my life, so I don't really look at them like in real life. Like, you get me, Khan? So it's just avatars
Yeah.
out here. Yo, Khan, remember we was talking? I couldn't get the saloon, you know. They said I have to wait till November.
Is it?
I said, fuck that, give me the hatchback. They said 2.5 weeks, so another week and a half, I'm getting that.
Nice. Make sure you put the live cam on, innit, so we can see.
Yeah, I will. Once I get it, I'll put it on, man.
That's it. All the haters suffer.
Yeah,
I'm not
bare
one for
people
showing
hate
off,
me.
but
Come
when you
on.
got a
Bare
lot of
people hate
haters,
me. I reckon I
yeah,
got more haters than you, bro. Come on.
possibly. Maybe it's a draw. I'll say it's about a draw.
So Khan, people hate you just for like the way you come and say stuff, innit? Like they just hate me with a
Yeah.
passion. Like if people see me and you know, if they were 7 foot, they would do me something. But obviously they're not in it in real life. They're just like,
Yeah. I know. A lot of these guys that got a hard on for me, if we met them in real life, trust me, their thing will be disappearing inside their body. They will not be able to step to me with that same energy.
hey, why is it? Yeah, you know,
Hey,
like when you
Khan,
go over a hill, fam.
what thing? Khan, be
See, man.
specific. What thing will be hiding inside their body? Wait,
I already
what's shit
said
happening?
the man them that's got the hard on for me, like they're gonna do something about it.
He's saying
You get me?
that they're gonna become like a Simon with an inverted penis.
Inverted penis syndrome. That's when you look in a man's face and you're like, what? And then he's like, and then you see the blood run out of their face and they're like, nothing.
I'm fucking
Hey,
hungry,
I was
man.
on there
I need
yesterday,
to make a
yeah, with
sandwich.
Popeye and that. Popeye was going crazy. Did you not see it yesterday?
Nah, he's always going crazy.
Bro,
I think
him
he's
and Raj,
frustrated,
it was
man. He's got
mad, you know.
lockdown syndrome. Stir crazy. Man's locked in the yard and that.
Yeah, it was mad. It was mad.
Who is he on to?
Raj.
He hates Raj. Raj is #1 target that he would love to get hold of Raj for it. I must
Do
have
you know
missed
what he
that.
said yesterday
What
to
show was
Raj?
it on?
He
What
said,
panel?
you know what he
What
said to
panel?
Raj, Khan? He goes,
Go on.
I'm gonna shit in your turban, bro. And I said to him, you can't say that, bro. That's
No,
just the piss.
I don't agree with things like that, man. You know, Prophet Muhammad wore a turban, innit? Not all the
Bro,
time,
it's
but
not even just that, bro.
sallallahu
Like,
alaihi wasallam.
it's, you know, you know, it's not even just that, bro. It's part of our culture anyway. Even before him and like, after him and
Yeah.
other cultures, all
Even
of a
Exodus and
lot of
them, man, they
Muslim
got their
people, a
little
lot of
turbans,
Asians, bro,
innit?
we wear like turbans. Like, what's he trying to say? And then
Here's
guess
the
what
thingy.
he starts
You
saying?
know that
He
son
starts
of a
saying,
bitch
"Oh,
raindrop?
my stepson." He starts saying, "My stepson went to India and he saw the Indians putting a engine on 2 bricks and they got it started, and I was impressed." And we're like, "What the fuck, bro? What do you think? We're savages and that we can't do shit."
Yeah, it's conditioning, innit? So it's not his fault, but well, it is his fault, but conditioning. I love everyone, yeah, but let's look at the honest truth of it. Yeah. No offense. Yeah. Definitely no offense to these people because everyone loves the Irish. But, you know, for an Irish person to be talking about India, brother, are you fucking tripping? You just about got, like, anything you got in your country was built by the English or the Normans and the Vikings. Come on, bro, get real. They're talking about India.
And they
India,
failed, and they failed to,
invented
and they failed to
fucking
find the documents for the ships of potatoes that they sent.
potato. I don't think it was potatoes. they got potatoes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was what it was that the British fucked up their harvest and we gave them food, innit? The Muslims.
Yeah, but don't forget, yeah, when the Ottomans were on their knees, who was it who sent them aid? It was the Muslims, the Indian Muslims, the Pakis and that. You lot, Pakistanis, isn't it? They sent
No,
the
it was
aid.
the Mughal Empire. It was the Mughal Empire.
Oh, is it?
Well, is that my sister? Is that? Oh, I see. You know what? I see a quality guest on the panel. You know, a real quality guest.
Quality. Big up.
Oh, bless up, man. Yeah, bless up, family. Bless up, bless up.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, big up, Natty. Yeah, Shani, bless up yourself, sis. I know you don't really come over these parts, but big up yourself still. I know
Yo,
you've been
Nines,
holding
what's
it
your
up.
thought on that thing we was talking about earlier about as a woman, obviously you're a woman and obviously you're separate too, Shani, as we're all individuals. Do you reckon that you could love a kid that's not yours and you raise from like maybe an infant or a child, whatever, would you love it as much as you would your own child, or do you reckon there's something different? You could love them as the same, but there'll be something different, a different connection.
Or if you met a man and he had a child from before, and he's like, my wife's dead. You know, do you want to be the mother to this child?
Fuck's sake, calm, man. Have something to eat, man. Yeah, if I was gonna be 100% honest, and especially with sort of having my own child, I would have to honestly say that there would be, even if it was a smidgen of difference, there would be a difference. But I'm not, but I know certainly that there's people that, you know, are not biological that do a very, 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 very good job. You know what I'm saying to you? But for myself, I think there'll be I think there'll be a bit of a difference still. Because for a
Easy, Sister Nines.
because as a female,
What's happening?
yes, Natty, big up yourself. I'll reply to your comments still. But yeah, man.
What, you on that tomorrow?
Well, let me talk to you. We'll talk anyway. But I am going live tomorrow still, definitely. But yeah, man. But let me just finish with this still, because it's quite a
So what, is there a beef thing tomorrow?
Nah, there's no beef, man. There's no beef. There's just 90 for 99 rice and peas. Yeah, I've never served beef yet.
I want to
except
get
oxtail. But hold
We
on,
said
Natty, let me
just
let me just
oxtail and
answer.
roast chicken. Just roast chicken and oxtail.
It's actually lamb and chicken tomorrow, to be fair. But let me just quickly answer, because that's a very, you know what I'm saying to you, a very not complex, but you know what I mean. That's a in terms of what you just described there, right? In terms of if you can love a biological child just as much as one that you may adopt or something like that, right? I take it that's what you're saying or asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for myself, definitely there would be a like I said, even if it was a smidgen of difference, there would be a difference. But like I said, I know there's persons out there loving children that are not their own. Just as, to be honest, just as well as they do their biological, man. So I think it's a personal, I think it's an individual thing, to be honest. Some people can be very selfless like that still. And then also, not without ranting, but also like the biological carrying of a child is different to different women. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Oh my gosh, everyone's dropped off. Oh my gosh.
No, I'm listening.
No, man, we're here, man.
No, but you
Listen,
know what I'm saying though, for a
look,
woman,
nines,
different.
man.
Some
I don't care
women,
whose child it is. Yeah, the way I'm brought up, all children. If I'm older than like 10 years older than, yeah, they're my children because I'm an adult in it. So we got to look out for all children. That's a responsible adult.
yeah, but that's something different though. When you say looking out for, that's different. Cause we're looking, where we were mothers before we were mothers. You understand me? So that's completely different. You get me?
Bless up, everyone.
Come on, melanated.
Hey.
More
Yeah, I
quality.
was liking the question. I don't know. Well, Big R said that he had some personal things to take care of, so he left. But I decided to jump on because I kind of like this question. I feel like I think that you can mother many children and be a mother to your children, and I think that I kind of agree with what Nainita said. It might even be a tad bit difference, and I think that that's natural and it's understandable. I think that if a child knew their mother and their mother passed away, and then you took them in and raised them, that they would love you as a mother, but they would still feel like you're not their mother, and they wouldn't want to replace you with their mother. And I think that as a stepmother or a new mom to them, I would want to understand that. I would want them to hold their mother in a high regard. I would want them to keep that love for their mother if she passed away, or if she, just live in another house. I wouldn't want them to just move her out the way and place me there. So if vice versa, if it's another child, I mean, if I have my natural born child, then my stepchild or a new child that I'm mothering is not going to be in the same exact level with my natural child. So I disagree with Nanita on that. Hello?
Yeah. Let
I
me
don't
tell you.
understand how.
Let me
I
tell you a
get that,
real life
but
situation. Yeah, I got a neighbor in it, and
Mm-hmm.
he got caught having an affair, and his wife kicked
Okay.
him out. Yeah, she was so angry, she kicked him out, and about a year later, that he was living there again, and everyone was like, "How comes he's back?" Like, you know what I mean? And he had a baby with him, and I was like, "How? Where's this baby come from?" Turns out this guy, the woman that he was having an affair with, had a baby, yeah, and she got kind of like heavily into substance abuse. And to save the baby, he took the baby away from his lover and went back to his ex and literally begged her.
Hello? Can y'all hear Con? Oh, I can't hear Con.
Said to her, "For this, no, we can raise the child together."
Hello? I don't know
Can
if
you
this is
can you hear me now?
okay. I can hear you
Yeah.
now. Yeah. I didn't know if it was my phone or what.
No, I
I'm
think it
like,
was mine. Some strange messages come through. Let me put my glasses on. What? Oh, I'll see you something now. All right,
Con
look.
got a
Did you not
big
catch the
ass
story?
range.
What I was saying?
You said that he brought the woman home because the mother was addicted to drugs, so he wanted to save the baby and brought the baby back to his wife and basically pleaded with her to raise a child together.
Yeah, basically. So what I'm saying is that you can't judge some women in it. Some women on another level of being able to love in it and forgive. You know what I'm
But
saying? That
you know something that Shani had said earlier about that women have a capacity to love children that aren't naturally theirs. So, like, let's say a man and a woman had difficulty conceiving, and it turned out that it was the man's fault, right? And like there was something wrong with his sperm or whatever. Then now all of a sudden adoption. She was saying that adoption would be like an option or whatever, that a woman doesn't necessarily have to experience pregnancy and childbirth and everything to be a mother. So like in the event that like she couldn't conceive, for him to have his lineage, right, and for them to have children as a couple, it would be understandable that polygyny should be an option, right? Or could be an option. Let me say that, not should be, but could be an option, because this will allow them as a family to have children and bring children into the family. And like, I feel like if, this is not I haven't had to experience this, but I'm just saying that in the event that there was nothing wrong with my eggs, my fallopian tubes, my uterus, everything was aligned and everything else, why wouldn't my husband allow for me to be inseminated with another seed and use my egg, and I be able to experience carrying a child? Why does our livelihood, everything that we built as a couple, the longevity of our relationship, the happiness that we have, why does that have to end? Because I would want to experience pregnancy and motherhood naturally. I just feel like if the tables was turned and she would have to sacrifice for him to have an experience, now that the tables is turned another way, then he can't sacrifice for her. I just think that that's really messed up. You see how I'm the comparison?
Yeah.
Like it just so happened that it was the sperm that was the problem. But if it was an egg that was a problem, then she would have to deal with, I'm getting another woman pregnant. She got to watch another woman carry her husband's seed. Like that's not easy. So then what if I'm carrying somebody, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, why it's not easy, but as a family, we get to have a baby. So the same outcome is there, but it just doesn't seem like, I don't know. Like I wouldn't want somebody to deny me of
But Mel, like
pregnancy.
if it was a case where it was like some sort of sperm donor where you don't know the dude, yeah, I think like men could kind of like tolerate that. You know what I mean? So like if we went to let's say me and you was together and I couldn't have children and we went to the clinic and they said, okay, like,
Well,
you
all
know,
of that is
there's all
semantics.
these
However you figure it
donors
out,
here.
yeah. Okay, like
Right,
let's
not
say
me
it's
and
a
you,
sperm
but
donor.
let's say you and Natty then. Whoever, right? You would have to go there and pick out, yeah, the man's seed that you want, innit? Right? So if you're sitting there and you got the choice of picking out someone who's exactly like your partner, or picking out someone who's like your ideal like sperm donor, which one are you gonna pick? Because if
Someone
they're
who's
like,
like my
okay, your
partner,
partner's
because I would want,
5'5",
because the
same
honestly,
height, same weight, same
I
color,
would
same
pick someone that's
background,
like, I would pick someone that looks like my partner, so that
right?
way the child could look like
Maybe,
the
yeah,
man that's going to be their daddy, the person that's raising them. Because
yeah.
one, I want my partner to feel as comfortable with the process, but I want my kid looking like some strange man and they don't even live in the house. Like,
Yeah.
let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something, because I know it sounds like, oh, melanated is always on some like,
Feminist
weird
thing.
stuff, right? That's not even feminist. Like, there's nothing I'm saying is feminist besides talking about women issues. That's not feminist. I love men.
Okay.
Feminists don't love men. Like, yeah, it's
All
not
right,
feminist.
yeah.
So I know a woman who had difficulty conceiving. She got tested or whatever, and it was her eggs. But guess what? There was nothing wrong with her womb. She not only
Right. So
birthed
she got egg donor.
not one, but 2 children. She pushed them babies out. They are biologically not her children.
Right.
They look exactly like her husband. They do not look like whatever woman's eggs those were. They look exactly like her husband. They have
Yeah.
a beautiful family. She was so happy during her pregnancy. If you asked her, how are you feeling? she would start crying and be like, I'm so happy. Like she was so happy. You know how much thousands of dollars she spent to have that experience. Like I just don't like when you were saying, I was agreeing with you, Khan, like the drive that some women have towards motherhood is serious. And if a man would, because of his pride and his ego, he was like, no, we're going to have to adopt because you can't even have another man's seed in you. Oh, no, that is just, come on, bruh. It's not only about you. It's just not only about you in this thing we doing here. It's
That's
a
right.
partnership. You know what I'm saying? Like, you come in together. That's denying her of, breastfeeding and, feeling the baby move and all of these different experiences. Pregnancy is a beautiful thing that not every woman get to experience. I don't know. That's just
but like,
my
if
little.
I went to the doctors, right, and they're like, sorry, mate, you're infertile, you can't have children, let's say, but argument's sake, obviously I've got children. But anyway, and my partner's like, well, we're going to the sperm donor and we're gonna get the book out and I'm gonna pick out, you know what I mean, a donor, right?
Like, what if
Really,
she
I
picks
could all
out some
get
Turkish dude? What if she pick out some Turkish dude? You know what I'm saying? He wears glasses, so little baby gonna end up wearing glasses. You know what I'm saying? Like she might, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and I'm only wearing glasses because of old age. I'm a lot older than what you think. Because don't forget, man's got a little bit of black in there still. Yeah, I'm not lying to you. Like people do not know how old I am in real life. Yeah, look, when I was 35, people thinking I was 20. Do you get me?
no, I mean, Khan,
Yo,
I get
I'm
Khan,
that.
only
you're
wearing
serious,
glasses
you
because I'm
know.
old. I never wore
Yo,
glasses
Khan is something
until.
else.
What do you mean? What do you mean? But
Khan,
Melanie,
you're
to you, yeah, this
serious,
sounds
man.
mad.
I can't even
Listen,
not rate you,
let me
man.
tell you
You're
something.
funny, man. What
Let
do you
me tell you
say? When you
something.
was
Where I'm from,
35,
yeah.
they said you was how old?
Listen. About 2022.
Come on.
I was
Are
like,
you
when I
saying
went
that's from your Ethiopian grandma, yeah? Great grandma.
of course, but listen, you got
Come
to
on.
realize I'm not just making this shit up, yeah, because I've got all
So
the different cousins, and all my cousins that don't have that same lineage, they got that white wrinkle face. You get
oh
me?
shit.
So,
Oh
but it's a
God.
fact though. But it's true though. There's certain attributes that because obviously we're all mixed in it. We got all different, not just black. We got all different mixtures in it. So we know where our genes come from, and we know what attributes comes with that.
Khan,
Get me?
are you
Yo,
subscribed to my channel, bub?
of course.
Have you seen my latest video today?
No, I've just come on now.
Yeah, when you
No,
get a chance, go on.
I didn't see what you posted, sis.
When you get a
You
chance,
know,
go and have a little bookers, mate. It's called
Oh, okay.
Afro Turks in Turkey.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
around Izmir,
Come
in the
on.
Izmir area.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I'm not even gonna tell you about the first time I met this Afro Turk. Yeah, my mum, yeah, she was involved in this group, right? So she takes me down there. I'm bored as fuck. Yeah, everyone's speaking Turkish. My head's blowing up. I'm like, shit, man. All this fucking having to talk Turkish doing my head in. So I see this black guy. So I go up to him and I'm like, what's happening, bro? And he's just looking at me like I'm an alien, innit? Like, and he's going to me in Turkish, like, what are you talking about? Like that. And he's talking Turkish, but somehow my brain's not interpreting that this guy's talking Turkish to me. So I'm seeing his mouth moving, but I'm not comprehending. And I'm just like staring at him. He's staring at me. And then my mum come over and she's like, oh, have you met this guy? Like, she's like introducing me. And the guy's talking Turkish. And then after he left, I was like, Mum, what's going on? And she goes, yeah, like he's from Turkey, this place where like they're all black people there, innit? Like he's Turkish though. And that was my first encounter. Even though I've got black in my family, yeah, going back like one generation, I didn't even make that connection. You get me? Which is a mad thing because like I didn't see pictures of my great grandmother and know that she was black. Like them photos were hidden. Like until my nan died. When my nan died, that's when they brought out the photos. And I'm seeing all black people, and I'm like, who are these people? And they're like, oh, this is Uncle Ismet, and this is Uncle whoever. And I'm like, how come you lot never mentioned none of this to us? You didn't tell us none of this. You get me? So people are like, oh, well, I just can't make a big deal about it. It's because there is a pressure on people to hide and lie and pretend like as if they're whiter as everyone else. and they hide their black ancestry.
Why
Like
would there be,
it's a shame on them or something.
Why would there be? There's no such thing as racism. Why would someone hide the fact that they're black, Con?
It might not be strictly racism, but it might just be like people want to assimilate into the culture and they don't want to be known as, oh, you lot descend from foreign people. Like they would want to be like, you
What
know.
would that be? Why would that be a bad thing if you had black ancestry? If everyone's
That's what I'm
accepting of
saying.
all
Like
races?
obviously, that's
I don't
my
know.
question. That's my question. I don't know why people do that.
That's
Like,
odd.
yeah. Of course,
Not in this
of course
world.
it's odd.
Not in 2020. That's
Yeah,
happening.
but you got to
There's
remember,
no
like
such thing
that
as
these. No, but you got to
colorism.
remember. But
There's
I
no
was
such thing
young,
as
innit? Like I was young when I
standard
realized
of
these things.
beauty. There's no such thing as
Yeah,
a
but
white
I'm.
standard of beauty. None of that. Huh? This is interesting. Carry on.
Well, anyway, Black Turks, man. There's a lot of them.
Big up the Black Turks.
Yeah, why not, man? You got to pick them up, innit? I know DC Brad's got a couple of black Turkish friends in America. Was telling me about them. Afro Turks and
Yo,
that.
Con,
Yo,
do
fam.
you know about a place called, now forgive my pronunciation, right? But I'm gonna
Go
try.
on.
Göbek, hold on.
Göbek.
Yeah, Tepe.
Yeah, Göbek Tepe. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. In the
Yeah.
eastern part of Turkey, right?
All right.
Yeah. Have you ever been there?
No, I've seen it obviously on YouTube and that, like, you know,
All
these
right.
ancient civilizations, isn't it? It's to do with all the ancients.
All right. Well, you know the Nine's been there, right?
Yeah, you said once before.
And you know, went out there and see the family, yeah?
Yeah.
Lips,
Yeah.
nose, melanated,
Yeah.
you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, it's in the eastern, and I could
This is
never
what I'm
remember the
trying to-
name, and I never even tried to Google it, but I just Googled it now, man. So take a look. It's called, it's Gobekli and then Tepe.
So wait, what you telling me? What you telling me? I could get me a Turkish don and I could still be in a black family? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
She's a naughty one. You're a naughty
I
one.
told you, sis, I have to be real, man. In that region, they told me I was a queen, sis. I gotta keep it
Listen,
real.
Con, I'm not naughty. You know, it's black family first over here. So I'm trying to assess the situation. You know, assess my options. You know what I'm saying? Gotta see what my
We're not
options
claiming to
are.
be black. We're not claiming to be black. We're just claiming African ancestry. That's as far as we get.
Well, maybe they black though. The Afro Turks.
Yeah.
No,
What,
they
they're black.
blatantly
They're
say,
the black.
yeah.
They're the blackest. They're like Sudanese. They're proper black.
They blatantly say,
I go in Turkey, boy. I'm joking. I'm messing around with y'all people, man. I go in Turkey.
Go in here.
Listen.
They'll be nice to you. Trust me.
Listen, when they was talking they stuff earlier, I was like, look, let me not get in this conversation because I'm gonna get all kind of bad names. Melanated is full of lust. She's a sinner, kafir, wanting to have a
Fucking
bunch
hell.
of sex. You know what I'm saying?
People so fucking judgmental out here.
Yeah, I had to stay awake. But now I'm having a little bit of fun. That's all. I just have a little bit of fun, people. Don't start labeling me. I ain't sleeping with nobody in these YouTube streets. Calm down. Yeah, but so is Macy Cartel? That's the same person as the. Oh, I think. Okay, it's the same Macy Cartel. It's the same account. They just love me.
You know you're doing something right then, innit?
I know.
You can't. I don't know if you have this saying in England. We say you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs. You get me? So when you hear some hearts
You get
breaking,
me?
when you hear some hearts breaking, you know you're onto the right track.
Well, look, it's to the point where I'm so shocked when people be like that I don't even know, be like bigging me up. I be like, what? No hatred? Like, this is different. This is different. I'm like, okay, big up to you, whoever you are, because I'm so used to, oh, you put God in your name, bloop, 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 all of this stuff. So, yeah, it's all good. But I was just like, I always start off by saying, like, women who definitely who I call them like blended families, who are like going to be in polygynous relationships. I definitely support them, and I don't call them desperate. I don't say that they have low self-esteem. I don't just put the sisters down for whatever their decisions are for their relationships. What I don't like is when they try to shame the monogamous people. Like, why they gotta be calling us names? I just don't understand. I get it that some people do call them names, but if you're in an environment where no one is doing that, first, why have to like do that? Or like even like the men, they're like, oh, they're just feminists. So being monogamous is feminist now? Like, because you say, oh, I don't choose to be part of that type of family dynamic, or that's not for me, to each their own. And let's say you make a comment like, to each their own. How is that feminist? If I say, I want my own man, I want to be his only woman, I want him to be my only man, right? That's not feminist. That's not anything negative. It's not even putting down what they're doing. That's just saying what you want. But yeah, I get you hear it. This is like a really, I know that it seems like was a topic that was focused on the religion, but in the what you would call like the Black conscious community, especially like over here in the States, who are not Muslim, they are definitely pushing polygyny. They are definitely pushing that stuff.
Yeah, I was surprised, like years ago when I heard, was it Brother Polite talking about it?
Yeah,
like,
as a form of
me.
nation building, Polite was a very big advocate of it. And even though it's not something that I would be interested in, I do think that at least the way he initially introduced it was a good way, because him and his, what he would call his first wife, they were together for 10 years before they introduced a different wife, right? He said that it was important for them to have a solid foundation as a unit together, for him to learn about relationships and just basically maintaining, like, you have no idea you can maintain a relationship with 2 or 3 women and you haven't even maintained one with one. So, so they were together for 10 years before having another wife. And, but the thing about it is, Polite has had, he's only maintained a relationship with that one, and the others, they seem to like get divorced, quote unquote. Like, they don't be, he gets one is gone, get another one or whatever. But the main one, still rocking, and I think that speaks to the foundation that they had. So
I think the important thing that you said there was nation building, really.
Yes, but I think that I would like for people to have, and I just might like what I would like, but just who cares what I like, right? I would like people that have varying definitions of a nation, right? Because everyone, the same way that everyone won't have children, right? So everyone who can't have children, so like, are those men who something's wrong with their sperm, are they allowed to be brother husbands, or what are they? Are they just useless men?
No, Mel, can I get a minute? Can I get a minute to talk to someone in the chat?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. James Jones, why are you dissing my black grandmother, bro? Are you taking the piss? Do I talk about your mum and how she goes to church and you're an atheist? Do I mention your mum ever? Or your gran,
Oh,
who's probably heartbroken to know that you're an atheist little cunt? Yeah? So don't be talking about my
no.
family members like me and you's tight like that, yeah? Little prick. Anyway, sorry, Melanated. What was you saying? He's over familiar
Okay.
pricks, man. I don't like it, man. Because you know we're never going to meet. You can speak however. Like he's trying to be some new comedian. But you ain't funny. Just get that through to your thick head. You're not a funny guy. You ain't got the funny gene, bro. You're boring. You're just fucking taking a piss out of people. You think that's humor. That ain't humor, bro. You need imagination to have humor. You're just dry. Trying to run joke on people, taking a piss out of people. You ain't funny. You and, like, to be fair, you and Ultra. At least Ultra's amusing. But he ain't funny. And neither are you.
Oh, damn, Con.
People trying to beat everything out here. Stay in your lane, bruv. Stick to basketball, innit? That's your passion, innit? And chatting shit. Little prick.
Okay. I know I was
Anyway.
on something about polygamy, but I sure don't know what the
Yeah, so
hell
this
I
brother
was saying.
Polite
Lord.
was the first time I heard about polygamy. And I was
Yeah, but they
surprised
really
because
pushing it
he,
mad hard over here. They
yeah.
like, I'm like, listen, and these all they want to say is, oh, don't say nothing. When you get cheated on, you get cheated on anyway, and it's a
Yeah.
shortage. Y'all outnumber us. It's more women than men. Like, I'll be like, let me just bring out the violence and play this, like, really, because let's talk about the 27% of the African American community that live beneath the poverty line. Bro, getting multiple women we're not your income sources of income. No. Y'all don't even have the income for this to be about that life. Cut it out. Like, I'm sorry. Build with your one woman. Okay?
Do you think that's one of the reasons why maybe some people like Sarah are talking about nation building now, like this having this clan or whatever idea? Do you think that it's become like a fashion? Like it's a fashion sort of thing now?
Well,
Like to talk about these
the
things
term
become popular.
nation building doesn't only mean having a bunch of children. See what I'm saying? Like it's part
Right.
of it, but it doesn't only mean that. But I think that the ones that want to always initiate that conversation, they are definitely talking about that, right? And then I'm always really quick to bring up, other problems that we have in our community that I feel like we should address before even going to that as an answer. So like the same way that Belly brought up adoption and how many children that we have in care, in the, I'm gonna say Black American, right? I don't know what the situation is like in the UK, but in America, and especially in our larger cities where they are, where we have a lot of Black densely populated communities, we have a lot of kids in foster care. Why is that? Due to poverty, right? And all of the different isms that come with poverty, drug abuse and mental health and right? All of those problems will lead to poor parenting, kids being in care. Why can't we clean up our community? When you have in a state, you have 15, 20,000 kids in other people's homes. Why don't we have initiatives to get those children? Since we want to build the nation, there's children there, but y'all want to have more kids and just forget about them? Get out of here. You just want a bunch of wives. You ain't worried about no kids, because if you're worried about your community, those are Black babies that need stability, that need consistency, that need shelter, home, not to be moved around from place to place to place.
Yeah.
I just don't. They just need to spare me with that. Let's all, have
Sit around
some
singing
wives,
Kumbaya.
sit around smoking joints, growing our own food. But you go into the Arab dude at the corner store for your breakfast sandwich every morning, you're not growing shit. But now you want me to have my job, your new wife to have her job, right? You to have your
Yeah.
job. We don't even know, like, can you support both of us? So now you really need us to maintain. No, get out. That's not, no.
Yeah,
You could just,
yeah, melanated, but you have to admit though, now just simple mathematics is going to tell you 3 or 4 incomes is going to be better than 2 incomes.
that sound like a roommate. I got rooms to rent though. You could rent my room in my
Yeah, I
house.
mean, you could call it
That
a
sound like a
room.
roommate.
Yeah, you can call it
But
a
I don't
roommate.
gotta. Me and another woman don't have to share pH, right? For me to have a roommate. And so when you start doing that kind of stuff, I'm not paying to share my pH. You feel me? I'm not coming out my pocket for that. I don't
What's good,
know
bro,
if
Rich?
somebody else
What's good,
need to
man?
do that, but I don't need to do that. I hear what you're saying, mathematics, but I can rent a room. I can go into business with somebody. I can go into a susu with somebody. There's other ways to generate income. I need my man to be creative in that, but not involve my physiology and my pum pum pH. I need
But
him
one
not to
minute,
do that.
melanated, yeah. Let's not like get confused
I
here,
just
yeah.
know.
Mel,
I'm
Mel,
saying
Mel.
that.
Like it's not obviously it's not for everyone, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, there you
But
go.
I'm
but what I'm saying
literally
is,
speaking about. I
but
said
when
mine.
you're
When I was speaking
recommending some,
before, I
but
was
what,
speaking about other people. I said mine.
yeah,
That's what I
yeah,
was
yeah.
saying.
So obviously, like people like me and you, yeah, like myself, I'm a very jealous person, innit? Like I couldn't have like my girlfriend, like you know what I mean, like having male friends. Like to me, it's like I don't know, I'm just
Oh
jealous,
wow.
innit? Right?
Okay,
Like
I
I'm
got
jealous
you.
like that. So imagine on the other hand now, if I had a second wife, imagine what my girlfriend would be thinking. Like I couldn't do that to her, innit? So I'm saying it's not for
Okay.
everyone. You got to have a level of maturity. I'm admitting that I'm
So
not really up to it, but when other people do it, I don't really say it's a bad thing. And in terms of nation building, if you're saying it's a necessity to increase the numbers quickly, then for you to then turn around and say, well, I don't agree with it.
I literally just said we don't need to increase. We got a lot of numbers that's not in our household. That's the reason why I brought in the foster care thing, because
Yeah.
it's not to increase the numbers. Like what
Right.
I'm saying is that some of them, I'm not going to say a lot. There are a lot of people who are pro this, and they got their own kids in foster care, but because of their living situations, they can't get their kids. So what you gonna do? Create more kids? That is negligent. That's horrible.
Yeah, I hear
Well,
that.
I'm saying as a community, we need to maintain the family structures that we already have. Let's rebuild these things. People can, the care workers, they give you a plan. You have to pass a certain amount of drug screens. You have to get a job. You have to maintain suitable living situations, and you can get your kids back. What I'm saying is that people are not getting their kids, but they want to pump up their fists. Black power, nation building. Yeah, I'm gonna have me a sister wife. I'm gonna have this, and you can't even take care of yourself. No, that's not what our kids should not be looking up to that. That's why I said the way that Polite did it, right? Even like I said, the way that Polite did it, I could understand, because when he had stepchildren, his stepchildren came into that situation, right? Or his new wives, I'm not calling stepchildren, his new wives and his new children coming into that situation, they saw a foundation. But you can't just be like, I got this wife this year, next year, oh, that's a pretty young thing, I'm gonna get her too. You can't even manage this one. You don't know, you have no foundation, no longevity with this
Yeah,
one woman.
Well, melanated, you can't say that for everybody. Like it's some.
Well,
It's gonna be certain. Let me finish. It's gonna be certain. It's certain black men out here that is fit and capable to have more than one wife. And if you did give that first wife, of course you're not gonna bump into the next sexy young thing and say, "Hey, let me make her my wife." No, like Shani was saying earlier, you would have already have an understanding with wife number one. Listen, babe. Listen. Eventually, we're probably going to get another wife. All right. Well, I'm probably going to get another wife. It's going to be a new addition to the family. She may have a child. And if she does have a child, if wife number two has a child, then I'm stopping that stigma of the single parent households and shit right there. So that's a positive. And like I said, it's going to be a part of team building and nation building. Now, if I have these 3 incomes, it's going to always be better than 2 incomes. If I have 3 people working towards the goal is going to be better than 2 people working towards a goal. Like it's a lot of plus, it's a lot of positives that can come out of polygynous relationships also. But it has to be the right person. Everybody's not built for it. Period.
Yep.
So there's no disagreement. But what I will say is that many of the people that are propagating it aren't in that position. And they're looking at having multiple people as their ticket, their financial ticket out of their current financial situation. And that's not how a man should look at getting married. He should be looking at his role as being the provider. And what I'm saying is that they're already going into it as saying, basically, we're roommates, we pooling our income. That's not how. See, when Polite got a wife, listen. When Polite got a wife, what he gave his wife was a deed to a home as his form of dowry. So if in the event that the situation didn't work out, she would have, let's say, a $200,000-$300,000 house that she could sell. It was a home in her name, not his in her name. He paid a dowry to have a second wife, a third wife, because he felt that, you know what, you are basically putting yourself, you're removing yourself off of the market from being with another man. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting you when you're in your prime. You're looking all good. You got your waist all small and everything like that. When you could be with someone else, I want to pull you off of the market. This is your insurance in case I decide to just dump you to the side. You have this. What I'm saying is that many men are not propositioning coming into having multiple wives in that manner. So what are you doing is you are joining his family, building up him. But what are you building for yourself? You don't even get a crib of your own. Come on now. I'm just saying this is the reason why I would definitely be hesitant. I do be in some of the platforms. I do hear, listen to some of it. I'm not sold on how it's beneficial. It's not beneficial. It wouldn't be beneficial to me. It might be beneficial to him, but it's not beneficial for me to join that unit. But if that particular family wants to start a business, I'm down. If that particular family wants to start a school or whatever,
melanated. Let me just ask a question. Yeah, it's like, to me, it sounds like it's like what come first, the chicken or the egg scenario. Because when you got a solution to a problem that shouldn't really be happening, and it wouldn't be happening if them procedures was in place, then it's like the cure to the problem is really curing a deficiency. It's not like having polygamous relationships is adding something, it's taking away something bad. You get what I mean? So in that relationship, like this concept of the man being the provider, and if the man can't provide for me, then he ain't a man, he ain't a good enough man. That's how we got in this mess.
Oh, no.
Because then women are looking at men like they're not good enough. Men are feeling the pressure and hitting the road.
Yep. Don't remix what I said and said. Don't remix what I said and said he's not a good enough man.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that's my suggestion. No. I'm not saying you're saying that. No. I'm not saying you're saying that. Saying that's my contribution to the equation.
I'm saying that if he's not able to be a provider for 2 or 3 women, then he should have the one woman that he is able to be a provider for. That's my point, right? That's so we can build together. I'm not saying he got to pay every single bill and I'm gonna sit there with my 2 hands folded up and everything. But what I am saying is that we really shouldn't even be adding more mouths to feed, more people taking hot baths and stuff, using up our hot water, our electricity, and everything else, right? We really shouldn't be adding on if you don't have what to cover what you adding. That don't even make any sense to me. That kind of math. If you got
I'll balance,
2 people,
I'll balance it. If you said to me you can have a second wife, I might even sell my car. I'm joking.
So how was you selling your car helping her out?
Well, having a car is like having a wife, isn't it? Like the expenses is never ending.
Yeah, I'm just saying if now you selling your car means she got to be the person driving everywhere. Again, this is not helping me out at all. I'm like, yo,
this is what I was saying about feminism. This is when I was saying about the feminism.
I'm be putting some poison in her damn food. Like, yo, she got to go. Right? 2 is company, 3 is a crowd, bro. She got to. Yeah. Nah, but listen, for those who it works for, like we're all in different places and different situations. For some people, they may be in a situation where they need that third person too.
Right, but ultimately, if it's an economic decision,
that's why I said because
if you leave the economic, if you leave it, but Melanie, if we take out our personal opinions, right, and our cultural biases, it's ultimately an economic decision. Because if I've got one wife and 4 children, yeah, 2 of us are paying for 6 people. But if I've got 4 wives and I've got 1 child with each of them, yeah, then 5 of us are paying for 4 people to live.
I don't know. See, like
you got to remember, Mel, you're living in a system where money and finances is being used as a weapon to stop you being socially mobile.